Ding.
The phone emitted a notification sound. Junyao deftly brushed aside the stray locks of hair on his forehead while hastily unlocking his phone to glance at the message, which was a reminder from the astrology app. Mercury retrograde in 2060. From August 30th to September 22nd in Virgo, expect misfortunes and beware of those born under the sign of Virgo. Junyao rolled his eyes, pondering to himself, another Mercury retrograde, the third this year, yet he had not encountered any significant misfortunes. While astrology may not be deemed superstitious, it certainly lacks the rigor of established science, ultimately amounting to a belief that holds weight for some and is dismissed by others. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Junyao, toothbrush in mouth, applied a bit of hair gel to style his hair, admiring his reflection in the mirror. His long eyebrows arched elegantly into the corners of his forehead, and his refined European double eyelids imparted an air of charm without the need for any expression. Indeed, he seemed to possess an extra touch of handsomeness compared to yesterday. Satisfied, he wiped his mouth and pressed the button to unlock his phone. To his surprise, it was nearly 8 o'clock, prompting him to hastily grab his bag and dash out the door. General Manager Liu was quite down-to-earth, known for his forthright nature and propensity for speaking the truth, devoid of any airs typically associated with his position. This earned him considerable popularity, and he ranked third among the management, earning him the moniker Third Uncle. Third Uncle had many commendable qualities, albeit with a slight penchant for frugality. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Junyao. Junyao looked up to find a familiar facet was Wan Xiangwen, the head of the Research and Development Department. Xiangwen, it's almost time to start work. What are you doing here? If memory served correctly, their homes were in entirely opposite directions. Junyao raised his hand, the accessories adorning him jingling softly. Come along with me. Junyao was indeed a seasoned driver. He began riding electric scooters at the tender age of 12, and by 15, he was driving without a license. Accustomed to high speeds, his experienced friends would invariably fasten their seatbelts upon entering his vehicle. Wan Xiangwen, perhaps having learned from past misadventures, secured her seatbelt tightly while gripping the overhead handle with determination. Isn't this a bit excessive? Junyao shrugged helplessly as he started the engine. Wan Xiangwen, attempting to mask her embarrassment, discreetly rubbed her nose with one hand. Seizing the moment, Junyao executed a skillful drift, swiftly maneuvering around an intersection, which startled Wan Xiangwen into clutching the handrail. With a playful grin, she declared, "Safety first, safety first." Junyao turned the steering wheel, confidently asserting, "I've been driving for 10 years, so we're perfectly safe." However, perhaps due to a streak of bad luck, he encountered the third red light on their commute, forcing him to stop and glare at the traffic signal in frustration. Wan Xiangwen retrieved a gleaming silver bracelet from her pocket and tossed it to him. "Wear this Zodiac bracelet, it will bring you good fortune." Junyao glanced at it out of courtesy. The silver bracelet was adorned with intricate engravings, each representing the 12 zodiac signs: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, all slightly elevated, forming a circle as if basking in the sunlight. However, the mere visage of Wan Xiangwen was sufficient for him to cast a fleeting glance. Junyao raised an eyebrow, stating, "You know, I don't believe in such nonsense. Installing that ridiculous astrology app was already pushing it. Consider it a gesture of goodwill from a friend." "You've been experiencing a streak of bad luck lately. I hope it proves beneficial," Wan Xiangwen declared, as he unceremoniously fastened the Zodiac bracelet onto Junyao right wrist. At that moment, the traffic light turned green, and Junyao, engrossed in his reckless driving, paid no mind to the Zodiac bracelet, leaving it on. Upon arriving at the office at 8:15, he was unsurprisingly late. Junyao accepted the inevitable consequence of having a salary docked by his uncle with nonchalance. He strode into the office with the swagger of an overly confident youth, barely having time to pour himself a glass of water before the internal phone rang. Fu Junyao held a hopeful expectation that the voice on the other end would belong to a charming and gentle young lady, perhaps even one of his admirers. He adjusted his tone to a suitably engaging pitch, saying hello. Unfortunately, the voice that greeted him was that of a youthful male, not unpleasant but certainly lacking the allure he had anticipated, leaving Fu Junyao, the voice-sensitive head of the customer service department, sorely disappointed. Department head Fu, this is Xiao from the technical department. Could you please come to our office? Our manager has noticed some discrepancies in the Zodiac system data on your phone. As for this Xiao from the technical department, Fu Junyao had a vague recollection of him a recently confirmed young man, honest yet timid. Had it not been for a significant issue, he likely would not have dared to call. Nonetheless, he thought it best not to be harsh on the boy due to Xunyu's antics. With a wave of his hand, he replied, "I'll be right there." Xiao, feeling a profound sense of injustice, cautiously hung up the phone and cast a glance at the expressionless minister, who was absorbed in coding at his desk. Despite sharing the same profession as a programmer in the technical department, Xunyu possessed an air of aloof sophistication that set him apart. His strikingly handsome visage was enough to draw attention, but it was the metal-framed glasses that occasionally perched on his nose during work hours that rendered him stern and detached. The natural upward tilt of his eyes added an enigmatic allure, emanating a palpable aura of restraint that was unmistakable from afar. This taciturn individual found himself juxtaposed against the customer service department's deep voice, who, with an effortless charm, captivated numerous admirers. It was uncertain how their dynamic could lead to any discord. Before Xiao could formulate any coherent thoughts, the customer service representative burst through the door, balancing two disposable cups in hand. With a swift motion, he extended his right arm, placing the cup directly in front of Xiao. The technical department can be quite taxing, so I brought you some coffee to invigorate you. Xiao, taken aback by the unexpected gesture, expressed his gratitude profusely. He noticed that the representative also held a cup of water, leading him to ponder whether their relationship was perhaps not as fraught as the rumors suggested. Did the representative truly know that Shingo was not fond of coffee? As this thought flitted through his mind, Xiao observed the representative take a sip of water, casually crossing his long legs and leaning against the desk with an air of nonchalance, addressing Xunyu with a casual authority. "Why did you call me here?" Xunyu slowly lifted his gaze, the metallic frame of his glasses reflecting light in a somewhat blinding manner. Fu Junyao instinctively squinted, only to see that unlikable fellow slide his glasses down, transforming his previously stern countenance into one that was unexpectedly lively, strikingly handsome, yet infuriating. Xunyu cast a sidelong glance at him and pointed to the chair opposite. Dressed like a petty thug, one might think the customer service department has been overrun by some gang of ruffians. Xunyu felt momentarily stifled, silently jotting down a mental note to settle the score later. The data from the astrology test system on your phone appears to be malfunctioning, exhibiting frequent retrograde movements. Have there been any peculiar occurrences lately? Fu Junyao rested his head on one hand, recalling that the tech department had been seeking him out quite often these past few days. He lightly tapped his meticulously styled hair with his finger. Just being called out frequently by the principal count? Xunyu's pupils abruptly constricted as he swiftly grasped Fu Junyao's wrist, both of them speaking in unison. "Just a joke. Why the long face? Where did you get that astrology bracelet?" Fu Junyao was taken aback, instinctively recoiling his hand but failing to break free. "What's the big deal? It's just a worthless bracelet. It's not like it's a token of affection from your girlfriend, or something." Xunyu's expression darkened, his tone sharp. "Take it off." Fu Junyao had never believed in astrology. If Xunyu hadn't mentioned it, he would have surely returned the item to Wan Xiangwen. However, Fu, who had always been more susceptible to gentle persuasion than harsh commands, found his resolve waning under Xunyu's vehement outburst. With a defiant toss of his head, the bells adorning his accessories chimed, declaring his stubbornness with 3 bold words: "I refuse." Xunyu frowned, swiftly maneuvering to snatch the item away. Fu Junyao, of course, Was unwilling to comply, he bent down and slipped beneath Xunyu's arm. With a swift extension of his long leg, Xunyu blocked Fu's path. Undeterred, Fu attempted the same trick, but Xunyu was ready this time, firmly grasping Fu Junyao's arm in an effort to forcibly remove the bracelet. When faced with the prospect of losing, Fu Junyao resorted to his usual tactic of feigning defeat. He leaned forward, almost toppling over, banking on the assumption that Xunyu would let go, allowing him to fall in a comical heap. However, to his surprise, Xunyu caught him under the arms, intending to pull him back up. Yet, with Fu's persistent resistance, they both collided heavily against the desk. "Watch the computer," Xiao Xiao exclaimed. The two combatants, slow to react, finally glanced up to see water dripping messily from the desk. The paper cup that had been resting there was now askew, its contents spilling across a tangle of wires, thoroughly soaking Xunyu's work computer and keyboard. Fu Junyao swallowed hard, a pang of guilt washing over him as he struggled to rise. He fished a handkerchief from his pocket, ready to rescue the nearly drowned computer, when he heard Xunyu bellow, "Don't move," with a sudden tremor in his hand. The accessory dangling from the constellation bracelet inadvertently fell upon the water stain, generating an immense magnetic force. Unprepared, Fu Junyao found his palm irresistibly drawn to the wire as a powerful current surged through him, pressing against every inch of his body. He convulsed violently, his muscles twitching, and soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 2. The Decline of the Noble Family. The Virgo Prince, Part 1. Ding Dong. The Virgo star chart has been activated. Host: Fu Junyao. Gender: male. Current status: initial experience with the Zodiac target. The arrogant perfectionist Virgo. Shall the first Zodiac mission commence? A cold, monotonous prompt echoed in his mind, leaving Fu Junyao utterly bewildered. He wanted to leap up and exclaim, "What on earth is happening?" but found himself engulfed in darkness, unable to move. With a hint of bravado, Fu Junyao attempted to raise an eyebrow and flash a charmingly devil-may-care smile, only to realize he couldn't even lift his eyelids. Such profound frustration enveloped him. What if I choose not to pursue the mission? Should the task remain unfulfilled, the host would be eternally trapped within the system. How outrageous! This Zodiac testing system must be the work of those lunatics in the tech department, and perhaps even that scoundrel Xunyu is behind this, deliberately setting him up. If he had the audacity to keep me in prison for life, then the very first thing I would do upon escape is to smash that rascal Shun's head. Shall the host initiate the first Zodiac mission? The system inquired once more. Fu Junyao rolled his eyes internally. Yes. Ding dong. The Virgo star chart is now active. The host is tasked with assisting the Virgo representative in restoring his family's honor while also becoming his beloved. A dual system intertwining emotional and narrative threads. Fu Junyao silently scoffed. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped him, and as he groggily opened his eyes, he found himself in a room adorned with ancient charm and elegance. He stood before an ancient wooden cabinet, its drawers piled upon each other, adorned with small red papers inscribed with traditional Chinese characters, He Shou Wu, Bai Zhu, Deng Gui. This was evidently a medicinal chamber. As Fu Junyao glanced down, he noticed he was clad in a coarse, gray short robe, likely crafted from rough hemp fabric, unmistakably a sign that he had traversed into the abode of the impoverished. In stark contrast to this modest attire, however, was the shimmering silver constellation bracelet encircling his wrist, each charm representing one of the 12 zodiac signs: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, forming a radiant circle as if greeting the sun. Fu Junyao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this trinket would accompany him through the realms of time. Could it be the system? He was lost in reverie, envisioning a world where he could conquer the technical department and tread upon the constellation system, when a sudden clattering sound broke the tranquility, filling the room with a rich aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. "Dr. Fu, what are you daydreaming about?" The medicine is burning, came the urgent voice of a young servant, jolting him from his thoughts. Junyao focused his gaze and realized that a pot was simmering over the fire, the concoction bubbling vigorously, nearly displacing its lid. While the once earth-colored ceramic pot had turned charred black. He hurried over, taking 2 steps at once, and as soon as he touched the pot, he was met with a fierce burn. "Oh my, that is hot." Junyao quickly recoiled, blowing on his reddened fingers, relieved that the injury was not severe. "Oh dear Dr. Fu, why are you so flustered today? The young master is still waiting." As he spoke, the young servant took it upon himself to wrap a piece of cloth around the medicine and questioned, "Dr. Fu, how much should one drink at a time?" Startled, Junyao paused, and the voice of the system immediately resonated in his mind. "Boil 5 bowls of water down to 1, and take 2/3 at once." He hastily echoed the system's instructions, pouring 2/3 of the thick, dark concoction into a bowl. The bitter aroma of traditional Chinese medicine wafted up, mingling with a few white bubbles that danced atop the viscous liquid. A knot of anxiety tightened in Junyao's chest. Could this burnt brew truly save a life? "Dr. Fu, we must hurry. The young master is growing impatient," the servant urged, nearly pulling Junyao along with him. Reluctantly, Junyao followed, his mind racing to reboot and absorb the memories of this body. It turned out that the original owner of this body was also named Junyao. Hailing from a lineage of physicians spanning 3 generations, a veritable family of the healing arts. However, during his father's era, the family fortunes dwindled, and both parents had passed away in succession. The prefect of Suzhou, Cheng Jian, who had long-standing ties with the family, took pity on the young boy's plight and offered him refuge as a young apprentice in the Cheng household. Fortunately, this Junyao, though ill-fated, possessed a good heart. He neither sought to ingratiate himself during the Cheng family's prosperous days, nor did he turn against them in their times of hardship. Instead, he offered them much-needed assistance, becoming their dedicated physician. Later, when the young master of the Cheng family suffered a broken leg, Junyao not only provided medicine free of charge, but also offered attentive care, all in gratitude for the kindness shown by Prefect Cheng in his youth. This Junyao indeed aligns with his own principles. It remains uncertain whether this time's target of pursuit is the young master of the Cheng family. Nevertheless, one must proceed step by step. Junyao was lost in thought when a furious voice suddenly pierced the air. "Get out." He jolted, realizing he had arrived at Cheng Jingshuan's door. The servant, carrying the medicine, had not even knocked before being bellowed at to leave by the young master of the Cheng family. The servant, seemingly accustomed to such outbursts, gently urged, "Young master, this is a new prescription. If you take the medicine, your leg will surely heal." As silence enveloped the room, the servant assumed the young master had calmed down and quietly pushed the door open. Junyao followed him inside, only to be met with a cup of lukewarm tea. "Get out." The seasoned servant deftly dodged the projectile, only to hear a loud clang as the teacup struck Junyao's head, leaving a painful bump that quickly turned red. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The target, a Virgo, has appeared." "Dr. Fu," the servant exclaimed. Cheng Jingxian seemed equally surprised to find another person behind the servant, peering out with a mix of astonishment and guilt before awkwardly turning away. Junyao, dazed from the impact, caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar white figure, stirring a deep sense of recognition within him. Unfortunately, before he could discern who it was, the servant hastily closed the door. Who could it be? It was only his first day in this ancient world, and he had no acquaintances here. This familiar silhouette must belong to someone from his previous life, potentially linked to the mysterious circumstances that had drawn him into the constellation testing system. Who could it possibly be? Junyao furrowed his brow, his mind ceaselessly contemplating the familiar silhouette, yet he could not recall it no matter how hard he tried. His serious demeanor startled the attendant beside him, who hurriedly offered apologies. My apologies, Dr. Fu. It is truly regrettable. Our young master is not typically like this. It is only after injuring his leg that his temperament has changed. Please bear with us. Irritated by the interruption, Fu Junyao waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing. The attendant, still shaken, patted his chest and glanced at the spilled medicinal liquid with a distressed expression, lamenting, "The medicine has all been spilled, doctor." Fu, what is this nonsense? I certainly will not demean myself by attending to that arrogant young master again. Might I trouble you to prepare another prescription for him? His leg cannot afford to go without treatment. The attendant gazed at Fu Junyao with tear-filled eyes. But he is a man. Fu Junyao felt an inkling that something was amiss. His wristband flickered once more. The Zodiac system will select the traversing world based on the host's sexual orientation. Fu Junyao was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he might be a concealed homosexual. In the real world, he spent his days either racing cars or flirting with women, appearing to be carefree, yet in truth, he was still a novice. His limited escapades over the past 20 years had failed to yield a satisfactory girlfriend, and he never anticipated that the underlying reason could be this. This revelation left him both amused and bewildered. The Zodiac system's assessments were infallible. Many individuals are innately inclined towards the same sex without being aware of it. For reasons unbeknownst to him, when the system uttered this phrase, Fu Junyao sensed a departure from its usual rigidity, replaced instead by a chill yet soothing comfort. In truth, Fu Junyao, in the realm of reality, could at best be considered somewhat of a dilettante. Although he had never felt a spark for any man, neither had he harbored affections for any woman. Thus, after a moment of internal struggle, he resigned himself to this truth and began to negotiate with the system. However, he was utterly ignorant of astrology, and to suddenly be tasked with courting a Virgo without any guidance seemed rather unfair. With this thought, Fu Junyao shook the astrological bracelet on his wrist. The system fell silent for a brief period, leaving him uncertain whether it was caught in a loop or genuinely contemplating. After what felt like an eternity, it finally revealed the first strategy for courting a Virgo. Chapter 3. The Decline of the Noble Family, Virgo, Part 2. The first step to courting a Virgo, you must first be a Taurus. What nonsense is this system spouting? What if I belong to another zodiac sign? Am I to abandon the task and await my demise? Fu Junyao was utterly incensed. The astrological bracelet vibrated momentarily, and the system's tone suddenly shifted. The formerly cold and mechanical voice took on a grave seriousness. Please do not question my professionalism. Fu Junyao was taken aback. Has this system gained sentience? The system reverted to its usual monotonous tone, attempting to placate him. The suggestion merely indicates that Taurus individuals are generally more compatible with Virgos, thereby simplifying the endeavor significantly. However, even if you are not a Taurus, there are still alternative methods. What methods? First and foremost, you must understand the Virgo to tailor your approach effectively. Fu Junyao clasped his hands in anticipation, ready to absorb the wisdom that would follow. Certainly, if this fellow cannot propose any credible solutions, it would be wiser to simply melt the broken bracelet down as a catalyst, even if it leads to mutual destruction. After a while, the medicine was prepared. Fu Junyao changed into a pristine white robe and, accompanied by a young servant, set out to deliver the medicine to Cheng Jingxian. Yet, before reaching the doorway, they were met by a young girl, sobbing as she dashed out and threw herself into the servant's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Brother, the young master. Whoa. Is it possible he has been wronged? Fu Junyao's entire being trembled, uncertain whether it was excitement or anger that coursed through him. The servant, clearly more anxious, inquired, "Did the young master mistreat you?" The girl honestly shook her head, replying, "The young master did not mistreat me, but he appeared quite fearsome." Following Dr. Fu's instructions, I fetched water to massage his leg acupoints, yet he erupted in fury, declaring that even if he were to become lame, he would not require our assistance. In the end, he even overturned the basin, which terrified me. Whoa. Oh, this young master is rather formidable. As he spoke, Junyao intended to place his hands in his pockets to adopt a charming stance, only to be reminded by the rough texture of his short brown attire that he was no longer the carefree head of customer service, but rather a fallen doctor of ancient times. The servant cast a troubled glance at Junyao and said to the girl, "Sister, you may leave for now. I shall attend to the young master and then fetch more water." "Dr. Fu, I apologize for my sister's rudeness. Please do not take offense." The servant, contemplating his impending task of delivering medicine, could not help but wear a pained expression. Junyao waved his hand and snatched the medicine from the servant. "Do not trouble yourself. Go comfort your sister. I shall deliver the medicine myself." A flicker of surprise crossed the servant's eyes, which quickly transformed into deep concern. With a wry smile, he replied, "Dr. Fu, you are the only physician willing to visit the young master. You must not put yourself in harm's way. Allow me to deliver the medicine. A few scoldings will not matter much." Junyao grinned and heartily patted the servant's shoulder. "No worries. I am, after all, his physician. No matter how temperamental your young master may be, he cannot strike me, can he?" The system indicated that individuals born under Virgo are often contrary. They may appear fierce and intimidating, yet possess a tender heart beneath their sharp tongues. They complain incessantly, criticizing everything and everyone, yet their hearts are inherently kind. It is merely a matter of pride. Of course, Junyao could not speak for all Virgos, but he found that Cheng Jingxian certainly embodied the notion of a sharp tongue and a soft heart. Take, for instance, the girl from earlier. Though she wept and lamented about the young master being fierce, even smashing a basin in her distress, she remained completely dry. This indicated that Cheng Jingxian had deliberately aimed away from her, likely intending only to frighten her off. With this in mind, Junyao felt increasingly assured and firmly sent the servant away, deciding to deliver the medicine to Cheng Jingxian himself. The door to Cheng Jingxuan's room was slightly ajar. Balancing the medicine in his hands, he hesitated, contemplating whether to enter directly, when suddenly a series of clattering sounds erupted from within, as if something had been shattered. What could be happening? Junyao forcefully kicked open the door and entered, only to be greeted by an overturned copper basin, water splattered everywhere, and a disheveled youth sprawled awkwardly on the ground. His head hung low, hair in disarray obscured his face entirely, and his legs were contorted in a manner unfathomable to the average person, his body trembling slightly, exuding an air of both agony and distress. Junyao, taken aback, instinctively moved to assist him. "Who allowed you to enter?"
"Get out!"
Cheng Jingxian bellowed angrily.
"Get out!"
"I refuse." The obstinate nature of Fu Yi resurfaced, as he casually extended his long legs and swaggered over to help, defiantly declaring, "I permit myself." Cheng Jingxian abruptly lifted his head, revealing an extraordinarily handsome, yet excessively gaunt visage, his sunken eyes glaring furiously at Junyao, the whites of his eyes starkly visible from his upward glare, creating a rather unsettling impression. Junyao paused, contemplating that those born under Virgo indeed possess striking looks, albeit with somewhat irascible temperaments. Amusement bubbled within him, and he playfully whistled at Cheng Jingxian. In response, Cheng Jingxian seized the nearby overturned basin and hurled it towards him. Fortunately, Junyao had learned from the previous encounter and adeptly dodged, although a small amount of medicine still splattered onto his hands. He could only plead, all right, young master. I concede. Look, the medicine is spilled. Get out." Cheng Jingxian shouted vehemently, his voice echoing as the remnants of water splashed everywhere. Recalling the strategy tips provided by the system, Junyao, with a playful grin, set down the medicine and pointed to the still swelling red bump on his forehead, saying, "This was caused by the young master striking me with a teapot just moments ago. If you still have the energy, Perhaps you could create another bump on the other side for the sake of symmetry, making me appear more aesthetically pleasing. Cheng Jingxian furrowed his brows tightly, his hand halting in an awkward pose with a towel, his voice gradually softening. Just leave. Fu Junyao stepped forward leisurely, effortlessly took the towel from his grasp, and, cradling him under the arms, exclaimed, "Once the young master has taken his medicine, I shall take my leave. Otherwise, I would have to brew the concoction a third time, and my eyes are nearly blinded by the fumes. Your hands are filthy. Do not touch me." Cheng Jingxian shouted in disgust. Fu Junyao remained unperturbed, dragging the dirty Cheng Jingxian onto the bed. Despite his persistent frown and overt disdain, Cheng Jingxian did not struggle much, revealing a characteristic trait of his Virgo nature. Fu Junyao couldn't help but think to himself, the system is indeed reliable. Once he had settled Cheng Jingxian comfortably, he prepared to fetch more medicine when he heard the Virgo's disapproving tone. "Who knows if you washed your hands after gathering the medicine? You reek of the unpleasant odor of herbs, and your hands are filthy. Truly a lack of refinement." Friends in the past had often remarked that Fu Junyao was rather unrefined, and he couldn't help but smile at the irony, casting a sidelong glance at the disheveled Cheng Jingxian, as if the words "who is dirtier" were emblazoned across their faces. Cheng Jingxian awkwardly turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge him any longer. At that moment, Fu Junyao felt a vibration from the constellation bracelet on his wrist, and a familiar electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point of favorability with a target character. Current favorability, 91 points. What? So high. Surely this isn't a system error? Fu Junyao exclaimed. He certainly hadn't forgotten how this Virgo gentleman had struck him with a teacup upon their first meeting, subsequently expressing disdain and frequently ordering him to leave. How could his favorability be 91? He would sooner believe he was dreaming. Before Fu Junyao could voice his disbelief, he heard Cheng Jingxian's commanding voice beside him. "What are you mumbling about? Hurry and bring the medicine." Fu Junyao silently repeated to himself 3 times, "Don't be angry. He is the gentleman. Don't be angry. He is the gentleman. Don't be angry. He is the gentleman." Then, he hurriedly fetched the medicine to serve the gentleman. Fortunately, despite the Virgo gentleman's pretentiousness, he showed no hesitation in consuming the medicine. Those bitter concoctions that made Fu Junyao want to flee were downed effortlessly by him. His first request was not for candied fruits or sugar, but rather, prepare a bath. What? Fu Junyao was momentarily taken aback, nearly choking. Cheng Jingxian regarded him as if he were a fool, finding 100 ways to express his disdain for Fu Junyao in just a minute. Fu Junyao swallowed hard and stammered, Shall I have Shaoli, Cheng Jingxian's servant, assist the young master with his bath?" Cheng Jingxian disdainfully turned his face away, as if a mere glance at him would diminish one's intellect. "Weren't you the one who incessantly cried and begged me to finish the medicine and take a medicinal bath? Does Shaoli know how to concoct medicine? Then it must be Brother Fei." Fu Junyao longed to log onto Bishui Jiangting and post a message. What should I do if the person I am tasked with helping requires a bath? Awaiting responses, quite urgent. Unfortunately, he did not receive a reply from the Bishui maiden, as Cheng Jingxian's furious shout pierced his ears. "Hurry up! What are you dawdling for?" Chapter 4. The Decline of a Noble Family, the Virgo Young Master, Part 3. Initially, Fu Junyao felt a sense of trepidation about the imminent candid encounter. However, as he prepared the medicinal bath, his anxiety gradually dissipated. The reason was simple. This pitch-black concoction was so obscure that even if a luminous pearl were tossed in, it would be nearly impossible to locate it. What could one possibly see? Had he been possessed by a turtle spirit today? Cheng Jingxian shot him a sidelong glance and remarked coolly. Fu Junyao poured the medicinal mixture into the tub and jested. "I was just racing a snail, and I won." Cheng Jingxian arched an eyebrow. "Well, you must be quite impressive then." While Fu Junyao bantered lightly, His heart was heavy with sorrow. In his heyday, Master Fu was adored by countless fans, commanding the winds and rains at will. And even his vice president uncle could do little to rein him in. Now, having fallen victim to the technical department's schemes, he found himself entangled in some chaotic Zodiac system, constantly belittled and scorned by the virtual Virgo data, with no recourse to retort. Was this not a rather tragic fate? Had he become aloof once more? Do not attempt to decipher the thoughts of a Virgo. Change your clothes, Cheng Jingxian commanded imperiously.
Fu Junyao chuckled softly,
silently calling out in his heart for the Empress Dowager to come forward and change. Previously, people often claimed that Virgos were fastidious, and at first, Fu Junyao thought that being tidy was not a bad trait. However, after interacting with Cheng Jingxian, he realized that a Virgo's fastidiousness is fundamentally different from that of an ordinary person. Take Cheng Jingxian, for instance. He only wore white clothing, belts, and shoes. And even his hair ribbons and socks were pure white. One might mistakenly believe he was in mourning. As Fu Junyao helped him remove his outer garment, this gentleman ordered him again, "Go wash your hands and return." "I just washed them," Fu Junyao protested. "You touched my outer robe. It's now dirty." Fu Junyao silently rolled his eyes and muttered, "You fell on the ground yourself earlier. Isn't that dirtier than me? I don't see you being critical of yourself." Cheng Jingshuan's tone turned serious. "What are you mumbling about?" Nothing, Your Excellency. Please rest for a moment. I will step out to wash my hands right away." Fu Junyao replied with a cheeky grin. Cheng Jingxian raised an eyebrow. "You need to wash even under your nails. Otherwise, do not come near me. Your hands are so cold. Are you trying to freeze me?"
"Hey.
There's a limit to what one can endure." Fu Junyao was completely exasperated. "You think I'm here to paint you a pretty picture?" Cheng Jingxian coldly snorted and turned away, finally provoking Fu Junyao to his limits. The astrological bracelet on his wrist vibrated incessantly, with reminders flashing in his mind. Virgos are indeed perfectionists, but they mean no harm. Stay calm. Virgos despise confrontation. They respond better to gentleness than to force. However, when Master Fu's temper flares, he pays no heed to the consequences. He will explode without hesitation. Cheng Jingxian, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, erupted in fury, shouting, "What if I am a half-paralyzed cripple? What if I can never stand or walk like a normal person?
Do you pity me?
If you want to leave, then leave. I do not require anyone's sympathy." Master Fu, realizing he had misspoken, instinctively glanced at his curled, immobile legs, and his heart softened instantly. This sympathetic gaze only provoked Cheng Jingxian further. He strained to rise, but his legs remained entirely unresponsive, rendering him incapable of movement. This strikingly handsome youth, who ought to be a favored son of heaven, now resembled a turtle desperately trying to flip itself over, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. "Young master, that is not my intention," Master Fu stammered, scratching his head in confusion. "If I truly despised you for being disabled, I would have left long ago. Why would I remain to assist you in healing your legs?" "Leave," Cheng Jingxian retorted with a cold laugh. "My father has done you a favor. You are merely afraid of being labeled as ungrateful. If you wish to depart, do so. It matters little to me, for those around me are mostly gone. One more or one less makes no difference. I will not leave," Master Fu declared resolutely. "Young master, I remain not only to repay a debt of gratitude, but also because I firmly believe that your legs can indeed be healed." Cheng Jingshuan's body stiffened, and the intensity of his struggle evidently diminished. Fu Junyao let out a soft sigh, his clear eyes fixed intently on Cheng Jingxian, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. "Young master, trust me, you will stand on your own legs once more. First, indulge in a medicinal bath. If the water cools, the efficacy of the medicine diminishes." Cheng Jingxian's expression softened slightly, yet he turned his face away, entirely disregarding him. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point of favorability with the target character. Current favorability, 92 points. Fu Junyao released a long breath, his anxious heart finally settling. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. A Virgo is indeed obstinate. When they say to leave, it means you must not depart, no matter what. Hurry and change, he urged. Cheng Jingxian, leaning against Fu Junyao, coldly replied, fine. As he responded, Fu Junyao deftly pulled a nearby stool closer, gently easing Cheng Jingxian down before commencing to untie his garments. It felt somewhat embarrassing. The loose nightclothes were gradually removed, revealing Cheng Jingxian's broad shoulders. Truly, the young master was remarkable. His skin was even fairer than a maiden's, distinctly setting him apart from the impoverished laborers. Yet this gentleman was no fragile figure. On the contrary, he was quite robust. As the fabric slipped further down, his solid pectorals and well-defined abdominal muscles came into view. Fu Junyao swallowed hard. Heavens, this gentleman must have trained extensively before his injury. His physique is far sturdier than those modern youths who obsessively consume eggs and frequent gyms. I can't help but want to poke and feel.
Beep.
Please assist the target in bathing promptly, or favorability will decrease. As Fu Junyao pondered, a vivid image of a sunlit beach suddenly appeared before him, where a row of fair-skinned maidens reclined, with Cheng Jingxian seated elegantly in the center, his legs crossed. Adorned with sunglasses, he slowly propped himself up, his firm and pale muscles subtly quivering with the movement. Then, with a charming and mischievous smile, he beckoned Fu Junyao with a playful gesture of his finger. Fui silently tilted his head back, feeling an acute dryness in his throat, dizziness in his head, and a slight warmth in his nose. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, Cheng Jingxian urged with a hint of annoyance. Startled, Fu Junyao abruptly came to his senses, vaguely aware that his reaction was somewhat irrational. He quickly averted his gaze from Cheng Jingxian, repeatedly whispering the age-old mantra of do not gaze upon the indecent, do not listen to the indecent, as he fumbled to remove Cheng Jingxian's outer trousers. Now, only a pair of undergarments remained, and even Fu Junyao, with his thick skin, found himself at a loss. Young master, this. Cheng Jingxian, rarely flustered, felt his cheeks flush. Afraid of becoming the subject of Fu Junyao's ridicule, he hastily averted his gaze and, speaking rapidly, insisted, enough. Hurry and help me into the bathtub. Do you wish to freeze me to death?
Fu Junyao shrugged,
realizing that the dream of a picturesque beach had been utterly shattered. With a swift motion, he scooped Cheng Jingxian up in his arms. Initially intending to impress, he soon discovered that Cheng Xiaoyi was no delicate flower. His muscular physique was quite substantial. Fu Junyao staggered a few steps before managing to steady himself and gently placed Cheng Jingxian into the tub. Having no prior experience in concocting the medicinal brew, Fu Junyao inadvertently added too much water, causing the dark concoction to overflow, enveloping Cheng Jingxian and creating quite the disarray around them. Cheng Jingxian furrowed his brows and coldly remarked, once I have finished my bath, ensure that the room is meticulously cleaned 3 to 5 times, leaving no corner untouched. And not a hint of medicinal scent should remain, understood? Well, it seems I have more work ahead. Fu Junyao, feeling exasperated, rubbed his forehead and, unable to restrain himself, quipped in a high-pitched voice, yes, your humble servant shall comply. Cheng Jingxian let out a low chuckle, causing the dark medicinal concoction to ripple with a delightful wave. The radiant smile dazzled Fu Junyao's titanium-coated eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned as he pointed at Cheng Jingxian and exclaimed, you smiled. I never knew you could smile. However, Cheng Jingxian immediately suppressed his smile, adopting a grim countenance as if burdened by an insurmountable debt, and, gripping the edge of the bath, turned away, commanding coldly, scrub my back. Scrub your back. Fu Junyao elongated his tone, his gaze involuntarily drifting downwards, revealing glimpses of the snow-white skin concealed beneath the dark medicinal bath. and he felt a slight warmth rising to his nose. Chapter 5. The Fall from Grace of a Nobleman, Virgo, Part 4. Yet, it wasn't long before Junyao fully comprehended the truth. No matter how handsome, beautiful, or well-built a Virgo might be, having him scrub one's back was indeed akin to enduring a living hell. Master Chung, a little to the left, do you even know how to scrub? You're rubbing on my arm. Yes, of course. Junyao promptly obeyed and shifted to the left. Too far left. That area has already been scrubbed. Move to the right. Understood. Junyao hurriedly complied and scrubbed to the right. Too gentle. The medicinal effect cannot be realized this way. Are you even a doctor? How do you not understand this? That makes sense. Fu Xiaodi complied with the instructions and exerted a bit more force. Chengde let out a wail. It hurts. Are you doing this on purpose? Fu Xiaodi hastily responded, yes, indeed. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. What did you say? An ominous feeling washed over him. Junyao quickly retracted his words. No. It's entirely my clumsy hands. I am truly inept. Humph. Cheng Jingxian coldly turned away, unwilling to bear witness to his foolishness. Go fetch a towel to wipe. Junyao widened his European-style double eyelids, but I just changed it. Chengde deliberately elongated his syllables, his brows nearly reaching the heavens. Fu Xiaodi had no choice but to plead for mercy. All right, I'll change it. The insufferable perfectionism of a Virgo, even a simple bath brought no peace. After a few wipes, he had to swap the towel, and within a quarter of an hour, he was already complaining about his dirty hands, insisting that he wash both his hands and under his nails before proceeding. Just as he was finishing up, he had to change the water again. Luckily, he had been clever enough to prepare a surplus of herbs beforehand, or else he would have had to concoct the medicine anew, which would have been utterly maddening. As Fu Xiaodi grumbled to himself while fetching a towel and changing the water, he suddenly realized that the sun had already set. Chengde had been soaking in the medicinal bath since the afternoon, which meant this fellow had been bathing for 2 whole hours. Was his skin not wrinkling? It was quite normal. A medicinal bath required such duration to release its properties. A light, airy phrase flitted through his mind, sending a shiver down Fu Junyao's spine. He momentarily thought that Chengde had become a spirit, and in a fit of guilt, he scanned his surroundings but found no trace of anyone, his heart racing wildly. He poked at the constellation bracelet on his wrist and inquired, "Was that you speaking just now?" The system responded with its usual monotonous electronic tone, yes.
Damn.
Nowadays, even systems have minds of their own. It would do no harm to keep quiet and not startle me. Fu Junyao muttered discontentedly as he entered the room with a towel in hand. From a distance, he spotted Grandpa Chung leisurely soaking in the medicinal bath, and an overwhelming wave of sadness washed over him, tears staining his garments. This must be a test from the party. Suddenly, the elder, enjoying his bath, opened his eyes and whispered, "Do you find me bothersome?" His voice carried a deep sense of loneliness, leaving Fu Junyao momentarily stunned. Could it be that Cheng Papi had a moment of conscience? Cheng Jingxian, with his hands folded, leaned over the edge of the tub. From Fu Junyao's perspective, he could only see the man's silent back, below which lay the dark medicinal bath and his long, well-proportioned legs that could not walk like those of a normal person. Fu Junyao's heart felt as though it had been struck, a sensation that was difficult to bear. He forced a strained smile and endeavored to lighten his tone. "Not at all. In fact, you're doing quite well. I once knew a Virgo who was a perfectionist and utterly exasperating. He wouldn't allow anyone to dine with him unless they washed their hands 3 times before a meal. Ironically, he held others to strict standards while being lenient with himself, caring little about his own messiness while insisting on cleanliness from everyone else. Coupled with a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder and a quest for perfection, he could drive anyone to madness." Cheng Jingxian was momentarily taken aback. He did not fully comprehend the jumbled words. Yet the intent behind Fu Junyao's message was unmistakable. He was offering solace to himself. Upon this realization, Cheng Jingxian suddenly shook his head, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips, impossible to suppress. Well then, perhaps it should not be restrained. With this thought, he felt as if he had unblocked the meridians, his entire body relaxing, no longer critical, when circumstances pressed upon him. He allowed Fu Junyao to handle him in whatever manner he pleased, ultimately concluding the medicinal bath even earlier than usual. Nevertheless, even after the bath, the hour was not early. Fu Junyao lit a new candle, utilizing the last rays of the setting sun to perform acupuncture on Cheng Jingxian. One might think that Fu Junyao, a top-notch customer service representative whose livelihood depended on his voice, would be utterly unqualified in the healing arts. To mend Cheng Jingxuan's limp, reliance on the system was inevitable. Fortunately, the eccentric technicians had developed a Zodiac system rather than a medical one. Healing a leg was not the focal point of their testing, thus the system provided guidance without much difficulty. It turned out that the reason for Cheng Jingxuan's limp was a bone spur on his knee. Such a condition is quite common in modern orthopedics, attributable to one of three causes: either advanced age leading to bone hyperplasia, occupational hazards resulting from poor sitting, standing, or walking postures, or hereditary predisposition. Cheng Jingxuan's situation was somewhat intricate. It involved a combination of bone hyperplasia, excessive walking, and improper posture, leading to the formation of a bone spur unbeknownst to him, which was exacerbated by a heavy fall, ultimately resulting in his lameness. Nevertheless, acupuncture offered a remedy, albeit the treatment process would be exceedingly painful. The silver needles are meticulously chosen to target the rare pain points and itch spots, and the treatment feels akin to being cast into a basin of venomous creatures. Enduring the excruciating sensation of 1,000 serpents biting, it is as if one were ensnared in an anthill, savagely nibbled and crawled upon by countless ants. A maddening itch overwhelming the senses. This process of acupuncture alone takes over an hour, followed by the application of a pungent and unpleasant medicinal paste, which must then remain undisturbed for half an hour. By the time this entire ritual is completed, one's lower body is likely devoid of sensation. Such a harrowing treatment process left Fu Junyao in a state of shock, while Cheng Jingxian had long since acclimatized to it. He took a clean cloth and stuffed it into his mouth, gripping the edge of the bed with both hands, signaling to Fu Junyao with a nod. Reluctantly, Fu Junyao proceeded, heating the silver needle over a candle, only to find his fingers trembling slightly. Tentatively, he sought Cheng Jingxuan's approval. "Shall we begin?" "Yes." Cheng Jingxian replied with a roll of his eyes, his expression clearly conveying disdain for Fu Junyao's hesitance. Taking a deep breath, Fu Junyao steadied himself, precisely locating the painful point on Cheng Jingxuan's leg, and plunged the needle in 3/10 deep. Cheng Jingxuan's legs trembled. His entire body tensed rigidly as he emitted a long gasp, evidently feeling the pain penetrate to the marrow, yet he refrained from uttering a single cry. An inexplicable pang pierced Fu Junyao's heart, causing him to nearly lose grip on the needle. He sensed something was amiss within himself. Yet now was not the time for distraction, as he was engaged in the solemn duty of healing. Resolutely, he inhaled deeply, forcing himself to disregard Cheng Jingxuan's reactions, accurately targeting the acupoints on his leg and deftly inserting the needle deeper, 5/10, 7/10. After a complete session of acupuncture, Fu Junyao was drenched in sweat, nearly unable to straighten his back. He stumbled back a few steps, mustering his weary body to fetch the ointment, and painstakingly applied it to Cheng Jingxian, only daring to steal a glance at him once he was fully bandaged. Cheng Jingxian had succumbed to unconsciousness. His hair and pillow were drenched in sweat. His handsome visage contorted in agony, and his entire body was rigid, resembling a breathing corpse described in tales from Mao Shan. Despite the pain, this fellow would not utter a single sound, embodying the essence of an arrogant lord to the utmost. Why endure such suffering? Fu Junyao yearned to jest. Yet that inexplicable heartache surged anew, rendering each breath a laborious task. The torment radiated within his chest, constricting his ability to breathe, and soon, even his limbs began to ache. Fu Junyao perceived a blur before his eyes. When he rubbed them, his hands were unexpectedly wet with tears. Was this truly the sensation of heartache? How peculiar! This unfathomable and unfamiliar feeling escalated his doubts and anxieties to their zenith. He scarcely took the time to tidy the medicine box before he dashed out wildly, fervently pressing the star sign bracelet on his wrist, repeatedly calling out, "System, come forth. System, reveal yourself."
Ding.
The first constellation testing system is at your service. How may I assist you, host? My emotions have been askew from the very beginning. Why did I find that insufferable Virgo so appealing at first glance? Why did I feel something upon seeing him unclothed? Why was I unable to hold back tears at the sight of his suffering, wishing to bear his pain in his stead? This is utterly not the emotion I should possess. Ah, how astute the host is to have perceived it so swiftly. The system is now somewhat flustered, momentarily pausing before producing its monotonous and cold electronic voice. Perhaps the host has unwittingly developed an affinity for Virgo? Nonsense. I am not a Taurus. With that, Fu Junyao yanked off the Zodiac bracelet from his wrist, demanding, "Speak the truth at once, or this test shall conclude here and now. I shall cast you into the furnace, and we shall perish together." No, please. The system, well aware that Fu Junyao is indeed capable of such drastic actions, quickly conceded, "Very well, I shall disclose it to you. But this is classified information, and you must promise to keep it confidential." Fu Junyao rolled his eyes. "I am in a virtual world. Who else could I possibly disclose this to?" The system pondered this and, recognizing the validity of the statement, revealed the truth. This Zodiac test, aside from the world framework provided by the technical department, also includes a newly developed system from the research department, known as the empathy system. Your peculiar reactions are a result of the influence of the empathy system. This is entirely normal, and the host need not be concerned. Empathy system? What on earth is that? Fu Junyao was in a state of turmoil within his mind. The monotonous prompt resounded once more. As the name suggests, it is a system that transfers the emotions of the original host onto you, allowing you to transcend from being a mere observer of the original memories to truly experiencing them. This system is still in testing, and no side effects have been discovered thus far. Once the host completes the task and withdraws from this world, the empathy system shall automatically deactivate.
Oh.
Why didn't you mention it earlier? The system muttered softly. You didn't inquire sooner either. How infuriating. Chapter 6. The Decline of Wealthy Households, the Virgo Young Master, Part 5. This area was originally the designated territory of the neighbor's large yellow dog. In a moment of carelessness, Fu Junyao seized the opportunity to intrude. As the original lord of this domain, Huang expressed his indignation by drooling and barking several times at Fu Junyao. Finally, the young master's conscience was stirred, and he tossed over a leftover small bone. Huang immediately scampered over, proudly grasping the bone in his mouth and trotting away. Silly dog, haha. Fu Junyao chuckled heartily, perching himself on the threshold. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, unconsciously, he shifted slightly, finding himself oddly synchronized with Huang, both of them with their backsides raised and tails wagging. Ever since the new prescription provided by the system, Chung Jingshuan's legs had improved significantly. In just half a month, he would be able to walk with a cane. However, complete recovery would require a continued regimen of medicine, which posed yet another burden for Fu Junyao. Each medicine had its unique properties, necessitating strict adherence to the order of preparation. The concoction required boiling over a high flame for half an hour, then simmering gently for another hour, reducing 3 large bowls of water to 1, maximizing the medicinal potency. Thus, Fu Junyao dared not delegate this task to anyone else. opting instead to squat daily at Cheng Jingshuan's door at noon, competing with a Huang for territory. After much effort, he finally prepared the medicine, but Cheng Jingxian was still asleep. The room was enveloped in silence, as if even breathing would be a disturbance. Since the medicine was still hot, Fu Junyao decided to set it down, intending to wait for it to cool before rousing the esteemed gentleman to drink. Old Master Cheng had just received an injection in his leg, lying in bed, unaware whether he had succumbed to pain or drifted into slumber. His hands clutched the quilt tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his brow was furrowed, casting a shadow with his long eyelashes beneath his eyes, presenting a rather handsome visage. Surely, he must be in great agony, thought Fu Junyao. The torment of a crippled leg, the suffering from treatment, the anguish of a fallen family, the grief of losing his parents, all these layers intertwined in his heart, weaving a dense web from which he could neither escape nor circumvent, leaving him to endure alone. Yet, Virgos are known for their pride. They bottle everything within, unwilling to voice their struggles. Cheng Jingxian, in particular, was a quintessential Virgo, swallowing his pain without a single complaint. Despite his pretentiousness, he possessed a fiery temper, a penchant for cleanliness, and tendencies toward obsessive-compulsive behavior. The list of his flaws could circumnavigate the globe thrice without repetition. However, one virtue shone through, deep down. He had never relinquished hope for himself. Otherwise, he would have long since succumbed to despair. Fu Junyao clasped his hands thoughtfully, casting a glance at the bed. By this measure, this fellow's willpower slightly surpassed his own, though in terms of looks, he still held the advantage. What nonsense was he pondering? Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Jingxian had already awakened. Nothing, Fu transformed from Master Fu to Little Brother Fu, grinning as he presented a bowl of medicinal soup. Young master, please drink your medicine. Cheng Jingxian, having fulfilled his daily task of dismissing Little Brother Fu, downed the bitter concoction in one go. When will I be able to walk normally again? He inquired. Fu Junyao collected the bowl and handed him a cup of tea. It's still early, he remarked. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to mend broken bones. How long have you been recuperating? To fully recover, you should expect to wait at least another 2 months. Cheng Jingxian received the tea and took a sip, his brows knitting deeply. I don't need to be as agile as a normal person, as long as I can discard the crutch. Even if it means I walk with a slight limp and at a slower pace, that will suffice. Why do you keep frowning? You look like a 70-year-old man. It will take at least half a month. What's the matter? Cheng Jingxian remained silent, pressing his lips into a straight line, his face clearly displaying the words deep concern. Are you anxious? If there's anything you wish to accomplish, I can assist. Before Fu Junyao transformed into Fu Xiaodi, he epitomized laziness. To utter the words of assistance was akin to a miracle. However, Cheng Dajia showed no appreciation for this gesture. With a raised eyebrow, he retorted, You can assist with relieving oneself? Brother, you could starve before finding the opportunity. Humph, just because a tiger doesn't show its might, does that mean you can treat me like a foolish cat? Nevertheless, what Fu Yi actually said was, Young master makes a valid point. Young master is truly astute. Cheng Dajia disdainfully rolled his eyes and thrust the teacup into his hands. Leave now, I wish to rest. Ever since his leg was broken, this esteemed gentleman had been perpetually anxious, and the more anxious he became, the more irritable he grew, often lashing out at those around him. Aside from taking medication and attending to natural calls, he required constant coaxing for any other endeavor. However, life has become considerably easier now. Although a smile has yet to grace his face throughout the day, he refrains from losing his temper. Whatever is offered is accepted, without complaint, and the frequency of his criticisms has diminished significantly. Yet, there remains one persistent inquiry. He incessantly nudges Fu Junyao, asking when his leg will heal, if walking and practicing will be of any aid, and suggesting that he indulge in more pig trotters for nourishment. What is most exasperating is that he can rephrase the same question in 100 different ways, nearly driving Mr. Fu to the brink of annoyance. Moreover, there is a puzzling observation. The candles and paper in the room are being consumed at an alarming rate. It goes without saying that Fu Conan is well aware of what his companion engages in nightly within the confines of his chamber. The inherent flaw of man. It is indeed comprehensible, as it merely entails the clandestine creation of risque illustrations. Since he wishes to keep it a secret, I shall take it upon myself to catch him in the act and witness how he attempts to deny it. On a moonless night, fraught with potential for mischief, Fu Junyao stealthily approaches the door of Cheng Jingshuan's room, wary of the keen eyes that might spot him. He dares not draw too close, choosing instead to observe from a distance. As anticipated, the room is aglow with light, and a shadowy figure is discernible through the window, arm moving gracefully as the brush dances across the paper. Fu Junyao chuckles quietly, patiently waiting outside. Before long, he observes the figure extinguish the candlelight. Yet, he remains unhurried, taking the time to admire the moon for half an hour, ensuring the occupant has succumbed to slumber before he discreetly pushes open the door. The ancient wooden door, which should have emitted a lengthy creak, is silenced by Fu Junyao-s quick thinking as he muffles it with a cloth, rendering it nearly inaudible. One might speculate that if he were to abandon his medical profession, he would excel in the art of clandestine entry and lockpicking. The room was shrouded in utter darkness. Fu Junyao groped his way to the edge of the table, extracting a small pouch of phosphorescent powder from his sleeve. The feeble glow it emitted was promptly obscured by his back. With the writing utensils still scattered about, Fu Junyao instinctively gathered them up, placing the pouch of phosphorescent powder on the paper before leaning in closer to inspect it. The paper was covered in a labyrinth of convoluted lines, resembling deep ravines rather than any form of script. Regrettably, the light was far too dim. Fu Junyao struggled to discern that it was a map, with Cheng Jingxian having marked 2 crimson dots on it, one at the foot of a mountain and the other at a spring. What place is this? He murmured softly to himself. A cool, detached voice replied, "You need not know." Startled, Fu Junyao jumped to his feet, inadvertently knocking over a nearby chair, which crashed to the floor with a noise that could rouse even the most slumbering of souls. In a flurry, he clutched the phosphorescent powder in his hand. Turning abruptly, he caught a glimpse of the newcomer, who chuckled softly. In the dim light, he could only faintly discern a set of ominous, white teeth.
Ghost.
Fu Yi could no longer contain himself and unleashed a bellow, attempting to assert his masculine vigor to frighten away the specter. The stranger's smile faded, and in the pitch-black room, even a mere turn of their body rendered Fu Junyao unable to see them. All he could hear were the contrasting sounds of light and heavy footsteps, rapid and slow. Soon after, he heard the striking of a match, and the candle's flame dispelled the darkness enveloping the room. Fu Junyao let out a sigh of relief. "Young master, is that you?" Cheng Jingxian sauntered over with an unhurried grace, his left foot preceding his right, each step alternating in weight, light and heavy. Although this gait appeared somewhat unnatural, he advanced slowly, yet steadily. It was only then that Fu Junyao realized he was not using a cane. Your leg is better?" This was the first time Cheng Jingxian stood completely upright before Fu Junyao, slightly tilting his head back, exuding an air of arrogance that positioned his chin at Fu Junyao's eye level. "What are you sneaking around for? Why are you in my room?"
Fu Junyao,
towering at an impressive height of 182 meters, one of the 3 tallest individuals in their circle, was accustomed to looking down on others. Thus, he was taken aback when he unexpectedly found himself at a disadvantage, straightening his posture only to realize Cheng Jingxian stood at least 185 meters tall.
"Damn.
I actually lost," Fu Junyao muttered in frustration, resorting to a feeble fabrication. "I saw light in a room and thought something was wrong with your leg. I intended to come in and rescue you, only to be mistaken for a thief. Your leg is fine, I suppose you no longer need my help? Cheng Jingxian showed no interest in unmasking his clumsy deceit. Instead, he confidently collected the papers from the table, neatly folding them and keeping them close, completely ignoring Fu Junyao.
Leave.
Fu Junyao relaxed, leaning his weight on the table, tilting his head to glance at Cheng Jingxian, and began to dig at his ear. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that. Cheng Jingxian cast him a sidelong glance and approached with a steady demeanor, seizing Fu Junyao's collar. Hey, what are you doing? Mister. Fu felt a twinge of anxiety, preparing to struggle, when Cheng Jingxian's other hand firmly clasped his shoulder. With a sudden exertion, he effortlessly lifted Fu Junyao and leisurely tossed him aside, away. Chapter 7. The Decline of a Noble Family, Virgo, Part 6. Once again at the weathered threshold of the old wooden house, Fu Junyao sat crouched among the towering mugwort, a blade of cat-tail grass held between his teeth. He leaned against the dilapidated door on his left, while on his right, the tongue-lolling dog, a Huang, accompanied him. The fading rays of the setting sun bestowed their warmth upon the pair, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of an elderly soul savoring the twilight. In the distance, a man, staggering slightly with a fish rod that nearly matched his height, approached at a leisurely pace. His attire was strikingly white, adorned with a blue-edged belt and a pure white hem. Fu Junyao was acutely aware that even his socks and undergarments were white. Humph, that insufferable germaphobe. Wait a moment. Cheng Jingxian bypassed him, neatly stowing the fishing rod in the corner. After washing his fingers thrice, he accepted the bowl of medicine. As his fingers grazed the cool bottom of the bowl, he surmised that the one brewing the concoction had likely been waiting for an extended period, and thus, he downed it in one gulp, inquiring, "Is the medicinal bath prepared?" Fu Junyao nodded and turned to fetch a towel, but Cheng Jingxian called out to him. "No need."
What?
Fu Junyao paused, muttering softly, "Are you disdaining my unwashed hands?" "I haven't complained about the earthy scent clinging to you." Cheng Jingxian waved his hand dismissively. "No, you should go rest." As he spoke, he slowly moved, retrieving a towel for himself. With the door closed, he politely ushered Fu Junyao outside. This marked the 7th time this month. Fu Junyao rolled his eyes. Seated at the entrance, continuing to engage in a silent stare-off with a Huang. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. How could Cheng Jingxian, now able to walk, have grown so independent and no longer rely on him? Without the commands of the esteemed Cheng, Fu, once again, assumed the title of Fu Yi. While this should have been a cause for celebration, he found himself devoid of the once proud sentiment of being both a crutch and a parental figure. Instead, he felt an unexpected tinge of disappointment. Forcing himself to lift Ah Huang's chin, he affectionately scratched it a couple of times, seeking an answer. "Ah Huang, do you think he finds me bothersome?" Whether Cheng Jingxian found him bothersome remained uncertain, but Ah Huang undoubtedly did. It barked in discontent, shaking its head to escape Fu Junyao's grasp, and lazily sprawled on the ground, turning its tail and rear towards him as it basked in the sun. A monotonous electronic voice intoned, "I am merely a task publishing system. The specifics depend on the host." Fu Junyao, unwilling to accept this deflection, retorted, "But you can't provide even a hint?" The unyielding electronic voice responded with 4 ruthless words, powerless to assist. Fu Junyao's eyes darted thoughtfully before he donned a cheerful smile, gently prodding his constellation bracelet. "Dear system, could you offer just a small hint? Consider the implications of an incomplete task. Not only would I be unable to depart, but our astrological system would also remain imperfect. As an insider, I assure you that such matters will not be divulged externally. A gentle reminder holds no harm." The system hesitated momentarily before whispering, "The clues must be sought by the host himself. While he indulges in a medicinal bath, perhaps it would be prudent to sneak into his study." Fu Junyao's eyes sparkled with realization as he dashed towards the study. his mind resonating with the system's persistent notifications. A Virgo's meticulousness is truly formidable. If he sets his mind to it, he could uncover every instance of your past indulgences, from the number of drinks you've had to the kisses you've exchanged, and even the frequency of your escapades. The host must remain vigilant. Suddenly, Junyao halted, perplexed. Why does your voice sound less like an electronic tone and more familiar? Yet he brushed off the thought, casually remarking on the advancements of technology and the flourishing of culture as he skillfully entered Cheng Jingshuan's study. Since the decline of the family fortune, Cheng Jingxian had long relinquished his study. Nevertheless, as a scion of a once revered literary family, one must surely have a space for reading. The servant had no choice but to tidy up the storage room, delineating it into two halves. One half remained cluttered with miscellaneous items, while the other housed a modest desk, along with ink, paper, and a few woefully thin old tomes. This diminutive space seemed to embody a dichotomy, reflecting both Cheng Jingshuan's once gilded past and his current plight. Perhaps influenced by the empathy of the system, Junyao invariably felt a pang of melancholy at this sight. He shook his head, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, and adeptly stepped inside. Junyao still recalls that this table has been in use for over a decade. One of its legs has been gnawed by mice, resulting in an uneven surface. Cheng Jingxian had ingeniously placed old books beneath it, leaving a deep imprint of the table leg on each volume. However, today it appears remarkably tidy. He hesitantly lifted the table and removed the old books used as props, placing them aside. The first book still bore the imprint, but the second was considerably shallower, and by the third, there was no trace at all, which was noticeably thicker than the previous two. Junyao hurriedly flipped through the pages, and indeed, he discovered several neatly folded sheets of white paper nestled within. He quickly noted the pages where the papers were concealed and opened the first one. What lay before him was an extraordinarily vivid painting depicting a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s or 50s, standing in a courtyard. His left hand was positioned behind his back, while his right hand held an old book, slightly curled at the edges. His head tilted subtly to the left, yet his gaze was fixed intently on the pages of the book in his hand, embodying the quintessential image of an engrossed scholar. The man was clad in a deep blue official robe, adorned with a lifelike embroidery of a cloud and wild goose insignia, indicative of the fourth rank. Junyao immediately recognized him as Cheng Jingshuan's father, Cheng Jian, the governor of Suizhou. At that time, Junyao was merely 7 years old, having just endured the loss of both parents. His avaricious uncle deceitfully claimed he would assist in burying his parents, only to swindle away the little money and the old house left behind. In utter desperation, he found himself, as was customary, seeking solace and justice from his departed parents, crying out for their guidance. Everyone speaks of parents dwelling upon the mountain, and so he obediently ascended the rugged path, his small frame stumbling amidst the treacherous terrain. Upon finally reaching the summit, he found no sight of his parents, only 2 mounds of earth inscribed with their names. Surprisingly, he did not wail, for at his tender age, he grasped not the concept of life and death, merely feeling lost and bewildered. Ayao, it seemed someone was calling him. No longer would he wander aimlessly. Perhaps this was the essence of home. As memories intertwined with reality, Junyao shook his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocation. The figure in the painting, resplendent and carefree, embodied a rare clarity amid the murky world. One might ponder how such a person could ever be a corrupt official. Junyao then opened the second sheet, revealing a meandering spring cascading down the mountain gorge, layers of undulating peaks depicted with sinuous lines, illustrating a magnificent landscape. Neatly inscribed clerical script nestled between the mountains and waters identified the locale as Suizhou. In those days, with ambition ablaze, Cheng Jian had been appointed as the governor of Suizhou. The third document was somewhat substantial, composed of several densely written pages, likely detailing the state of water transport during Cheng Jian's years as governor. At this juncture, even a fool would comprehend that Cheng Jingxian sought to exonerate his father. Fu Junyao plopped onto the ground, supporting his head with his hand, dejectedly pondering. The case had already been settled. Why delve into this arduous and thankless endeavor? It would be far wiser to rest and recuperate from his leg injury, prioritizing his own well-being, for that was undoubtedly the outcome Cheng Sherbo wished to see. Fu Junyao rolled his eyes and remarked, "I ask you, artificial intelligence, how have you managed to adopt such antiquated notions? This is merely a constellation testing system, a virtual realm. Why take it so seriously? Host, your current mindset is exceedingly perilous. Although this world is fabricated, all emotions within it are authentic. If you persist in viewing yourself as an outsider, detached and aloof, your mission shall undoubtedly fail. Have you forgotten that your task is to assist the Virgo representative in revitalizing his family name and to become his beloved?"
No.
The system interjected with a fervent shout, a youthful and vibrant voice emerging. Virgos tend to be reticent, harboring their feelings within, fearful of being perceived. If you approach him directly, he will surely refuse your assistance. Fu Junyao pondered the capricious nature of this artificial intelligence's voice. What am I to do then? The system cleared its throat and reverted to its monotonous electronic tone. Well, I must admit, I am merely a task-issuing system. The specifics of execution rest solely with you. Fu Junyao felt an urge to discard this troublesome device that only complicated matters. As time pressed on, he meticulously returned the items he had disturbed to their original places and stealthily exited the study. Just then, he caught sight of Cheng Jingxian, already dressed and prepared to leave with a fishing rod in hand. "So soon to go fishing? Have you even eaten yet?" "Yes." Cheng Jingxian paused, turning his face away awkwardly. "The dishes are warming on the stove." Fu Junyao lowered the sleeves he had rolled up while preparing the medicine and casually remarked, "I had some while brewing the herbal concoction. It's meant for Shaoli." Cheng Jingshuan's expression shifted, and he turned to walk ahead, muttering, "It was originally meant for Xiao Li anyway.
Why get worked up about it?"
Fu Junyao scratched his head and quickly followed him, saying, "I'll accompany you to go fishing." "No need. Why such unnecessary formality with me?" As he spoke, Fu Junyao stepped forward, attempting to snatch the fishing rod from Cheng Jingshuan's grasp, only to find that he was not willing to relinquish it. The young man possessed considerable strength, and Fu Junyao was unwilling to accept defeat. He exerted more force. Yet as long as Cheng Jingxian held on, the rod remained immovable. Suddenly inspired, he swiftly sidestepped and seized the small box resting on Cheng Jingshuan's shoulder. Surrounded by mountains, the region of Suasia was characterized by rugged terrain and scarce water sources, with the entire populace relying on the spring from Longquan Mountain for sustenance. Thus, there was but one location suitable for fishing. The mountain paths were treacherous, and even a normal person would find it challenging to traverse, let alone Cheng Jingxian, whose leg injury had yet to heal. Contemplating this, Fu Junyao instinctively reached out to assist Cheng Jingxian, only to be deftly evaded. After a moment of reflection, he halted and rubbed his leg, exclaiming, "These mountain trails are truly arduous. I can hardly walk. Would you lend me a hand?" Cheng Jingxian paused, his gaze steady upon him, sharp and clear like an eagle soaring through the skies, causing one's heart to flutter with trepidation. However, Fu Junyao was a man of remarkable audacity, his resolve as steadfast as the Great Wall. Since he had chosen to feign, he would do so to the utmost, playfully declaring, "What is this? Are you planning to burn the bridge after crossing the river? When you were injured, did I not care for you enough? Now that the tides have turned, are you reluctant to lend a hand?" Cheng Jingxian silently fixed his gaze upon him, yet remained motionless. Fu Junyao understood that at this moment, it was a contest of who could endure the most embarrassment. He averted his gaze to the heavens, growing increasingly uneasy within, while maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. Ultimately, it was Cheng Jingxian who relented, approaching with measured steps and steadying Fu Junyao's arm. That's more like it. Fu Junyao, now fully in control, took advantage of the situation while feigning modesty. Recalling the last time he had been unceremoniously dragged out, Fu Junyao recognized that this violent individual was one who acted upon his words. Thus, he wisely chose to remain silent. How much longer until we arrive? Fu Junyao panted, stopping intermittently. Soon, Cheng Jingxian replied, supporting half of Fu Junyao's weight with his arm. But you said the same half an hour ago, Fu Junyao complained. Cheng Jingxian shot him a cold glare. If you're afraid of tiring yourself, perhaps you should have stayed behind. Fu Junyao muttered under his breath, I was only being kind. Worried about you, by the way. How come you're so familiar with this area? Cheng Jingxian glanced at him, but chose not to respond. Most would take the hint and remain silent when they sensed the other's reluctance to elaborate, yet Fu Junyao, oblivious to social cues, poked Cheng Jingxian's arm. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Cheng Jingxian had no choice but to speak. It's just as you said, moving around aids in recovery. Since I had some free time, I thought I might as well take a stroll. After traversing these rugged paths hundreds of times, I've become quite familiar with them. The impact of his lameness had rendered him irritable and capricious, yet it also bestowed upon him a fortitude and composure that transcended the ordinary. Yet, why choose to tread the less traveled mountain path for practice, when there exists a broader road? Upon arrival, Cheng Jingxian remarked, while Fu Junyao lifted his gaze to the distance, where a crystal-clear mountain spring cascaded majestically from the heights, a truly spectacular sight. The water, upon reaching the ground, converged into a small river, flowing relentlessly from west to east. The two found themselves in a low-lying area of the mountains, where the water gathered into a stream, its flow notably gentle. I knew you were just being finicky, Fu Junyao muttered, as he sought out a stone beside Cheng Jingxian and plopped down. Cheng Jingxian had just prepared his fishing hook, but had yet to attach the bait when he shoved the tackle box into Fu Junyao's hands. You handle the bait. The bait consisted merely of worms, insects, and small fish or shrimp, but the fish had a penchant for freshness, thus these offerings were alive. Although they appeared somewhat unappetizing, Fu Junyao was undeterred. He took a piece of white cloth to wrap his hand, deftly pinching a wriggling worm and swiftly threading it onto the hook. Initially, there was no direct contact with the bait. A mere wipe of his hands would suffice. However, considering the presence of a cleanliness-obsessed Virgo beside him, Fu Junyao, albeit impatiently, rose to wash his hands by the riverbank. What followed was an interminable wait. I say, young master, why has the fishing rod remained motionless for so long? As he spoke, Fu Junyao craned his neck to peer into the depths, as if his gaze could penetrate the profound waters and glimpse the fish within. Cheng Jingxian cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, fishing is meant to cultivate one's temperament. With your impatient nature, it is unlikely that any fish would take the bait. It seemed he was once again met with disdain. Fu Junyao, possessing a commendable spirit, turned his face away, thinking to himself, I can tolerate your meticulousness and cleanliness. My temperament is quite admirable. The good-natured Fu decided to overlook the quirks of his Virgo companions and casually plucked a couple of foxtail grasses to amuse himself. Sitting by the stream on a summer day, while refreshing, was marred by the abundance of mosquitoes. Fu Junyao, particularly prone to their bites, had barely woven the grasshopper he was crafting when he was already afflicted with 7 or 8 itchy welts. Hush!
Fu Junyao signaled discreetly.
He quickly shook his head in response and, with a composed demeanor, extended his palms, inching them toward Cheng Jingxian's shoulder. Cheng Jingxian held his breath, and in an instant, a sharp crack echoed. Ha! You infernal mosquito, daring to feast on my blood, I shall send you to meet your ancestors. As Fu Junyao's jubilant words faded, a drop of blood began to trickle down his palm. Cheng Jingxian stiffly turned his head, his expression more contorted than that of someone suffering from constipation.
Junyao. Huh.
Suddenly being called out, Fu Junyao paused, realizing how melodious his name sounded. Once again, the same old glitch as surfaced. Fu rolled his eyes, silently critiquing the typical Virgo behavior. When they wish to refrain from speaking, they offer not a single word, yet when they choose to convey something, they will repeat it at least thrice. Why must you be so troublesome? All day long, concealing everything, one would only end up nagging and driving away those around them. What do you consider yourself to be? A ubiquitous hero of the martial world? A commanding figure in the realm of politics? Cheng Jingxian was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. Bah, you are nothing but a narcissist. Fu Junyao propped his leg nonchalantly, casually remarking, I understand that you have your plans and schemes. Yet you cannot bear every burden alone. Even if I am of little use, it was I who healed your leg. Besides, earthworms are utterly repulsive. If you refuse my assistance, then do bait the hook yourself. Go on, give it a try. Cheng Jingxian was rendered speechless by these words, and after a long pause, he managed to utter, I do not wish to burden you. Fu Junyao hesitated, lowering his leg and straightening his hunched back, embodying a newfound seriousness. From the day Qing Shibui took me in, our fates have been intertwined, whether for better or worse. I have never contemplated being cast aside by you. I never intended to cast you aside. Cheng Jingxuan's voice dwindled, almost a whisper. The familiar electronic sound echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point of affection from the target character. Current affection level, 93 points. Fu Junyao smiled slightly, suddenly noticing the fishing rod trembling, the surface of the water beginning to ripple. Could it be that a fish has come? Cheng Jingxuan's gaze was also drawn to the water surface as the rod bent and a series of bubbles erupted from the depths. Let us go take a look. Cheng Jingxian swiftly seized the fishing rod and, limping, dashed towards the scene, disregarding his own appearance. Fu Junyao hastily followed suit, observing the fishing line growing tauter, the rod trembling with fervor. As he leaned closer to the water's surface, a large pool of crimson liquid surfaced. Chapter 9. The Decline of a Noble Family, A Virgo's Perspective, Part 8. Someone is injured in the water. Fu Junyao exclaimed in shock. We must save them. Cheng Jingxian smiled knowingly, a hint of long-awaited joy evident in his tone. Fu Junyao paused, taken aback. Wasn't this fellow the least inclined to meddle in others' affairs? Yet, he thought no more of it. Saving a life was indeed an obligation that could not be ignored. I can swim. I'll dive in, he declared, taking a few steps forward, ready to leap into the water. No need, Cheng Jingxian interjected, one hand preventing Fu Junyao from proceeding while the other plunged the fishing rod into the water, stirring it for a moment until he felt the rod snagged by something. He then shouted towards the water's surface, Hold on tight. We will pull you up. Immediately, the rod dipped down, as if a large fish had taken the bait. Cheng Jingxian exerted his strength, the rod taut and straight, ripples continuously spreading across the water's surface. Fu Junyao rushed to assist, and together they strained against the resistance. Watching as the murky water began to clear, the blood rising, as if a substantial creature was being gradually drawn upwards. Gradually, the fishing rod grew increasingly taut, and Fu Junyao sensed his strength waning. He shouted into the water, You must hold on tight. The rod could snap at any moment. Just as he uttered those words, a sharp crack resonated, and the bamboo rod splintered into 2 pieces, the large entity that was meant to surface slowly sinking back into the depths. Oh my goodness! This was the first time Fu Junyao truly felt the power of a jinx. Cheng Jingxian let out a brief sigh and shoved the half-finished fishing rod into his hands, commanding, Wait here. Do not go into the water. Just as he finished his sentence, a splash echoed from the water, and Cheng Jingxuan's agile figure plunged in, effortlessly diving deeper. The sudden turn of events left Fu Junyao dumbfounded, his remaining words lodged in his throat, unable to be released or swallowed.
With all that murky water beneath.
Aren't you afraid? Meanwhile, Cheng Jingxian, submerged, began to dive down toward the location where he had entered the water. It wasn't long before he spotted a hazy figure. The muddy bottom churned, and the individual was bleeding, clouding the surrounding water. Cheng Jingxian could only rely on instinct as he grasped wildly, eventually securing the person's belt. With all his strength, he yanked the individual upward, his legs moving rhythmically like a fish's tail, laboriously and slowly ascending with the weight of two bodies.
Ghost.
Fu Junyao was so startled that he fell to the ground with a thud. Known since childhood as a troublemaker, Fu Junyao was unafraid of climbing mountains or swimming in seas, with a courage that could rival Mount Tai. His childhood antics often left teachers and parents in a mix of laughter and tears. As an adult, he remained unruly, leaving colleagues and bosses at a loss. Save for one undeniable truth, he was terrified of ghosts. Regardless of how clumsy the performance, anyone attempting to frighten him would succeed, rendering him immobile. A testament to the notion that every creature has its conqueror. The head, just emerging from the water, tilted to one side under the weight of gravity, revealing a rugged face adorned with a scruffy beard that appeared even more frightening. Gradually, the man's shoulders surfaced, his pallid visage marred by splotches of blood on his clothing. Fu Junyao, suppressing the terror within, cautiously probed towards the shallows, calling out, "Jingxian?" The rippling waters unveiled a pale figure, and Fu Junyao's heart soared with joy as he finally discerned the familiar silhouette breaking the surface. "Jingxian," he shouted. "Who told you to come down? Get back up." Ignoring the urgency, Fu Junyao grasped the half-submerged fishing rod and extended it, exclaiming, "I got hold of you. I will pull you up." After a harrowing struggle in the water, the three were utterly exhausted. Following a brief respite, Cheng Jingxian felt himself nearly overwhelmed by the sticky blood and mud clinging to him. At that moment, his disdain for his own state reached its zenith. He resolved to embrace the grime fully and hoisted the unconscious giant onto his shoulder. "Your leg is just fine. You cannot carry heavy loads." Fu Junyao protested vehemently. "I am a doctor. Heed my words." With determination, Fu Junyao forcibly bore the hefty man on his back, but after barely 2 steps, he nearly collapsed under the weight. "Brother probably really needs to recuperate his kidneys. Let us do this together," Cheng Jingxian suggested. The injured individual was gravely wounded, and Fu Junyao, without even changing his clothes, hastily began to cleanse the wounds, followed by a series of tedious tasks involving medication and bandaging. His efforts consumed over an hour before he could finally spare some time to change into dry garments and hurriedly proceeded to the apothecary to prepare a remedy. "How is his injury?" "It is rather grave. Both my back and arms have been wounded by a blade, and my body bears numerous superficial injuries. While none are fatal, I have lost a considerable amount of blood and must recuperate for a time. As long as it is not life-threatening, that is a relief." "Why save him? Is he an acquaintance?" Fu Junyao inquired while tending to the medicinal herbs. Cheng Jingxian remained silent, and an eerie stillness enveloped the modest apothecary. "I merely asked out of curiosity, if it is inconvenient." "It is convenient," Cheng Jingxian replied decisively. "There are too many clues, and I am uncertain where to begin, but since you have asked, I shall start from the very beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, he produced a slender black iron hook from his sleeve and handed it to Fu Junyao. "This was found on that individual. Do you recognize it?" Fu Junyao honestly shook his head, weighing the hook in his hand. It was only slightly heavier than a typical iron hook, appearing robust, yet its authenticity remained uncertain. Contemplating this, Fu Junyao exerted all his strength to bend the hook. It did not yield in the slightest. The hook bore no intricate designs, save for a small character carved onto the handle. Suddenly, a flood of memories surged through his mind. He was from the Qingqiao village? Cheng Jingxian nodded solemnly. The tale must begin anew. In the first year of the Jianchao dynasty, an unprecedented calamity struck the northwestern frontier, where the already barren land yielded no harvest. In contrast, the Jiangnan region enjoyed fertile soil and favorable weather. In response to the disaster, the court decreed the redistribution of grain from the south to the north, transporting large quantities of surplus grain from Jiangnan to alleviate the suffering in the northwest, ultimately helping them to weather this crisis. However, the northwestern frontier has always been characterized by barren lands, resulting in the demise of countless citizens each year. The imperial court, unable to remedy the situation, resorted to annually transporting substantial quantities of grain from the southern regions to the northwest. Regardless of whether the journey was undertaken by land or water, Suizhou emerged as an indispensable conduit linking the northwest with the south. The sole water source in Suizhou, Longquan Mountain, assumed a particularly significant role. Yet, prior to the commencement of the Southern Grain Transportation Initiative, the mountain was home to an orchard, a privately owned estate. When the initiative began, the court intended to purchase the land, but the proprietors resolutely refused to sell, leveraging their connections within the court and generously dispensing silver to facilitate their cause, thereby allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. The head of that family, a person of remarkable foresight, promptly felled the fruit trees on the mountain, diverted the mountain stream to the foothills, and extensively constructed roads and waterways, actively cooperating with the court's grain transport project. This endeavor quickly garnered the court's support, leading to the rapid development of what is now renowned as Qingchao Village. Like the Southern Grain Transportation Initiative, Qingchao Village boasts a history of over 600 years. Throughout this span, Qingchao Village has continuously existed in a state of ambiguity, maintaining connections with both legitimate and illicit circles, with its power brokers frequently changing. Yet, its formidable standing within the underworld remained unchanged. In its current state, collusion with officials and rampant corruption have become commonplace, with the court repeatedly attempting to impose prohibitions that yield little effect. Coupled with the intricate interference of various underworld factions, the court often adopts a stance of willful ignorance. Thus, an unspeakably close relationship formed among the court, the Qingchao Manor, and the underworld, achieving a peculiar balance that, to a certain extent, pleased all parties involved, with the sole victims being the common folk. However, a few years ago, the arrival of the oblivious Governor Cheng Qian in Suizhou shattered this equilibrium. Fearless of the powerful, with a mind unyielding and a character rigid and conservative, he offended both the underworld and the legitimate authorities within just a few short months of his tenure. It was said that due to Cheng Qian's reckless governance, the people were afforded rice porridge, yet the master of Qingchao Manor, along with officials of Suizhou and various leaders of the underworld, found their belts tightened, unaware of the considerable losses in silver they had incurred. Such a person, lacking in worldly wisdom, who would suffer if not he? Consequently, during the New Year's grain transport project from the south to the north, a corruption scandal emerged. Governor Cheng Qian of Suizhou, a gluttonous and audaciously corrupt official, unlawfully withheld disaster relief grain destined for the northwest, secretly transporting a surplus of 500,000 stones into his private chamber. The righteous and noble master of Qingchao Manor, Zhu discovered the discrepancy in the grain count and promptly urged the corrupt official to return the relief grain. The official, attempting to bribe him with 100,000 taels of silver, found Zhu, a paragon of integrity, unwilling to accept such a tainted offer. Thus, he drafted a legal complaint and brought Cheng Qian before the capital. The Ministry of Justice swiftly took up the case, uncovering irrefutable evidence, and promptly sentenced Cheng Qian to confiscation of property and removal from office, leading to his despondent demise. Strangely, during the raid, the authorities managed to find merely 170 taels of silver with intricate floral patterns from the residence of the corrupt official Cheng Qian. At that moment, A small minion from Junyao village jested that such a meager amount was insufficient even to appease a beggar. Consequently, the onlookers speculated that the corrupt official, anticipating his imminent downfall, had employed some sorcery to vanish his wealth. If one were to inquire how a corrupt official could wield such magical powers, one might retort, "Ah, a corrupt official is indeed capable of anything." Chapter 10. The decline of a noble family. Virgo of the young master. Are you suggesting that Junyao village colluded with the corrupt official to frame Cheng Shibor? Cheng Jingxian nodded. I am not entirely certain. However, given the recent tensions between Junyao village and the court, it is plausible that the newly enthroned emperor seeks to cleanse this murky territory. I have been lurking near Longquan Mountain in search of clues, and rescuing this individual today was merely a fortuitous encounter, a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Fu Junyao's eyes brightened. We can utilize that person to infiltrate Junyao village and seek evidence of their conspiracy to accuse Cheng Shibor of embezzlement and dereliction of duty, thus overturning the case. Cheng Jingxian raised an eyebrow. We? Fu Yi straightened his back. Of course, it is we. What? Do you intend to burn the bridge after crossing it? Believe me, I shall cease brewing medicine. If you possess the skill, you may act as the physician yourself. Cheng Jingxian chuckled softly. I never suggested abandoning you. Then why do you smile, flaunting your pearly whites? Cheng Jingshuan's smile widened. Oh, it is nothing. I merely find the term we quite fitting. It has always been we. With a haughty turn, Fu Yi poured the freshly brewed medicine into a bowl. A familiar electronic chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point of favorability from the target character. Current favorability, 94 points. He stared in surprise at Cheng Jingxian, questioning whether the system had granted him a cheat. Did we just casually increase the favorability by speaking? The chime continued, and the system playfully teased. He is just this reserved and flirtatious. What's wrong? Noticing Fu Junyao's unwavering gaze, Cheng Jingxian instinctively touched his cheek. Is there something on my face? And no, let us go. We need to check on that dead rat you encountered. Cheng Jingxian took a piece of white cloth to cushion his hands and lifted the bowl of medicine. How about a deal? We'll switch roles. I'll be the doctor, and you'll be the apothecary. What do you say? Fu Junyao paused for a moment before responding. Sure. I'm curious to see what tricks you can conjure. The two cats, having exchanged identities, arrived at the door of the robust rat. Just as they extended their paws, a cacophony of clattering erupted from within. The two felines burst through the door to find the sturdy rat slumped weakly beside a table. Teapot and cups scattered across the floor. Cheng Jingxian thrust the medicine into Fu Junyao's hands and hurried to assist the rat. Brave sir, your injuries are not yet healed. It would be wise not to move recklessly. I was merely thirsty and sought a cup of water, but alas, my legs betrayed me, and I fell flat on my face. Haha. You must be the benefactor who saved me, correct? I am eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance. As he spoke, he bent his knee to kneel, but Cheng Jingxian quickly stopped him. One must not be overly modest. As the saying goes, a physician's heart resembles that of a parent. However, it is merely a trifling act of kindness. As he spoke, the burly man pushed aside Cheng Jingshuan's hand with such force that refusal was impossible. For you, it may be a trivial gesture, but for me, it is a life-saving grace. I must express my gratitude and repay it. With that, the man knelt respectfully, bowing deeply before Cheng Jingxian. Taken aback by this act of reverence, Cheng Jingxian hastily assisted him onto the bed to recline. You are indeed a man of clear distinctions between grace and obligation, he remarked. At that moment, Fu Junyao discreetly offered a bowl of medicine, subtly nudging Cheng Jingshuan's arm. The burly man waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming, a true man ought to behave thus. Otherwise, what differentiates him from those timid women? Cheng Jingshuan's attention was immediately drawn to the wound on the man's arm, which had reopened, causing blood to seep through the bandage. However, as a mere impostor of a physician, he possessed no true skill in tending to wounds, so he chose to feign ignorance. Your fortitude is commendable. I am truly impressed, he said, handing the bowl of medicine to the burly man. Given the severity of your injury, you ought to take the medicine first. It is but a minor wound. It won't be fatal. The burly man initially intended to refuse, but after a moment's contemplation, he accepted the bowl. Very well. As there are neither wine nor delicacies at hand, and I have no funds to procure them, I shall down this bowl of bitter concoction as a farewell toast to my benefactor. With that, he gulped down the foul medicine as if it were fine wine, wiping his mouth with the cuff of his sleeve, embodying a spirit of camaraderie. Are you planning to depart? Cheng Jingxian furrowed his brow. Your injury is quite severe. You must take the time to recuperate properly. It is unwise to move about at this moment. As for the matter of finances, there is no need for concern. Among friends, there exists an intrinsic sense of generosity. Moreover, this bowl of murky water truly does not demand a hefty price. I am not worthy of such a title. Our acquaintance is a stroke of fate, so let us engage as friends, shall we? With that, Cheng Jingxian clasped his hands in greeting. I am Fu Junyao. The genuine Fu Junyao widened his eyes, resembling a bewildered cat that had gone an entire day without food, only to have its fish treat snatched away by the neighbor's mischievous wolf. The man before him suddenly brightened, slapping his thigh with such force that even onlookers felt a pang of sympathy. Excellent, brother Fu. I am Zhu Chengzhang. Zhu, as in the surname Zhu, Cheng, as in the surname Cheng, and Zhang, as in the surname Zhang. My name may not be particularly memorable, yet it possesses a certain unappealing quality. There isn't another like it within hundreds of miles, making it easy to find. Fu Junyao silently mocked. Oh, how impressive you are. Observing the man's full beard, he could easily pass for Cheng Jingxian's father, yet he still had the audacity to call someone else big brother. Such is the world of the Jianghu. Brother Zhu, your name is most distinctive, Cheng Jingxian remarked with a smile. Fu Junyao found himself overwhelmed with thoughts, just as he was about to vent his frustrations internally. He suddenly recalled that Cheng Jingxian had mentioned there were 2 deputy masters at Qingchao Manor besides the master Zhuyong, one with the surname Cheng, and another with the surname Zhang. Could it be that this Zhu Qingzhang is? Brother Zhu, you are most noble, Cheng Jingxian acknowledged, with a respectful bow. Zhu Qingzhang returned the gesture, lifting the covers to put on his shoes. The bandage on his arm was already stained a deep crimson, making it impossible to pretend he was unaware. I must take my leave now. I shall certainly repay the life-saving grace bestowed by Brother Fu in due time. As he spoke, he boldly kicked his shoe and strode out. Brother Zhu, wait. Cheng Jingxian discreetly tugged at Fu Junyao's sleeve and, maintaining a composed demeanor, called out, Xiao Cheng, fetch some golden wound medicine for Brother Zhu. It will be useful on the road. This. Zhu Qingzhang hesitated momentarily. If Brother Zhu were to decline again, it would imply a disregard for his generosity. After a brief pause, Zhu Qingzhang burst into a hearty laugh. Ah, how have I become so timid? Just give it to me. After all, debts won't weigh me down. What does it matter if I owe something to such a magnanimous person as Brother Fu? The inexplicably renamed Master Fu discreetly kicked Cheng Jingxuan's heel in a moment of frustration, before retrieving some golden wound medicine. Remembering that Zhu Qingzhang had previously fallen into the water, he also gathered some herbs to clear heat and detoxify, including licorice, coptis, and wild chrysanthemum, advising him to brew a few bowls to drink as tea. Zhu Qingzhang expressed his gratitude to both men, then strode away with purpose. Cheng Jingxian chuckled softly. Given that it is inevitable, are you not curious as to why I simply allowed this big fish to slip away? Curiosity kills the cat, Fu Junyao responded, following his lead. Why is that? The Qingchao Manor has 1 foot in the world of rivers and lakes. Operating for over 6 centuries, it values righteousness above all. In our transient encounter, he is bound to be wary of us. Even if he himself remains unguarded, he would never divulge a word about Qingqiao Manor. It is better to let him go. Fu Junyao suddenly understood. Ah, you wish to cast a long line to catch a big fish, do you? But are you not afraid that the big fish might escape? It is impossible to escape. Qingqiao Manor spans both the realms of darkness and light, reigning supreme over its territory, where one can find numerous formidable individuals, yet it lacks a physician of exceptional skill. Cheng Jingxian waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "There is no need. I have faith in your medical prowess." However, he privately acknowledged that his own abilities, bolstered by the system, were merely superficial and unworthy of trust. Those born under the sign of Virgo are known for their actions rather than words, a trait vividly embodied by Cheng Jingxian. His extensive understanding of Qingqiao Manor suggests he has spent several years meticulously studying and strategizing, executing each step with the utmost precision, as if he were fully prepared for any eventuality. Despite their long acquaintance, Fu Junyao had never perceived this aspect of him, leaving him uncertain whether to commend Cheng's meticulous nature or to chastise his own obliviousness. Nevertheless, no matter how intricate or clandestine his plans might be, Cheng had never considered concealing anything from Fu. With his arms crossed, Fu Junyao suddenly found the presence of this Virgo companion rather agreeable. "Shall we go?" Cheng Jingxian inquired. "Where to?"
Fu asked.
Cheng retrieved a new fishing rod from the corner, hoisting it onto his shoulder, and declared, "We are going fishing." "Very well," Fu replied, instinctively reaching for the bait, only to realize that Cheng had deftly steered the conversation away from their original topic. "Let us first discuss the matter of impersonation. Cheng, you cannot engage in murder, arson, and bank robbery while using my name as a guise." Chapter 11. The Decline of a Noble Family, Virgo, Part 10. On this day, the sky was clear and the air refreshing, as the mountain stream danced with shimmering emerald waves. Fresh bamboo shoots extended gracefully into the center of the brook, where a slender fishing line dangled, its colored orange bobber resting serenely on the surface, listening to the whispers of the fish. It seemed that fortune was not on your side today, despite your strategic efforts. You could only catch 7 or 8 tiny loaches. Fu Junyao, with one leg bent, perched casually on a stone used as a seat, supporting his chin with his hand, spoke nonchalantly. Cheng Jingxian tossed the loaches into the basket, opened his bait box, and discovered it was completely empty. There was no bait left. "You should go dig up some bait," he suggested.
"They."
Fu Junyao exclaimed in disbelief, his mind conjuring an image of himself laboriously digging into the earth, facing the soil and back to the sky, searching for worms. The thought was almost comical. "Why don't you dig it yourself?" he replied, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. But alas, walking was not Fu Ye's forte. Just a few days into his newfound status as Fu Yi, he found himself relegated back to being Fu Xiaodi, resigned to obediently picking up a stick and taking the box to dig for worms. By the stream side, 2 figures sat side by side on a large rock, one clad in white, naturally Cheng Jingxian, and the other in blue, a stranger to him. The newcomer, with hair as dark as ink and a straight posture, exuded an undeniable elegance even from behind. Fu Junyao felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. The two conversed softly, exchanging words as if their friendship were as serene as water, creating a delightful scene. However, Master Fu possessed a pair of discerning eyes akin to those of the legendary Monkey King, capable of perceiving the verdant essence lurking beneath their seemingly innocent demeanor, revealing a blatant compatibility. Anger surged within Fu Junyao, nearly prompting him to smash the box in his hand. At that moment, his fury was rivaling that of the infamous Wang Daji, yet upon reflection, he realized that Wang Daji at least had a position. He was merely a vendor of pears, an onlooker caught in the commotion of others. Fu Junyao hastily suppressed his ire and approached with feigned nonchalance. increasing his grip on the box containing the loaches and tossing it toward Cheng Jingxian, who caught it with steady hands. "What troubles you so?" Cheng Jingxian inquired, leaning closer to the man in blue. "Wouldn't you agree?" The man in blue paused, then burst into laughter. "Jingxian, your little apothecary has become quite the character." Far removed from his childhood self, Fu Junyao felt somewhat bewildered, instinctively reverting to a more composed stance, sensing that something was amiss. Cheng Jingxian graciously nodded. "That's just his petty nature. You needn't take offense."
Who is being petty?
Master Fu was about to retort when Cheng Jingxian suddenly signaled for silence. "Sure. The fish are biting. It was time to reel them in." Fu Junyao silently urged himself, growing anxious alongside his companion. Yet, Cheng Jingxian continued to loosen the line, lowering the fishing rod slowly. "If you don't reel it in now, the fish will slip away." Fu Junyao could no longer contain his urge to remind him. Cheng Jingxian remained unmoved. Suddenly, the fishing float dipped beneath the surface. With a swift motion, he pulled, and a large fish leaped into the air, performing a graceful arc before landing on the grass nearby. The man in blue exclaimed, "What a magnificent catch! It's finally hooked! Congratulations!" Cheng Jingxian's expression, however, revealed no joy, only a calm acceptance of the anticipated outcome. He placed the fish into his basket and began to pack his belongings. Were these two engaged in a riddle? Fu Junyao felt utterly bewildered, as if he were merely an onlooker in this unfolding scene. Cheng Jingxian patted his shoulder and said, "Let us go." Fu Junyao instinctively followed in his wake, inquiring, "What were you two just discussing?" "You need not concern yourself with that. Just walk with me," Cheng Jingxian replied.
"Hey, what do you mean by that?"
Fu Junyao protested, discontented. Cheng Jingxian pondered for a moment and asked, "By the way, you were gone for quite some time. Did you manage to find any bait?" Fu Junyao, deftly diverted, launched into an animated tirade. "Of course I did. These days, worms are as clever as monkeys. They won't venture into shallow waters, nor will they stay in deep ones. Once they burrow into the soil, they're as elusive as fish in water." With a haughty tilt of his chin, he whistled at Cheng Jingxian. "Well, you're quite generous, aren't you?" At that moment, the constellation bracelet on his wrist vibrated slightly, and a familiar electronic voice echoed in his mind. "The host may continue to inquire about the previous question directed at the target. Being forthright will enhance mutual affinity." Fu Junyao discreetly tapped his bracelet, choosing not to speak. Ultimately, he never had the chance to savor that fried loach, for Zhu Qingzhong arrived. Carrying the fish that Cheng Jingxian desired most, he rushed in a frenzy. "Brother Fu, help me," he shouted with a powerful voice that resonated like thunder, showing no signs of distress. However, Fu Junyao found it difficult to fully comprehend why Zhu Qingzhong would call out his name. Was this not a sign of madness? "Is Brother Zhu unwell?" Cheng Jingxian inquired. After a moment of confusion, Zhu Qingzhong finally grasped his eloquent words and, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "My life is of little worth. What does it matter if I perish? It is my brothers who are in peril." As he spoke, Zhu Qingzhong retrieved a tattered burlap bag from his pocket, filled to the brim with golden leaves, and attempted to thrust it into Cheng Jingxuan's hands. "Brother Fu, your medical expertise is unparalleled, and our bond is one of life and death. I shall not beat around the bush. I have come to offer you this money and, with great humility, to beseech your assistance." Cheng Jingxian recoiled, evading the gold, and retorted with indignation, "Brother Zhu, you are insulting me." Zhu Qingzhong paused, feeling a chill of disappointment. How could these scholarly individuals view his offer as an affront? Fu Junyao secretly rolled his eyes, realizing that Zhu was merely offended by the bag's filth. Cheng Jingxian continued, "As you rightly said, Brother Zhu, our bond is akin to that of brothers. Should you have any requests, merely speak them. To involve financial matters would tarnish the purity of our relationship." Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingzong nodded in agreement, understanding that a life saved must be repaid with a life. He immediately withdrew the gold and knelt before him, pleading, "I implore you, Brother Fu, save my life." Cheng Jingxian promptly assisted him, saying, "Brother Zhu, feel free to speak your mind." At this juncture, Zhu Qingzhang's eyes reddened, his sorrow and indignation palpable. "Currently, our grandchildren have been cast out, and yet we still have dozens of brothers who have been poisoned. The physician in the village can barely treat a common cold. Detoxification is utterly beyond his capabilities. I have no choice but to approach Brother Fu with a humble heart, pleading for your assistance. Otherwise, my brothers will be left to await their demise." Cheng Jingxian, resembling a great wolf, fell silent for a moment. Zhu Qingzong, anxious, immediately knelt down and prostrated himself, his forehead striking the ground with a dull thud. When he raised his head, a large swelling had formed. "Please, Brother Fu, save us." Cheng Jingxian hastily helped him up again, stating, "As the saying goes, saving a person is akin to extinguishing a fire. For the sake of Brother Zhu, what trouble could we not endure? Let us depart at once." Zhu Qingzhang's eyes were bloodshot, tears brimming. "Thank you, Brother Fu." And so, they set off without hesitation. Cheng Jingxian and Fu Junyao casually packed a few belongings, instructed the young servant with a few words, and then followed Zhu Qingzhang. Everyone knew that the main estate of Qingqiao village was situated atop Longquan Mountain, yet its precise location remained unclear to many. Fu Junyao and Cheng Jingxian had visited Longquan Mountain dozens of times, yet they had never discerned anything suspicious. However, today, as they ascended the mountain with Zhu Qingzhang, the landscape appeared unchanged. The mountains and trees remained the same, but certain aspects felt different. "Brothers, the entrance to Qingqiao village is exceedingly concealed and protected by a formation of strange and elusive tactics. You must stay closely behind me, ideally not straying even a step, lest you become lost within the formation," Zhu Qingzong solemnly cautioned. The two nodded, meticulously following Zhu Qingzhang's footsteps, soon realizing that his path was remarkably methodical. Each time he deviated, a sudden clarity would emerge. Thus, the group swiftly arrived at a dense bamboo grove, which Zhu Qingzong identified as the entrance to Qingqiao Manor. Lush green bamboo encircled the glade, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground that resembled scattered stars. A gentle breeze stirred the bamboo, causing it to sway, the shadows dancing lightly, and amidst the interplay of light and shade, a sense of immense power seemed to be concealed. Zhu Qingzhang retrieved a crystal from his possession and slowly moved it in the sunlight, directing the refracted beams to strike 8 distinct locations within the grove, corresponding to the 8 trigrams: Qian, Kun, Zhen, Sun, Canli, Zhen, and Dui. "Now, activate the formation. Go!" he bellowed, charging into the bamboo thicket, with the other 2 immediately following suit. Chapter 12. The Decline of the Family. The Young Master of Virgo, 11. Zhu Qingzong led Fu Junyao and Cheng Jingxian through a labyrinth of twists and turns within the woods, revealing a hidden world of wonders. A vast estate composed of numerous courtyards unfolded before them, with a grand plaque inscribed with the characters for Qingqiao Manor, exuding an air of magnificence and an ancient charm that spoke of a century's history. Fu Junyao, known for his silver tongue, had prepared a plethora of flattering remarks, but before he could utter a word, the sound of clashing steel echoed through the air. Just as he began to speak, a man clad in coarse fabric, bloodied from head to toe, charged towards the trio, brandishing a blade with intent to strike. "The bandits have infiltrated," Zhu Qingzhang exclaimed, delivering a swift kick to the man's wrist, causing the large knife in his grasp to clatter to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu pivoted and unleashed a powerful punch that struck the man's chest with force. The man coughed up a copious amount of blood and collapsed, lifeless. Dead? Fu Junyao stood in stunned silence. "Brother Fu, Shao Cheng, I shall venture ahead to assist." You two find a tree to take cover behind. Once I have dealt with those scoundrels, I will return for you, without delay." With that, Zhu Chengzong swiftly drew his trusty blade and charged into the fray. "Brother Zhu, I come to aid you," Cheng Jingxian shouted, sprinting towards the chaos. Fu Junyao grasped his hand tightly. "Do not go. It is far too perilous." Cheng Jingxian reassuringly patted his hand, then resolutely withdrew. "Do not fret. I am skilled in combat." He then bellowed, "Brother Zhu, I am here to help." Leaving Fu Junyao alone, concealed behind the tree, he watched the unexpected turmoil unfold with a clouded mind. Unable to restrain himself, he prodded the constellation bracelet on his wrist, his voice trembling. "Hey, system, this is merely a virtual realm. These individuals cannot truly be dead, can they?" That voice was all too familiar. Fu Junyao's body trembled. "Who are you? Who are you truly?" As he focused, he observed a group of individuals clad in earth-toned garb clashing violently with another group dressed in shades of gray-brown not far ahead, employing a ruthlessly reckless fighting style. The man clad in earthy tones was stabbed, blood gushing forth in a torrent. As if impervious to pain, he swung his long knife, cleaving his assailant's scalp and hair in half, rendering one ear nearly severed. The wounded man, a formidable figure, emitted no sound. He simply extracted the knife and delivered a fierce kick to his foe. The earthy-toned man was propelled backward, crashing heavily at Fu Junyao's feet, lifeless, blood splattering onto his boot. The man in grayish-brown, undeterred, attempted to advance for another strike, but collapsed after merely a few steps, blood pooling around him, never having the chance to utter a cry of anguish before succumbing. Such a brutal scene would leave any modern individual, accustomed to a society governed by law, pale and with a racing heart. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as he heard someone repeatedly calling his name. Fu Junyao instinctively lifted his head, displaying a countenance of confusion. Clearly his muddled mind had yet to restart. "Junyao, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale?" Cheng Jingxian inquired anxiously. Fresh from a bloody skirmish, the scent of blood still clung to him, provoking Fu Junyao to recall the horrific events, a chilling wave coursing through him. I am fine. I cannot ascertain whether this is real. Have so many truly perished?" Fu Junyao's lips quivered, his words tumbling out incoherently. Cheng Jingxian gently patted his cheek, firmly grasping his shoulders, and spoke deliberately. "Regardless of what transpired moments ago, it is over now." Fu Junyao was taken aback. As if driven mad, he shouted, "Your hand is warm. Your hand is warm. You are a real person. You are not merely a heap of virtual data." "But what about them? What about them? They are real too. They are genuinely existing individuals." The immense weight that had long burdened Fu Junyao's heart seemed to be suddenly swept away by a torrent, allowing him a glimpse of light. Yet all he could see was a ground soaked in blood. An indescribable sorrow surged through his limbs and veins, shaking him to his very core. Cheng Jingxian stretched out his arms and embraced him tightly. A chime echoed in his mind. The long-silent electronic voice reemerged. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point of favorability with the target character. Current favorability, 95 points. It's all right now, it's all over." Cheng Jingxian gently patted his back, murmuring words of comfort. But was it truly over? Perhaps this question would remain unanswered as long as he stayed in Qingqiao Manor, as long as thoughts of vengeance lingered in his mind. Chapter 13. The Decline of a Noble Family, Virgo of the Young Master. 12. After all, he was a man. Even after enduring immense shock and fright the previous day, a good night's rest would suffice for recovery. This was the essence of masculinity. Master Fu thought to himself, patting his cold cheeks as he followed Zhu Qingzong and Cheng Jingxian, carrying a medical kit. Following the upheaval of the previous day, the manor had seen an increase in the number of injured. Initially, Zhu Qingzhong intended to guide two individuals through Qingchao village and select an opportune moment to pay a visit to the village chief. However, given the urgency of rescuing lives, he directly brought them to the temporarily converted intensive care unit to alleviate suffering. Out of humanitarian concern, he nonetheless offered a friendly warning about the grim conditions inside. Brother Fu, the room is filled with our injured and poisoned brethren. It may appear rather distressing, so please brace yourself. Cheng Jingxian, unfazed, gestured for him to proceed. No problem. Lead the way, Brother Zhu. Zhu Qingzong complied, pushing open the door, which creaked ominously as it swung ajar. This newly painted door had been damaged due to the recent influx of patients. Inside lay a narrow corridor, merely 3 to 5 meters long, and upon entry, a putrid stench assaulted their senses. Instinctively, both Fu and Cheng held their breaths. At the far end of the corridor was a room approximately the size of a modern living room, crammed with around 70 or 80 individuals. There were no tables or chairs, only a layer of woolen carpet. People were sprawled on the floor, some lying down, others standing, their bodies piled upon one another, inhaling the noxious exhalations of their companions. Their numerous wounds festered and oozed, and even the bloodstains on their faces had gone unwashed. There were no agonizing moans, nor desperate cries. They resembled a throng of insensate scarecrows, numbly observing the horrific likeness of those around them, all awaiting the verdict of death. Fu Junyao gasped, nearly choking on the repugnant odor. Why aren't their wounds being treated? Why is there no ventilation? Is this how Qingchao village treats its own? Cheng Jingxian exclaimed, his anger palpable. Upon hearing those words, Cheng Jingxian found himself momentarily breathless, the air caught within his chest. Brother Fu, I implore you. A wave of sorrow surged within him as he cast a grave and resolute glance at Fu Junyao. I shall endeavor with all my might. Zhu Qingzhong then rose and stepped inside a few paces, discreetly wiping the corner of his eye with his thumb, and proclaimed loudly, Brothers, the divine physician has arrived. This proclamation echoed like a celestial message, igniting hope within the hearts of all present. The roomful of people turned in unison toward the doorway, their faces marked by the weariness of a prolonged battle against affliction, yet their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, akin to a fierce flame buried beneath a glacier, kindling the last vestiges of their will to survive. Zhu Qingzhong, however, was reluctant. No. Even at my worst, I can assist Brother Fu with the menial tasks. It would be unreasonable for me to leave you all to toil while I indulge in slumber. Cheng Jingxian waved his hand dismissively. Brother Zhu, you overthink the matter. Such trivialities can be managed by Xiao Cheng. Moreover, this space is rather confined. Your presence here would serve little purpose. Well, Fu Junyao hesitated momentarily before saying, if Brother Zhu truly wishes to help, then please fetch some wine mixed with realgar. The more the better. Very well. Then I shall leave this in your capable hands. With that, Zhu Qingzong strode purposefully out. Cheng Jingxian exhaled a sigh of relief, surveying the room, where every gaze was fixed upon him with earnest anticipation. He approached a middle-aged man who appeared gravely injured. Please extend your hand. Doctor, do take a look. Fu Junyao murmured. He has been poisoned. Cheng Jingxian took the silk thread and skillfully felt the pulse, pondering for a moment before furrowing his brow and stating, it is indeed poisoning. The middle-aged man, in a fluster, trembled all over, appearing as frail as a half-broken, withered branch swaying in the wind, as if it might fall at any moment. Unconsciously, he took a few steps forward, yearning to approach Cheng Jingxian, believing he was drawing nearer to the last flicker of life. Doctor, is there still hope? He instinctively extended his hand, the long, untrimmed nails dark and unrecognizable. Fu Junyao instinctively stepped forward to shield Cheng Jingxian, but to his surprise, Cheng gently dismissed this gesture of goodwill, firmly grasping the patient's emaciated hands. In that instant, His obsessive cleanliness and fastidious nature seemed to dissipate entirely. Fu Junyao looked on in astonishment. The patient's face was smeared with dried blood, his body filthy, with several wounds already festering, oozing pus and blood, presenting a sight both repulsive and terrifying. Yet, Cheng Jingxian appeared to be selectively blind to these horrors, gently helping the patient to sit down, solemnly assuring him, "There must be a way." Such whispered words bore a miraculous power to soothe the heart. After a while, Cheng Jingxian quietly pulled Fu Junyao aside and asked in a hushed tone, "Is there still hope for them?" Fu Junyao sighed deeply, feeling utterly drained. "It is troublesome, but there should be a chance." Cheng Jingxian's expression softened slightly, and the tension that had gripped him since entering began to ease. A peculiar thought surfaced in Fu Junyao's mind. Was this sigh of relief for the lives of those within, or for his own opportunity to exact vengeance at Qingqiao Manor? Chapter 14. The Decline of the Noble Family, Virgo. 13. Zhu Chengzong swiftly procured a cart laden with life-saving liquor infused with realgar.
Fu Junyao,
through the intermediary of Cheng Jingxian, summoned all the individuals in Qingqiao Manor with even a modicum of medical knowledge, yet there were merely 7 or 8 of them. A pitifully insufficient number. Fu Junyao discreetly handed over the family's secret healing ointment to Cheng Jingxian, instructing him to distribute it among the others and demonstrating how to cleanse wounds with the realgar liquor before applying the salve and bandaging the injuries. As for the efficacy in counteracting poison, he was uncertain and could only rely on fortune. Fortunately, fate seemed to favor him, or perhaps it was the system's benevolence. Before long, the wounds began to heal gradually and the patient's complexions improved, solidifying the esteemed reputation of Dr. Fu, the miraculous healer. Word spread rapidly, and soon the entire Qingqiao Manor held him in high regard. On this particular day, Fu Junyao prepared a large pot of medicine to deliver to the ward, where most of the patients were asleep. Cheng Jingxian knelt in a corner, attending to a middle-aged man who had been injured the previous day, carefully cleansing his wounds. The realgar-infused liquor was poured onto the lacerations, and the mixture of pus and blood flowed forth, finally revealing the natural hue of the skin beneath. Cheng Jingxian utilized a clean white cloth to wipe away the filth, followed by another application of the liquor, and then meticulously spread the ointment over the injuries. From a distance, Fu Junyao felt a stirring in his heart. Virgos often encase themselves in a formidable exterior, seemingly impervious, while concealing a tender and emotional core within. Take Cheng Jingxian, for instance. Despite harboring a softness akin to that of a snail, he presented an exterior as thick and unyielding as a tortoise shell. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a muffled groan of pain suddenly echoed from within. "Apologies, I inadvertently touched your wound," Cheng Jingxian said with sincere regret. The patient shook his head, stifling a cry of pain, though his entire face contorted and his trembling hands clenched into fists, as if he were enduring an immense struggle. His legs, once powerless on the ground, curled up, and his emaciated form resembled that of an incompletely matured child, rather than that of a man in his 40s. The recently disturbed wound began to ooze blood once more, prompting Cheng Jingxian to retrieve alcohol to cleanse the injury again, subsequently applying medication, and finally wrapping the wound meticulously with bandages, finishing with a delicate knot. His movements were deliberate and unhurried, embodying an unwavering precision in each step. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and bring over the medicine," he called out without lifting his gaze. Fu Junyao paused, momentarily taken aback. Before realizing that he was being addressed, he muttered under his breath, "As expected, he always has a sharp tongue for me," and then slowly poured a bowl of medicine to offer. "Thank you, young sir," the patient expressed with a genuine smile that warmed Fu Junyao's heart. "You feed this uncle his medicine. I will attend to others," Cheng Jingxian instructed. Fu Junyao nodded, scooping a spoonful of the herbal concoction, blowing on it to cool, and bringing it to the middle-aged man's lips. The man, filled with trepidation, drank the medicine gratefully, repeatedly thanking him. "No need for such formality, uncle. This is the duty of a physician," Fu Junyao replied, scooping another spoonful for the man to consume. Once the medicine was finished, the uncle lay down to rest. Understanding the toil Qing Jingxian had endured, Fu Junyao prepared to assist him further, only to discover that the principal figure had vanished. He stepped outside in bewilderment, and just as he reached the entrance, he heard a familiar voice. "Brother Fu, I am deeply grateful for your chivalrous assistance. Not only have you saved my humble life, but you have also protected many brothers from Qingchao Manor. I truly find myself at a loss to repay you." It was Zhu Chengzhong. Fu Junyao cautiously stepped back, retreating into the shadows of the passage. "Brother Zhu, you flatter me. We have faced life and death together, and have long become as close as brothers. Such a trifling matter is hardly worth mentioning." A nonchalant voice interjected, belonging to Cheng Jingxian. "Ah, good brother. For a rough man like me, knowing someone as esteemed as Brother Fu is truly worth dying for. With a brother like Zhu, I feel richer than 1,000 gold coins. Very well, brother, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Yesterday, you aided us in repelling those rascals from the bandit gang. They will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Our Qingchao Manor may not be vast, but it is not insignificant either, with thousands of brothers under our banner. As the son of the manor leader, I am considered a half-master of the estate. If you are willing to join us at Qingchao Manor, you shall stand equal with me, a mere rough man. What do you say?" Cheng Jingxian paused slightly, deliberately elongating his words to convey hesitation. Fu Junyao's heart tightened, and he then heard Zhu Chengzong say, "Brother, we have fought together and saved lives. If you still refuse to join Qingchao Manor, do you look down upon our humble establishment? Not at all. Qingchao Manor is renowned and resonates far and wide." Cheng Jingxian hesitated for a moment, biting his lip as he said, "Since Brother Zhu's intentions are so earnest, then I shall." However, before he could finish with the words not to be ungracious, Fu Juanyao's mind exploded with thoughts, and before he could rationally sort through his thoughts, his mouth had already spoken out, exclaiming loudly, "No." Fu Junyao thought to himself that this was reckless. Yet he found himself in a predicament from which he could not retreat. He swallowed hard and steeled himself, saying, "What I mean is that Dr. Fu is currently unavailable because the medicine inside has run out. Dr. Fu must go procure more immediately. Many lives depend on him." Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingzhong's expression instantly turned tense, and he repeated, "It's my fault, my fault. Such a trivial matter should not be mentioned at this time. Brother Fu, you should go procure the medicine first. Saving lives is of utmost importance." Cheng Jingxian raised an eyebrow slightly and gazed deeply at Fu Junyao, saying, "Indeed, saving lives is paramount. Shao Cheng, come with me to the apothecary to procure the medicine."
"Ah."
Fu Junyao responded, uneasy as he carried the medicine box and walked away. "Junyao, what are you doing? Do you not realize that I almost—" Cheng Jingxian began, but Fu Junyao interrupted him angrily, saying, "I know." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "I simply do not want you to join Qingchao village." Cheng Jingshuan's brows furrowed, his face as cold as frost. "Why?" Fu Junyao remained silent for a long time before finally lowering his head and softly saying, "There is no reason, I just don't want to." Seeing his pale complexion and bloodless lips, Cheng Jingshuan's heart softened, and he sighed quietly. "Very well. Was it that incident that frightened you?" Fu Junyao did not look at him, nor did he utter a word. Suddenly, Fu Junyao raised his head and gazed intently at him, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented resolve. "I do not wish for you to join Qingchao Manor. Come away with me." "You!" Fu Junyao clenched his teeth, insisting, "I can say it, and I can do it." With that, he resolutely grasped the medicine box and turned to leave. But Cheng Jingxian swiftly stepped forward to block the doorway. Fu Junyao, unwilling to meet his gaze, silently turned his head away. A derisive laugh escaped Cheng Jingxuan's lips. In most trying times for the Cheng family, you offered timely assistance. When I was left without hope, having lost both my legs, you did not abandon me. I believed that aside from my father, you were my only kin. Yet you... He extended his hand, pointing directly at Fu Junyao's chest. When I was on the brink of success, it was you who hindered my progress. Fueled by anger, Fu Junyao retorted loudly. What do you call success? Infiltrating Qingqiao Manor, joining them in murder, cleansing your hatred with the blood of others? I did not kill anyone. Cheng Jingxian exclaimed, indignant. I know you would not, Fu Junyao replied with a faint smile. But do you know what I witnessed? He took a step closer, slowly encroaching upon Cheng Jingxian. That day, I hid behind a tree, watching as two factions clashed not far from me. I could only see their blood-stained mouths moving. But I dared not listen to a single word. The thick stench of blood hung heavily in the air. Even inhaling felt tainted. You know. Cheng Jingxian reached out, attempting to soothe him, only to be brushed aside by Fu Junyao's swift motion. Cheng Jingxian firmly grasped his shoulders. Junyao, please compose yourself. In their eyes, what is a life worth? It is less than that of a pig or a dog. It is as worthless as grass. A single blade can end it all. A mere kick can topple it. It is even inferior to a tree standing before us, or a brick within the wall. Do you understand, Jingxian? Junyao. Cheng Jingxuan's eyes blazed red as he drew him tightly into an embrace. Surrounded once more by that familiar warmth, Fu Junyao painfully closed his eyes, his hands clutching at his garments. I was drenched in blood, my mind a blank. Do you know what I was thinking?
Jingxian.
He inhaled deeply. I was thinking of you, Jingxian. I was pondering that if one day the past were to repeat itself, one person bound tightly by ropes, treated less than a beast, tethered to a saddle, while another rode triumphantly upon a steed, flaunting their conquest. The horse gallops away, leaving the bound one to bleed to death. Jingxian, would you be the one riding the horse or the one who bleeds out? As night fell, silence enveloped the world. The gentle moonlight cascaded down upon the earth, its silvery glow tenderly caressing every inch of the landscape, regardless of whether that land once bore laughter or bloodshed. Who first beheld the moon by the river? In what year did the river's moon first illuminate mankind? Life is an endless cycle, and the moon by the river appears similar year after year. Such is the law of the world.
Junyao.
I cannot leave, Cheng Jingxian declared.
Fu Junyao es body stiffened.
Do you recall the words my father imparted to us in a moment of urgency? Fu Junyao remained silent for a time, finally responding with a nasal hum. The memories of those years resurfaced vividly. No longer would we be subject to the trials of wandering. This encapsulates the essence of home. Yet now, home has vanished and the family is incomplete. Years of camaraderie betrayed by old friends and accusations from corrupt individuals have conspired against my father, their collective voices distorting the truth and pressing upon his spine. But my father remains unyielding. I comprehend that he acts in my best interest, as do you. Neither of you wish for me to seek vengeance or become embroiled in further strife. However, have you considered that as a child, being unable to honor my father in his presence or absolve him of falsehoods, leaving him to bear the weight of baseless slander even in death, renders my endurance and survival meaningless? Junyao, I cannot depart. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall perish in the pursuit of restoring my father's honor. Fu Junyao stirred, realizing he nearly faltered in speech. I understand. Then I shall go on my own. Chapter 16. The Decline of the Family. The aristocratic Virgo, 15, Fu Junyao rolled his eyes. Love whom you will, but I refuse to engage any further. Yesterday, the favorability rating for the target task increased slightly, now standing at 96 points, with victory within reach. The host must not falter at this juncture. Annoyed by the incessant reminders, Junyao shoved the wristband into the thick folds of his sleeve and jabbed it forcefully. Should you continue to prattle, I shall dissolve you. The system, indeed, fell silent. If this were to happen to others, 9.5 out of 10 would heed the system's directive and continue with their tasks. Yet, Master Fu is precisely that half who deviates from the norm. He presents himself as carefree, seemingly indifferent to everything, even the life-threatening missions he approaches with a nonchalant attitude. However, deep within, he adheres steadfastly to his own principles and boundaries, remaining unperturbed by the actions of others and unshaken by the prevailing societal values. Essentially, he is a modern individual who reveres life with the same intensity as he cherishes freedom and dignity. The notion of remaining amidst a group of bandits, where murder is as commonplace as breathing, is inconceivable to him. Although he does feel a certain reluctance towards someone special, he must, nonetheless, embody the demeanor of a composed adult. Typically, he would be present at such a time. Perhaps this is what one might call fate intertwined with separation.
Yet,
he never anticipated that even a farewell would become a luxurious affair. Master Fu shook his head, shouldered his burden, and was poised to leave the world with an aura reminiscent of a charismatic, domineering CEO. Suddenly, a trembling hand grasped the hem of his garment. The elderly woman, with great difficulty, lifted her hand to point at his burden, and with trepidation, inquired, "Young man, are you leaving with that load?" Master Fu, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and chuckled. "Indeed, dear lady." The elderly woman's eyes twitched, and 2 streams of clear tears flowed from her murky gaze, mingling with the secretions within. "Is it true, am I beyond salvation, that you must leave me?" Junyao felt overwhelmed, hastily shaking his head. No, dear lady. You are in good health, your wounds are healing, soon you shall be well. Please do not think too much." The old woman clearly did not believe him. Beginning to weep uncontrollably, "You are deceiving me. Oh, if I were truly to recover, why would you flee?" Junyao, in a fluster, wiped her tears with his sleeve, insisting, "I did not flee. I departed with the utmost integrity. Young man, let me tell you, if the problems remain unresolved, they will eternally shadow you like a phantom. Matters that elude resolution here shall remain elusive, even if you venture to the ends of the earth. You cannot tend to me halfway and then abandon me." Junyao spread his hands, equally inclined to weep. "My venerable ancestor, what on earth are you rambling about? Rest assured, dear lady, your ailment is no longer grave." A familiar voice pierced through, causing Junyao to shiver. He looked up to see Jingxian, impeccably dressed, strolling towards him. The old woman immediately released Junyao's hand, trembling as she grasped Jingxian's garment. "Dr. Fu, you have not deceived me, have you?" Jingxian nodded, his eyes imbued with an indescribable tenderness. "Now I can breathe easy," the elderly woman murmured, her heartbeat gradually stabilizing, then curiously pointed at the bundle on Junyao's back. "And who is this young man?" Jingxian cast a swift glance at him and quietly explained, "His bundle is filled with medicine. Now that your illness has improved, he naturally must carry it to tend to others. Wouldn't you agree?" Indeed, Dr. Fu speaks the truth," the elderly lady responded, her face lighting up with joy as she waved to Junyao. "Then off you go. Safe travels, safe travels." "I must say, Granny, your transformation is rather swift. I am the true Dr. Fu here." Jingxian had already risen to his feet, extending his hand. "Allow me to escort you out." "Humph. I don't require your assistance," Fu Yi retorted haughtily, turning his head away, pushing himself off the ground, brushing off the dust with a casual flick, and defiantly gesturing with his chin. "Let us go. Do not be so kind to others in the future," Jingxian remarked absently.
What?
With a gentle sigh, Jingxian continued, "In this lifetime, time and energy are finite. Being overly kind to others may lead one to neglect oneself. Perhaps many things do not truly concern you, yet there are others who remain anxious for your well-being. Junyao was momentarily taken aback, incredulously pointing at himself. How can you even say that? What makes you any better? As he spoke, he abruptly halted, explosively berating Jingxian from head to toe. Do you have any idea how troublesome and worrying you are? You are both narcissistic and obsessive-compulsive, constantly nagging others or even yourself, arrogant and picky, and the most infuriating part is that sporadic obsession with cleanliness. When treating others, one may endure any level of dirtiness, yet when in the company of my brother, there arises a constant complaint regarding this and that. At least 30 hand washes are demanded from me each day. Do you not realize how exasperating you are? As the words fell, Junyao seized Cheng Jingshuan's hand and delivered a swift slap. Cheng Jingxian stared blankly at the cotton-white fabric left on his palm, puzzled by its significance. Junyao, visibly conflicted, took a couple of steps in place before dismissively waving his hand, saying, Forget it, forget it. It's just some old thing. I can't be bothered to search for it. Let it belong to whomever found it. I wonder if that fool will know how to use it. Cheng Jingxian was momentarily stunned. In such a solemn farewell context, he had intended to suppress a laugh, but while managing to restrain the corners of his mouth from rising, he could not contain the delight that sparkled in his eyes. He lifted the pristine gloves in his palm, a smirk dancing on his lips as he inquired, If you are so concerned, then why not simply stay? Junyao stepped closer, patting his shoulder like a cool adult, his expression unexpectedly earnest. I have my own convictions. You wouldn't understand. Suddenly, he let out a soft chuckle and tightly grasped Junyao's hand. Today, I genuinely wished only to see you off. Yet these gloves have ensnared me. I do not wish to let go. Hey, what do you mean by that? Cheng Jingxian urged. Stay. I promise you that I will not act recklessly, nor will I conspire with them. I will collaborate with the authorities, adhering to the laws of our dynasty, to boldly apprehend those leeches who drain the lifeblood of the common people. I shall ensure you witness no more scenes of bloodshed. Do you believe me? Are you brave enough to stay and gamble with me? Chapter 17. The Decline of the Aristocratic Family, Virgo, 16. Cheng Jingshuan's gaze was fervent and clear, stirring a tumult of emotions within Junyao. He attributed this indescribable feeling to the influence of transference and thus forced a nonchalant smile. Such a crude provocation. I am not swayed by such tactics. Cheng Jingxian, disappointment clouding his eyes, attempted to muster a carefree smile but failed. Then I shall escort you out of the manor. Junyao tightened his grip on his bundle. Escort? I am not. Brother Fu.
Lil Cheng.
The sudden call interrupted their farewell. Cheng Jingxian stepped forward a few paces. Brother Zhu, what brings you here? Zhu Chengzhong seized his hand and pulled him outside. Good news. Our master wishes to see you both. Junyao paused in surprise. You both? Indeed. Zhu Chengzhong, with one hand still gripping Cheng Jingxian, pulled Junyao along without hesitation. After a few steps, he noticed something amiss. Little Cheng, why are you carrying a bundle? Junyao was momentarily at a loss for words and silently turned away. Zhu Chengzhong, puzzled, looked towards Cheng Jingxian, only to find him silently averting his gaze as well. The realization dawned on him. Oh, it seems there's been a quarrel. In Zhu Chengzhong's straightforward and unrefined perspective, arguments were an incomprehensible phenomenon. What issue could not be resolved through a good fight? However, judging by the physiques of these two brothers, they are unlikely to withstand even a couple of blows. And there is truly little merit in engaging in a fight. It would be more prudent to seek reconciliation. Among brothers, it is customary to quarrel at one end of the bed and make peace at the other. What is there to fuss about? Let us first go and meet the estate owner and then discuss matters further. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Zhu Chengzong waved his hand grandly, tossing Fu Junyao's bundle into the thicket with casual disregard, and pulled the two of them onward. "Hey, Brother Zhu, my bundle is quite valuable. And what is that absurd metaphor you just used?" Zhu Chengzong led them through a series of winding paths into an exquisitely designed courtyard, filled with extraordinary flowers, peculiar stones, and an array of birds, beasts, insects, and fish, all lavishly contrasting with the exterior of that oversized infirmary. The intricately carved vermilion door stood firmly shut. With a swift motion, Zhu Chengzong extended his leg and forcefully kicked it open, exclaiming, "Father, the benefactor who saved 100 lives at Qingqiao Manor has arrived." A few muffled coughs emanated from within the room, and a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, approached slowly, revealing a face graced with the silver strands of time and the marks of life's tribulations. He was none other than Zhu Yong, the master of Qingqiao Manor. "Father, these two gentlemen are my benefactors, Fu Junyao and Xiao Cheng." Zhu Chengzong then turned to Fu Junyao and Cheng Jingxian, saying, "Brothers, this is the father I often speak of." "Greetings, master of the manor," Fu Junyao and Cheng Jingxian said in unison, performing a respectful bow. "You're too kind." Zhu Yong gently waved his hand, and a gust of wind seemed to lift the two individuals effortlessly. "You are dear friends of Qingzhong and have saved countless lives at Qingqiao Manor. Out of both sentiment and reason, it is only fitting that Qingqiao Manor expresses its heartfelt gratitude to you both." The two replied in unison, "You are too kind, Manor Master." Cheng Jingxian stepped forward and cupped his hands respectfully. "I am but a mere youth. My medical skills are nowhere near those of my late father, and I do not presume to be regarded as a descendant of a divine physician." "Haha, Dr. Fu is overly modest," Zhu Yong remarked. But then he could not help but cough a few times. "Father, are you unwell?" Zhu Chengzong immediately stepped forward to assist him, anxiously calling out, "Brother Fu, please come and examine my adoptive father." "It's nothing," Zhu Yong waved his hand dismissively. Although his complexion was sickly pale, his gaze remained clear and sharp. In his heart, Fu Junyao silently rolled his eyes. What a poor performance. Despite Zhu Yong's ill appearance, his skin was wrinkled yet not dry. His figure was slender, yet his steps were firm and powerful. His eyes were not clouded by illness, but rather sparkled with vitality. Such an obvious ruse could only fool Zhu Chengzong, a simpleton with an unyielding disposition. Cheng Jingxian, however, perceived the underlying intricacies and glanced at Fu Junyao, saying, "Xiao Cheng, try the thread method." Fu Junyao was taken aback. "That's not scientific. He hasn't even moved." Zhu Yong coughed lightly again. "Dr. Fu, while the thread method of pulse diagnosis is indeed remarkable, since we are not of differing genders, wouldn't it be more direct and appropriate for you to feel the pulse directly?" Cheng Jingxian found himself in a predicament, yet he remained composed. "Then, I would be grateful if the manor master could extend his wrist." Following Zhu Yong's instructions, Zhu Chengzong eagerly rolled up his sleeves for him, nervously saying, "I apologize for the trouble, Brother Fu." Cheng Jingxian nodded, his 3 fingers awkwardly resting on Zhu Yong's pulse. After a moment, Zhu Chengzong impatiently inquired, "Brother Fu, what is the diagnosis?" Fu Junyao peeked over from a distance, wishing to cover his face. Cheng Jingxian, a mere novice, had even misrepresented the act of taking a pulse, his fingers failing to align with the triple warmer, rendering any accurate assessment impossible. Fortunately, there were no experts present, or his blunders would have been immediately exposed. Cheng Jingxian himself was equally perplexed, feeling the patient's notably rapid heartbeat, uncertain if it could even be considered a proper pulse. Yet, the innate anxiety characteristic of a Virgo only seemed to heighten his composure. He furrowed his brow and solemnly declared, "A physician must attend to illness with the 4 diagnostic methods: observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. Might I inquire if the estate owner has recently experienced any discomfort?" Zhu Yong pondered for a moment, responding, "I feel a sense of chest tightness, fatigue, sleeplessness at night, and frequent coughing." Cheng Jingxian contemplated briefly. This is likely a matter of the heart.
Oh. Pray, elaborate.
Cheng Jingxian quickly rummaged through his mind for the medical terminology he had previously heard from Fu Junyao, then cobbled together a sentence of earnest nonsense. The estate owner's pulse is feeble and erratic, his complexion pallid, spirit lacking vitality, and his frequent insomnia is likely due to internal pathogenic factors, or perhaps stagnation of qi and blood, or insufficient heart qi. Fu Junyao mused to himself. He does possess a certain talent for fabrication. But how should one proceed with treatment? As the saying goes, a heart ailment requires a remedy from the heart. The key to resolving this issue lies within the master himself. Adoptive father. Zhu Qingzhong spoke with difficulty. Zhu Yong paused for a moment, as if struck by a revelation, and remarked, "It seems I have truly become muddled. How could I make such an inappropriate jest?" "I hope you do not take offense, Dr. Fu." "Not at all. Not at all," Cheng Jingxian replied quietly. "I have encountered many inept physicians who, when faced with a challenge, often resort to the excuse of a heart ailment. Yet, it is only those who fail to cure that can be deemed incompetent. Would you not agree?" Zhu Yong's tone grew somber. "Are you suggesting that you can treat my heart ailment, Dr. Fu?" "Indeed," Cheng Jingxian asserted with unwavering conviction. Zhu Yong leisurely took a seat, casually lifted a cup of tea, and took a sip. "Then, might I inquire about the root cause of this heart ailment?" Cheng Jingxian, unhurried, dipped his finger into the tea and meticulously inscribed a square character on the table. "The cause of the ailment is precisely this." Upon finishing his words, he lightly tapped the table 3 times with his dampened finger, producing 3 resonant sounds, as if echoing within the depths of one's heart. Zhu Qingzong scratched his head, voicing the question that had lingered in Fu Junyao's mind yet remained unspoken. What does square mean? Could it imply confusion? The imperial envoy dispatched by the emperor, the newly appointed governor of Suizhou, Fang Ziki, Cheng Jingxian explained. Zhu Yong's gaze deepened, and his demeanor became sharp and resolute. His previously frail body straightened as if he had undergone a profound transformation, emanating an overwhelming sense of power that could shake mountains. Indeed, Dr. Fu's information was remarkably astute. Even before the emperor's decree arrived, he had already foreseen the unfolding events. Such insight was hardly typical of a mere itinerant physician. Cheng Jingxian smiled calmly, asserting that matters of concern always find a way to be known. "I admire your sagacity." Zhu Yong, with a gentle smile and warm eyes, swiftly launched an attack, his palm striking out with a speed that was almost imperceptible. "Be careful."
Do not.
Both Fu Junyao and Zhu Qingzong exclaimed simultaneously, but they were too late to intervene. Cheng Jingxian swiftly retreated, his figure nearly transformed into a fleeting shadow, yet Zhu Yong's palm wind followed closely behind, leaving him with nowhere to escape as he neared the door. In a sudden twist, he narrowly avoided a collision, hearing a resounding thud as a half-inch deep palm print appeared on the doorframe. Zhu Yong let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Dr. Fu possesses remarkable skills. Even with decades of experience, I failed to perceive them." Cheng Jingxian, seemingly unfazed, adjusted his clothing and took the opportunity to stretch his stiffened legs. "There is no need for tension, Master Zhu. We share a common adversary, and your Qingqiao manner certainly requires my medical expertise. Why should we engage in mutual destruction instead of fostering a seamless collaboration? A common enemy? The Xiangma gang."
Ha ha.
Zhu Yong suddenly laughed heartily, his laughter echoing like a ghostly wail. Over a decade ago, the Xiangma gang annihilated the entire family of the world's foremost divine physician, Fu Juyuan, for wealth, leaving only one child to escape. At that moment, I boldly asserted that if this individual were not eliminated, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the band of brigands. Little did I anticipate that my words would manifest into reality today. But what reason do I have to trust that your infiltration of Qingqiao Manor is devoid of ulterior motives? Merely because of the profound enmity between the Fu family and the band of brigands. Cheng Jingxian narrowed his eyes, his gaze sinister, appearing even more ferocious than Zhu Yong. Fu Junyao felt a constriction in his chest, a searing pain spreading through his heart. Cheng Jingxian took several steps forward, relentlessly closing in on Zhu Yong, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Your enmity with the band of brigands is driven solely by monetary gain and power. To put it more grandiosely, it is for the legacy of Qingqiao Manor that has endured for over 6 centuries. But I am different. My motivations are far more profound and deeply etched in my soul. When the cruel hooves of the band of brigands trampled upon my parents' remains, I resolved that blood debts must be repaid in blood. If Qingqiao Manor is unwilling to ally with me, then there are still the authorities and other heroes of the Green Forest. I am prepared to barter my medical skills, my very life, everything I possess, if it means incinerating that rabble of brigands like ashes in a furnace. Only then can this turmoil come to an end. This nonsensical tirade stirred a tempest of emotions within Fu Junyao, transporting him to a chaotic battlefield of ancient times, where his blood surged with the fervor of a warrior wishing to feast upon the flesh of his enemies, only to be left in a state of bewilderment, grappling with the futility of success and failure. He had always known that the parents of this body perished due to the band of brigands, yet he had never contemplated revenge, not even a fleeting thought. The kind-hearted Cheng Jian bestowed upon him a paternal tolerance and affection, teaching him the virtues of integrity and selflessness, and the principle of repaying malice with kindness. He harbored no shadows in his heart. However, as the saying goes, when one perceives the tranquility of time, it is surely because someone else bears the burden in their stead. Cheng Shibei paved a broad and untroubled path for him, yet he left the thorns and twists for his own son to endure. The weight he bore was truly immense. Fu Junyao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, nearly overflowing. Zhu Yong's expression settled slightly, clearly now believing 8 parts of the tale. But how can I ascertain if a physician, proficient only in pharmacology and acupuncture, possesses the qualifications to collaborate with Qingqiao Manor? Cheng Jingxian scoffed, his right hand deftly extracting a silver needle. I have stated before that I do not consider myself a descendant of divine healers. I am merely a vessel of the benevolent blood that has flowed through the Fu family for generations, yet I am inherently filled with the fervor of deep-seated enmity. My silver needle can save lives, but more often, it seals fate with blood. As his words fell, the silver needle shot forth, aimed directly at Zhu Yong's face, catching him off guard. Zhu Yong immediately leapt aside, managing to shield his face, though the needle still pricked the skin of his left hand. He paused momentarily, then erupted into hearty laughter. Welcome to Qingqiao Manor, our newly appointed deputy manor master, Fu Junyao. The farewell, which had been so pleasant, was abruptly interrupted by Zhu Yong's unexpected test. Now that the crisis had passed, those who were meant to leave must indeed take their leave. Once again this face, masked in rationality and feigned concern, incited Fu Junyao's ire. The belongings have returned to their rightful owner. Should not that name also be restored to me? Deputy Manor Master. Cheng Jingxian let out a low sigh. Having left the sanctuary of Qingqiao Manor, the bandits may pose a threat to you. Disguising your identity might not be such a bad thing for you. Fu Junyao paused, abruptly turning around. Speak honestly. Is part of your reason for staying related to me? Cheng Jingxian stiffened, then suddenly broke into a laugh. You overthink it. Zhu Yong, with his meticulous mind and heavy suspicion, would find it challenging to trust me as long as I bear the surname Cheng. Your enmity with the bandits means that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I merely exploit this to placate him. Fu Junyao clasped his hands, gazing silently at him. Under Fu's scrutiny, Cheng Jingxian grew increasingly uneasy, his voice dwindling. What I said before Zhu Yong was not entirely false. I am not a benevolent person, but a madman whose deep-seated vendettas are ingrained in my very bones. For someone like me, it would be better for you to leave. In a sudden movement, Fu Junyao reached out, roughly seizing Cheng Jingxian by the collar and forcefully pushing him back. Despite being unscathed in the presence of a master like Zhu Yong, Cheng Jingxian found himself powerless against Fu Junyao, easily toppled and his back slammed against the tree trunk. "You scoundrel!" Fu Junyao struck his chest with a palm, exerting merely a third of his strength, yet it resonated with a loud thud. "What do you take me for? A naive prince living in a utopia? A delicate maiden who requires protection for everything? Even if our Fu family harbors an irreconcilable grudge, we do not need you to sacrifice yourself on our behalf. I have already stated you are the one overthinking." Cheng Jingxian gently extricated his collar from Fu Junyao's grasp. "Our relationship has always been one of mutual exploitation. The Cheng family has sheltered you as you grew, while I have leveraged your medical expertise and status to infiltrate Qingqiao Manor. Now that our objectives have been achieved, you may take your leave." Fu Junyao glared at him with fiery eyes, as if he could tear apart that deceitful mouth in the next moment. "You know, villains must on the guise of benevolence. Otherwise, they would be swiftly apprehended by the authorities before they even step outside. Thus, all my kindness towards you is merely to preserve this facade." He paused, adopting a solemn tone. "If I have inadvertently caused you any misunderstanding, then I can only extend my apologies." Before he could finish his sentence, Fu Junyao seized the acupoints on his shoulders, his handsome face suddenly drawing near, biting down fiercely on his lower lip. Cheng Jingxuan's usually rational mind short-circuited, as if he had forgotten to connect the circuit of an electrical appliance. Fu Junyao pressed his advantage, swiftly breaching Cheng's flimsy defenses, and symbolically stirred within his mouth for a moment before ensnaring that infuriating tongue, which only knew how to speak in contradictions, into his own. He suckled gently, then bit down heavily. However, upon noticing Cheng Jingxuan's trembling hands and his flushed face, Fu Junyao felt a sense of relief. In matters of awkwardness, one might regret it alone, wishing to smack themselves into oblivion. Yet, when he realized that the other seemed even more embarrassed, the feeling of shame within him vanished without a trace. With an air of pretentiousness, Fu Yi adjusted the wrinkled attire that Cheng Jingxian had carelessly disheveled, muttering under his breath, "You little rascal, all you do is spout nonsense. Do you really think I cannot handle you?" Clearing his throat, he feigned nonchalance and continued, "Do you believe everyone is as foolish as Zhu Yong? To depict oneself as a vengeful maniac, your first course of action should be to eliminate me, thus ensuring your true identity remains concealed. So, why not give it a try?" As he spoke, Fu Junyao advanced a few steps, puffing out his chest, only to realize that his physique fell short of the desired intimidation. Alas, it diminished his bravado. Cheng Jingxian lowered his gaze, his expression inscrutable.
"Ha!
You lack the courage. You are merely a self-proclaimed savior, deluded into thinking you can alter fate single-handedly. But can you truly manage without my assistance? You couldn't even align the 3 yang meridians properly, yet you have the audacity to masquerade as a doctor." With that, Fu Junyao jabbed a finger sharply into Cheng's chest, and indeed, he encountered the firmness of well-toned muscle, a disappointing setback. Nonetheless, one must not succumb to defeat in spirit. Fu Junyao raised his chin defiantly, provocatively asking, "By the way, do you truly understand what a villain looks like? They would never go to the lengths of nurturing a useless person for years simply to don the guise of a good Samaritan. Nor would they tenderly care for the frail and elderly at Qingqiao village." His voice gradually softened, losing its initial fury while gaining a touch of tender melancholy. "You have always been stubborn yet compassionate, your words at odds with your heart. I have grown accustomed to it over the years. Yet, I am not some parasite dwelling within you. capable of discerning the intricate labyrinth of your concealed emotions at a mere glance. You offer no explanations, bearing your burdens alone. And I fear that one day I might depart from you entirely due to misunderstandings, rendering me irretrievable. Fu Junyao sighed deeply, the fatigue etching several profound lines upon his once smooth eyelids. Is this truly what you desire? Cheng Jingxian abruptly lifted his gaze, fixing an intense stare upon him. An overwhelming fervor igniting in his eyes, replacing the usual restraint and suppression. Fu Junyao instinctively took a step back, questioning whether he had perhaps gone too far in his words. Suddenly, Cheng Jingxian grasped him firmly, drawing him gently into his embrace, the towering figure of Fu, standing at nearly 6 feet, pressing against his chest like a delicate bird. Before Fu could utter a plea for mercy, Cheng had already captured his incessantly chattering lips in a passionate kiss. Chapter 19. The Decline of a Noble House. The Virgin of Virgo. The moonlight was shrouded beneath dark clouds, casting a gradient of deep and light azure across the sky. The room was enveloped in darkness, the evening breeze howling as it rattled the half-open window. Fu Junyao lay restlessly on the bed, tossing and turning, plagued by a restless insomnia. Damn that transference system! What foolishness has it compelled me to undertake? He lamented. Gripping his wristband, he jabbed at it in frustration. What do you mean, nothing? Do you have any idea how humiliating today has been for me? I behaved like a lecher, lunging forward as if I had never encountered a handsome man in my life. All the dignity I had accumulated over the past 20 years was utterly obliterated this afternoon. That matters not, for only the 3 of us are privy to this matter. If others remain unaware, then it is as though it never transpired. Your thoughts are rather avant-garde, mused Fu Junyao, contemplating deeply before prodding the wristband once more. Pray tell, do you consider yourself human? The system paused momentarily, then promptly ceased its banter, adopting its usual monotonous electronic tone. I do not. I am merely a collection of innumerable codes that constitute a system. Fu Junyao stretched his limbs, reclining into a most comfortable position resembling a sprawling character. It is no wonder that artificial intelligence is advancing rapidly. I foresee that your antiquated system will soon achieve sentience. A mechanical chuckle escaped the system, echoing through the inky darkness of the night. Unbeknownst to him, the once pitch-black exterior of the dwelling suddenly illuminated with flames. A shrill, panicked cry erupted into the stillness of the night. Fire! Fu Junyao sprang upright, the remnants of drowsiness vanishing in the wake of the cacophony outside. He hastily donned a jacket and leapt from his bed. Upon flinging open the window, he beheld the mountainside ablaze, chaos reigning as frantic individuals scurried with buckets, though their efforts were but a drop in the bucket. This is dire. The inferno engulfs the granary. Cheng Jingshuan's residence is perilously close. A jolt of alarm coursed through Fu Junyao as he hastily slipped on his shoes, rushing through the door, only to collide with a burly figure emanating an overwhelming stench of sweat. Dazed, he staggered back a few steps, and, to his astonishment, he found himself face to face with Zhu Qingzhong, wielding a hefty machete. Brother Zhu, what brings you here? Zhu Qingzhong's face lit up with relief. Ah, young Cheng. It is truly a comfort to see you unharmed. Quickly, retreat to the back of the house. That gang of ruffians has colluded with the authorities and is making another attack. Where is Dr. Fu? He is at the front, aiding in the rescue of the wounded. He specifically instructed me to ensure your safety. You have no time to waste. It is perilous here. Come, let me lead you to safety in the back. Oh, brother, you're heading the wrong way. That's the granary. Before Zhu Qingzhong could finish his sentence, Fu Junyao had already dashed off, his feet moving as if propelled by the very winds of fate, heading straight for the heart of the flames. In an instant, he vanished into the night, leaving Zhu Qingzhong staring at a flattened shoe, unable to suppress a mutter. Even if one is hastening to the afterlife, one might as well wear shoes. Fu Junyao arrived at the scene of the fire, which was utter chaos. In this era, there were no water cannons or trained fire brigades. Only a horde of unskilled laborers, haphazardly hauling their small basins and buckets from a distant well to fetch water for extinguishing the flames. With such inefficiency, it was a wonder if they could save anything from the inferno. The granary was built against the forest, surrounded by highly flammable trees, but also rich in earth. The principles of extinguishing a fire boil down to two methods: lowering the temperature and cutting off the oxygen supply. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Junyao picked up a basin abandoned on the ground, filled it to the brim with earth, and hurled it towards the blaze, shouting, "Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. Everyone, throw mud at the flames. It can extinguish the fire just as well." Gradually, the flames were brought under control, though the contents within had likely been reduced to ashes. Those uninjured rushed into the inferno, carrying out the wounded one by one. The area soon engulfed by cries of anguish. "Fetch several basins of cold water," Fu Junyao bellowed, seizing a basin of water left for extinguishing the fire. He submerged the wounds of those with less severe burns. In his haste, he had brought no medicinal supplies. Fortunately, the silver needles, ever the companion of a healer, remained at his side. Without delay, Fu Junyao unwrapped the needle pouch, crouching beside the nearest victim to identify the acupoints. "Hey, do you even know how to heal? You can't just jab the needles anywhere," someone shouted. Fu Junyao, pinpointing the acupoints with precision, swiftly inserted the needles, not raising his gaze. "If I don't know how to heal, then who does?"
Hey, you.
The critic retorted, rolling up his sleeves, ready to strike. The injured cried out, "Ah, it seems to hurt less now." "Humph." The man, begrudgingly, called for assistance. "Doctor, hurry over. Someone has been struck by a burning beam and is on the verge of death." Fu Junyao immediately put away the silver needles and rushed over, only to find the injured man weakly leaning against his family, his mangled thighs soaked in blood, saturating the surrounding grassland. Fu Junyao took the man's pulse. Noting its rapidity and dire condition, he proceeded to puncture 8 vital acupoints, inserting the needles 2 feet deep, yet to his dismay, the bleeding did not cease. The man gasped in agony, his breaths growing fainter. "Doctor, can he still be saved?" The patient's relative trembled, tears brimming in their eyes, as if they were about to witness their loved one slip away. In an era when medical knowledge was rudimentary, it was all too common for even minor injuries to claim lives. Fu Junyao felt a surge of anxiety as beads of sweat cascaded down his brow. He swiftly removed the silver needles from the patient and repositioned them, once again targeting the 8 vital acupoints for hemostasis. The needles penetrated the flesh to a depth of 3 feet, yet there was no sign of improvement. The wounded individual was on the brink of death. This was dire. Injured by a burning beam, the wound was too deep and the temperature too high to staunch the bleeding. "Oldly, you cannot perish." Relatives, upon hearing this, erupted into heart-wrenching sobs, and those surrounding them displayed expressions of profound sorrow. Fu Junyao removed the silver needles once more and took the pulse again. His hands, slick with perspiration from tension, struggled to discern a definitive pulse. "Water is coming." Suddenly, someone shouted. An idea sparked within Fu Junyao. He immediately inserted a needle to seal the patient's heart acupoint and then seized a basin of cold water, dousing the injured individual thoroughly. "What are you doing?" A relative, equally drenched, exclaimed in shock. "Who is this person? Does he even know how to heal?" Surrounding voices of doubt rose in a cacophony, but Fu Junyao remained unfazed. He inserted the needles again, targeting the 8 crucial acupoints for hemostasis, penetrating the flesh 2.5 feet deep, and finally, the bleeding began to subside. Fu Junyao let out a long breath. "Dr. Fu," someone called out. The crowd turned to see 2 doctors arriving, their faces painted with confusion. "Ahem." Fu Junyao cleared his throat and promptly corrected himself. "Dr. Fu, you have finally arrived. I have not failed in my duty. Cheng Jingxian offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder and discreetly squeezed his palm. You have done exceptionally well. It has been arduous. At last, the crowd's expressions transformed into those of realization. Cheng Jingxian crouched down, opened the medicine box, and sprinkled the hemostatic powder onto the patient's wound. He then retrieved a bottle of burn ointment and handed it to the patient's family, instructing, change the dressing twice a day, and keep the wound dry. Remember. The family members' eyes reddened with gratitude, and tears mingled with sweat as they exclaimed, Thank you, Dr. Fu, for saving my life. Thank you, Dr. Fu. A chorus of admiration arose from those surrounding them. At that moment, Fu Junyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are you all right? Cheng Jingxian inquired with concern. Fu Junyao chuckled, taking a few steps closer, and replied, What could possibly be wrong with me? My only duty is to save others. Cheng Jingxian noticed the uneven sound of his footsteps and looked down, furrowing his brow. Where are your shoes? Fu Junyao glanced down as well, and realized he was running about barefoot, finally understanding why it felt so peculiar. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, I must have lost them while putting out the fire. Cheng Jingxian shot him a disapproving glance, exclaiming, You really are a source of worry. Isn't this the posture of a princess, Carrie? What do you take me for? What are you doing? Fu Junyao said, unable to contain his anger. As if he were about to topple someone to the ground. Cheng Jingxian waved his hand dismissively and playfully tapped him on the backside. Fu Junyao's face flushed with embarrassment, ready to criticize this old rogue who took advantage of the situation, only to hear a chilling threat from Cheng Jingxian. Fu Junyao's body stiffened as his imagination conjured up grotesque serpents, insects, and vermin approaching him to discuss the quandaries of life, sending a chill racing down his spine that rendered him motionless. Chapter 20. The Decline of a Noble Family. Virgo Young Master, 19. Cheng Jingxian carried Fu Junyao into his room with a decisive grace, unceremoniously tossing him onto the bed. Fu, ever vigilant, crossed his arms defensively. What do you intend to do with me? Cheng Jingxian paused for a moment, then, with a palpable disdain, replied, You are overthinking this. Fu, with a haughty tilt of his head, retorted, You are merely playing coy. Deep down, you are utterly enamored with me, yet you feign disdain as if I am worthless. Cheng Jingxian raised an eyebrow and, maintaining a stoic expression, walked away. Is he truly leaving just like that? Fu Junyao sensed an impending twist. Unwilling to relent, he began to bounce on the bed, discovering it to be surprisingly soft. With a silly grin, he rolled around for a few moments, the fragrant scent of herbal medicine enveloping him, mirroring the aroma that clung to Cheng Jingxian, which was particularly delightful. He inhaled deeply, only to detect a peculiar odor. Peering down, Fu Junyao gasped. The sheets bore several dark footprints, still stained with damp earth, rendering them filthy. What if Cheng Jingxian, a notorious neat freak, saw this? Would he even survive the encounter? With a swift motion, Fu sprang to his feet, attempting to pat the dirt off the sheets, only to find his efforts making matters worse. Resigned, he yanked the sheets off, preparing to wash them when the door creaked open. Cheng Jingxian entered, carrying a basin of water. Fu Junyao chuckled, I was merely concerned about dirtying your bed. The truth, however, was that it was already soiled. Amen. Cheng Jingxian cast a sidelong glance at him, silently rolling his pristine white sleeves above his elbows. A pang of anxiety struck Fu Junyao. Could it be that he was aware of the bed's condition and intended to punish him? Fu Junyao fearfully shut his eyes, only to find that Cheng Jingxian simply forced his legs into a basin filled with warm water, enveloping his feet in a soothing embrace that was indescribably pleasant. Cheng Jingxian's hands gently submerged in the water, meticulously washing away the dirt from Fu Junyao's feet, bit by bit. Fu Junyao felt his cheeks flush, stammering, No need. It's too dirty. I can wash it myself. Cheng Jingxian lifted his gaze, the orange candlelight casting a soft glow upon his face, revealing an unprecedented tenderness. You're so filthy. I shall have to get used to it sooner or later. A warmth blossomed in Fu Junyao's heart, akin to savoring a pot of honeyed syrup. As Cheng Jingxian tenderly massaged his ankles, he murmured, Junyao, you were rather impulsive today. Fu Junyao, intoxicated by this sweetness, inadvertently blurted out his thoughts. I didn't kiss you today. Cheng Jingxuan's hands paused, slowly raising his head to meet his gaze. Realizing his faux pas, Fu Junyao hastily waved his hands. I didn't mean it that way. Cheng Jingxian let out a low laugh, as if the very air in the room resonated with delightful vibrations. So you lament this? Fu Junyao, overwhelmed with embarrassment and indignation, wished to bash his head against a pillar to prove his innocence. Cheng Jingxian removed the towel and, at a leisurely pace, meticulously dried his feet, a task that should have been a source of enjoyment. However, for the flustered Master Fu, who had just misspoken, it felt akin to a sweet torment. At this moment, Master Fu dared not even exhale, his face flushed, rivaling the blossoms of early spring.
Oh.
Fu Junyao replied absently, instinctively reaching for his shoes, only to have Cheng Jingxian gently restrain his hand. Just sit there, he instructed. Cheng Jingxian then retrieved a pair of cotton socks, delicately wrapping them around Fu Junyao's feet before sliding them into the boots, loosely fastening the laces. Take a few steps and see if they fit comfortably. Obediently, Fu Junyao alighted from the bed and walked a few paces, pleasantly surprised to find the boots fit him perfectly, as if tailored specifically for him. The material's far more comfortable than his previous pair. They fit well, he remarked. That's wonderful, Cheng Jingxian replied, washing his hands while continuing the earlier conversation.
Junyao.
You shouldn't have showcased your medical skills in front of so many people. This matter cannot remain concealed from Zhu Yong, and it may lead to endless troubles for you. Taken aback by this turn of discussion, Fu Junyao felt a fleeting wave of indescribable disappointment wash over him. I didn't think that far ahead. The situation was chaotic, and many sustained minor injuries. I thought a basin of cold water would suffice to cool things down and provide immediate relief. Little did I expect that a burning beam would fall and injure another patient. He had already lost a significant amount of blood, and without you there or any medicine, if I hadn't intervened, he would surely be dead by now. Cheng Jingxian pondered for a moment and sighed softly. Ultimately, it is the compassionate heart of a healer. If one were to witness death and refrain from offering assistance, it would be an insurmountable challenge. Without experiencing life and death, one cannot truly appreciate the calling of medicine. Fu Junyao, born into a family of esteemed physicians, was accustomed to the cycles of life and death from an early age. It is precisely this exposure that endowed him with a deeper understanding of the preciousness of life. Whether it was the former Fu Junyao or the one who traversed time from the modern era, he could never bear to stand idly by in the face of death. Have I troubled you once more? Cheng Jingxian shook his head. Not at all. I simply fear that if we do not speak of it now, it may weigh heavily upon us. For the time being, you shall stay here. We can address any pressing matters tomorrow. Fu Junyao was taken aback, nearly springing to his feet. But there is only one bed here. If I sleep here, where will you rest? Cheng Jingxian pointed to the chaise lounge outside. Call me if you need anything. It seemed he was indeed treating him with utmost care. Fu Junyao, feeling somewhat exasperated, crossed his arms and leaned against the cabinet, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Cheng Jingxian raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to sleep? Fu Junyao, in a huff, rolled his eyes as if to inscribe his displeasure upon his face. Cheng Jingxian, with a resigned shake of his head, pulled him into his embrace. What are you doing? Before Fu Junyao could finish his protest, his lips were silenced by a warm presence, his eyes widening in surprise as Cheng Jingxuan's somewhat disdainful yet handsome visage loomed closer and closer. His mind went momentarily blank. Chapter 21. The Decline of the Aristocratic Family, Virgo, 20. As anticipated by Cheng Jingxian, the following day brought a raucous disturbance at their doorstep. The loud banging on the door echoed through the mountains as voices clamored for the surrender of spies and the eradication of traitors. The uproar outside grew increasingly tumultuous. Cheng Jingxian, pushing Fu Junyao into the inner chamber, was about to answer the door when it was violently kicked open. Zhu Qingzhong, with a look of embarrassment, was shoved inside by the crowd, whose faces were all etched with fury. Cheng Jingshuan's voice deepened, emanating an aura of authority. "My brothers, what is the meaning of this commotion?" From the shadows, a voice shouted. "Still playing the fool? It is evident that you outsiders harbor ill intentions. Hand over that treacherous spy who feeds on our hospitality. Do not speak disrespectfully to the deputy lord." Zhu Qingzhong barked, successfully silencing those who were poised to echo the sentiment. Cheng Jingxian, unhurried, took a seat. "Brother Zhu, what on earth has transpired?" With a resounding thump of his thigh, Zhu Qingzhong lamented, "Brother Fu, the situation is as follows. Last evening, while everyone was fast asleep, a band of ruffians from the Highwayman S gang launched a surprise attack, managing to stealthily circumvent our defenses and infiltrate the estate. They even discovered our granary and set it ablaze, injuring many of our brothers. Most critically, our stored provisions were completely consumed by the flames. This clearly indicates the presence of a traitor among us, does it not?" "Indeed. Absolutely." Behind Zhu Qingzhong, a chorus of agreement echoed. Cheng Jingxian, unfazed, raised his head and gazed calmly at Zhu Qingzhong and the motley crew behind him, as if the phrase "upright and above board" was emblazoned upon his forehead. Zhu, in disbelief, questioned, "Brother Fu, do you truly suspect me of being the traitor?" His tone, casual yet laced with an undercurrent of indignation, suggested otherwise. Zhu Qingzhong widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Brother Fu, what are you saying? We are sworn brothers. How could I ever doubt you?" Instantly, someone shouted, "Young master, you cannot say that." Zhu Qingzhong frowned, casting a fierce glare at the speaker. "Brother Fu is the deputy master appointed by our leader. If he were a spy, would that not imply that my adoptive father is blind to treachery?" Cheng Jingxian scoffed. "Indeed, this is clearly aimed at Junyao. So, what do you all propose? Shall we first hand over that traitor by your side?" "Yes, hand him over," echoed the crowd, their voices rising in a cacophony as they closed in on Cheng Jingxian, attempting to exert pressure through sheer numbers. Cheng Jingxian, with a slight lift of his eyelids, replied leisurely, "And what if I refuse?" Suddenly, an individual who had been concealed within the throng stepped forward, sneering, "Well then, you shall not blame us for being impolite." As his words fell, the group behind him instinctively reached for their weapons, preparing to draw them. "How dare you be disrespectful to the deputy master?" Zhu Qingzhong instinctively positioned himself in front of Cheng Jingxian. Cheng Jingxian gently pulled apart Zhu Qingzhong with his left hand, while his right hand revealed a silver needle. No matter how many were present, what was there to fear? Zhu Qingzhong had witnessed the power of his silver needles. Even the master of the estate could not evade them, let alone these brothers of modest martial prowess. In a nearly simultaneous motion, he turned to shield his comrades. "Brother Fu, do not act impulsively." The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension, as if a duel were imminent.
Fu Junyao,
observing through the crack of the door with a cold gaze, perceived the brewing conflict and promptly stepped outside, exclaiming, "Brother Zhu, we are all good brothers. The bandits have yet to arrive. Shall we resort to fratricide? You traitor! How dare you show your face?" A voice rang out as someone brandished a knife and charged forward, only to be restrained by Zhu Qingzhong. Fu Junyao, undeterred, advanced towards the assailant. "I act with righteousness. Why should I fear?" Cheng Jingxian stepped forward and grasped his wrist, subtly creating a barrier between him and the others. Fu Junyao moved his lips, forming a silent plea for trust, and Cheng Jingxian finally released him. His gaze swept across the crowd. And then he pointed at a man whose palm was wrapped in bandages. You burned your hand while extinguishing the fire yesterday. Has it healed somewhat today? The man's eyes flickered, and he instinctively concealed his injured hand behind his back, feeling the intense heat in his palm. The wound ceased to pain him as long as it remained untouched. The bothersome bandage had indeed been applied by this very doctor. Fu Junyao took another step forward, indicating another individual. You carried your injured brother out of the flames yesterday, yet wounded your own foot in the process. I applied pressure to your acupoints, Tai Chong, Higu, and Sanin Jiao. Today it should be less painful, no? The man's cheeks flushed, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. Fu Junyao then spoke aloud. Yesterday, a brother was injured by a burning beam and nearly succumbed to excessive blood loss. As an unworthy junior, I administered acupuncture 3 times just to staunch the bleeding. I wonder if any of that brother's relatives are present and could inform me of his current condition? The crowd fell silent. Do not think that a few small favors can erase the fact that you betrayed your brethren. The formation outside the manor has been passed down through generations, unbroken for over 600 years, yet suddenly, the rascals from the bandit gang infiltrated. Is it not evident that there is a traitor among us? Indeed.
Exactly.
Voices from the crowd echoed in agreement. Fu Junyao was left incredulous by their accusations. On what grounds do you suspect me of being the traitor? Merely because I reside near the granary? There are many who live in proximity to it. Or is it because I entered the manor later than others? How does arriving late equate to being a spy? But your medical skills. Cheng Jingxian interjected, withdrawing his silver needles and proclaiming, It is well known that I am the son of the renowned physician Fu Jiyuan. This young man is my apprentice, having grown up alongside me, and thus has acquired some medical knowledge. Is that so remarkable? The prowess of the Fu family's medicine was evident to all when I came here the first day and treated your poison, was it not? There were few who had been saved by Fu Junyao during the fire. Even if guilt lingered, it could not galvanize a strong reaction. However, many had been rescued from poisoning by Fu Cheng and felt a deep sense of gratitude, leading to an atmosphere of uncertainty and silence. Young master, this is not good. A frantic voice echoed from a distance, bursting through the door with an urgency that sent shivers down everyone's spine. As the words hung in the air, a disheveled figure stumbled in, tumbling and scrambling. What has happened? Zhu Qingzong immediately rushed forward to assist the person. Breathless and trembling, the individual stammered the highwayman. That pack of rogues has attacked again. Impossible. During the day, Longquan Mountain is guarded by soldiers. How could those scoundrels brazenly enter? The authorities are in collusion with them, openly allowing passage. The brigands infiltrated the mountain as if it were unprotected. They also breached the formation outside the manor. Fortunately, the lord of the manor intervened personally and drove back the foes, but the lord himself. What has happened to my adoptive father? Zhu Qingzong pressed urgently. He is gravely injured, I fear. Brother Fu, come quickly to see my adoptive father. Zhu Qingzong commanded, pulling Cheng Jingxian along as they dashed outside. The others were momentarily stunned, while Fu Junyao hastily grabbed a medicine box and followed, but the two had already vanished in the blink of an eye. By the time Fu Junyao caught up with Cheng Jingxian, Qingqiao Manor had descended into chaos. Zhu Qingzong wielded a hefty broadsword, fiercely defending the small area behind him, his body marked with numerous wounds. The few remaining defenders of Qingqiao Manor rallied behind him, yet the situation appeared increasingly dire. Seizing an opportunity, Fu Junyao maneuvered around to the rear that Zhu Qingzong had been guarding and, indeed, found Zhu Yong lying on the ground, pallid and unconscious, while Cheng Jingxian crouched beside him, attempting to check his pulse, though he still struggled to locate the Sanjiao point. As he hesitated, a thief suddenly charged forward, brandishing a bloodied sword. Be careful, Cheng Jingxian shouted, swiftly pulling Fu Junyao aside to evade the attack. The assailant swung his blade once more, this time aimed directly at Junyao. Cheng Jingxian, after a brief moment of indecision, unleashed a silver needle with precision, striking the opponent's acupoint. The thief's hand lost sensation, leading him to believe it was severed, and he instinctively let out a piercing scream. "Brother Zhu!" Fu Junyao exclaimed in alarm. Cheng Jingxian quickly covered his eyes, and all they could hear was a heart-wrenching cry. A chill crept up Fu Junyao's spine, as he could easily envision the gruesome scene of the blade descending. "Brother Fu, take the adoptive father through the secret passage first." Zhu Qingzong urgently thrust a blood-stained sheepskin map into Cheng Jingxian's palm, raising his sword high as he plunged back into the fray. Cheng Jingxian immediately tucked the map away and called out, "Brother Zhu, what will you do?" With a furrowed brow, he cast a complex glance at Zhu Yong, ultimately resolving to act. He hoisted Zhu Yong onto his back, declaring, "Brother Zhu, I promise you, Junyao. Let us go." Fu Junyao seized Zhu Yong's body, forcibly lifting him onto his own back. "You lead the way, I'll carry him." "No need," Cheng Jingxian insisted, pulling out the map and attempting to hand it to Fu Junyao, who stubbornly refused to take it. "I cannot read the map. Spare me the chatter. Lead the way." With that, Fu Junyao adeptly hoisted Zhu Yong onto his shoulders, feeling the weight of his burden. Blood continued to flow from Zhu Yong, mingling with the mud on the ground and adhering to Fu Junyao's back, the pungent scent of blood-inducing nausea. Amidst the chaos of war, Fu Junyao mused that if the fastidious Cheng Jingxian were to bear him, one could only imagine the disdain that would ensue. Cheng Jingxian cast a lingering glance at him, then lifted Fu Junyao's medicine box, leading the way. Fu Junyao hastily followed, as a long-forgotten electronic voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point of favorability with the target character. Current favorability, 97 points." In this moment of desperate flight, the system humorously interjected, suggesting perhaps it was due to the host's physique that failed to pique the other's interest. If only Fu Yi could free a hand. His first act would be to cast that wretched Zodiac bracelet into the furnace. The system, taking advantage of his predicament, delivered a biting remark. "I must say, Fu, you constantly refer to yourself as Yorgo, boasting of countless admirers, yet I see no evidence of muscle to attract a girlfriend, or perhaps a boyfriend. Were I not a system, I might even consider strutting down a male version of the Victoria's Secret runway." Fu Junyao retorted, "I have muscles. Why would I need to display them for you?" He then called out, "Someone." This foolish system has gained sentience. With the absurd banter of the imbecilic system, the atmosphere of their escape felt somewhat less dire. Cheng Jingxian led Fu Junyao out of Qingqiao Manor, following the map's guidance to a secluded cabin nestled in the mountains.
Inside,
there was an abundance of food supplies and various daily necessities. It appeared this was the last bastion of Qingqiao Manor. Fu Junyao gently set Zhu Yong down, deftly grasping his wrist with 3 fingers positioned expertly to address the upper, middle, and lower jiao. A sense of pride swelled within him, for this was indeed the demeanor befitting a physician, far superior to that of certain mediocre practitioners. However, his pride was short-lived, overshadowed by a wave of profound concern. "What troubles you? Why the grim expression?" Cheng Jingxian strolled over leisurely, a cloth bag in hand that did not quite align with his refined aesthetic. Fu Junyao gestured towards the unconscious Zhu Yong. He has sustained severe blows to his chest and abdomen, resulting in grave internal injuries. His pulse is erratic, making treatment exceedingly difficult. Even if I manage to stabilize him, he may be left with lasting ailments. Cheng Jingxian thrust the cloth bag into Fu Junyao's hands. "Inside are clean garments. You should cleanse yourself first. You're filthy." Receiving yet another critique from the ever-discerning Virgo, Fu Junyao had grown accustomed to it. He hesitated, pointing once more at Zhu Yong. "And what about him?" Cheng Jingxian blinked, remaining silent. Indeed, lying before him was Zhu Yong, his sworn enemy. the very person he wished to see suffer. It was already commendable that he refrained from taking advantage of the situation. Could he truly be expected to save him? Although neglecting to save a life contradicts the ethics of medicine, Fu Junyao was not virtuous enough to repay enmity with kindness. Thus, he silently took the bag and turned to leave. Just as he was about to step out, Cheng Jingxian spoke up. "Write a prescription. I shall procure the medicine." Fu Junyao turned in surprise, pointing at Zhu Yong. "Are you suggesting we write a prescription to save him?" Cheng Jingxian nodded. Indeed, this world was filled with the fantastical. Cheng Jingxian casually inquired, "What would happen if we made a mistake?" He chuckled softly. "All right, hurry and wash yourself. You're absolutely filthy." "You disdain me again. Who doesn't he know that your words are at odds with your heart?" Master Fu, with a wagging tail, confidently headed to the kitchen to boil water, only to discover that Cheng Jingxian had already meticulously prepared warm water for him. He merely needed to indulge in a relaxing bath, and a sweet sensation enveloped his heart, causing his once-hidden tail to rise once more. Perhaps it was the enveloping steam that lulled him into a profound relaxation. As Fu Junyao soaked, his eyelids gradually grew heavy. In the depths of slumber, he vaguely sensed his body becoming lighter, as if someone had lifted him, soon to be cocooned in a warm blanket. He comfortably turned over, surrendering himself to a deep sleep. Just before drifting off, a hazy question flickered through his mind. Did the system inadvertently call him Fubu today? It sounded strangely familiar. Chapter 23. The Decline of a Noble Family. The Virgo Young Master, 22. However, the object of his teasing was not particularly cooperative, daring not to wait in the room for his playful advances. In that moment, Master Fu seemed to embody the spirit of Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, instantly searching every nook and cranny of the house, prepared to rally against oppression. To his dismay, after scouring the premises, he found no trace of his elusive adversary. Could it be that the foe possessed keen hearing and had fled at the first sign of danger? Since his search yielded no results, Master Fu decided not to dwell on it further and recalled that there was someone gravely injured within the house. Thus, he proceeded to the apothecary to brew medicine, only to find that the herbal cabinet was left ajar. He nodded slightly, and the few herbs meant for treating internal injuries were all there, as if Cheng Jingxian had, in a rare moment of conscience, taken pity on him for the years of toil he had endured in concocting medicine and had conveniently prepared it for him. The sweetness that rose from his heart had yet to reach the corners of his mouth when he felt a sudden jolt at his feet. Puzzled, he stepped back and picked up the culprit that had tripped him, a small piece of dregs. Fu Junyao shuddered, a chill coursing through him from the tips of his hair to the soles of his feet. The stove, still warm from boiling the medicine, glimmered like the only beacon of light in a realm of darkness, igniting a fire within his heart. Suddenly awakened, Fu Junyao dashed towards Zhu Yong's room in a frenzy. Heaven help him. He must arrive in time. The constellation bracelet on his wrist began to vibrate violently, and alerts flooded his mind. Host, please pay attention. Host, please pay attention. If Zhu Yong were to perish, the target of the strategy would have their vengeance fulfilled, and the plotline would reach its conclusion. But Fu Junyao remained oblivious, focused solely on his frantic run. The door was slightly ajar. He kicked it open and rushed inside, only to find Cheng Jingxian calmly seated by Zhu Yong's bedside, holding a bowl of medicine. Without hesitation, he snatched the bowl away, his heart sinking as he realized it was nearly empty. "You, what are you doing here?" They both spoke simultaneously. Fu Junyao, filled with uncontainable rage, exclaimed, "Have you already fed him the medicine?" Cheng Jingxian nodded, confused. Fu Junyao stepped forward, gripping his collar tightly. "Are you out of your mind? How could you do this?" Junyao, do not be agitated." Fu Junyao once again seized his collar, abruptly interrupting his pale and feeble explanation. "Zhu Yong, that scoundrel who plundered the people's resources and framed the loyal and virtuous, has perished. and I do not mourn his demise in the slightest. My only lament is for you. You were born into a family of scholarly distinction, a two-time successful candidate in the imperial examinations, an unequivocal scion of nobility. How could you resort to poisoning others, staining your hands with blood?
Junyao, you misunderstand.
His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a sorrow that was terrifying. Do you have any idea why I have remained by your side all these years? During that tumultuous period for the Chung family, I transformed from a pampered young master into the son of a condemned criminal, with the harsh blade of reality slicing into my heart. Before I could let these wounds become the strongest part of myself, I encountered a blow that could obliterate my will, breaking my spirit and my legs. No one could endure my temper. When our family fell into decline, I lashed out at the servants who remained, loyal even when they received not a single coin. Ultimately, they could bear it no longer and departed. In the end, only Fu Junyao, with a modicum of medical skill to sustain himself, and the homeless little Li remained. One stormy night, the rain poured heavily, and the wind flung open the window, allowing the downpour to drench his face and the quilt covering him. He struggled to rise and close the window, yet he forgot he was now a newly crippled wretch. Half of his body hung outside the bed, while his legs lay numb and paralyzed. The only outcome was a fall. Yet at that time, he was still ensnared by the throes of adolescence, unable to calmly accept the grim reality of his shattered leg. Frantically, he crawled towards the window. Fortunately, his frequent exercise had endowed him with a decent physique, allowing him to drag his half-paralyzed body to the very base of the window. But what of it? He could not rise, could not reach the window. The torrential rain poured in, transforming his meticulously styled hair into a wild tangle, like dandelion fluff dancing in the wind, awakening him to the harsh truth that he was a burden in motion and a source of worry in repose. If this was so, what purpose did life serve?
To die.
But where to die? The Chung family had long been known for their loyalty and integrity, their lineage stained with the blood of purity. He could not let others besmirch their name. He resolved to crawl to his father's grave and end his life there to prove his innocence. Thus, like a desperate snail, he crawled with all his might, each stone lacerating his skin, the mud tarnishing his spirit, and the relentless rain bowing his spine. But it mattered not, for liberation was near. Once he was dead, everything would end. Suddenly, a figure grasped him and hoisted him onto their back, trembling under the weight of his broken yet cumbersome body as they descended the mountain. He pushed against the person with all his strength, unable to dislodge them, resorting to striking them in desperation. The individual's steps grew increasingly unsteady, faltering and even falling twice. In this life, I shall give my all. Exert every effort to heal your legs. Even if I can never achieve this in my lifetime, it matters not. I will protect you as steadfastly as your own legs. Chapter 24. The Decline of a Noble Family, Virgo. 23. I wish to protect you, not merely to ensure your physical safety, but to safeguard your very essence, the unwavering backbone that the Chung family has upheld for generations. Chung Jingxian smiled faintly, and an incongruous electronic voice echoed in Fu Junyao's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point of favorability with the target. Current favorability, 98 points. Were they not in the midst of an argument? Why was there an increase in favorability? Fui felt somewhat perplexed, and the low laughter from Chung Jingxian only fueled his indignation. What are you laughing at? At that moment, the system chimed in with a bland quip. Of course, I'm laughing at your foolishness. Brother will eventually melt down that wretched bracelet of yours. Chung Jingxian grasped his shoulders, enveloping him in an embrace. I understand. Fui felt a flush of discomfort creep onto his cheeks, and he subtly loosened his grip on the other's collar, inwardly grumbling. You know nothing. Chung Jingxian released him. The law is vast and unyielding. Those devoid of conscience shall face its judgment. Even if I yearn for revenge, I cannot take the law into my own hands. Otherwise, I would become no better than those who trample on human life. Since you understand, then Wai Cheng Jingxian nodded. Fu Junyao looked up, and the amber depths of Cheng Jingshuan's eyes reflected a profound ocean. I do not wish to embrace you with these hands tainted by blood. I can endure my own filth, yet I refuse to let you be marred in the slightest. Fu Junyao was momentarily taken aback, and in conjunction with the prompt echoing in his mind, a bold notion erupted within him. Should this thought be uttered and misconstrued, it would provide sufficient fodder for Cheng Jingxian to mock him for a lifetime. Yet, he harbored a faint hope that this was not merely a jest, causing a nervous rhythm to beat in his heart. After a prolonged internal struggle, he hesitantly remarked, "You always speak in such vague terms. It's unclear what you mean. Allow me to elucidate my intent." He cleared his throat, but just as he spoke, Zhu Yong, who had been lying supine like a mere backdrop, abruptly coughed twice, effectively lowering the room's excessively high temperature. Cheng Jingxian, understanding the unspoken cue, leaned closer to Zhu Yong and exclaimed, "Master, master, master." His voice grew increasingly louder, and had there been neighbors nearby, they would likely have begun to stir in agitation. Only then did Zhu Yong slowly move his eyes, teetering between consciousness and slumber. Fu Junyao stepped aside, gesturing to his upper lip and forehead, silently indicating the acupoints Rinzhong and Baihui. Cheng Jingshuan's gaze darkened, and with deft precision, he produced a silver needle, swiftly inserting it into Zhu Yong's acupoints. Zhu Yong, unable to suppress a series of coughs, finally opened his eyes. Cheng Jingxian did not refute, stating simply, "It is merely my duty." Zhu Yong managed a difficult smile, his previously pallid complexion now tinged with an unnatural flush, resembling a crumpled blood dumpling. "Dr. Fu," he rasped, "this is the third time. You have rescued Qingchao Manor from peril on 3 occasions, and I am forever indebted to you for an act that could substitute for mere gratitude." Individuals like Zhu Yong, who navigate the intricacies of the martial world, seldom engage in mere verbal dueling. Cheng Jingxian felt a surge of joy within, maintaining a composed exterior as he replied, "The master is being overly courteous. It is merely my duty. Let's not forget that I, too, am a part of Qingchao Manor." Before Zhu Yong could fully express his gratitude with a nod, an exuberant neighing of a horse echoed from outside, accompanied by the swirling dust raised by the pounding hooves, almost breaching the walls. The notorious band of highwaymen was hot on their heels. Zhu Yong gasped in alarm. Truly, after more than 6 centuries of rivalry, the mere sound of a horse's cry was enough for him to discern the approach of the highwayman. Just as his words faded, Cheng Jingxian swiftly grasped Zhu Yong's right hand, hoisting him onto his back. The robust, somewhat portly elder manor lord was lifted with ease, and he commanded, "Let us flee." In truth, the ability to read a map held little significance. The winding paths of Longquan Mountain were treacherous, every route marred, every tree gnarled, rendering even seasoned wanderers at a loss. Master Fu, nonchalantly meandering through life for over 20 years, resolutely merged his instinctive approach with the practicalities of escape, carelessly forging ahead and liberating himself, surprisingly managing to shake off the pursuing bandits. Whether due to the inclement weather or the encroaching dusk, the sky darkened, visibility plummeting, complicating both flight and pursuit. Fu Junyao discovered a secluded cave to evade the impending danger, and upon entering, the first order of business was to gently set Zhu Yong down. "How is the master?" Fu Junyao inquired. Cheng Jingxian lifted Zhu Yong's wrist, presenting it to Fu Junyao. "He has long since lost consciousness." Fu Junyao, ever accommodating, examined his pulse, his expression turning grave. Cheng Jingxian set down Zhu Yong and gestured towards the cave entrance. Fu Junyao understood immediately and followed suit. Although he had felt somewhat better after taking the medicine, the recent jostling had caused his pulse to destabilize once more, And with no medicinal supplies in the mountains, life and death were but a fleeting moment away. Cheng Jingxian nodded thoughtfully. Fu Junyao inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "One must not inflict harm upon oneself. True harm will inevitably follow. The line between falsehood and reality is often blurred, with the genuine concealed within. The fortune of the Na'vi is in accordance with the gentle flow," he replied enigmatically. Fu Junyao gritted his teeth. "Speak plainly." "A scheme of self-sacrifice," Cheng Jingxian whispered softly, leaning closer to Fu Junyao's ear, divulging a few hushed words. Chapter 25. The Decline of the Family. The Young Noble of Virgo. "Master, are you well?" Cheng Jingxian asked with concern. Zhu Yong shook his head with difficulty. "I am all right." His voice was weak, clearly indicating a lack of vitality. "There are no medicines on the mountain. We must depart swiftly. I will now remove the silver needles from your Baihui and Fengqi points, leaving only the shunting point intact, which will allow you to remain conscious at all times." "Master, I shall carry you."
With that,
Cheng Jingxian quickly extracted the 2 silver needles and hoisted Zhu Yong onto his back, sprinting towards the cave's exit. Cough, cough. "Thank you for your trouble." Zhu Yong's feeble voice was carried away by the wind. Fu Junyao concealed himself in the shadows, holding his breath as the two emerged, retreating behind a tree. Once they had moved a distance away, he produced the whistle given by Cheng Jingxian and blew it forcefully, emitting a sound resembling a horse's whinny. He then took out a small carving knife and engraved a prominent arrow on the trunk of a conspicuous tree, directing it towards the footsteps of Cheng Jingxian and Zhu Yong. Soon, the chaotic sound of galloping hooves drew near, and he realized that the notorious bandits had indeed arrived. Hastily, he smeared mud across his face and rolled several times on the ground, camouflaging himself to blend in with the earth, and concealed himself in the distant thicket. The bandits, alerted by the whistle, approached, led by a bold vanguard who proclaimed, "Boss, we have discovered a signal left by our comrades ahead. We must have found that old rogue, Zhu Yong." A surge of joy welled up within Fu Junyao. The leader was Zhang, the cautious and suspicious head of the bandits. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, 70% of our brothers, follow me along the trail of the signal. The remaining 30% shall stay here to heed the arrangements of Captain Li and search for any suspicious activity." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison. The once nearly 100-strong group promptly divided into 2 factions. The majority followed Zhang, spurring their steeds to pursue, while the remaining dozen dispersed under Captain Li's guidance. Scouring the vicinity, Fu Junyao sensed danger, as one of the bandit scouts, tasked with searching the grass, unconsciously edged closer to him, wielding a scythe taller than himself, capable of uprooting anything in its path, leaving even a mere earthworm with no place to hide. Lying flat in the grass, Fu Junyao held his breath, daring not to move. The sound of the scythe slicing through the air resembled the death knell of a reaper, and he stealthily extracted a silver needle, focusing his gaze on the scout's moving foot, specifically the Zisonli point. His face flushed from holding his breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he prepared for a decisive strike, awaiting the outcome of this deadly game. "There's a cave here. There are traces of someone having lived inside," someone shouted aloud. As that group of individuals entered the cave, Fu Junyao took off running, his feet seemingly propelled by the wind, swiftly descending the mountainside. Clutched tightly in his hand was a small jade pendant, a token bestowed upon him by Cheng Xian before their parting. The thought heightened Fu Junyao's urgency. The treacherous mountain path was difficult to navigate, prompting him to leap downwards. He tumbled and rolled a couple of times down the slope, rising without brushing off his clothes, solely focused on his descent, nearly scrambling down the mountain. The subsequent stretch of the trail proved to be marginally easier. Fu Junyao moved with remarkable agility, barely glancing at his surroundings, and for a considerable time, he managed to avoid falling. Gradually, he relaxed his vigilance, quickening his pace, only to unexpectedly collide with a figure as sturdy as a tree trunk. which left him momentarily dazed. "Who dares?" roared the tree-like figure, an aura of menace enveloping the surroundings. Amid his trepidation, Junyao felt an odd familiarity in the voice. Looking up, he exclaimed, "Brother Zhu?" Zhu Qingzhong paused, gripping his large blade with heightened caution. "Little Cheng, what brings you here?" After enduring several days of tumultuous chaos, the once straightforward Zhu Qingzhong now exhibited a sharpness in his gaze that was rather unsettling. Junyao swallowed hard, swiftly gathering his thoughts. The hidden chamber on the map has been discovered by the bandits. Dr. Fu and I were compelled to escort the severely injured Lord up the mountain. The Lord's condition is grave, and Dr. Fu could not leave. So, I came up to gather some herbs for his treatment. As he spoke, he thrust his hand into his pocket, grabbing a handful of weeds mixed with dirt and laying them before Zhu Qingzhong. Fortunately, Zhu Qingzhong's gaze sharpened, yet his mind remained that of the Na-ve giant. Lacking fundamental knowledge of mountain herbs, coupled with Junyao's serious demeanor, he was easily deceived. Where were Dr. Fu and the estate owner now? Zhu Qingzhong's robust figure loomed before him, akin to a mountain. Junyao thought to himself, since Brother Zhu has arrived, he surely cannot escape. It would be better to let him confront the bandits. Thus, he discreetly pressed the token at his waist and declared resolutely, "Let us go. I will take you to find the estate owner. Heaven bless. May the celestial system protect Qing Jingxian from the pursuit of the bandits, and may no misfortune befall him." Chapter 26. The Decline of the Family. The Virgo young master. The narrative diverges as Qing Jingxian swiftly traverses the mountains with Zhu Yong on his back, evading the relentless pursuit of the bandits. However, the horses of the bandits were specially trained, possessing an acute sense of smell. No matter where they fled or how winding the mountain paths, the bandits would soon follow closely behind. After 2 hours of escape, Qing Jingxian was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. The silver needles he carried swayed perilously with each jolt, their efficacy diminishing. Zhu Yong felt an overwhelming weakness, his breath shallow, fearing that his end was near. Lowering his gaze to the youth bearing him, he noticed the boy's back was soaked with sweat, his clothing torn by branches, revealing numerous bloodstains. The sound of hooves pursued them relentlessly. In the face of life and death, the youth showed no signs of surrender. "Dr. Fu." Zhu Yong trembled as he spoke. "Rest assured, I shall ensure your safe descent from the mountain." Qing Jingxian continued his stride, sweat unintentionally flinging towards Zhu Yong's face. With great effort, Zhu Yong managed to keep his eyelids from completely closing, declaring, "Proceed half a mile forward, then take a left. You will see a crooked mulberry tree. Turn right, and after a short walk, you will come across a small stream, where there is water. You may cleanse yourself of the scent." Qing Jingxuan's eyes brightened, and he swiftly followed Zhu Yong's directions, soon discovering a small stream. He gently laid Zhu Yong against a large rock, saying, "Master, I will fetch water to cleanse your face." Zhu Yong immediately grasped his hand, his lips trembling as he uttered, "No need." Qing Jingxian paused and turned to him. Zhu Yong took a labored breath and slowly continued, "I sense my end is near. My life has been tumultuous, yet I have no regrets in traversing this world. However, there remains one matter that weighs heavily on my heart. If I were to entrust it to you, cough cough. Dr. Fu, would you be willing to assist?" Qing Jingxian knelt down, allowing Zhu Yong to meet his gaze. "You overestimate me. As long as it is a matter entrusted by you, I shall endeavor with all my might. Yet, the fortunes and misfortunes of this world are unpredictable, and I dare not make promises lightly." "Very well." Zhu Yong attempted to pat the young man's shoulder in appreciation but found himself unable to lift his hand. Instead, he forced a smile, struggling for breath as he remarked, "To not promise lightly, yet to act resolutely, you are indeed worthy of being the descendant of the renowned healer Fu Jiyuan." Qing Jingxian gently patted his frail back, remaining noncommittal. Zhu Yong took a deep breath, cautiously retrieving a ledger from his bosom. His hands trembled slightly, and beads of tension formed on his forehead. He meticulously smoothed the slightly curled corners of the ledger before presenting it to Cheng Jingxian. Patience was essential. Cheng Jingxian's body stiffened, his back drenched in sweat. He needed to summon every ounce of calmness and patience within him to refrain from grasping the ledger. Zhu Yong's anxious expression softened slightly as he forcefully pressed the ledger into Cheng's hands. This is the account book of Qingqiao Manor for over a decade since I took over as the master. It contains the entirety of the manor's wealth, as well as transactions with the court and other factions, including the waterways for procurement. By handing this to you, I am essentially entrusting you with the entire Qingqiao Manor. Therein likely lay the incriminating evidence that could exonerate Cheng Jian from the false accusations. Cheng Jingxian was overwhelmed with joy, yet he feigned a facade of trepidation. Master, I cannot accept such an honor. Zhu Yong pressed down firmly on the hand that clutched the ledger. If you truly wish to avoid the murky waters of Qingqiao Manor, it would suffice to hand it over to Qingzhang after dismantling the bandits. But let us not dwell on such matters now. My time is limited, and I must first teach you how to read the ledger. Cheng Jingxian then ceased his protests, listening intently. You must begin from the middle of the 48th page, reading from left to right. The first character of each column will form the key. On odd-numbered pages, examine the even columns. On even-numbered pages, observe the odd rows. Only in this manner can the contents of each page be coherently linked. Remember. Cheng Jingxian opened the account book, following the conventional reading order from right to left. He found it utterly perplexing. However, employing the method proposed by Zhu Yong, he began to piece together the incriminating evidence against Qingqiao Manor for years of extorting the common folk and bribing officials. He forcibly suppressed the elation swelling within him and said, Master of the estate, your trust is deeply appreciated. May I inquire if there are any further instructions? Zhu Yong hesitated, casting several glances at him, struggling to find the right words to initiate the conversation, but ultimately heaving a deep sigh. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Jingxian urged, if you have something to say, please do so directly. When one is faced with death, there truly is little left to conceal, Zhu Yong lamented. Though I have amassed considerable wealth throughout my life, much of it was through the redistribution of riches, adhering to a moral code even within thievery. There remains one matter that is lodged in my throat like a thorn. It pertains to the time when, for my own preservation, I conspired with the then Deputy Minister of Justice, Feng Bin, to frame the former governor of Suizhou, Cheng Jian. Zhu Yong paused for a considerable time before continuing. Though Cheng Jian was obstinate, he was nonetheless a man of integrity. His demise was indeed a grave sin. I have heard that he left behind a legless son. Dr. Fu, if it is at all possible, could you consider looking after him? Cheng Jingxian suddenly let out a cold laugh. That would be unnecessary. The enmity of a father's murder is one that cannot be shared. Zhu Yong felt a tremor in his heart, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Master, your health is paramount. Please, close your eyes and rest while I administer the acupuncture once more. With a sigh of resignation, Zhu Yong complied and closed his eyes to recuperate. Cheng Jingxian cast a penetrating glance at him, swiftly removing the silver needle from his divine acupoint and carelessly discarding it aside. He secured the ledger close to his person. Though your sins are grievous, I have no desire to taint my hands with your blood for the sake of vengeance. As it is said, life and death are decreed by fate, and the question of your survival today rests entirely in the hands of Providence. With this thought, Cheng Jingxian resolutely turned and began his descent down the mountain. Brother Fu! A voice suddenly called out behind him. Brother Fu, what brings you here? Zhu Qingzhang stood with his sword in hand, his demeanor as cheerful as ever. Unbeknownst if intentional or not, the tip of his blade pointed perilously towards Fu Junyao's vital spots. Cheng Jingshuan's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and approached with a smile. Brother Zhu, it is truly a pleasure to see you. The bandits pursued us, and I had no choice but to lead the master to the mountain for safety. And my adoptive father? Zhu Qingzong inquired anxiously. Rest assured, Cheng Jingxian reassured him, patting his shoulder while subtly distancing Fu Junyao, the blade now hovering 2 inches from his abdomen. The master has been placed in a secure location. I was gathering herbs for him when I fortuitously encountered you.
Come.
I shall take you to see the master. Zhu Qingzong sheathed his sword. Let us go. Cheng Jingxian exchanged a glance with Fu Junyao and led Zhu Qingzong to the edge of the ravine. There, Zhu Yong remained in the same position as when he had departed, unconscious. What has happened to my adoptive father? Zhu Qingzong asked. He has sustained grave injuries and lies in a state of unconsciousness. The mountain lacks sufficient herbs. We must descend to procure the necessary remedies, Cheng Jingxian explained. But the bandits are still pursuing us in the mountains. Did Brother Fu believe I ventured up the mountain alone? Our comrades from Qingchao village have arrived. Those bandits will not fare well. We must descend the mountain to rescue my adoptive father. This is acceptable. In the meantime, Zhu Qingzong could hardly contain his eagerness as he stepped down the mountain, prompting Cheng Jingxian to follow suit, while Fu Junyao remained motionless. He instinctively bit his thumbnail, sensing an underlying unease, though he couldn't quite articulate why. Xiao Cheng, let's go. Cheng Jingxian called out. Oh, very well. Fu Junyao shook off the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and hurried after them. Brother Fu, my adoptive father will be all right, won't he? Cheng Jingxian inquired, wrapping the silver needles in cloth and stowing them away. At present, it remains uncertain. I will exert myself to the utmost, he replied, lifting his medicine box and preparing to leave. Zhu Qingzong called out to him, Brother Fu, where are you going? Naturally, to prepare the medicine, Cheng Jingxian responded, puzzled.
Oh.
No need for that. Zhu Qingzong stepped in front of him with a smile, saying, Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I will go prepare the medicine. You stay here to care for our adoptive father. If necessary, you can take a moment to rest. This journey has been quite exhausting. Cheng Jingxian paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, Thank you, Brother Zhu, for your understanding, but the preparation of medicine is a matter of utmost importance. Take this prescription. For instance, 5 qian of huanglian, 3 qian of chia, and 2.5 liang of bingxia, simmered for an hour. Followed by 2 qian of dingxiang and 1 qian of rugi, boiled vigorously until 5 bowls of water reduced to 1. The process is intricate. A single misstep could transform the remedy into poison. Therefore, I cannot entrust this to another. Zhu Qingzong hesitated at this. Cheng Jingxian stepped back and patted his shoulder. During the plague, we doctors often toiled for 5 or 6 days without rest. This little endeavor is nothing in comparison. If Brother Zhu remains uneasy, he may send a few of our comrades outside to bring us some firewood. Brother Zhu, ever courteous, responded to Xiao Cheng. We shall proceed to prepare the medicine. Very well, Fu Junyao replied, following suit like a genuine apothecary. The duo made their way to the medicine house, only to find that the hearth, usually ablaze, had gone cold. Yet it wasn't long before 2 servants from Qingchao village arrived with firewood, diligently tending to rekindle the flames. Typically, it was Fu Junyao who prepared the medicine at this hour, while Cheng Jingxian had little knowledge of the process. Regrettably, with outsiders present in the medicine house, he had no choice but to hastily scribble a prescription and hand it to Fu Junyao, feigning authority as he said, Xiao Cheng, prepare the medicine according to this prescription. Upon receiving the prescription, Fu Junyao glanced at it, wishing he could cover his face in disbelief. The prescription was for alleviating women's menstrual pain, an amateur's blunder that could lead to dire consequences. Understanding the implications, Fu Junyao discreetly tucked the erroneous prescription into his pocket and proceeded to prepare the medicine according to his own formulation.
Now,
all that remained was to wait for the fire to catch. The two young men dispatched were evidently skilled, and soon enough, the flames danced to life. Junyao placed the medicine on the stove and noticed that the two servants still lingered nearby like guardians. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Do you gentlemen have any other matters to attend to?" One of the servants smiled and replied, "Young Master Zhu requested us to assist. We shall remain here at your service for anything you might need." Junyao waved his hand dismissively. Brewing medicine does not require such labor. There is no need for so many hands. Moreover, there is no space for you to stand. You may take your rest. The two merely exchanged polite smiles, remaining motionless. Junyao's eyes darted subtly, casting a discreet glance at Cheng Jingxian before lowering his gaze to sort through the medicinal herbs. His movements exaggerated, causing the ceramic pots to clatter audibly. Cheng Jingxian immediately retorted, "Look at you. After following me for so long, you still don't understand that one cannot use ceramic pots for decocting medicine. It must be done in a purple clay pot. Gentlemen, could you kindly fetch me a purple clay pot and perhaps some fruitwood? This will maximize the efficacy of the medicine. Purple clay pots are for tea, and fruitwood charcoal is for roasting duck. What relation do these have to decocting medicine?" Junyao once again covered his face, utterly in awe of Cheng Jingxian's remarkable ability to articulate. The two were somewhat hesitant. Fruitwood can be chopped at the entrance, and the purple clay pots are in the back room. "I apologize for the inconvenience," Cheng Jingxian added, pressing a small piece of silver into their hands. "Indeed, one who understands the rules." The two exchanged knowing smiles and hurried off. "Are you quite the talker?" Junyao began to voice his sarcasm but was swiftly silenced by Cheng Jingxian, who pressed a finger into the palm of his half-closed hand, quickly inscribing a few characters. Chapter 34. Cheng Jingxian nonchalantly gestured for them to proceed, saying, "No worries, Brother Zhu. Lead the way." Zhu Qingzhong responded by pushing the door open, which creaked loudly as it swung unsteadily. This was a newly painted door that had been damaged in the recent surge of patients. Inside was a narrow corridor, scarcely 3 to 5 meters long, and upon entering, they were met with a nauseating stench, prompting both Fu and Cheng to instinctively hold their breaths. At the other end of the passage was a room the size of a modern living room, crammed with approximately 70 to 80 individuals. There were no tables or chairs, only a layer of woolen carpet spread across the floor. The occupants were in disarray, some sitting, others standing, their bodies intertwined as they inhaled the noxious air exhaled by one another. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, festering and oozing with pus, and even the bloodstains on their faces remained unwashed. There were neither moans of pain nor cries of despair. They resembled a multitude of emotionless scarecrows, numbly observing the grotesque reflections of themselves in those around them, all awaiting the verdict of death.
Junyao drew a sharp breath,
nearly choking on the foul odor that permeated the air. Why are they not tending to their wounds or letting in fresh air? Is this how Qingqiao village treats its own? Cheng Jingxian exclaimed, his anger barely contained. Upon hearing this, Cheng Jingxian found himself momentarily breathless, a weight lodged in his chest. "Brother Fu, I implore you," he thought, casting a solemn and resolute glance at Junyao. "I shall do my utmost," Fu replied with unwavering determination. Only then did Zhu Qingzhong rise, taking a few steps forward, discreetly wiping his eyes with his thumb, and called out, "Brothers, the divine doctor has arrived." This proclamation felt like a heavenly gospel, igniting hope in everyone present. The entire room turned their gazes toward the doorway, their faces worn and despondent from long battles with illness, yet their eyes sparkled with a renewed light, akin to a fervent flame hidden beneath an iceberg, igniting the last vestiges of their will to survive. Zhu Qingzhong was adamant, "No. Even at my worst, I can assist Brother Fu with minor tasks. How could I leave you all here to toil, while I indulge in slumber?" Cheng Jingxian gestured dismissively. "Brother Zhu, you overthink. The trivial matters will be managed by me. Moreover, this place is rather cramped, and your presence here would be of little benefit." After a moment of hesitation, Fu Junyao spoke. If Brother Zhu truly wishes to lend a hand, please fetch some wine mixed with realgar. The more, the better.
Ah.
Very well. I shall leave this in your capable hands. With that, Zhu Chengzong strode purposefully out. Cheng Jingxian exhaled in relief, surveying the earnest gazes directed at him by everyone around. He approached a middle-aged man who appeared gravely injured. Please extend your hand. Doctor, take a look, Fu Junyao murmured. He is poisoned. Cheng Jingxian took the thread and began to pulse with great seriousness. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow. Indeed, he is poisoned. The middle-aged man panicked, his frail body trembling like a half-broken, withered branch swaying in the wind, as if it might collapse at any moment. Instinctively, he took a few steps forward, drawn to Cheng Jingxian, as if approaching the last flicker of life. Doctor, is there still hope? He asked, extending his hand, its long, unkempt nails dark and indistinguishable from their original hue. Fu Junyao instinctively stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Cheng Jingxian. Yet, to his astonishment, the man gently brushed aside this gesture of goodwill, grasping the emaciated hands of the patient instead. In that fleeting moment, his obsessive cleanliness and fastidious nature seemed to vanish entirely. Fu Junyao looked on astonished. The patient's face was smeared with dried blood, and his body was grimy, with several wounds festering and oozing pus. The sight was utterly repulsive and terrifying. Yet, Cheng Jingxian appeared to be selectively blind to the horror, gently grasping the patient's hand and helping him to sit up, solemnly assuring him, there must be a way. His soft murmurs possessed a miraculous power to soothe the heart. After a moment, Cheng Jingxian quietly pulled Fu Junyao aside and asked in a hushed tone, is there still hope for them? Fu Junyao let out a long sigh, feeling utterly drained. It's quite troublesome, but there should be a chance. Cheng Jingxuan's expression softened, and the rigidity that had gripped him since entering the room finally began to ease. A peculiar thought surfaced in Fu Junyao's mind. Was this sigh of relief for the lives of those inside, or for his own opportunity to take revenge at Qingchao Manor? Meanwhile, Cheng Jingxian moved past him, neatly stowing away the fishing rod in the corner, washing his fingertips thrice before accepting the bowl of medicine. As his fingers brushed against the cool bottom of the bowl, he surmised that the one who brewed the medicine must have been waiting for quite some time, and promptly drank it all, inquiring, is the medicinal bath prepared? Fu Junyao nodded and turned to fetch a towel, but Cheng Jingxian stopped him. No need.
Huh?
Fu Junyao paused, muttering softly, are you already dissatisfied with my unwashed hands? I haven't complained about the earthy scent clinging to you. Cheng Jingxian waved his hand dismissively. It's not that. You should rest. As he spoke, he slowly moved to fetch a towel himself. With the door closed, he gently ushered Fu Junyao out. This marked the 7th time this month. Fu Junyao rolled his eyes and continued to stare at Ah Huang, feeling increasingly irate. How dare Cheng Jingxian, now able to walk, act so self-sufficient, no longer relying on him? Without the command of Master Cheng, Fu Xiaodi reverted back to being Fu Yi. This should have been a delightful turn of events, yet he found himself devoid of that sense of pride akin to wielding a cane or having parental figures. Unconsciously, a tinge of disappointment crept in. He forcibly tilted Ah Huang's chin and affectionately scratched it, humbly inquiring, Ah Huang, do you think he looks down on me? Whether Cheng Jingxian truly harbored disdain, he could not ascertain, but it was clear that Ah Huang felt contempt. With an indignant bark, it shook off Fu Junyao's hand, turning its tail and backside towards him, lazily basking in the sun on the ground. A monotonous electronic voice chimed in, I am merely a task-releasing system. How to proceed depends on the host. Fu Yu was unwilling to accept this deflection, but you can't provide absolutely no hints at all, can you? The mechanical voice responded coldly, delivering 4 heartless words, powerless to assist. Fu Junyao's eyes darted thoughtfully, and he quickly donned a smile, gently prodding his astrological bracelet. "Dear system, could you offer even a small hint? Consider this. If I fail to complete the task, not only will I be unable to depart, but our astrological system will remain incomplete as well. Being an internal member of Junyao, I assure you, I will not divulge anything outside. What harm could a hint do?" The system hesitated for a moment before softly suggesting that the host should seek the hints on his own. Seizing the opportunity, while he was indulging in a medicinal bath, it encouraged him to sneak into his study. A spark of excitement ignited in Fu Junyao's eyes as he dashed towards the study, his mind resonating with the persistent chime of the system's alerts. The meticulous nature of a Virgo can be quite formidable if he sets his mind to it. He can unearth every instance of your past indulgences, how many times you have sipped wine, whom you have kissed, and your monthly escapades. The host must remain vigilant. Suddenly, Fu Junyao halted in his tracks, questioning, "Why does your voice no longer sound electronic? It feels oddly familiar." Dismissing his thoughts, he casually remarked on the advancements of technology and the flourishing of culture, deftly entering Cheng Jingshuan's study. Since the decline of his family's fortunes, Cheng Jingxian had long abandoned his study. Yet, as a scion of a once-renowned literary family, it was only fitting that he maintained a space for reading. Thus, the servant had tidied up a storage room, partitioning it. One half remained cluttered with miscellaneous items, while the other housed a modest desk, an inkstone, writing brushes, and a few pitifully thin old books. This diminutive space, easily viewed from end to end, seemed to represent two worlds, one reflecting Cheng Jingshuan's carefree past, and the other mirroring his current plight. Perhaps influenced by the emotional resonance of the system, every time Fu Junyao contemplated this place, an overwhelming sense of melancholy would well up within him. He shook his head, suppressing the tumult of emotions, and confidently stepped inside. Fu Junyao recalled that this table had been in use for over a decade, one of its legs gnawed by mice, resulting in an uneven surface. Cheng Jingxian had ingeniously propped it up with old books, leaving a distinct imprint of the table leg on each volume. However, today it appeared surprisingly tidy. Hesitantly, he lifted the table and removed the old books that served as props, placing them aside. The first book still bore a deep imprint, but the second showed a much shallower mark, while the third was entirely unblemished and noticeably thicker than its predecessors. Fu Junyao quickly flipped through the pages, and indeed, he discovered several neatly folded sheets of white paper within. He hurriedly noted the page numbers where the papers were hidden and unfolded the first sheet. It revealed an exquisitely vivid portrait of a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, standing in a courtyard. His left hand rested behind him while his right hand held an old, slightly curling book, his head tilted slightly to the left. Yet his gaze fixated intently on the pages of the book. The portrayal of this scholarly figure was strikingly alive on the paper. He wore a deep blue official robe, adorned with a vividly embroidered insignia of a fourth-rank cloud and wild goose on his chest. Fu Junyao instantly recognized him as Cheng Jingshuan's father, Cheng Jian, the prefect of Suizhou. At that time, Fu Junyao was merely 7 years old, having recently endured the loss of both parents. His avaricious uncle deceitfully claimed he would assist in their burial, swindling the family's meager savings and their old house. Left with no options, he resorted to seeking solace in the memories of his parents, lamenting and seeking justice for his plight. Everyone spoke of their parents being on the mountain, and so he obediently ascended. His small frame stumbled along the rugged path, and after much effort, he reached the summit, only to find no trace of his parents, but instead 2 mounds of earth marked with their names. He did not weep bitterly. At his tender age, he was yet to grasp the concept of life and death. Merely feeling lost and bewildered, a voice seemed to call his name, Yao. No longer would he be tossed about in turmoil. Perhaps this was the essence of home. In the grand hall where the mirror hung high, Lord Foam, an old friend and fellow scholar of Qing Shibua, glared fiercely. With a resounding clap of the gavel, the aggressive bailiff kicked King Shibua's knee, causing him to stumble and fall in the courtroom. Accusations, as relentless as a tiger's roar, poured forth, and leveraging their long-standing friendship, Lord Feng resorted to threats against Cheng's life and family, even employing coercive methods to extract a confession. Yet, King Shibua stood tall, declaring resolutely that he would rather be a loyal spirit with a short life than a coward who betrays his principles. Consequently, he faced confiscation of property and removal from office, ultimately succumbing to despair. As memories intertwined with reality, Fu Junyao shook his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. The figure in the painting, exuding grace and clarity, embodied the rare tranquility in this murky world. How could such a person be labeled as a corrupt official? Fu Junyao then unfolded a second sheet of paper, revealing a winding stream cascading down the mountain gorge, with undulating peaks creating a breathtaking landscape. The elegant script nestled between the mountains and water indicated that this map represented Suizhou. In those days of triumph, the spirited Cheng Jian had been appointed as the governor of Suizhou. The third document was somewhat voluminous, comprising several stacked sheets, densely inscribed with characters. It likely detailed the state of water transport during Cheng Jian's tenure as the governor of Suizhou. At this juncture, even the dimmest of minds could grasp that Cheng Jingxian sought to exonerate his father. Fu Junyao plopped down onto the ground, propping his head up with his hand, and lamented, "The case has already been settled. Why delve into such a thankless endeavor? It would be far wiser to tend to my leg injury and take care of myself, for that is precisely what King Shibu desires." Fu Junyao rolled his eyes and remarked, "I say, artificial intelligence, how have you also adopted the ancient ways? This is merely a Zodiac testing system. A virtual realm. Why take it so seriously? Host, your current thoughts are perilously misguided. Although this world is virtual, the emotions within it are profoundly genuine. If you persist in viewing yourself as a mere bystander, your mission is destined for failure. Have you forgotten that your task is to assist the Virgo representative in revitalizing his family name and to become his beloved? Absolutely not." The system bellowed, and a youthful, cheerful voice emerged. "Virgos are rather reticent, keeping everything bottled up for fear of being seen through. He will certainly refuse your assistance if you approach him directly." Fu Junyao mused that the voice of this artificial intelligence was rather capricious. "So what should I do?" The system cleared its throat and reverted to its monotonous electronic tone. Then, "Lord Cheng, too far left, this area has already been wiped. Shift to the right a bit." "Understood." Fu Xiaodi promptly complied, moving to the right as instructed. Elder Cheng remarked, "The pressure is too gentle. Such a dosage will hardly yield any effect." "Are you even a doctor? How can you not comprehend this?" His words held merit, prompting Brother Fu to apply a bit more force. Elder Cheng let out a lamenting cry, "Ouch. Are you doing this on purpose?" Brother Fu responded dismissively, "Yes, indeed." The atmosphere abruptly turned icy. "What did you just say?" Alarmed by the shift, Fu Junyao hastily corrected himself. No, it's entirely my fault for being clumsy. I truly am quite foolish." "Humph." Cheng Jingxian coldly turned away, unwilling to witness such foolishness. "Go fetch a new towel to wipe with." Fu Junyao widened his European-style double eyelids in disbelief. "But I just changed it." Elder Cheng deliberately elongated his tone, raising his eyebrows almost to the heavens. Brother Fu had no choice but to plead for leniency. All right, I'll change it." The insufferable Virgo, with his obsessive cleanliness, wouldn't he even allow a moment of peace during a bath. After wiping only 3 or 5 times, he insisted on a new towel. If a mere 10 minutes passed, he would complain about Brother Fu's hands being dirty, demanding that he wash both hands and under his nails before continuing. Just as he was about to finish, he had to replace the entire bucket of water. Thankfully, Brother Fu was astute and had prepared extra medicinal ingredients earlier. Otherwise, he would have to concoct the medicine anew, driving him to despair. While muttering to himself, Brother Fu went to fetch a towel and changed the water, suddenly realizing that the sun had already set. Elder Chung had been soaking in the medicinal bath during the afternoon, which meant this fellow had taken a bath for 2 full hours. Did his skin not wrinkle at all? It was only natural. A medicinal bath required such duration to unleash its properties. A light, airy phrase drifted into Fu Junyao's mind, causing him to startle momentarily as he wondered if Master Chung had somehow become enlightened. Anxiously, he searched the vicinity but found no one, his heart racing all the while. He prodded the constellation bracelet on his wrist and asked, "Was that you speaking just now?" The system responded in its monotonous electronic tone, "Yes."
Goodness.
Even the systems have become sentient in this age. It would be prudent to refrain from startling me unnecessarily, Fu Junyao muttered irritably as he grabbed a towel and entered the room. From a distance, he spotted Master Chung leisurely reclining in a medicinal bath. And he could not help but feel a wave of sorrow wash over him, tears threatening to stain his garments. Surely, this must be a trial bestowed upon me by fate. Suddenly, the elder opened his eyes and spoke softly. "Do you find me bothersome?" The melancholy in his voice took Fu Junyao aback. Could it be that Chung Jinxian was experiencing a moment of conscience? Chung Jinxian rested his hands together, leaning over the edge of the tub, and from Fu Junyao's perspective, he could only see his silent back, descending into the inky blackness of the medicinal bath, accompanied by long, proportionate legs that could not walk like those of a normal person. Fu Junyao's heart felt as though it had been struck by something, leaving an unpleasant sensation. He forced a smile, striving to infuse his voice with a light-hearted tone. "Not at all. In fact, you are doing quite well. I once knew a Virgo who was obsessively clean, and it was unbearable. He insisted on washing his hands 3 times before every meal, and no one could sit at the same table with him. Ironically, he was strict with others, lenient with himself, so it was perfectly acceptable for him to be dirty, while everyone else had to maintain pristine cleanliness. Coupled with a touch of obsessive-compulsiveness and a relentless pursuit of perfection, he could drive anyone to madness in mere moments." Chung Jingxian was momentarily taken aback. He found it difficult to comprehend the chaotic words, yet the essence of Fu Junyao's message was unmistakably clear. He was attempting to console himself. Upon this realization, Chung Jingxian abruptly shook his head, a smile unfurling at the corners of his lips, one that he could not suppress. Well, then perhaps he would no longer hold back. With this thought, he felt as if he had unlocked the meridians within him, akin to Zhang Wuji, and his entire being relaxed. He ceased to be critical, allowing Fu Junyao to maneuver the situation as he pleased, ultimately concluding the medicinal bath earlier than usual. Nevertheless, even after the bath, the hour was late. Fu Junyao lit a new candle, utilizing the last remnants of the evening sunlight to perform acupuncture on Chung Jingxian. It was indeed a curious notion that Fu Junyao, a top-notch customer service representative reliant on his voice, would possess any medical skills. To remedy Chung Jingxuan's lameness, he would undoubtedly need the assistance of the system. Thankfully, the technical department's madcap geniuses had developed a Zodiac system rather than a medical one, as the treatment of legs was not the primary focus of their testing. Thus, the system did not pose many challenges and readily imparted the treatment methodology to Fu Junyao. It turned out that the reason for Chung Jingxuan's lameness was the presence of bone spurs on his knee. This condition is relatively common in modern orthopedics, with 3 primary causes. Either it is due to age-related bone hyperplasia, or it stems from occupational hazards resulting from poor sitting, standing, or walking postures, which over time can deteriorate into bone spurs, or it may be a hereditary condition. Chung Jingxuan's situation was slightly more complex, involving a combination of bone hyperplasia, excessive walking, and incorrect posture, leading to the development of bone spurs unbeknownst to him, and further exacerbated by a severe fall, resulting in his lameness. However, acupuncture remained a viable treatment option, albeit the process would be excruciatingly painful. The silver needles must be meticulously directed at the rare points of pain and itch, transforming the treatment into an experience akin to being cast into a cauldron of stinging insects, enduring the torment of 1,000 snakes' bites. It is as if one finds oneself within an ant hill, besieged by countless ants, biting and crawling. An unbearable itchiness ensues. The entire process of acupuncture spans over an hour, followed by the application of a pungent and unpleasant medicinal ointment, which must then be left to air for half an hour. By the end of this exhaustive procedure, one might fear that the lower half of the body has lost all sensation. This harrowing treatment process left Fu Junyao in a state of shock. Yet Cheng Jingxian had long since grown accustomed to such trials. He took a clean cloth and stuffed it into his mouth, gripping the wooden edge of the bed with both hands, nodding to Fu Junyao in silent encouragement. Reluctantly, Fu Junyao proceeded, heating the silver needle over the candle flame, only to find his fingers trembling slightly as he tentatively sought Cheng Jingxian's approval. "Shall we begin?" "Indeed," Cheng Jingxian replied with an exasperated roll of his eyes, silently expressing his disdain for Fu Junyao's hesitance. Taking a deep breath, Fu Junyao pinpointed the painful area on Cheng Jingxian's leg and deftly inserted the needle, penetrating 3/10 into the flesh. Cheng Jingxian's legs quivered, his entire body tensed rigidly, releasing a long gasp that betrayed the searing pain that pierced to his very marrow. Yet he uttered not a single cry. A pang of inexplicable sorrow struck Fu Junyao, nearly causing him to falter in his grip on the needle. He sensed a troubling dissonance within himself, yet this was a matter of healing. How could he afford to be distracted? He forced himself to take deep breaths, striving to ignore Cheng Jingxian's reactions, focusing instead on the acupoints in his legs as he drove the needle in with precision, sinking at 5/10, then 7/10. After a complete session of acupuncture, Fu Junyao was drenched in sweat, nearly unable to straighten his back. He staggered back a few steps, mustering his weary body to fetch the ointment, applying it gently to Cheng Jingxian bit by bit. Only when he had completely bandaged him did he dare to steal a glance. Cheng Jingxian had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his hair and pillowcase soaked in sweat. His handsome visage contorted in agony, his entire body stiffened to an unbearable degree, resembling a breathing corpse as depicted in Miaoshan tales. Despite the excruciating pain, this fellow refused to utter a single sound, resolutely maintaining the image of an arrogant lord to the utmost. Why must it be so? Fu Junyao wished to tease him with a smile, yet that inexplicable heartache returned, rendering each breath a struggle. The pain spread relentlessly within his chest, constricting his ability to breathe, even causing his limbs to ache. Fu Junyao found his vision blurring before him as he rubbed his eyes. He was surprised to find his hands drenched in tears. Was this truly the sensation of heartache? How peculiar! This unfamiliar feeling, devoid of reason, escalated Fu Junyao's doubts and anxieties to their peak, prompting him to abandon the medicine box in a frenzy and rush outside, desperately pressing the star sign bracelet on his wrist, repeatedly shouting, "System, come forth. System, reveal yourself. Ding dong. The premier constellation testing system of Xinjiang is at your service. How may I assist you, host? My emotions have been entirely askew from the beginning. Why did I find that insufferable Virgo so utterly captivating at first glance? Why did I feel something upon seeing him unclothed? Why was I unable to hold back tears at the sight of his suffering, wishing to bear his pain in his stead? These emotions are wholly uncharacteristic of me. Ah, how astute of you, dear host, to notice so swiftly." The system finds itself somewhat flustered, pausing for a moment before emitting a rather monotonous and cold electronic voice. "Perhaps you have unknowingly developed a fondness for Virgos?" "Nonsense. I am certainly not a Taurus," exclaimed Fu Junyao as he yanked off the Zodiac bracelet adorning his wrist. "Speak the truth at once, or I shall terminate this test right here and now. I could easily cast you into the furnace, and we would both meet our doom." No, please. The system, well aware that Fu Junyao was indeed capable of such actions, hastily capitulated. Very well, I shall divulge the information, but this is a closely guarded commercial secret of Jinjiang, and you must vow to keep it confidential. Fu Junyao rolled his eyes. Who am I to share this with in a virtual realm? The system, reflecting on this, conceded and revealed the truth. This time, the Zodiac test not only relies on the world framework provided by the technical department, but also incorporates a brand new system developed by the RD department, known as the empathy system. Your peculiar reactions are a result of this empathy system's influence, which is entirely normal. There is no need for concern, dear host. Empathy system? What on earth is that? Fu Junyao's mind erupted in chaos. The monotonous prompt echoed once more in his thoughts. As the name suggests, it transfers the emotions of the original host onto you, enabling you to become more than a mere observer of the original memories. It allows you to truly experience them. This system is still undergoing testing, and no adverse effects have been detected thus far. Once you complete your tasks and depart from this world, the empathy system will automatically deactivate. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? The system muttered softly. You didn't ask sooner either. How infuriating. A cold and mechanical prompt echoed in his mind, leaving Fu Junyao utterly bewildered. He wanted to spring up and exclaim, "What on earth?" but found himself enveloped in darkness, unable to move. How frustrating, he thought, as he attempted to raise an eyebrow in a suave manner and flash a charming smile, only to realize he couldn't even lift his eyelids. What a vexing predicament. What if I choose not to complete the mission? If the task remains unfulfilled, the host will remain trapped within the system. Damn, this is such coercion. The Zodiac testing system from Jinjiang must be the work of those lunatics in the tech department. Perhaps even a scheme orchestrated by that scoundrel Shinyu to get back at him. How utterly exasperating. If he had the ability, he would ensure that he never escaped. For the first thing he would do upon liberation would be to smash Shin's head. Should the host initiate the first Zodiac mission? The system inquired once more. Fu Junyao rolled his eyes internally. Yes.
Ding.
The Virgo star chart is activated. Please assist the representative of Virgo in revitalizing his family name and become his beloved. A dual system intertwining emotional and narrative threads, Fu Junyao silently scoffed. In the next moment, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he opened his eyes, finding himself in a quaint, antiquated room. He stood before an old wooden cabinet, its layers of drawers adorned with small red papers inscribed with traditional characters such as Tianma, Baizhu, and Dangui. This must be an apothecary. Fu Junyao lowered his gaze and noticed he was clad in a coarse gray garment, likely woven from some rough fabric akin to linen. It was evident that he had been transported into the abode of a humble family. In stark contrast to this simple attire, his wrist adorned a glimmering constellation bracelet, each charm representing one of the 12 zodiac signs: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, encircling his wrist as if greeting the sun. A sudden realization struck Fu Junyao. He had not anticipated that this trinket would accompany him through the realms of time. Could it be the system? As he entertained visions of triumphing over the technological department and treading upon the constellation system, a series of bubbling sounds broke his reverie, accompanied by the rich aroma of traditional Chinese medicine wafting through the room. "Dr. Fu, what are you daydreaming about?" "The medicine is burning," called a young servant, jolting him from his thoughts. Fu Junyao focused his attention and discovered a pot simmering over the fire, the concoction boiling vigorously and nearly bursting its lid. The once earthen-colored crock now charred black. He hurried over, taking swift steps, and as soon as he reached out to touch the pot, he was met with a searing heat. "Oh my, this is scalding hot." Quickly retracting his hand, he blew gently on his reddened fingers, relieved that the burn was not severe. "Oh, dear Dr. Fu, Why are you so flustered today? The young master is still waiting, exclaimed the servant, who then took it upon himself to wrap a cloth around the pot and lift it away, hesitating as he asked, Dr. Fu, how much should be taken at once? Fu Junyao was momentarily taken aback as the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Reduce 5 bowls of water to 1, and take 2/3 at once. He promptly repeated the system's words, carefully pouring 2/3 of the medicinal concoction into a bowl. The dark, viscous liquid was topped with a few white bubbles, and the bitter aroma of traditional Chinese medicine filled the air. Fu Junyao's heart sank. Could this burnt potion truly save someone? Dr. Fu, we must hurry. The young master is growing impatient, urged the young servant, nearly pulling Fu Junyao out the door. Reluctantly, he hurriedly followed, striving to reboot his chaotic mind and begin absorbing the memories of this body. In Chapter 35, Cheng Jingxian nonchalantly gestured for them to proceed. No worries, Brother Zhu. Please lead the way. Zhu Qingzhang complied, pushing the door open with a loud creak, the freshly painted door swaying unsteadily as it opened. Inside lay a narrow corridor, merely 3 to 5 meters long, where an overwhelming stench immediately assaulted their senses, prompting Fu and Cheng to instinctively hold their breaths. At the end of the corridor was a room the size of a modern living room, crammed with approximately 70 or 80 individuals. There were no tables or chairs, only a layer of woolen carpet covering the floor. The occupants were a chaotic mixture of those who were seated or standing, their bodies intertwined, inhaling each other's foul exhalations. They bore numerous injuries, festering and oozing, and not a single face had been cleansed of its grime and blood, without the pain of moans or the despair of cries. They resembled a group of unfeeling scarecrows, numbly gazing at the terrifying reflections of themselves and those around them, all awaiting the decree of death. Fu Junyao inhaled sharply, nearly choking on the foul odor that assailed him. Why are they not given proper care for their wounds or allowed fresh air? Is this how Qingqiao village treats its own? Cheng Jingxian exclaimed in fury. At his words, a breath caught in Cheng Jingshuan's chest, rendering him momentarily speechless. Brother Fu, I implore you. Cheng Jingshuan's heart ached as he glanced at Fu Junyao, his expression more solemn and resolute than ever. I shall certainly exert myself to the utmost. Only then did Zhu Qingzhang rise, taking a few steps inside, discreetly wiping his eyes with his thumb, and called out loudly, Brothers, the divine physician has arrived. This proclamation felt akin to a heavenly gospel, igniting hope within everyone present. The room full of individuals turned their gaze toward the entrance, their faces worn and weary from long battles against illness, yet their eyes gleamed with a flickering light, akin to a fervent flame concealed beneath an iceberg, burning with the last vestiges of their will to survive. Zhu Qingzhang, however, would not relent. No, I can still assist Brother Fu with the chores. It would be unreasonable for me to remain here while you all toil, allowing myself to slumber in comfort. Cheng Jingxian waved his hand dismissively. Brother Zhu, you worry too much. The trifling matters can be managed by me, and besides, this space is inherently cramped. Your presence here would be of little benefit. After a moment of hesitation, Fu Junyao spoke. If Brother Zhu truly wishes to assist, please fetch some wine mixed with realgar. The more the better. Very well. I shall leave this matter to you. With that, Zhu Cheng strode purposefully out. Cheng Jingxian let out a sigh of relief, scanning the room as every pair of eyes turned to him with eager anticipation. He approached a middle-aged man who appeared gravely injured and said, Please extend your hand. Doctor. Do take a look, Fu Junyao murmured. It appears to be poisoning. Cheng Jingxian took the silk thread and expertly felt the man's pulse, pondering for a moment before furrowing his brow. Indeed, he is poisoned. The middle-aged man trembled in panic, his frail frame resembling a half-broken, withered branch swaying in the wind. On the verge of collapse, he unconsciously stepped forward, yearning to draw closer to Cheng Jingxian, as if approaching the last flicker of life. Doctor, is there still hope? He instinctively extended his hand, his long, untrimmed nails dark and unrecognizable. Junyao instinctively stepped forward to shield Jingxian. Yet the man gently brushed aside this gesture of kindness, grasping the patient's emaciated hands instead. In that fleeting moment, his usual fastidiousness and critical nature seemed to dissipate entirely. Junyao's expression turned to one of astonishment. The patient's face was smeared with congealed blood, his body dirty and several wounds festering, oozing pus and blood, presenting a grotesque sight. Nevertheless, Jingxian appeared to be selectively blind to the horror. Gently holding the man's hand and helping him to sit down, solemnly assuring him, there must be a way. Such gentle whispers possess an enchanting power to soothe the soul. After a while, Jingxian quietly pulled Junyao aside and softly inquired, is there still hope for them?
Junyao sighed deeply.
Feeling utterly exhausted in both body and spirit, it is quite troublesome, but there should be a way. Jingxian's expression relaxed slightly, and the stiffness that had gripped him since entering finally began to ease. Junyao's mind was invaded by a peculiar thought. Was his sigh of relief for the lives of those within, or for his own desire to exact revenge at Qingqiao Manor? Meanwhile, Jingxian moved past him, neatly stowing the fishing rod in a corner, and washed his fingertips 3 times before accepting the medicinal bowl. As his fingers brushed the cool bottom of the bowl, he surmised that the one brewing the medicine had likely been waiting for some time. He downed the concoction in one gulp and asked, is the herbal bath ready? Junyao nodded and turned to fetch a towel, but Jingxian halted him. No need.
Ah?
Junyao paused, muttering softly, are you disdainful of my unwashed hands? I haven't complained about the earthy smell clinging to you. Jingxian waved his hand dismissively. No, you should go rest. As he spoke, he slowly shuffled to retrieve a towel himself. With the door closed, he ushered Junyao out. This marked the 7th time this month. Junyao rolled his eyes and sat at the entrance, engaging in a silent stare-off with Huang. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Damn it! Ever since Jingxian could walk again, he had grown wings and no longer relied on him. Without the commands of Elder Chung, Brother Fu returned to his former self as Lord Fu. This should have been a cause for celebration, yet he found himself devoid of the pride he once felt, akin to a crutch and parental figures. Unbeknownst to him, a hint of disappointment lingered. In an attempt to console himself, he forcibly tilted Huang's chin and affectionately scratched it a couple of times, asking Huang, do you think he dislikes me? Whether Jingxian truly harbored any disdain remained uncertain, but Huang certainly expressed its discontent. With a disgruntled bark, it shook its head free from Junyao's grip, turning its elevated tail and rear towards him, lazily basking in the sun on the ground. A mechanical voice reverberated monotonously. I am merely a task-distributing system. The specifics of execution lie with the host. This blatant evasion was unacceptable to Lord Fu, but you can't provide me with even the slightest hint, can you? The unyielding electronic voice responded once more, articulating 4 indifferent words, powerless to assist. Junyao's eyes darted with cleverness, and he quickly plastered a smile on his face. He gently poked at his Zodiac bracelet, saying, Dear system, could you not offer a small hint? Consider if I fail to complete the task, not only will I be unable to leave, but our Zodiac system will also remain incomplete. Being an internal member of Xinjiang, I assure you this information will not be leaked. What harm could a hint do? After a moment's hesitation, the system quietly replied, the host must seek out hints themselves. While he is currently soaking in the medicinal bath, why not take a stealthy peek into his study? Junyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed towards the study, his mind resonating with a continuous series of notification chimes from the system. A Virgo's meticulousness is truly formidable if he sets his mind to it. He can unearth every occasion you've indulged in drink, every person you've kissed, and the frequency of your escapades. The host must be cautious. Suddenly, Fu Junyao halted in his tracks. Why does your voice no longer sound mechanical? It seems oddly familiar. Without further contemplation, he casually remarked on the advancements of technology and the flourishing of culture, skillfully making his way into Cheng Jingshuan's study. Since the family's decline, Cheng Jingxian had long abandoned the notion of a study. Yet, being from a once illustrious scholarly family, there had to be some space for reading. Thus, the servant had no choice but to tidy up the storeroom, dividing it into two halves. One side remained cluttered with miscellaneous items, while the other housed a table, equipped with ink, paper, and a few pitifully thin old books. This diminutive space, visible from end to end, seemed to embody two realms, one reflecting Cheng Jingshuan's once extravagant past, and the other mirroring his current predicament. Perhaps it was the empathy of the system at play. Every time Fu Junyao contemplated this place, a profound sense of nostalgia would swell within him. He shook his head, suppressing the tumultuous emotions, and entered with practiced ease. Fu Junyao recalled that this table had been in use for over a decade. One of its legs had been gnawed by mice, rendering it uneven. Cheng Jingxian had propped it up with old books, leaving a deep imprint on every volume. However, today it appeared surprisingly tidy. He hesitantly lifted the table and carefully removed several old books that had been used as footrests, placing the first book on the surface, which still bore the marks of the table's legs. The second book showed much fainter impressions, while the third was entirely unblemished, noticeably thicker than the previous two. Fu Junyao hastily flipped through the pages and indeed discovered several neatly folded sheets of blank paper nestled within. He quickly noted the pages where the papers were hidden and unfolded the first sheet. What lay before him was an extraordinarily vivid painting depicting a middle-aged man, possibly in his 40s, standing in a courtyard. His left hand rested behind his back while his right hand held an old book with slightly curled pages. His head was tilted slightly to the left, yet his gaze was fixed intently on the pages of the book in his right hand, embodying the image of a scholarly reader with animated vigor. The man was adorned in a deep blue official robe, with a lifelike embroidered insignia of a fourth-rank cloud and goose on his chest. Fu Junyao immediately recognized him as Cheng Jingshuan's father, Cheng Jian, the magistrate of Suizhou. At that time, Fu Junyao was merely 7 years old, having just endured the loss of both parents. His avaricious uncle had deceitfully claimed he would assist in burying his parents, only to abscond with the family's meager savings and the old house. Desperate and at a loss, he resorted to seeking solace from his parents, as he had always done, crying out for their judgment. Everyone told him that his parents were on the mountain, and, obediently, he climbed upward, his small frame stumbling along the rugged path. Upon finally reaching the summit, he found no sign of his parents, only 2 mounds of earth marked with their names. Surprisingly, he did not wail inconsolably. At that tender age, he did not grasp the concept of life and death. Instead, he stood there, bewildered and lost.
A yow.
It seemed someone was calling his name. Perhaps he would no longer have to wander aimlessly. This, he mused, might indeed be the essence of home. In the court, where the mirror of justice stands high, Lord Feng, an old friend of Cheng Shibua and a fellow successful candidate, glared fiercely. With a decisive thud of the gavel, the imposing yamen runner delivered a swift kick to Cheng Shibua's knee, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. The malicious slander, akin to the tale of 3 men becoming a tiger, echoed with accusations from all sides. Lord Feng, leveraging their years of friendship, resorted to threats against Cheng's life and family, even employing private coercion to force a confession. Yet, Cheng Shibua stood resolute, proclaiming with unwavering conviction that he would rather be a short-lived, loyal spirit than a wretched soul who survived by sacrificing his integrity.
Consequently,
he faced confiscation of his property and removal from office, ultimately succumbing to despair. As memories intertwined with reality, Fu Junyao shook his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. The image of the man in the painting, radiant and unburdened, with sleeves billowing in the breeze, reflected a rare clarity in this murky world. How could such a person be branded as a corrupt official? Junyao then opened the second document, revealing a winding stream cascading down from the mountain gorge, with layered peaks undulating like waves. The sinuous lines delineated a magnificent landscape, with neatly inscribed clerical script nestled between the mountains and waters, indicating the location of Suizhou. It was here that the ambitious Cheng Jian had been appointed as the governor. The third document was somewhat thicker, comprising several stacked pages densely filled with text, likely detailing the state of water transportation during Cheng Jian's tenure as the governor of Suizhou. Upon reaching this point, even a fool would understand that Cheng Jingxian sought to clear his father's name. Junyao collapsed onto the ground, propping his head with his hand in dismay, pondering why. When the case was already settled, he would wade into such murky waters that bore no reward. It would be far wiser to focus on healing his leg injury and preserving his well-being, which was undoubtedly the outcome that Cheng Shibui desired most. Junyao rolled his eyes and remarked, "Artificial intelligence, how have you managed to adopt such antiquated methods? This is merely a constellation testing system. A virtual realm. Why take it so seriously? Host, your current thoughts are exceedingly perilous. Although this world is fabricated, all emotions are profoundly genuine. If you persist in viewing yourself as an outsider, detached and indifferent, your mission is destined to fail. Have you forgotten that your task is to assist the Virgo representative in revitalizing his family name and to become his beloved? Absolutely not," the system exclaimed, a vibrant youthful voice emerging. Virgos are notoriously reserved, concealing everything within, fearful of being seen through. If you approach him directly, he will surely rebuff your assistance. Junyao mused to himself, pondering the system's ever-changing voice. So what should I do? The system cleared its throat and reverted to its monotonous electronic tone. Then you must old Master Cheng. Too far left, you've already passed that point. Shift right a bit. Understood. Junyao promptly complied and moved to the right. Old Master Cheng, your pressure is too light. The efficacy of the medicine will be compromised. Are you even a physician? How can you not comprehend this? That makes sense. Junyao acknowledged and applied more force. Old Master Cheng gasped, "Ouch. Are you doing this on purpose?" Junyao casually replied, yes, of course." The atmosphere suddenly turned frigid. "What did you just say?" "Oh no, this is not good." Junyao hurriedly corrected himself. No, it's entirely my clumsy hands, truly. I am terribly inept." Humph. Cheng Jingxian coldly turned his head, unwilling to gaze upon his foolishness. "Go fetch a new towel to dry yourself," he commanded. Junyao widened his European-style double eyelids in disbelief. "But I just changed it." Cheng De-yi elongated his tone deliberately, his eyebrows nearly arching to the heavens. Fu Xiaodi had no choice but to concede. All right, I'll change it." Cursed be the Virgo's irritating obsession with cleanliness. Even taking a bath was not permitted in peace. After just a few wipes, he insisted on a new towel. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he deemed his hands dirty, demanding that Junyao wash both his hands and the crevices beneath his nails again before he could continue. By the time he had nearly finished, he had to change the entire bucket of water. Fortunately, Junyao had been astute enough to prepare an extra portion of herbal materials beforehand. Otherwise, he would have had to concoct the remedy anew, a truly exasperating ordeal. As he grumbled to himself while fetching a towel and changing the water, he suddenly realized that the sun had already set. Cheng De-yi had been soaking in the medicinal bath since the afternoon, which meant this fellow had spent 2 whole hours bathing. Was his skin not going to wrinkle? Naturally, the medicinal bath required such duration. Otherwise, how could the essence of the herbs be fully extracted? A fleeting, ethereal voice echoed in his mind, sending a shiver down Junyao's spine. He thought Cheng De-yi had become a spirit, and with a guilty heart, he scanned the surroundings, finding no trace of anyone. his heart racing. He poked at the Zodiac bracelet on his wrist. Was that you speaking just now? The system responded in its monotonous electronic voice, yes. Good grief. Even systems have become sentient these days. There's no need to startle people with unsolicited speech. Junyao, feeling dejected, mumbled as he entered the room, towel in hand. In the distance, he spotted Grandpa Chung, blissfully lounging in a medicinal bath, and could not help but feel a surge of sorrow, tears staining his garments. Surely, this must be a test bestowed upon me by the party. Suddenly, the elder, still immersed in his relaxation, opened his eyes and softly inquired, "Do you find me bothersome?" His voice was imbued with a profound loneliness, causing Junyao to pause. Could it be that Cheng Bapi had a moment of conscience? Cheng Jingxian, hands clasped, leaned over the edge of the tub, and from Junyao's vantage point, he could only see the silent silhouette of his back, leading down to the dark, murky medicinal bath and those long, well-proportioned legs that could not walk like those of ordinary folk. Junyao's heart felt as though it had been struck by an unseen force, leaving him with a bitter taste. He forced a reluctant smile, striving to infuse his voice with a light-hearted tone. Not at all. In fact, you are doing remarkably well. I once knew a Virgo who was excessively fastidious. He was quite bothersome. He insisted on washing his hands 3 times before meals, and no one could sit with him at the table unless they complied. Ironically, he was strict with others yet lenient with himself, never caring how dirty he was, while demanding cleanliness from others. Coupled with a touch of obsessive-compulsive tendencies and a relentless pursuit of perfection, he could drive anyone to madness in mere moments. Cheng Jingxian paused, momentarily bewildered by this nonsensical ramble. However, the intent behind Junyao's words was unmistakably clear. He was offering himself solace. With this realization, Cheng Jingxian suddenly shook his head, a smile blossoming at the corners of his lips, one that he could not contain. Well then, let it remain unrestrained. Upon this contemplation, he felt akin to Zhang Wuji, who had unlocked the Ren and Du meridians, his entire being relaxed, and he ceased to be fastidious. As circumstances compelled him, he remained silent regardless of how Junyao manipulated the situation, ultimately concluding the medicinal bath even earlier than usual. Nevertheless, the hour was still late after the bath. Junyao lit a new candle, utilizing the last rays of the setting sun to perform acupuncture on Cheng Jingxian. One could hardly believe that Junyao, a distinguished customer service representative reliant on his voice, would possess any medical skills. The remedy for Cheng Jingxian's lameness would, after all, depend on the system. Fortunately, the technical team had developed a constellation system rather than a medical one. Thus, the treatment of legs was not the primary focus of their assessments. Hence, the system did not pose significant challenges and readily conveyed the treatment method to Junyao. It turned out that the cause of Cheng Jingxian's lameness was a bone spur on his knee. This condition is rather common in modern orthopedics, arising from 3 potential origins: either advanced age leading to bone hyperplasia, occupational hazards due to poor posture while sitting, standing, or walking that over time deteriorates into a bone spur, or hereditary predisposition. Cheng Jingxian's case was slightly more intricate, involving a combination of bone hyperplasia, excessive walking, and improper posture, which led to the formation of a bone spur unbeknownst to him. A serious fall subsequently exacerbated his condition, resulting in his lameness. However, acupuncture remained a viable treatment option, albeit a painfully arduous one. The silver needles must target rare, painful, and itchy points, making the treatment akin to being cast into a cauldron of scorpions, enduring the agonies of 1,000 serpent bites. It was as if he were ensnared in an anthill, relentlessly tormented by countless ants, clawing and biting, an unbearable itch pervading. The process of acupuncture alone demands more than an hour, followed by the application of a pungent and unpleasant ointment, which must then be allowed to dry for another half hour. By the time this entire procedure is completed, One could surmise that the lower body has long since lost sensation. This agonizing treatment left Fu Junyao in a state of shock, while Cheng Jingxian had long since become accustomed to it. He took a clean cloth and stuffed it in his mouth, gripping the edge of the bed tightly with both hands, nodding towards Fu Junyao to signal him to proceed. Reluctantly, Fu Junyao prepared the silver needles, heating them over a candle, only to find his fingers trembling slightly. Tentatively, he sought Cheng Jingxian's approval. "Shall we begin?" "Indeed," Cheng Jingxian replied, rolling his eyes, his expression clearly conveying disdain for Fu Junyao's hesitance. Taking a deep breath, Fu Junyao aimed for the acupoint on his leg, driving the silver needle into the flesh with a depth of 3/10. Cheng Jingxian's legs trembled, his entire body tensing rigidly, releasing a long, drawn-out gasp, clearly indicating the pain had penetrated to the marrow, yet he did not utter a single cry. A pang of inexplicable sorrow pierced Fu Junyao's heart, nearly causing him to drop the needle. He vaguely sensed that something was amiss within himself, yet this was a matter of healing. How could he allow distractions? Thus, he forced himself to breathe deeply, striving to ignore Cheng Jingxian's reactions, pinpointing another acupoint on his leg, and swiftly inserting the needle deeper, 5/10, then 7/10. After completing the entire acupuncture session, Fu Junyao was drenched in sweat, nearly unable to straighten his back. He staggered back a few steps, summoning his weary body to fetch the ointment, applying it meticulously to Cheng Jingxian, and only after the bandaging was fully completed did he dare to steal a glance at him. Cheng Jingxian had succumbed to unconsciousness, his hair and pillow soaked with perspiration. His handsome visage was contorted in agony, his entire body rigid as if he were a breathing corpse, akin to the tales of Maoshan lore. Despite the excruciating pain, he refused to utter a sound, embodying the archetype of a proud nobleman to the utmost. Why endure such suffering? Fu Junyao wished to jest, yet an inexplicable heartache surged within him, rendering even the act of breathing a struggle. The pain radiated through his chest, constricting his breath, and soon, even his limbs and meridians began to throb. Fu Junyao could only perceive a haze before him. As he rubbed his eyes, he found his hands stained with tears. Is this truly the sensation of heartache? How peculiar! This bewildering and foreign feeling escalated his doubts and anxieties to their zenith. Without even gathering his medical kit, he dashed out in a frenzy, desperately prodding at the astrological bracelet on his wrist, calling out incessantly, "System, come forth. System, reveal yourself."
Ding.
The premier constellation testing system of Xinjiang is at your service. How may I assist you, host? My emotions have been awry from the beginning. Why did I find that insufferable Virgo so appealing at first glance? Why did I feel something upon seeing him undressed? Why did his suffering evoke such tears? As if I yearned to bear his pain for him? These emotions are entirely uncharacteristic of me.
Ah.
Such an astute host, to perceive it so swiftly. The system seemed momentarily perplexed, pausing before responding in a monotonous and frigid electronic voice. Perhaps the host has unconsciously developed an affinity for Virgo? Nonsense. I am not a Taurus, retorted Fu Junyao, yanking off the Zodiac bracelet on his wrist. Speak the truth immediately, or else this test will conclude right here. I shall toss you into the furnace, and we shall perish together, if need be. No, no, no. The system, acutely aware of Fu Junyao's capability to follow through with such threats, quickly conceded. Very well, I shall reveal the information, but this is classified commercial intelligence from Xinjiang, and you must keep it confidential. Fu Junyao rolled his eyes. I am in a virtual world. Who could I possibly divulge this to? The system, realizing this was indeed the case, proceeded to disclose the truth. This time, the Zodiac test is not only based on the world framework provided by the technical department, but also includes an entirely new system developed by the RD department, known as the empathy system. Your peculiar reactions are influenced by this empathy system. They are entirely normal, and you need not worry. Empathy system? What on earth is that? Fu Junyao raged internally. The monotonous prompt echoed again in his mind. As the name suggests, it involves transplanting the original host's emotions onto the current host, allowing the host to become more than a mere observer of the original memories, but to genuinely experience them. This system is still in testing, and no side effects have been observed thus far. Once the host completes their tasks and withdraws from this world, the empathy system will automatically deactivate. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The system murmured softly. You could have asked earlier. A chilling and monotonous prompt echoed in Fu Junyao's mind. Bewildered, he instinctively wanted to leap up and exclaim, "What the hell?" Yet found himself enveloped in darkness, utterly immobile. He attempted to raise an eyebrow in a gesture of nonchalance and flash a devilishly charming smile, only to realize he couldn't even lift his eyelids. It was a profound sense of frustration. What if I choose not to engage in this mission? If the task remains unfulfilled, the host will be perpetually trapped within the system. Damn, this is an egregious form of coercion. The Zodiac testing system from Xinjiang must undoubtedly be a creation of those madmen in the technical department, perhaps even a scheme orchestrated by that rascal Shinyu. If only he could keep me confined forever. The first thing I would do upon my release would be to smash that scoundrel Shun's head. Does the host wish to initiate the first Zodiac task? The system inquired once more. Fu Junyao rolled his eyes inwardly. Yes.
Ding.
The Virgo Zodiac chart is activated. Please assist the representative of Virgo in revitalizing their family legacy and become their beloved. It is a dual-line system, intertwining both romantic and narrative threads.
Fu Junyao silently scoffed.
And just then, a flash of white light enveloped him. When he opened his eyes in a daze, he discovered he had entered a room imbued with ancient charm. He stood before an old wooden cabinet, its shelves adorned with layers of drawers, each covered with small red papers inscribed in traditional characters, Tianma, Baizhu, Dangui. This must be an apothecary. As Fu Junyao lowered his gaze, he observed that he was clad in a coarse gray short robe, likely crafted from rough hemp fabric, unmistakably indicating that he had traversed into the realm of impoverished households. In stark contrast to this humble attire, he adorned his wrist with a resplendent silver constellation bracelet, encircling the 12 zodiac signs: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, seemingly basking in the sun's embrace. Fu Junyao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such an accessory would accompany him through this journey. Could it be the system itself? While he was lost in a reverie of martial prowess and celestial systems, a sudden cacophony of bubbling sounds jolted him back to reality, accompanied by the pervasive scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafting through the air. "Dr. Fu, why are you dawdling? The medicine is burning." A voice from the servant rang out, shattering his daydream. Upon closer inspection, Fu Junyao realized that a pot was simmering over the fire, the concoction inside boiling vigorously and nearly dislodging its lid. The originally earthen-colored ceramic vessel now charred black from the flames. He hurried over in haste, but the moment he touched the pot, he was met with a searing burn. "Oh my goodness, it's scalding." Fu Junyao quickly withdrew his hand, blowing on his reddened fingers, thankful that the injury was not severe. Dr. Fu, why are you so flustered today? The young master is still waiting." With that, the servant took the initiative, wrapping a cloth around his hand to remove the pot, hesitatingly inquiring, "Dr. Fu, how much should one drink at a time?" Fu Junyao was momentarily taken aback as the voice of the system echoed in his mind. 5 bowls of water should be boiled down to 1, and one should take 2/3 at a time. He hurriedly repeated the system's instructions and poured 2/3 of the dark, viscous medicinal broth into a bowl. A few white bubbles emerged from the surface, and the pungent bitterness of traditional Chinese medicine assailed his senses, causing him to wonder if this charred concoction could truly offer salvation. "Dr. Fu, we must hurry. The young master cannot wait any longer." the attendant urged, nearly dragging Fu Junyao out. Reluctantly, he followed, attempting to reboot his chaotic mind and begin absorbing the memories belonging to this body. Chapter 36. Has the Virgo become aloof again? Change your clothes, Qing Jingxian commanded imperiously. Fu Junyao chuckled softly, silently exclaiming in his mind, "Yes, Your Highness. I shall attend to your attire." Previously, he had heard people say that Virgos were perfectionists, and at first, he thought there was nothing wrong with being tidy. However, after interacting with Qing Jingxian, he realized that the Virgo's obsession with cleanliness was fundamentally different from that of an ordinary person. Take Qing Jingxian, for instance. He wore only white garments, belts, and shoes. Even the ribbon binding his hair and the socks adorning his feet were pure white, leading one to assume he was in mourning. As Fu Junyao helped him remove his outer robe, the young master immediately issued another command. "Go wash your hands and return." "I just washed them," Fu Junyao protested. "You touched the outer robe, and now it's dirty." Fu Junyao rolled his eyes, silently muttering, "You were the one who fell on the ground earlier. Surely that made you far dirtier than I. You do not seem to disdain yourself at all." Qing Jingxuan's voice grew somber. "What are you mumbling about?" No. Please rest for a moment. I will step out to wash my hands now." Fu Junyao replied with a playful grin. Qing Jingxian lifted an eyebrow. "You must wash even between your nails once more. Otherwise, do not come near me. Your hands are so cold. Are you trying to freeze me?"
Hey!
"There are limits to what one can endure." Fu Junyao exploded in frustration. "You give a little color and think you can open a dye shop?" Qing Jingxian coldly snorted, turning away, which ultimately provoked Fu Junyao's fury. The constellation bracelet vibrated incessantly, and his mind was flooded with messages suggesting that a Virgo is a perfectionist, harmless in nature. Stay calm. Virgos are sensitive to provocation. They prefer gentleness over harshness. Yet, when Fu Junyao's temper flared, he disregarded all such advice and exploded. Qing Jingxian, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupted with fury, exclaiming, "So what if I am a half-paralyzed cripple? So what if I can never stand or walk like a normal person? Do you pity me? If you wish to leave, then go. I do not require anyone's sympathy." Fu Junyao, realizing he had spoken out of turn, instinctively glanced at Qing Jingxuan's curled, motionless legs, and his heart softened instantly. This look of pity only served to further incite Qing Jingxian. He struggled to rise, but his legs felt completely numb, rendering him unable to move. This strikingly handsome youth, who should have been a paragon of excellence, now resembled a turtle desperately trying to flip itself over, evoking a sense of profound sadness. "Young master, that is not my intention." Fu Junyao hesitated, scratching his head, feeling somewhat at a loss. "If I truly despised you for being disabled, I would have left long ago. Why would I still remain to assist you with your leg?"
Leave.
Qing Jingxian scoffed coldly. "My father has shown you kindness. You are merely afraid of being criticized for your ingratitude. If you wish to depart, then go. It matters not. For those around me have nearly all departed. One more or one less makes no difference. I will not leave." Fu Junyao declared resolutely. "Young master, I have stayed not only to repay kindness but also because I am certain that your legs can be healed." Qing Jingxuan's body stiffened, and his struggle evidently diminished. Fu Junyao sighed softly, his clear eyes fixed unwaveringly on Qing Jingxian, instilling a sense of certainty. "Young master, trust me, your legs will surely rise again. First, let us prepare a medicinal bath. The water will cool, and the efficacy of the medicine will diminish." Qing Jingxuan's expression softened slightly as he turned his face away, ignoring him entirely. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point of favorability with the target character. Current favorability is 92 points. Fu Junyao exhaled in relief, his anxious heart finally at ease. Thankfully, he had bet right. A Virgo is just like that. When told to leave, they will stubbornly refuse to budge. Do hurry and change, Chung Jingxian said coldly, leaning against Fu Junyao. Understood, Fu Junyao replied, simultaneously reaching with his foot to pull over a nearby stool, gently helping Chung Jingxian to sit down, before beginning to untie his garments. This feels somewhat embarrassing, he thought. The loose undergarment was gradually peeled away, revealing Chung Jingxian's broad shoulders. It is evident that he is indeed a young master. His skin is even fairer than that of a maiden, immediately distinguishing him from the impoverished laborers. However, this gentleman is not a delicate flower. On the contrary, he possesses a robust physique. As his garment is slowly lowered, his firm pectoral muscles and well-defined abdominal muscles are unveiled. Fu Junyao swallowed hard. Goodness, this gentleman must have engaged in considerable exercise before his leg injury. His physique is far more solid than those modern youths who deliberately consume eggs and frequent the gym. One can't help but wish to poke and prod. Ding dong. The host is urged to assist the target in bathing promptly, lest the favorability rating diminish. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a picturesque scene of sunlit beaches suddenly appeared before Fu Junyao's eyes, with a row of fair-skinned maidens lying in repose, and in the center, Chung Jingxian lounged, with one leg crossed over the other. Sporting sunglasses, he slowly half-sat up, his solid and fair muscles gently flexing with his movement. Then he flashed a charming yet rogue smile, beckoning Fu Junyao with a playful curl of his finger. Fu silently tilted his head back, feeling parched and dizzy, with a slight warmth in his nose. What is he dawdling for? Hurry up, Chung Jingxian urged impatiently. Fu Junyao was jolted awake, faintly realizing that his reaction was somewhat irrational. He hurriedly averted his gaze from Chung Jingxian, incessantly muttering the age-old incantation of "do not observe, do not listen," as he fumbled to remove Chung Jingxian's outer trousers. At last, only a single pair of undergarments remained, and even with Fu Junyao's thick skin, he found himself in a predicament. Young master, this. Chung Jingxian, rarely flustered, felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, fearful that Fu Junyao might witness his awkwardness. He quickly lowered his head and hastened to speech. Enough. Hurry, and assist me into the bath. Do you wish to freeze me to death? Fu Junyao shrugged, sensing that his dreams of a picturesque beach had been utterly shattered. With a decisive motion, he scooped Chung Jingxian up in a swift embrace. Initially intending to display a charming demeanor, he soon realized that Chung, unlike a delicate maiden, possessed considerable muscular weight. After a few stumbles, Fu Junyao managed to regain his balance and gently placed Chung Jingxian into the bathing tub. Lacking experience in concocting the medicinal brew, Fu Junyao inadvertently added excessive water, causing the dark potion to overflow, drenching Chung Jingxian and creating a considerable mess around them. Chung furrowed his brows and, in a frosty tone, commanded, "Once I finish bathing, ensure the room is meticulously cleaned 3 to 5 times, leaving no corner untouched. Not a trace of the medicinal scent must remain, understood?" Great. Now there was more work to be done. Fu Junyao sighed in exasperation, unconsciously raising his voice in a playful tone. "Yes, your servant obeys." Chung Jingxian chuckled softly, the dark potion rippling with delightful waves. The radiant smile dazzled Fu Junyao's titanium alloy eyes, causing him to momentarily freeze, pointing at Chung Jingxian in astonishment. "You smiled. I never knew you could smile." However, Chung Jingxian quickly composed himself, adopting an expression as if someone owed him a fortune. Gripping the edge of the bathing tub, he turned away and coldly ordered, "Scrub my back." "Ah, the back rub." Fu Junyao elongated his tone, his pupils unconsciously drifting downward, where his snow-white skin, partially concealed beneath the inky black medicinal bath, was just barely visible. He felt a slight warmth in his nose. "I wasn't entirely certain. Recently, Qingchao village had experienced considerable friction with the court, likely due to the newly enthroned emperor's desire to stir up the dust in this gray area. Thus, I had been lurking near Longquan Mountain, seeking clues." Today's rescue of this individual was merely a fortunate happenstance, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Fu Junyao's eyes sparkled. We can use that individual to infiltrate Qingqiao village and seek evidence to refute the accusations against Qing Shibua of embezzlement and dereliction of duty. We can overturn the case. Qing Jingxian raised an eyebrow slightly. We? Fu Jun straightened his posture. Of course, it's us.
What?
Do you intend to burn the bridge after crossing it? Believe me, I won't even brew the medicine. If you have the capability, you can be the doctor yourself. Qing Jingxian chuckled softly. I never said I would abandon you. Then why are you smiling? Showing off your white teeth? Qing Jingshuan's smile broadened. Oh, it's nothing. I merely find the term we quite fitting. It has always been us. Fu Junyao turned away with a hint of pride, pouring the freshly brewed medicine into a bowl. Suddenly, a familiar electronic chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point of favorability with the target character. Current favorability, 94 points. He gazed at Qing Jingxian in astonishment. Has the system granted a cheat? Just mentioning we has increased favorability? The chime resonated again in his mind, the system playfully teasing. He is just that secretly passionate. Chapter 37. Understanding in a moment of realization, Fu Xiaodi promptly followed the instructions and wiped to the right. Old Qing, he remarked, your pressure is too light. Such a feeble touch will render the medicine ineffective. Are you even a doctor? How can you not comprehend this?
Indeed.
You make a valid point, Fu Xiaodi responded, applying a bit more force. However, old Qing let out a lamenting cry. That hurts. Are you doing this on purpose? Fu Xiaodi, caught off guard, merely replied, yes, indeed. The atmosphere turned icy. What did you just say? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fu Junyao hastily corrected himself. No, it's entirely my fault. My hands are just clumsy, truly inept. Qing Jingxian turned away with an air of indifference, unwilling to witness Fu Junyao's foolish demeanor. Go fetch a fresh towel to wipe with. Fu Junyao's eyes widened in disbelief. But I just changed it.
Oh.
Old Qing elongated his response, raising an eyebrow almost to the heavens. Reluctantly, Fu Xiaodi conceded, All right, I will change it. Cursed be the meticulousness of a Virgo. Even a simple bath was not to be enjoyed in peace. After merely a few wipes, a new towel was demanded. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he was already lamenting the dirt on his hands, insisting on a thorough wash, including the crevices beneath his nails, before proceeding. By the time he had nearly completed the task, he was required to change out an entire bucket of water. Fortunately, he had the foresight to prepare an ample supply of herbal materials in advance. Otherwise, he would have had to concoct the medicine anew, a true test of endurance. As Fu Xiaodi muttered to himself while fetching the towel and changing the water, he suddenly realized that the sun had already set. Old Qing had begun his herbal bath in the afternoon, yet this individual had spent a staggering 2 hours in the bath. How could his skin possibly withstand such prolonged exposure? It is perfectly normal. A medicinal bath requires ample time to fully unleash its therapeutic properties. A seemingly weightless phrase floated into Fu Junyao's mind, causing him to startle, momentarily believing that Master Qing had become an otherworldly being. Anxiously scanning his surroundings for any sign of life, his heart raced uncontrollably. He prodded the constellation bracelet adorning his wrist and inquired, Was that you speaking just now? The system replied in its monotonous electronic tone, Yes.
Goodness.
Even the systems have become sentient in this day and age. It's quite unsettling to speak without warning. Fu Junyao muttered in irritation, grabbing a towel as he entered the room. From a distance, he spotted Master Qing comfortably lounging in the medicinal bath, and an overwhelming wave of sorrow washed over him, tears threatening to stain his clothes. This must be a test bestowed upon me by the party. Suddenly, the elder, immersed in his bath, opened his eyes and whispered, Do you find me bothersome? The loneliness in his voice struck Fu Junyao, leaving him momentarily stunned. Could it be that Cheng Bapi had experienced a moment of conscience? Cheng Jingxian, with his hands interlaced, rested at the edge of the tub, revealing only his silent back to Fu Junyao. Below lay the dark, murky medicinal bath and his long, well-proportioned legs, which, unlike those of a typical person, could not walk. Fu Junyao felt as if his heart had been struck by an invisible force, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. He forced a strained smile, striving to infuse his voice with an air of nonchalance. Not at all. In fact, you are quite commendable. I once knew a Virgo with a severe case of cleanliness. He was utterly insufferable. He would wash his hands thrice before meals, and no one could dine with him unless they adhered to his standards. Ironically, he practiced strictness towards others, leniency towards himself, never caring about his own mess while insisting that everyone else remain immaculate. Moreover, coupled with a touch of obsessive compulsiveness and an insatiable pursuit of perfection, one could easily drive themselves to madness. Cheng Jingxian was momentarily taken aback. The disjointed ramblings were somewhat beyond his comprehension. Yet the essence of Fu Junyao's words was unmistakably clear. He was attempting to console himself. With this realization, Cheng Jingxian suddenly shook his head, a smile that he could not suppress lingering at the corners of his lips. Well, perhaps he should not restrain himself after all. With this thought, he felt as though he had unlocked the meridians, akin to Zhongwuji, allowing his entire body to relax. He ceased to be critical. Regardless of how Fu Junyao chose to handle matters, he remained silent, and ultimately, the medicinal bath concluded even earlier than usual. Nevertheless, the hour was not late after the bath. Fu Junyao lit a new candle, utilizing the last rays of the setting sun to perform acupuncture on Cheng Jingxian. One could hardly expect Fu Junyao, a gold star customer service representative who relied on his vocal prowess, to possess any medical skills. The remedy for Cheng Jingxian's lameness would inevitably depend on the system. Fortunately, the technical department had developed a Zodiac system rather than a medical system, as the treatment of limbs was not the focal point of testing. Thus, the system did not complicate matters and relayed the treatment method to Fu Junyao. It turned out that the root cause of Cheng Jingxian's lameness was the presence of bone spurs on his knee. This condition is quite common in modern orthopedics, stemming from one of three causes: aging leading to bone hyperplasia, occupational hazards due to improper sitting, standing, or walking postures, which may gradually deteriorate into bone spurs, or hereditary factors. Cheng Jingxian's situation was somewhat more intricate, involving a combination of bone hyperplasia, excessive walking, and incorrect posture, culminating in the emergence of bone spurs unbeknownst to him. A subsequent misstep resulted in a significant fall, exacerbating the condition and ultimately leading to his lameness. Acupuncture remains a viable treatment, albeit one fraught with excruciating discomfort. The silver needles must be meticulously directed at rare pain and itch points, the process akin to being cast into a cauldron of scorpions, enduring the agony of 1,000 serpents. It is as if one finds oneself ensnared in an anthill, beset by countless ants, their bites relentless and maddeningly itchy. This needling procedure alone extends over the course of more than an hour, followed by the application of a pungent and unpleasant medicinal ointment, which must then be left to settle for half an hour. By the time this entire ritual concludes, one's lower body is likely devoid of sensation. Such a harrowing treatment process left Fu Junyao in a state of shock, while Cheng Jingxian seemed entirely accustomed to it. He took a clean cloth and stuffed it into his mouth, gripping the wooden edge of the bed tightly with both hands, nodding at Fu Junyao in silent encouragement. With no other option, Fu Junyao reluctantly began, heating the silver needle over a candle, noticing his fingers tremble slightly, and tentatively sought Cheng Jingxian's affirmation. Shall we commence? Indeed. Cheng Jingxian rolled his eyes, his gaze conveying disdain for Fu Junyao's hesitation. Taking a deep breath, Fu Junyao located the pain point on Cheng Jingxian's leg, driving the needle in 0.3 of an inch. Cheng Jingxian's legs quivered, His entire body tensed rigidly, releasing a long gasp, clearly in excruciating pain. Yet he refrained from uttering a single cry. A pang of inexplicable sorrow pierced Fu Junyao's heart, nearly causing him to falter in his grip on the needle. He sensed that something was amiss within himself, but this was a matter of healing. There was no room for distraction. Thus, he forced himself to breathe deeply, striving to ignore Cheng Jingshuan's reactions, accurately targeting the acupoints on his leg, thrusting the needle deftly, embedding it 5/10, then 7/10 of an inch. After the entire acupuncture session, Fu Junyao was drenched in sweat, nearly unable to straighten his back. He staggered back a few steps, mustering his weary body to retrieve the ointment, delicately applying it to Cheng Jingxian, only daring to steal a glance at him once he was entirely bandaged. Cheng Jingxian had succumbed to unconsciousness, his hair and pillow soaked with sweat, his handsome visage contorted in agony, his entire form rigid, as if he were a breathing corpse from a tale of Maoshan. Despite the pain, this fellow refused to utter a single sound, maintaining the persona of an arrogant lord to an extreme degree. What a pity! Fu Junyao wished to jest, yet that inexplicable pang in his heart resurfaced, rendering even the act of breathing a struggle, as the agony spread within his chest, suffocating him, and even his limbs began to throb. Fu Junyao found his vision blurring, and when he rubbed his eyes, he was astonished to find his hands drenched in tears. Is this truly the sensation of heartache? How peculiar! This utterly foreign feeling escalated his doubts and unease to a peak, prompting him to abandon the medicine box in a frenzy as he rushed outside, fervently pressing the constellation bracelet on his wrist, repeatedly calling out, "System, appear! System, come forth! Ding dong! The premier constellation testing system of Xinjiang is at your service. How may I assist you, host? My emotions have been awry from the beginning. Why did I find that insufferable Virgo so agreeable at first glance? Why did I feel something upon seeing him unclothed? Why did his suffering bring me to the brink of tears, wishing to bear his pain in his stead? This is not the emotion I should possess." What a shrewd host, so quickly discerning the truth. The system, momentarily taken aback, hesitated before emitting its cold, mechanical voice. Perhaps the host has unwittingly developed an affinity for Virgo? Nonsense. I am not a Taurus. With that, Fu Junyao yanked the Zodiac bracelet from his wrist. Speak the truth at once, or the assessment will conclude here. I shall cast you into the furnace, and we shall perish together. No, please. The system, acutely aware that Fu Junyao was indeed capable of such a deed, quickly capitulated. Very well, I shall divulge the information, but this is a commercial secret of Xinjiang, and you must keep it confidential. Fu Junyao rolled his eyes. I'm in a virtual world. Who could I possibly divulge this to? The system, realizing the validity of his statement, proceeded to reveal the truth. This Zodiac assessment, aside from the world framework provided by the technical department, also includes a new system developed by the RD department, known as the empathy system. Your peculiar reactions are a direct result of the influence of this system. Such phenomena are entirely normal, and there is no need for concern. Empathy system? What on earth is that? Fu Junyao's mind erupted in confusion. The monotone prompt echoed once more in his consciousness. As the name implies, it is designed to transplant the original owner's emotions onto the host, allowing the host to transcend the role of a mere observer of the original owner's memories and truly experience them. This system is still in testing, and no side effects have been observed thus far. Once the host completes the task and departs from this world, the empathy system will automatically deactivate. Why didn't you say so earlier? The system muttered softly. You didn't ask sooner, did you? With a sigh of frustration, he wiped his mouth with satisfaction and glanced at his phone screen. Gosh, it was nearly 8 o'clock. He hurriedly grabbed his bag and rushed out the door. General Liu from Xinjiang was down to earth, straightforward, and fond of speaking the truth, devoid of any airs that one might expect from a CEO. Consequently, he enjoyed considerable popularity in Junyao, ranking third among the administrators, earning him the moniker Third Uncle. While Third Uncle had many admirable qualities, he was somewhat stingy. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. It was Junyao. Looking up, Fu Junyao was surprised to see an old acquaintance, Wan Xiangwen, the head of the Research and Development Department at Jinjiang. Xiangwen, it's almost time for work. What are you doing here? If memory served him right, Ruan's home was in the opposite direction. Fu Junyao raised his hand, the accessories jingling. Come with me. Fu Junyao was truly an experienced driver. He had been riding electric scooters since he was 12 and driving without a license since he was 15. Accustomed to speed, his friends would invariably buckle their seatbelts before getting into his car. Wan Xiangwen, perhaps scarred by past experiences, not only fastened his seatbelt, but clutched the overhead handle tightly. Isn't that a bit excessive? Fu Junyao shrugged helplessly and started the engine. Wan Xiangwen, feeling a bit embarrassed, used one hand to touch his nose, attempting to mask his discomfort. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Junyao executed a sharp drift, swiftly maneuvering around an intersection, causing Wan Xiangwen to cling to the handrail in alarm. Safety first, he chuckled. Fu Junyao turned the steering wheel with confidence. I've been driving for 10 years. It's perfectly safe. Perhaps it was the misfortune of Mercury retrograde that, while passing through an intersection, Fu Junyao encountered the third red light on his lengthy commute to work. With a sense of frustration, he halted his vehicle, exchanging glances with the roadside signal. Wan Xiangwen retrieved a glimmering silver bracelet from his pocket and tossed it to him, proclaiming, "Wear this Zodiac bracelet. It will bring you good fortune." Fu Junyao, displaying a modicum of courtesy, cast a fleeting glance at the bracelet. The silver circlet was adorned with exquisite engravings, each representing one of the 12 zodiac signs: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, all subtly elevated and arranged in a circle as if greeting the sun. However, Wan Xiangwen's influence was limited to that mere glance. As Fu Junyao raised an eyebrow and retorted, "You know I do not believe in such things. Downloading that ridiculous Zodiac app was already a stretch for me. Consider it a gesture of friendship. You've been experiencing some misfortunes lately, so I hope it proves beneficial," Wan Xiangwen insisted, firmly placing the Zodiac bracelet onto Fu Junyao's right wrist without awaiting consent. Just then, the red light turned green, and Fu Junyao, preoccupied with accelerating, neglected to remove the bracelet. Upon arriving at the office at precisely 8:15, he was, as expected, late. Accepting the inevitable deduction from his salary with equanimity, he strode into the office with long strides, exuding the bravado of a youthful delinquent. Before he could pour himself a glass of water, the internal phone rang. Fu Junyao hoped that the voice on the other end belonged to a gentle and charming young lady, perhaps even one of his admirers, and thus prepared himself to respond with a suitably measured tone. "Hello?" Regrettably, the voice that came through the phone was that of an inexperienced young man. Although it was not grating or particularly unpleasant, it certainly fell short of the expectations held by the voice-sensitive head of the customer service department, Fu Junyao. "Hello, department head. This is Xiao from the technical team. May I trouble you to come to our office? Our supervisor has discovered some discrepancies in the constellation system data on your mobile device." As for this Xiao from the technical department, he was somewhat familiar, a recently promoted young man, honest and timid. It was unlikely he would dare to make such a call unless a significant issue arose. That said, Shen Yu's antics were one matter, but he could not fault the young man for his trepidation. With a grand gesture, Fu simply replied, "I'll be there." Xiao, trembling slightly, ended the call and cast a glance at the expressionless figure of his supervisor, who was immersed in coding at his desk, feeling a sense of injustice. Despite being fellow programmers in the technical department, Shen Yu exuded an air of aloof elegance, his handsome visage turning heads. The only accessory that marred his appearance, his metallic-framed glasses, worn only during work, added an aura of seriousness and detachment, yet his naturally slightly upturned eyes lent him an inexplicable charm. Just a distant glance at him would evoke a strong sense of restrained allure. How such a taciturn individual could find himself embroiled in a dispute with a deep-voiced customer service representative who effortlessly attracted throngs of admirers was beyond Zhao's comprehension. Before he could ponder the situation any further, the customer service representative burst through the door, carrying 2 disposable cups. Extending one toward Zhao, he declared, "The technical department can be quite taxing. I've brought you some coffee to help invigorate you." Xiao was taken aback, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He noticed that Fu had a glass of water in hand and mused that perhaps the relationship between these two was not as dire as rumored. Did Fu truly know that their brother Shen preferred not to indulge in coffee? This fleeting thought crossed his mind when Xiao observed Fu, casually sipping from the glass. His long legs crossed nonchalantly, leaning against the desk with an air of arrogance, addressing Shen Yu with a haughty tone. "What do you need me for?" Shen Yu slowly lifted his gaze, the metallic frame of his glasses reflecting light somewhat blindingly. Fu Junyao instinctively squinted, only to catch a glimpse of the unappealing figure before him removing his glasses. The formerly stern countenance akin to a school principal suddenly animated, revealing a rather striking, yet insufferable, charm. Shen Yu cast a sidelong glance at him, gesturing toward the chair opposite, dressed like a lowlife. One might think the customer service department of Jinjiang has been invaded by a gang of ruffians. Chapter 38. Has he become proud again? One should not guess the thoughts of a Virgo, Cheng Jingxian declared with an air of superiority. Fu Junyao chuckled, silently exclaiming in a high-pitched tone, "Your Majesty."
Proceed to change.
Previously, it was said that Virgos possessed a penchant for cleanliness, and Fu initially thought there was nothing wrong with being tidy. However, after interacting with Cheng Jingxian, he comprehended that a Virgo's obsession with cleanliness was entirely distinct from that of an average person. Take Cheng Jingxian, for instance. His attire, belt, and shoes were all pristine white, and even the ribbon binding his hair to the socks adorning his feet were of pure white. One might mistakenly believe he was in mourning. As Fu Junyao had just assisted him in removing his outer garment, the gentleman promptly summoned him again. "Go wash your hands and return," he commanded. "I just washed them," Fu Junyao protested. "You've soiled your outer shirt." Fu Junyao silently rolled his eyes and mumbled, "You fell on the ground yourself earlier. How could you be any less dirty than I am? Yet I see no signs of you being repulsed by yourself." Cheng Jingshuan's voice darkened. "What are you mumbling about?" "And nothing, sir. Please rest for a moment. I shall step out to wash my hands right away." Fu Junyao replied with a cheeky grin. Cheng Jingxian raised an eyebrow. "You must wash even the crevices of your nails once more. Otherwise, do not come near me. Your hands are so cold. Do you wish to freeze me?"
Hey!
This is intolerable. Fu Junyao has completely lost his temper. "Are you trying to open a dyeing shop with just a few words of color?" Cheng Jingxian scoffed coldly, turning his head away, which ultimately provoked Fu Junyao to the brink. The star sign bracelet vibrated incessantly, and reminders flooded his mind, emphasizing that Virgos are indeed particular, but not malicious. Stay calm. Virgos are easily agitated. Do not confront them directly. They prefer gentleness. Yet when Fu Junyao temper flared, he paid no heed to any reasoning, unleashing his fury. Cheng Jingxian, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on, erupted in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "So what if I am a half-paralyzed cripple? So what if I can never stand or walk like a normal person for the rest of my life? Do you pity me? If you wish to leave, then go. I seek no one's sympathy." Realizing he had overstepped, Fu Junyao instinctively glanced at Cheng Jingshuan's curled, immobile legs, and his heart softened immediately. The sympathetic gaze only served to further provoke Cheng Jingxian. He propped himself up, yearning to depart, yet his legs remained entirely unresponsive. rendering him unable to take a single step. This strikingly handsome youth, who ought to have been a paragon of excellence, now resembled a tortoise desperately struggling to flip itself over, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. "Young master, that was not my intention," Junyao stammered, scratching his head in confusion. "If I truly despised you for being disabled, I would have long since walked away. Why would I remain here to assist you in healing your legs? Get lost," Cheng Jingxian retorted with a cold laugh. "My father has shown you kindness. You merely fear the scorn of others for being ungrateful. If you wish to leave, then do so. It makes no difference to me. My company is already dwindling, and your presence is neither a gain nor a loss. I will not leave," Junyao declared resolutely. "Young master, my reasons for staying extend beyond gratitude. I am convinced that your legs can indeed be healed." Cheng Jingxian stiffened, the intensity of his struggle noticeably diminishing. Junyao sighed softly, his clear eyes fixed unwaveringly on Cheng Jingxian, instilling an extraordinary sense of certainty. "Young master, trust me, your legs will undoubtedly stand once more. First, let us prepare a medicinal bath. If the water cools, the efficacy of the medicine will diminish." Cheng Jingxuan's expression softened slightly, yet he averted his face, disregarding Junyao entirely. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point of favorability from the target character. Current favorability, 92 points. Junyao exhaled deeply, his anxious heart finally at ease. Fortunately, his gamble had paid off. A Virgo is indeed like this. When told to leave, they will resolutely stand their ground.
Now,
"Hurry and change your clothes." Leaning against Junyao, Cheng Jingxian spoke coldly. "All right then." In response, Junyao extended his foot to pull a nearby stool closer, gently settling Cheng Jingxian onto it before beginning to undo his belt. A sense of modesty enveloped the atmosphere. The loose garment was gradually peeled away, revealing Cheng Jingxuan's broad shoulders. It was evident that he was of noble birth. His skin was even fairer than that of a maiden, a stark contrast to the toil-worn laborers. Yet, this gentleman was no fragile being. On the contrary, he possessed a robust physique. As the clothing slipped further down, his firm chest and well-defined abs became visible. Junyao swallowed hard, marveling. Goodness, this gentleman must have trained extensively before his leg injury. His muscles are far sturdier than those of modern youths who obsessively consume eggs and frequent the gym. I wonder what it feels like to touch. Ding dong. Please assist the target in bathing promptly, or else the favorability rating will diminish. As this thought crossed his mind, a vision of sunlit beaches appeared before Junyao's eyes, where a line of fair-skinned maidens lay, with Cheng Jingxian reclining in the center, legs crossed casually. Sporting sunglasses, he slowly propped himself up, his solid and fair muscles quivering slightly, then flashed a devilishly charming smile, beckoning Junyao with a finger. Junyao silently tilted his head back, feeling parched, dizzy, and a touch flushed. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up," Cheng Jingxian urged impatiently. Startled, Junyao awoke from his reverie, faintly aware that his reaction was rather irrational. He hurriedly tilted his head back, unable to bear looking at Cheng Jingxian any longer, his mind incessantly reciting the age-old mantra of "do not gaze upon that which is inappropriate, do not listen to that which is inappropriate," as he fumbled to remove Cheng Jingxuan's trousers. Now, only a pair of undergarments remained, which posed a challenge even for the thick-skinned Junyao. "Young master, this." Cheng Jingxian, rarely blushing, was concerned about becoming a subject of ridicule for Junyao. Thus, he quickly lowered his head and hastened his speech. "Enough. Hurry and help me into the bathtub. Do you wish to freeze me to death?" Junyao shrugged, sensing that his visions of a delightful beach escapade had been utterly dashed. With a swift motion, he scooped Cheng Jingxian up, intending to display a sense of flair. However, Cheng Jingxian was far from a delicate maiden. His muscular form was quite substantial. Fu Junyao stumbled several times before managing to stabilize himself and place Qing Jingxian into the tub. Lacking experience in concocting the medicinal bath, Fu Junyao inadvertently added too much water, causing the inky liquid to overflow, creating quite a mess around them. Qing Jingxian furrowed his brows and said coldly, "Once I finish bathing, ensure that you clean the room thoroughly, several times over. Do not overlook any corners and leave not a trace of the medicinal scent behind, understood?" Great, now there was more work to do. Fu Junyao, feeling exasperated, rubbed his forehead and unconsciously raised his voice in jest. "Yes, your servant obeys." Qing Jingxian chuckled softly, and the dark medicinal bath rippled with his pleasant mirth. His bright smile dazzled Fu Junyao, momentarily rendering him speechless. Like a fool, he pointed at Qing Jingxian and exclaimed, "You smiled. So, you can smile after all." Qing Jingxian immediately reined in his smile, adopting a face that suggested he had been wronged for 8 million. As he turned his back to the bathtub's edge and coldly commanded, "Scrub my back. Scrub my back." Fu Junyao elongated his tone, his gaze unconsciously drifting downward. Where the snow-white skin concealed beneath the inky medicinal bath became faintly visible, causing a warmth to rise in his nose. "I'm not entirely certain. Recently, Qingchao Manor has had several frictions with the court. Perhaps the newly enthroned emperor wishes to stir the dust in this gray area. I have been lurking near Longquan Mountain, seeking clues. Today, saving this individual was an unexpected gain. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." Fu Junyao's eyes sparkled. "We can use that person to infiltrate Qingchao Manor and look for evidence to exonerate Qing Shibua from the accusations of embezzlement and misconduct. We could turn the tide." Qing Jingxian raised an eyebrow slightly. Fu Junyao straightened his back. "Of course it is. What? Do you wish to burn the bridge after crossing it? Believe me, I could very well cease brewing the medicine. If you have the ability, go be a doctor yourself." Qing Jingxian chuckled softly. "I never said I would abandon you." "Then why are you smiling? Showcasing your pearly whites?" Qing Jingshuan's smile widened. "Nothing much. Merely finding the term we quite apartment it has always been we." Fu Junyao, in a haughty manner, turned away and poured the freshly brewed medicine into a bowl. Suddenly, a familiar electronic voice chimed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point of favorability with the target character. Current favorability is at 94 points. He looked at Qing Jingxian in astonishment. "Has the system granted a cheat? Did we also increase our rapport just like that?" A playful quip echoed in my mind. He is indeed so reserved yet flirtatious. Chapter 39. Understanding. Young Master Fu promptly complied and wiped to the right. Old Master Qing remarked, "Your strength is too feeble. Such a dosage will hardly take effect. Are you even a physician? How can you not know this?" "That's a valid point," young Master Fu conceded, applying a bit more force. Old Master Qing groaned in pain. "Ouch. Are you doing this on purpose?" Young Master Fu casually replied, Yes, indeed." The atmosphere abruptly chilled. "What did you just say?" Oh no. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. Fu Junyao hurriedly corrected himself. No. It's entirely my clumsiness. I truly am quite foolish." "Humph." Qing Jingxian coldly turned away, unwilling to look at his foolish demeanor. "Go fetch a new towel to wipe with." Fu Junyao widened his European-style double eyelids. "But I just changed it." Old Master Qing deliberately elongated his tone, his eyebrows nearly reaching the heavens. Young Master Fu had no choice but to beg for mercy. All right, I will change it." The vexatious cleanliness of a Virgo. Not even allowing a moment of peace during a simple bath. After just a few wipes, a new towel was required, within a mere quarter of an hour. He deemed my hands filthy, insisting I wash both my hands and under my nails before proceeding. Just as I neared completion, I had to change the water again. Thankfully, I had been astute enough to prepare extra medicinal materials earlier. Otherwise, I would have had to concoct the medicine anew. What a trial it would have been. As young Master Fu muttered to himself, he went to fetch the towel and change the water, suddenly realizing that the sun had already set. It was still afternoon when Grandpa Cheng indulged in his medicinal bath, leading to an astonishing 2 hours spent in soaking. Surely, his skin wouldn't wrinkle? It is only natural. A medicinal soak requires such duration to fully extract its beneficial properties. A seemingly casual remark echoed in his mind, sending a shiver down Fu Junyao's spine, momentarily entertaining the thought that Grandpa Cheng had transcended into a spirit. Uneasily scanning his surroundings, he found no trace of anyone, his heart racing uncontrollably. He prodded the constellation bracelet on his wrist. "Was that you speaking just now?" The system responded in its monotonous electronic tone. "Yes." Goodness. Even the systems have become sentient nowadays. It's best to refrain from startling me unnecessarily. Fu Junyao muttered in frustration as he grabbed a towel and stepped inside, where he caught sight of Grandpa Cheng blissfully reclining in the medicinal bath, an overwhelming sense of sorrow washing over him, tears staining his attire. This must be a trial bestowed upon me by the party. Suddenly, the elder, seemingly lost in thought, opened his eyes and softly inquired, "Do you find me bothersome?" His voice was thick with melancholy, causing Fu Junyao to pause. Could it be that Grandpa Cheng was experiencing a moment of self-reflection? Cheng Jingxian rested his hands atop one another, leaning over the edge of the bath, presenting only his silent back to Fu Junyao, with the dark, murky water below and those long, graceful legs that could not walk like a normal person's. Fu Junyao's heart felt as though it had been struck by an unseen force. A pang of discomfort surfacing within him. He mustered a strained smile, striving to infuse his voice with a sense of ease. "Not at all. In fact, you're doing remarkably well. I once knew a Virgo who was obsessively clean. He was insufferable, insisting on washing his hands 3 times before a meal. And no one could share a table with him. Yet this individual adheres to the principle of being strict with others while being lenient with oneself. No matter how unkempt he appears, it is of no consequence to him. Yet he demands impeccable cleanliness from others. Coupled with a touch of obsessive-compulsiveness and an insatiable pursuit of perfection, he can drive one to the brink of madness in mere moments." Cheng Jingxian was momentarily taken aback. The chaotic words were somewhat beyond his comprehension, yet the intent of Fu Junyao was unmistakably clear. He was offering solace to himself. Upon this realization, Cheng Jingxian shook his head abruptly, a smile that he could not quite suppress gracing his lips. Well then, perhaps he would not suppress it any longer. With this thought, he felt as though he had unlocked the meridians within him, his entire being relaxing, no longer inclined to critique. The situation unfolded as it may, and he remained silent as Fu Junyao maneuvered him, ultimately concluding the medicinal bath earlier than usual. Nevertheless, the hour was still late after the bath. Fu Junyao lit a new candle, utilizing the last rays of the setting sun to administer acupuncture to Cheng Jingxian. One could not help but muse that for Fu Junyao, a renowned customer service representative reliant on his voice, to possess medical skills would be nothing short of miraculous. To remedy Cheng Jingxian's lameness, the system was undoubtedly necessary. Fortunately, the tech department had developed a constellation system rather than a medical one, as treating a leg was not the focal point of their testing. Thus, the system was not overly demanding and conveyed the treatment method to Fu Junyao. It turned out that the reason behind Cheng Jingxian's lameness was the presence of bone spurs on his knee. This is a common orthopedic ailment in modern times, with 3 potential causes: either age-related bone hyperplasia, occupational hazard stemming from poor posture while sitting, standing, or walking, which can lead to the deterioration into bone spurs over time, or a genetic predisposition. Cheng Jingxian's situation is somewhat intricate, characterized by osteophytes, excessive walking, and improper posture, leading to the development of bone spurs in his knees unbeknownst to him. After an unfortunate and severe fall, his condition deteriorated, resulting in a pronounced limp. However, acupuncture remains a viable treatment, albeit an excruciating one. The silver needles must target rare pressure and itch points, making the treatment feel akin to being cast into a cauldron of scorpions, enduring the torment of countless serpents. It is as if trapped in an anthill, assailed by thousands of biting ants, each prick igniting unbearable itchiness. This needling process alone can last over an hour, followed by the application of a pungent, unpleasant ointment, which must then be allowed to sit for half an hour. By the end of this entire procedure, one might fear that the lower body has lost all sensation. Such a harrowing treatment experience left Fu Junyao astounded, yet Chung Jingxian had long since grown accustomed to it. He took a clean cloth and stuffed it into his mouth, gripping the wooden edge of the bed tightly with both hands, nodding at Fu Junyao to indicate readiness. Fu Junyao, feeling compelled to act, retrieved the silver needles and heated them over a candle, noticing a slight tremor in his fingers. Tentatively, he sought Chung Jingxian's approval, asking if they should begin. Chung Jingxian rolled his eyes in silent disdain at Fu Junyao's hesitance. Taking a deep breath, Fu Junyao located the pressure point on Chung Jingxian's leg and plunged the needle 3/10 of an inch into the flesh. Chung Jingxian's legs trembled, his entire body stiffened, releasing a long gasp of air, clearly in agony as the pain reached his very marrow, yet he refrained from uttering a single cry. A pang of inexplicable sorrow struck Fu Junyao, nearly causing him to fumble the needle. He vaguely sensed something was amiss within himself, but the task at hand was to heal. There was no room for distraction. He took deep breaths with great effort, forcing himself to disregard Chung Jingxian's reactions. He accurately located the acupoint on the man's leg and deftly inserted the silver needle, piercing 5/10, then 7/10 into the flesh. After completing the entire acupuncture procedure, Fu Junyao was drenched in sweat, nearly unable to straighten his back. He staggered back a few steps, struggling to maintain his weary form as he fetched the ointment, carefully applying it to Chung Jingxian in increments. Only after fully bandaging him did he dare to steal a glance. Chung Jingxian had already succumbed to unconsciousness. His hair and pillowcase soaked in perspiration, his handsome visage contorted in pain, the entirety of his body stiffened to an unbearable degree, resembling a breathing corpse as depicted in tales from Maoshan. No matter the agony, this man refused to utter a single sound, stubbornly embodying the persona of an arrogant lord to the utmost. Why endure such suffering? Fu Junyao felt an urge to tease with a smile. Yet that inexplicable heartache surged within him once more, rendering each breath a challenge. The pain radiated through his chest, constricting him, even extending to his limbs and veins. All at once, his vision blurred, and as he rubbed his eyes, he found his hands wet with tears. Was this truly the sensation of heartache? How peculiarly strange. This unfounded, unfamiliar feeling escalated Fu Junyao's doubts and anxieties to their zenith. Without even considering tidying up the medicine box, he dashed out in a frenzy, pressing the constellation bracelet on his wrist with fervor, repeatedly calling out, "System, come forth. System, reveal yourself. Ding dong. The first constellation testing system of Jinjiang is at your service. How may I assist you, host? My emotions have been awry from the very beginning. Why was it that at first glance, I found that Virgo so utterly captivating? Why did I feel a stir within me upon seeing him unclothed? Why did his expressions of anguish evoke such overwhelming tears, making me wish to bear his suffering in his stead? These emotions are entirely out of character for me."
Ah.
How astute the host is to perceive this so swiftly. The system, albeit momentarily taken aback, finally emitted a cold and mechanical tone. Perhaps the host has inadvertently developed an affection for the Virgo? Nonsense. I am not a Taurus.
With that,
Fu Junyao yanked off the Zodiac bracelet from his wrist. Speak the truth, or this assessment shall conclude here. I shall cast you into the furnace without hesitation. It would merely result in mutual destruction.
No, please.
The system, well aware of Fu Junyao's capability to act on such threats, promptly capitulated. Very well. I shall divulge this information, but it is a trade secret of Junyao, and you must maintain confidentiality. Fu Junyao rolled his eyes. I am in a virtual world. Who could I possibly disclose this to? The system, upon reflection, conceded this point and revealed the truth. This Zodiac assessment, in addition to the world framework provided by the technical department, also incorporates an entirely new system developed by the research department, known as the empathy system. Your peculiar reactions are influenced by this system. They're entirely normal, and there is no need for concern, host. Empathy system? What on earth is that? Fu Junyao's mind was in turmoil. The monotonous prompt echoed in his mind. As the name suggests, it involves transplanting the emotions of the original host onto the current subject, transforming the latter from a mere observer of the original's memories into someone who truly empathizes. This system is still undergoing testing, and thus far, no adverse effects have been observed. Once the host completes their task and withdraws from this realm, the emotional transference system will automatically deactivate.
Goodness.
Why didn't you say so earlier? The system muttered softly. You didn't ask sooner, did you? You rascal. He contentedly wiped his mouth and checked his phone lock screen, exclaiming in surprise, It's nearly 8 o'clock. He hurriedly grabbed his bag and dashed out the door. General Liu of Jinjiang is remarkably down-to-earth, known for his forthrightness and penchant for honesty, devoid of the usual airs associated with CEOs. Consequently, he enjoys considerable popularity in Jinjiang, holding the third position among the administrators, earning him the nickname Third Uncle. While Third Uncle possesses many admirable qualities, he is somewhat frugal. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder.
It was Junyao.
Fu Junyao looked up to find an old acquaintance, Wan Xiangwen, the head of the RD department at Jinjiang. Xiangwen, it's almost time for work. What are you doing here? If memory serves correctly, their homes were in completely opposite directions. Fu Junyao raised his hand, the accessories on him jingling. Come with me. Fu Junyao, a seasoned driver in every sense, had been riding electric bikes since the age of 12 and driving without a license since 15. Accustomed to speed, his experienced friends would invariably buckle their seatbelts the moment they entered his vehicle. Wan Xiangwen, perhaps wary from past experiences, not only fastened a seatbelt, but also gripped the handle above tightly. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Fu Junyao shrugged helplessly and started the car. Wan Xiangwen, attempting to mask his embarrassment, used one hand to touch his nose, while Fu Junyao took the opportunity to execute a stunning drift, swiftly maneuvering around an intersection, startling Wan Xiangwen into grasping the handrail tightly, chuckling, safety first, safety first. With a deft turn of the steering wheel, Fu Junyao declared, I've been driving for 10 years. It's perfectly safe. Perhaps it was the curse of retrograde. Upon passing another intersection, Fu Junyao encountered the third red light on this drawn-out commute, necessitating a disheartened stop as he exchanged glances with the roadside signal. Wan Xiangwen retrieved a shimmering silver bracelet from his pocket and tossed it to him, saying, Wear this Zodiac bracelet. It will bring you good fortune. Fu Junyao glanced at it out of courtesy. The silver bracelet was adorned with intricate engravings, representing the 12 zodiac signs: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, slightly raised and encircling one another as if greeting the sun. However, Wan Xiangwen's goodwill only warranted a fleeting glance from Fu Junyao, who lifted an eyebrow and remarked, You know I don't believe in such things. Installing that ridiculous Zodiac app was already pushing it. Consider it a token of friendship. I hope it proves useful to you, especially since you've been having a rough time lately, Wan Xiangwen insisted, promptly sliding the Zodiac bracelet onto Fu Junyao's right wrist. At that moment, the red light turned green, and with Fu Junyao focused on speeding away, he paid no mind to the bracelet, leaving it undisturbed. Upon arriving at the office at 15 minutes past 8, Fu Junyao, as expected, found himself late. He accepted the impending deduction from his salary with equanimity, striding into the office with the swagger of a youthful dandy. Before he could pour himself a glass of water, the internal phone rang. Junyao hoped for a sweet and gentle voice on the other end, perhaps even a fan of his. Adopting a tone that struck the perfect balance, he answered, "Hello?" Unfortunately, the voice that greeted him was that of a young man, somewhat inexperienced. While it was not grating to the ears, it was certainly disappointing for Junyao, the voice-sensitive head of the customer service department. This is Xiao from the technical department. Could you please come to our office? Our manager has found some anomalies in the constellation system data on your phone. As for this Xiao, Junyao had a vague recollection of him, a timid young man who had just been confirmed as a permanent employee. It was unlikely he would dare to call if it weren't for a significant issue at hand. Nevertheless, one must separate the wheat from the chaff. Despite Shunyu's antics, he had no intention of making things difficult for the lad. With a grand gesture, he declared, "I'll be there." It was only then that Xiao, trembling slightly, hung up, casting a glance at their emotionless manager, who was engrossed in code at his desk, feeling a profound sense of life's unfairness. Both were coders in the technical department, yet Xinyu exuded an air of aloof elegance. His striking looks were eye-catching enough, but the metal-framed glasses he donned while working added an aura of seriousness and detachment. The naturally upward tilt at the corners of his eyes imparted a hint of allure, and just a fleeting glance at him would evoke a palpable sense of austere charm. Such a taciturn individual found himself embroiled in a quarrel with the nonchalant, bass-voiced representative from the customer service department, who seemingly attracted countless admirers. Before Xiao could gather his thoughts, the customer service representative barged in, brandishing 2 disposable cups. Extending his right hand, he thrust one of the cups directly in front of Xiao, declaring, "The tech department is quite taxing, so I brought you some coffee to perk you up." Xiao, taken aback by this unexpected gesture, expressed his gratitude profusely. Noticing that the representative also held a cup of water, he mused that their relationship might not be as strained as the rumors suggested. Perhaps the representative was aware that their colleague Shen preferred not to indulge in coffee? Just as this thought flickered through his mind, Xiao observed the representative take a sip of water, his long legs crossed casually, leaning against the desk with an air of nonchalance. Addressing Shen with a tone reminiscent of a commanding elder, "Why did you call for me?" Shen slowly lifted his gaze, the metallic frame of his glasses reflecting a blinding light. The customer service representative, Junyao, instinctively squinted, only to see Shen's previously stern expression transform into one that was unexpectedly animated and strikingly handsome. Shen cast a sidelong glance at him, gesturing towards the chair across from him. Dressed like a rogue, one might think the Jinjiang customer service department had been overtaken by a group of delinquents. Chapter 40. Has the pride returned? One cannot decipher the thoughts of a Virgo. Cheng Jingxian, with an air of authority, instructed. Junyao chuckled softly, silently exclaiming in his mind, "Oh my, let us proceed with the attire change." In the past, people often remarked on Virgo's penchant for cleanliness. Initially, Junyao thought that having a love for tidiness was not inherently negative. However, after interacting with Cheng Jingxian, he came to realize that the Virgo's obsession with cleanliness is fundamentally different from that of an average person. Take Cheng Jingxian, for instance. He exclusively dons white garments, belts, and shoes. Even the ribbon tying back his hair and the socks adorning his feet are pure white, leading one to mistakenly believe he is in mourning. After Junyao assisted him in removing his outer coat, Cheng Jingxian promptly instructed him again, "Go wash your hands and return." "I just washed," Junyao retorted. "You touched the outer garment. It's now soiled." Junyao rolled his eyes silently and muttered, "You fell on the ground yourself earlier. Surely that's far dirtier than my hands?" "I didn't see you object to your own state." Cheng Jingxuan's tone darkened. "What are you mumbling about?" "Oh, nothing at all. Please take a moment to rest. I shall step out to wash my hands." Fu Junyao replied with a grin. Cheng Jingxian lifted an eyebrow. You need to wash even under your nails again, otherwise, do not dare to touch me. Your hands are so cold. Are you trying to freeze me? At this point, Fu Junyao's patience reached its limit. How much more can one endure? I offer you a modicum of grace, and yet you demand a dye shop in return? Cheng Jingxian let out a cold hum, turning away, which ultimately ignited Fu Junyao's ire. The astrological bracelet on his wrist vibrated incessantly, with reminders echoing in his mind, asserting that Virgos can be quite particular, albeit without malice. Stay calm. Virgos dislike being provoked. They respond better to gentleness than harshness. Yet, when Fu Junyao's temper flared, he paid no heed to such advice, erupting as he deemed fit. Cheng Jingxian erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his entire being igniting with fury as he bellowed, "What of it if I am a paralyzed cripple? What does it matter that I can never stand or walk like a normal person? Do you wish for my pity? If you wish to leave, then do so. I require no one's sympathy." Fu Junyao, acutely aware of his indiscretion, instinctively glanced at Cheng Jingxian's curled, immobile legs, his heart softening in an instant. This sympathetic gaze only served to provoke Cheng Jingxian further. He strained to rise, yet his legs remained utterly unresponsive, rendering him incapable of taking a single step. Such a handsome youth, destined to be a paragon, now resembled a turtle desperately struggling to flip itself over, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. "Young master, that was not my intention," Fu Junyao stammered, scratching his head in confusion. "If I truly despised you for being disabled, I would have long since departed. Why would I remain here to assist in your recovery?"
Leave.
Cheng Jingxian retorted with a cold laugh. "My father has been kind to you. You merely fear the scorn of others who would accuse you of ingratitude. Go if you wish. It matters little to me. Those around me are mostly gone, and your presence is neither a gain nor a loss. I shall not depart," Fu Junyao declared resolutely. "Young master, my purpose here is not solely to repay a debt of gratitude, but also because I firmly believe your legs can be healed." Cheng Jingxian froze, the intensity of his struggle evidently diminishing. Fu Junyao sighed softly, his clear eyes fixed unwaveringly on Cheng Jingxian, emanating an extraordinary conviction. "Young master, trust me. Your legs will surely rise again. First, one must indulge in a medicinal bath. The efficacy of the herbs diminishes once the water cools." Cheng Jingxian's expression softened slightly as he turned his face away, his body partially paralyzed, completely disregarding him. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of favorability with the target character, bringing the current favorability to 92 points. Fu Junyao let out a long sigh, his anxious heart finally finding solace. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. That is the nature of a Virgo. When told to leave, they will steadfastly refuse to budge. "Do hurry and change," Cheng Jingxian said coldly, leaning against Fu Junyao. "All right then." Fu Junyao responded, simultaneously using his foot to tug the nearby stool closer, gently lowering Cheng Jingxian onto it, and began to unfasten his clothing. It felt somewhat shameful. The loose nightgown was gradually removed, revealing Cheng Jingxian's broad shoulders. Indeed, the young master possessed skin whiter than that of a maiden, a stark contrast to the toil-worn laborers. Yet, this gentleman was no delicate flower. On the contrary, he was quite robust. As the garments continued to slide down, his firm pectoral muscles and well-defined abs became visible. Fu Junyao swallowed hard. Heavens! This gentleman must have engaged in considerable exercise prior to his injury. His physique is far more solid than those modern youths who obsessively consume eggs and frequent the gym. I am tempted to poke and see for myself. Ding dong. The system urges the host to assist the target character with bathing promptly, or risk a decline in favorability. As he pondered this, a vivid image of sunlit beaches appeared before Fu Junyao, where a row of fair-skinned maidens reclined, with Cheng Jingxian nonchalantly sitting cross-legged among them. He wore sunglasses, slowly rising to a half-sitting position, his firm and snow-white muscles quivering gently with his movements. Then, with a devilishly charming smile, he beckoned Fu Junyao with a teasing finger. Fu Junyao silently tilted his head back, feeling parched, dizzy, and a bit flushed. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up," Qing Jingxian urged impatiently. Fu Junyao jolted awake, vaguely sensing that his reaction was somewhat irrational. He hastily tilted his head back, daring not to look at Qing Jingxian as he repeatedly chanted the age-old incantation, "Do not gaze upon indecency. Do not listen to indecency," while fumbling to remove Qing Jingxuan's outer pants. Now, only a pair of undergarments remained, which left even Fu Junyao, known for his thick skin, at a loss for words. "Young master, this." Qing Jingxuan's face flushed with rare embarrassment. Fearing Fu Junyao would see the jest, he quickly lowered his head and hastened his words. "Enough. Hurry and help me into the bathtub. Do you want to freeze me to death?" Fu Junyao shrugged, feeling that his dreams of a pleasant day at the beach had been utterly dashed. With a swift motion, he scooped Qing Jingxian up by the waist. Initially intending to show off, he soon realized that Qing Jingxian was no delicate maiden. His muscular frame was quite substantial. Fu Junyao stumbled a few times before finally regaining his balance and placing Qing Jingxian into the tub. Lacking experience in preparing the medicinal concoction, Fu Junyao added too much water, causing the dark, murky liquid to overflow, creating quite a mess around them. Qing Jingxian furrowed his brows and coldly instructed, "Once I finish bathing, remember to thoroughly wipe down the room 3 to 5 times, leaving no corner untouched. Not a trace of the medicinal scent must remain, understood?"
Ah.
There it goes again, another bout of exhaustion, Fu Junyao lamented, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Inadvertently, he raised his voice in a teasing tone. "Yes, I shall comply with your orders, my lord." Qing Jingxian chuckled softly, the dark, viscous medicinal concoction rippling with his amusement. The bright smile dazzled Fu Junyao's titanium-coated eyes, momentarily rendering him speechless as he pointed at Qing Jingxian, exclaiming, "You smiled? I never knew you could smile." However, Qing Jingxian quickly suppressed his mirth, adopting a face resembling that of a man burdened with an immense debt, turning his back against the bathtub's edge, and coldly commanded, "Wash my back. Wash your back." Fu Junyao elongated his words, his gaze inadvertently drifting downward, where the stark white skin concealed beneath the dark medicinal bath became vaguely visible. He felt a familiar warmth creeping up his nose. "I am not entirely certain. It's just that there have been numerous frictions between Qingqiao Manor and the court lately. Perhaps the newly enthroned emperor wishes to stir the dust in this gray area. Thus, I have been lurking near Longquan Mountain, seeking clues. Saving that person today was merely a fortuitous encounter, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." Fu Junyao's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. "We can utilize that individual to infiltrate Qingqiao Manor, seeking evidence to counter the accusations against Cheng Shibua for corruption and dereliction of duty, and thus, we may overturn the verdict." Qing Jingxian raised an eyebrow slightly. "We?" Fu Junyao straightened his posture, declaring, "Of course, it is we."
What?
"Do you intend to burn the bridge after crossing it? Do you dare believe I will cease brewing the medicine? If you possess the capability, then take on the role of the physician yourself." Qing Jingxian chuckled softly. "I never suggested abandoning you. Then what are you smiling about, flaunting your pearly whites?" Qing Jingxuan's smile widened. "It's nothing, I just find the term we're remarkably fitting. It has always been us." Master Fu, with a touch of pride, turned away, pouring the freshly brewed medicine into a bowl. Suddenly, a familiar electronic chime resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point of favorability with the target character. Current favorability, 94 points." He stared incredulously at Qing Jingxian. "Has the system truly granted me a cheat? Merely uttering 'we' has increased favorability?" The chime echoed again, as the system teased with a playful remark. "He is indeed quite the reserved charmer." Chapter 41. Understood. Young Master Fu quickly followed instructions, wiping to the right. Master Chung, your pressure is too light. The medicinal effects will be compromised. Are you even a doctor? How do you not comprehend this? That makes sense. Young Master Fu replied, applying a bit more force. Master Chung let out a wail. It hurts. Are you doing this on purpose? Young Master Fu casually dismissed. Yes, yes. Indeed. The atmosphere turned icy. What did you just say? Oh no, this isn't good. Fu Junyao hurriedly corrected himself. No, it's entirely my clumsy hands. I am truly inept. Humph. Chung Jingxian coldly turned his head away, unwilling to behold his foolish demeanor. Go fetch a towel to wipe with. Fu Junyao's eyes widened, revealing his European double eyelids. I just changed it. Master Chung deliberately elongated his tone, his brows nearly reaching the heavens. Young Master Fu had no choice but to plead. All right, I'll change it. Such an infuriating Virgo with a relentless obsession for cleanliness. Even a simple bath is not allowed to be a peaceful affair. After a few swift wipes, I had to replace the towel. Within a mere quarter of an hour. He complained about my hands being dirty, insisting that I wash both my hands and the crevices beneath my nails before proceeding. Just as I finished the first round of cleaning, I needed to change the water again. Fortunately, I had the foresight to prepare extra medicinal ingredients, otherwise, I would have to reconfigure the concoction, which would have been utterly exasperating. As I muttered to myself, I went to fetch a fresh towel and change the water, only to suddenly realize that the sun had already set in the west. When I began preparing the medicinal bath, it was still afternoon. Thus, I had been bathing for an astonishing 2 hours. Wouldn't his skin become thoroughly pruny? Naturally, a medicinal bath requires such duration. Otherwise, how could the medicinal properties be fully released? A light, ethereal voice echoed in my mind, causing me to startle. As I momentarily thought that the elder Chung had become a spirit, I anxiously scanned the surroundings but found no one, my heart racing. I poked at the constellation bracelet on my wrist. Was that you speaking just now? The system returned with its monotonous electronic tone. Yes. How bizarre. Even the system seems to have gained sentience in these times. It ought to refrain from startling me unnecessarily. I grumbled as I entered the room, and from a distance, I spotted the elder Chung reclining comfortably in the medicinal bath, reveling in his indulgence, which brought tears to my eyes. This must surely be a test bestowed upon me by fate. Suddenly, the elder, who had been savoring his soak, opened his eyes and softly inquired, "Do you find me bothersome?" The tone carried a profound sense of solitude, leaving me momentarily stunned. Could it be that Chung had experienced a pang of conscience? Chung Jingxian intertwined his hands, leaning against the edge of the bathtub. From Fu Junyao's perspective, all he could perceive was the silent silhouette of Chung, accompanied by the dark, murky medicinal bath below, and the long, well-proportioned legs that could not walk like those of a normal person. Fu Junyao's heart felt as though it had been struck by something, leaving him with an unpleasant sensation. He forced a reluctant smile, striving to infuse his voice with a sense of lightheartedness. Not at all. In fact, you are doing remarkably well. I once knew a Virgo who was quite the perfectionist. He was insufferable. If he didn't wash his hands 3 times before a meal, no one could dine with him. Ironically, he was strict with others but lenient with himself. No matter how dirty he was, it was of no concern to him, yet others had to be immaculate. Coupled with a touch of obsessive-compulsive behavior and an insatiable pursuit of perfection, he could drive anyone to madness in mere moments. Chung Jingxian paused, somewhat bewildered by the jumbled words he barely grasped. However, Fu Junyao's intent was unmistakably to offer himself solace. Reflecting on this, Chung Jingxian suddenly shook his head, a smile that he could not suppress gracing his lips. Then, perhaps I shall not suppress it. With this thought, he felt as if he had unlocked the meridians of his body, akin to Zhongwuji, allowing himself to relax completely. He ceased to be critical. yielding to Fu Junyao's whims, ultimately concluding the medicinal bath even earlier than usual. Despite this, the hour was not early after their bath. Fu Junyao lit a new candle, and by the last rays of the setting sun, he proceeded to administer acupuncture to Qing Jingxian. Fu Junyao, a gold standard customer service representative whose livelihood depended on his voice, mused that it would indeed be a miracle if he possessed any medical knowledge. To remedy Cheng Jingshuan's lameness, it would ultimately rely on the system. Fortunately, the technical department's eccentric team developed a constellation system rather than a medical one, as treating leg ailments was not the primary focus of their testing. Thus, the system readily provided Fu Junyao with the necessary treatment methods. It was revealed that Cheng Jingshuan's lameness stemmed from the formation of bone spurs on his knee. This condition is quite common in modern orthopedics and can arise from three primary causes: advancing age leading to bone hyperplasia, occupational hazards due to poor posture while sitting, standing, or walking, or congenital hereditary factors. In Cheng Jingshuan's case, the situation was slightly more complex, involving a combination of bone hyperplasia, excessive walking, and improper posture, which had led to the unnoticed development of bone spurs, exacerbated by a severe fall that resulted in his current lameness. Nevertheless, acupuncture could still offer a remedy, albeit through a process fraught with pain. The silver needles must be precisely inserted into rare, painful, and itchy points, rendering the treatment akin to being thrown into a basin of stinging insects, experiencing the agony of 1,000 serpents biting, or as if ensnared in an anthill, subjected to the relentless gnawing and crawling of countless ants, producing an unbearable itch. The needling process alone would take over an hour, followed by the application of a pungent and unpleasant ointment, which would need to be left to dry for half an hour. By the end of this entire procedure, one could easily lose sensation in the lower body. The tormenting nature of this treatment stunned Fu Junyao, yet Cheng Jingxian had long grown accustomed to it. He took a clean cloth and stuffed it into his mouth, gripping the wooden edge of the bed tightly with both hands, nodding to Fu Junyao as a signal. Thus, Fu Junyao had no choice but to proceed, heating the silver needles over a candle, only to find his fingers trembling slightly. Tentatively, he sought Cheng Jingshuan's approval. "Shall we begin?" "Yes." Cheng Jingxian rolled his eyes, expressing his disdain for the overly sentimental nature of his companion. Fu Junyao took a deep breath, pinpointing the acupoint on Cheng's leg, and plunged the silver needle in with precision, penetrating 3/10 into the flesh. Cheng's legs quivered. His entire body tensed rigidly, releasing a long gasp that clearly indicated pain so profound it seemed to reach his very marrow, yet he refrained from uttering a single word. A wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within Fu Junyao, to the point where he struggled to steady the needle in his hand. Though he sensed something amiss within himself, he reminded himself that he was in the midst of treating an ailment. Distraction was not an option. He resolutely inhaled deeply, forcing himself to disregard Cheng Jingshuan's reactions, and accurately targeted the acupoints on his leg. The silver needle plunged deftly, delving deeper. 5/10, 7/10. After completing the entire acupuncture session, Fu Junyao was drenched in sweat, nearly unable to straighten his back. He staggered back a few steps, mustering his weary body to fetch an ointment, applying it meticulously to Cheng Jingxian until he was fully bandaged, only then daring to glance at him. Cheng had succumbed to unconsciousness, his hair and pillow soaked with perspiration. His handsome visage contorted in agony, his body rigid as if he were a breathing corpse from a Miao Shan tale. Despite the excruciating pain, he remained utterly silent, embodying the essence of an imperious lord to the fullest. What a futile endeavor! Fu Junyao yearned to tease him with a smile, yet the inexplicable ache in his heart resurfaced, rendering each breath a laborious task. The pain spread within his chest, constricting his lungs, and even his limbs began to throb. Fu Junyao found his vision clouding, and as he rubbed his eyes, he was startled to discover his hands were wet with tears. Was this truly the sensation of heartache? How bewildering. The inexplicable sensation of unfamiliarity escalated Fu Junyao's doubts and anxieties to their zenith. He scarcely took the time to tidy up the medicine kit before he dashed out in a frenzy, fervently tapping on the Zodiac wristband adorning his hand, repeatedly calling out, "System, come forth. System, reveal yourself. Ding dong, the premier Zodiac testing system of Jinjiang is at your service. How may I assist you, esteemed host? My emotions have been utterly askew from the outset. Why was I initially so enamored by that insufferable Virgo? Why do I feel a stirring when I see him unclad? Why do I find myself on the verge of tears at the sight of his anguish, wishing I could bear his suffering in his stead? These are not the sentiments I ought to possess."
Ah.
Such an astute host, discerning the truth so swiftly, the system responded, momentarily taken aback before producing a monotonous and frigid electronic voice. "Perhaps you have unknowingly developed an affection for the Virgo? Don't be absurd. I am not a Taurus." With that, Fu Junyao yanked the Zodiac wristband from his wrist. "Speak the truth at once, or this test shall cease. I shall cast you into the furnace. It would merely be a mutual demise. Please, please don't." The system, acutely aware of Fu Junyao's capacity for such drastic actions, quickly acquiesced. "Very well. I shall divulge the information, but this is a confidential commercial secret of Jinjiang, and you must promise to keep it under wraps." Fu Junyao rolled his eyes. "I am in a virtual realm. Who could I possibly disclose it to?" Upon reflection, the system candidly revealed, this time's astrological test is not solely based on the global framework provided by the technical department. It also incorporates an entirely new system from the research and development department, known as the empathy system. Your peculiar reactions are a result of the empathy system's influence, which is perfectly normal, and there is no need for concern, host. Empathy system? What on earth is that? Fu Junyao's mind was in turmoil. The monotonous prompt echoed in his thoughts. As the name suggests, it involves transplanting the emotions of the original host onto the current host, allowing the latter to transcend the role of a mere observer of the original memories and truly experience them. This system is still under testing, and thus far, no adverse effects have been detected. Upon the host's completion of their tasks and subsequent withdrawal from this world, the empathy system will automatically deactivate. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The system muttered softly. You never inquired earlier, did you? How infuriating. He wiped his mouth with satisfaction and, upon unlocking his phone, was startled to see that it was nearly 8 o'clock. Hastily grabbing his bag, he rushed out the door. General Liu from Jinjiang is quite down to earth, known for his straightforward nature and penchant for honesty, lacking any semblance of the typical CEO's arrogance. Consequently, he enjoys considerable popularity in Jinjiang, ranking third among the administrators, earning him the nickname Third Uncle. Third Uncle is admirable in many respects, but he is somewhat frugal. Suddenly, Fu Junyao felt a tap on his shoulder.
Junyao.
He looked up to see a familiar face, Wan Xiangwen, the head of the Research and Development Department at Jinjiang. Xiangwen, it's almost time for work. What brings you here? If memory serves me right, your home is quite the distance from mine. Fu Junyao raised his hand, the accessories on his body jingling. Come with me. He was truly a seasoned driver, having started riding electric scooters at the tender age of 12 and driving unlicensed vehicles by 15. Accustomed to speed, his experienced friends would always fasten their seatbelts as the first order of business upon entering his vehicle. Wan Xiangwen, perhaps having been scarred by past experiences, not only secured her seatbelt but also clung tightly to the overhead handle. Isn't that a bit excessive? Fu Junyao shrugged helplessly and started the engine. Wan Xiangwen, feeling embarrassed, discreetly touched her nose, while Fu Junyao seized the opportunity to execute a sharp drift, swiftly navigating through an intersection, causing her to grip the handle even tighter and chuckle nervously. Safety first, safety first. Fu Junyao turned the steering wheel confidently. I've been driving for 10 years. It's perfectly safe. However, perhaps due to a streak of bad luck, he encountered the third red light on their lengthy commute and had no choice but to stop. Exchanging glances of frustration with the traffic signal, Wan Xiangwen pulled out a shimmering silver bracelet from her pocket and tossed it to him. "Wear this Zodiac bracelet. It will bring you good fortune." Fu Junyao glanced at it out of courtesy. The silver bracelet was intricately engraved with symbols representing the 12 zodiac signs: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, slightly raised and forming a circle as if greeting the sun. Nonetheless, Wan Xiangwen's gesture only warranted a brief glance from him. As he lifted an eyebrow, "You know I don't believe in these things. Installing that ridiculous Zodiac app was already pushing it. Regard it as a gesture of goodwill from a friend. Given your recent misfortunes, I hope this proves beneficial." With that, Wan Xiangwen unceremoniously slipped the Zodiac bracelet onto Fu Junyao's right wrist. At that moment, the traffic light turned green, and Fu Junyao, preoccupied with speeding, paid little heed to the bracelet and chose not to remove it. Upon arriving at the office at 15 minutes past 8, he was, as anticipated, late. Fu Junyao resigned himself to the inevitable deduction from his salary by his uncle, striding into the office with the swagger of an overly dramatic youth. Before he could pour himself a glass of water, the internal phone rang. Fu Junyao hoped on the other end would be a gentle and charming girl, perhaps even a fan of his. He modulated his voice to a perfectly balanced tone. "Hello?" Unfortunately, the voice that responded was that of a youthful male. Not unpleasant to the ear, but decidedly disappointing for Fu Junyao, who had an affinity for mellifluous voices. "Fu Department, this is Xiao from the technical department. Could you possibly come to our office?" Our young technician inquired. While analyzing data, our manager noticed some discrepancies in the Zodiac system data on your phone. As for this Xiao from the technical department, Fu Junyao had a vague recollection of him, a timid, recently confirmed young man who would hardly dare to make such a call unless the situation were dire. Nevertheless, one must separate matters. While Shun Yu was indeed an irritant, he had no intention of making things difficult for the lad. With a grand gesture, he replied, "I shall come." At this, Xiao hung up with trepidation, casting a glance at their manager, who sat expressionless, engrossed in coding, and felt a profound sense of the injustice of fate. Among the tech department's programmers, Xinyu possesses an air of aloof elegance that sets him apart. His strikingly handsome visage naturally draws attention, yet it is the pair of metal-framed glasses perched on his nose during work that imparts a demeanor of stern detachment. His eyes, with their naturally upward tilt, exude an enigmatic allure, and a mere distant glance evokes a profound sense of restraint. This taciturn individual unexpectedly found himself entangled in a quarrel with the customer service department's charismatic baritone, who effortlessly captivated throngs of admirers. Before Xiao could fathom the intricacies of the situation, the customer service representative had already burst through the door, clutching 2 disposable cups. Extending his right hand, he thrust a cup directly in front of Xiao, declaring, "The tech department is taxing. I brought you coffee to perk you up." Xiao, taken aback by the unexpected generosity, expressed his gratitude profusely. He noticed that the representative also held a cup of water, leading him to ponder whether their relationship was not as strained as the rumors suggested. Did the customer service representative truly understand that Xinyu disliked coffee? As this thought flitted through his mind, Xiao observed the representative sip from his cup. His long legs crossed nonchalantly, leaning against the desk with an air of casual authority, addressing Xinyu with a challenging, "What do you need me for?" Xinyu slowly raised his gaze, the metal frame of his glasses glinting in the light. Yu Junyao instinctively squinted, and as Xinyu pushed his glasses down, his previously stern countenance transformed into one of striking vivacity, undeniably captivating yet exuding a hint of mischief. Xinyu cast a sidelong glance at him, gesturing toward the chair opposite. Dressed like a rogue, One might mistakenly believe that the customer service department of Junyao has been overrun by a band of petty delinquents. Chapter 42. Has he become proud again? Do not attempt to guess the mind of a Virgo. Changing clothes. Cheng Jingxian, with an air of superiority, commanded. Fu Junyao chuckled, silently raising his voice in a mock exclamation. Ah, venerable one, I shall attend to your wardrobe. Previously, it was often said that Virgos possess a penchant for cleanliness. At first, Fu Junyao thought that an affinity for cleanliness was commendable. However, after his encounters with Cheng Jingxian, he came to realize that a Virgo's obsession with cleanliness is fundamentally different from that of an ordinary person. Take Cheng Jingxian, for instance. He insisted on donning garments, belts, and shoes exclusively in white. Even his hair ribbon and socks were pure white, leading one to wonder if he was in mourning. As Fu Junyao assisted him in removing his outer garment, the gentleman immediately issued another command. Go wash your hands and return. I just washed them. Fu Junyao protested. You touched my outer garment. It's now soiled. Fu Junyao rolled his eyes in silence, muttering, You dropped it on the floor yourself. Isn't that dirtier than my hands? Yet, I don't see you complaining about yourself. Cheng Jingxuan's tone darkened. What are you muttering about? Nothing at all. Please rest for a moment. I shall step out to wash my hands, Fu Junyao replied with a playful grin. Cheng Jingxian lifted an eyelid, stating, You must wash even beneath your fingernails, otherwise. Do not come near me. Your hands are so cold. Do you wish to freeze me?
Hey.
How much can one endure? Master Fu was utterly infuriated, questioning whether he should offer a modicum of respect when it seemed he was merely met with disdain. Cheng Jingxian, embodying an air of aloofness, turned away with a haughty snort, igniting Fu Junyao's wrath even further. The vibrations of his astrological bracelet echoed incessantly, accompanied by reminders of the Virgo's fastidious nature, innocuous, yet unsettling. Stay calm. Virgos are averse to provocation. They prefer gentleness over force. But when Master Fu's temper flared, he disregarded all caution, allowing his fury to erupt unabated. Cheng Jingxian, feeling as if his tail had been stepped on, exploded in frustration, exclaiming, What if I am a half-paralyzed cripple? What if I can never stand or walk like a normal person? Do you pity me? If you wish to leave, then depart. I require no one's sympathy. Fu Junyao, realizing he had spoken thoughtlessly, instinctively glanced at Cheng's curled and immobile legs, his heart softening in an instant. Yet, this sympathetic gaze only provoked Cheng Jingxian further. He strained to rise but found his legs utterly unresponsive, unable to move an inch. Such a handsome youth, destined to be a paragon of excellence, now resembled a turtle struggling desperately to overturn itself, a sight both heartbreaking and poignant. Young master, that was not my intention, Fu Junyao stammered, scratching his head, clearly at a loss. If I truly found you a burden, I would have long since departed. Why would I remain to assist you in healing your legs? Leave. Cheng Jingxian let out a cold laugh, remarking that his father had shown kindness to the other, and that the latter was merely afraid of being labeled as ungrateful. If you wish to leave, then depart. It matters not to me, as those around me have nearly vanished. One more or one less makes no difference. I will not leave, Fu Junyao declared with unwavering resolve. Young master, my decision to remain is not solely to repay a debt of gratitude. It is also because I firmly believe that your legs can indeed be healed. Cheng Jingxuan's body tensed momentarily, his struggle evidently diminishing. Fu Junyao sighed softly, his clear eyes fixed intently on Cheng Jingxian, instilling a sense of certainty. Young master, trust me, your legs will surely rise again. First, let us prepare a medicinal bath. If the water cools, the efficacy of the medicine diminishes. Cheng Jingxuan's expression softened slightly, as he turned his face away, choosing to ignore him entirely. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point of favorability with the target character. Current favorability, 92 points. Fu Junyao exhaled in relief, as his anxious heart found its peace. Fortunately, his gamble was correct. A Virgo is indeed stubborn. When told to leave, they will resolutely refuse to budge. Now, quickly change your clothes, Cheng Jingxian said coolly, leaning against Fu Junyao. Understood, Fu Junyao replied, simultaneously extending his foot to pull a nearby stool closer. He gently assisted Cheng Jingxian to sit down, then began to unfasten his clothing. This feels somewhat embarrassing, he thought, as the loose robe was gradually removed, revealing Cheng Jingxian's broad shoulders. To speak of a young master is to speak of privilege. His skin is fairer than that of a maiden, an unmistakable contrast to the toil-worn visage of the impoverished laborers. Yet, this gentleman is far from fragile. On the contrary, his physique is remarkably robust. As his garments gradually slip down, they reveal his sculpted pectorals and defined abdominal muscles. Fu Junyao swallowed hard, pondering the notion that this young man must have devoted considerable effort to his fitness prior to his leg injury. Possessing a physique far sturdier than those modern youths who merely indulge in eggs and gym sessions, the temptation to prod and ascertain the solidity of his muscles was nearly overwhelming. Ding dong. The host is urged to assist the target in bathing promptly, lest the favorability rating diminish, echoed a reminder in Fu Junyao's mind. In that moment, a vivid image of sun-kissed beaches materialized before him, where an array of fair-skinned maidens reclined, and at the center sat Cheng Jingxian, casually crossing his legs. Adorned with sunglasses, he slowly half-raised himself, his firm and fair muscles quivering gently, before flashing a devilishly charming smile and beckoning Fu Junyao with a playful curl of his finger. Fu Junyao silently looked up, feeling a parching thirst, dizziness, and an unsettling warmth in his nose. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, Cheng Jingxian urged impatiently. Startled into awareness, Fu Junyao vaguely sensed that his reaction was somewhat irrational. He hastily averted his gaze from Cheng Jingxian, fervently reciting an age-old incantation, "Avert thine eyes, and lend not thine ears to impropriety," as he fumbled to remove Cheng Jingxian's outer trousers. At last, only a pair of undergarments remained, and even with Fu Junyao's thick skin, he found himself in a predicament. Young master, this. Cheng Jingxian, rarely flustered, felt his face heat up. Fearing that Fu Junyao would catch sight of his embarrassment, he quickly lowered his head and hastened his speech. Enough, hurry, and assist me into the bath. Do you wish to freeze me to death? Fu Junyao shrugged, realizing that his dreams of a leisurely day at the beach had been thoroughly dashed. With a swift motion, he scooped Cheng Jingxian up in his arms. Initially intending to show off, he soon discovered that Cheng, unlike a delicate maiden, possessed considerable muscle mass. Fu Junyao stumbled a few times before managing to steady himself and placing Cheng Jingxian into the bathtub. Having no prior experience in concocting medicinal broth, Fu Junyao inadvertently added too much water. The dark, viscous concoction spilled over Cheng Jingxian's body, creating quite a mess around them. Cheng Jingxian furrowed his brow and coldly commanded, "Once I have finished bathing, remember to meticulously clean the room 3 to 5 times, leaving no corner untouched. Not a trace of the medicinal scent must remain, understood?" Fu Junyao sighed, feeling the weight of the additional task. Frustrated, he rubbed his forehead and, almost instinctively, replied in a high-pitched tone, "Yes, my humble servant will obey." Cheng Jingxian let out a soft chuckle, causing the dark broth to ripple with a hint of joy. Fu Junyao was momentarily dazzled by Cheng's bright smile. It was as if his titanium-coated eyes had momentarily malfunctioned. Staring dumbfoundedly, he exclaimed, "You smiled. I never knew you could smile." However, Cheng Jingxian quickly masked his expression, adopting a face as grim as if he had been owed 8 million. Gripping the edge of the bathtub, he turned away and coldly commanded, "Scrub my back." "Ah, the back rub." Fu Junyao elongated his tone, his gaze inadvertently drifting downward, revealing glimpses of his fair skin, partially concealed beneath the inky depths of the medicinal bath. He felt a warmth creeping up his nose. I am not entirely certain. However, there has been recent friction between Qingchao Manor and the court, likely due to the newly ascended emperor's desire to stir the dust in this gray area. Thus, I have been lurking near Longquan Mountain, seeking clues. Rescuing this individual today was merely an unexpected boon, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Fu Junyao's eyes brightened. We can utilize that person we just encountered to infiltrate Qingchao Manor and look for evidence to exonerate Cheng Shibua from accusations of embezzlement and dereliction of duty. We can turn the tide. Cheng Jingxian raised an eyebrow slightly. Fu Jun stood tall. Of course, it is us.
What?
Do you intend to sever the bridge after crossing it? Believe me, I will cease brewing the medicine. If you possess the ability, you can play the physician yourself. Cheng Jingxian chuckled softly. I never suggested abandoning you. Then why are you smiling? Showing off your pearly whites? Fu Junyao retorted, his pride evident as he turned away, pouring the freshly brewed medicine into a bowl. Suddenly, a familiar electronic chime resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point of favorability with the target character. Current favorability, 94 points. He regarded Cheng Jingxian in surprise. Has the system granted a cheat? Merely uttering "we" boosts favorability? The chime continued, and the system playfully teased. He is just that subtly flirtatious. Chapter 43. The damned empathy system. What foolishness has it caused me? He lamented with a heavy heart. Fu Junyao grabbed the wristband and began to poke it furiously. What do you mean? Nothing? Do you have any idea how embarrassed I am today? I behaved like a lecherous fool, lunging forward as if I were a starved wretch who had never laid eyes on a handsome man. All the dignity I have accumulated over the past 20 years was utterly squandered this afternoon. Well, it doesn't really matter. After all, only the three of us know about it. What others are unaware of is as if it never transpired, the system remarked thoughtfully. Your perspective is rather modern. Fu Junyao mused, pondering for a moment before poking the wristband again. By the way, can you even be considered human? The system paused momentarily, then promptly replaced its teasing tone with its usual monotonous electronic voice. I do not qualify as human. I am merely a compilation of countless lines of code. Fu Junyao stretched his limbs, positioning himself comfortably in a relaxed posture. One cannot help but commend the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence. I dare say your rudimentary system will eventually become sentient. The system emitted a flat, mechanical chuckle, blending into the enveloping darkness of the night. At some unknown moment, the once pitch-black exterior of the house was suddenly illuminated by flames. A panic scream pierced the stillness of the night. Fire! Fu Junyao sprang upright, the remnants of sleep dissipating in the wake of the chaotic clamor outside. He hastily donned a jacket and rushed to the window, only to witness the rear mountain engulfed in a towering inferno. Frantic individuals scurried about with buckets, but their efforts were but a drop in the ocean. This was dire. The conflagration was at the granary. Cheng Jingxuan's residence was in close proximity. Fu Junyao felt a sudden shiver run through him as he rushed out the door, his shoes hastily secured. To his surprise, he collided head-on with a burly figure reeking of sweat, causing him to stagger back, momentarily dazed. Before him stood Zhu Qingzhang, wielding a large cleaver. "Brother Zhu, is that you?" Fu Junyao exclaimed. Zhu Qingzhang's face lit up with joy. "Ah, little Cheng, I'm so relieved to see you unharmed. Quickly, retreat to the back of the house. That band of ruffians has colluded with the authorities and is launching another assault. Where is Dr. Fu? He is up front, assisting the injured. He specifically instructed me to protect you. You don't have time. It's perilous here.
Come.
Let me escort you to safety. Brother, you're heading the wrong way. That's the granary." Before Zhu Qingzhang could finish a sentence, Fu Junyao had already sprinted far ahead, his feet moving as if on wheels, heading straight towards the heart of the blaze. quickly vanishing into the night. Zhu Qingzhong was left staring at a flattened shoe, unable to suppress a murmur. Even if one is racing towards the afterlife, one ought to at least wear shoes. Fu Junyao arrived at the scene of the conflagration, which was utter chaos. In this era, there were no fire hoses or trained firefighting squads. Only a horde of unskilled laborers frantically hauling their meager buckets from a distant well to douse the flames. Such inefficiency was unlikely to quell the inferno. The granary was nestled against a forest, with flammable trees aplenty, though the soil was abundant as well. The principles of extinguishing a fire were straightforward: either lower the temperature or cut off the oxygen supply. Fu Junyao contemplated for a moment, then picked up a water basin discarded on the ground, filled it to the brim with earth, and splashed it onto the site of the fire, shouting, "Distant water cannot quench a nearby blaze. Everyone, throw mud onto the flames. It will extinguish the fire." Gradually, the inferno began to subside, yet it seemed that the contents within had been largely consumed by the flames. Those uninjured rushed inside to carry the wounded out, and the surroundings were soon enveloped by anguished cries. "Fetch some cold water," Fu Junyao bellowed, seizing a basin of the remaining water from the firefighting efforts. He submerged the wounds of several individuals with lighter burns. He had come out in haste, without any medicinal supplies, but fortunately, the silver needles he always carried were still at hand. Fu Junyao promptly unwrapped the needle pouch, crouching beside the nearest injured person to locate the acupoints.
Hey,
"Do you know how to treat this? You can't just stab needles randomly," someone yelled. Fu Junyao accurately identified the acupoints and swiftly inserted the needles. Not lifting his gaze, "If I don't know how to treat it, can you?"
hey you.
The person, rolling up their sleeves, looked ready to strike. The injured person exclaimed, "Ah, it seems to hurt less now." Humph. The irate individual could only huff and call for help. "Doctor, come quickly. Someone has been struck by a burning beam and is on the verge of death." Someone shouted to Fu Junyao. He immediately put away the silver needles and rushed over, only to find the wounded person weakly leaning against a relative, their injured thigh a gruesome sight, blood soaking the surrounding grass. Fu Junyao extended his hand to take the patient's pulse, discovering a rapid and perilous rhythm. He proceeded to puncture 8 significant acupoints, inserting the silver needles 2 feet deep into the flesh. However, to his dismay, the bleeding did not cease. The patient gasped in agony, the volume of his breaths gradually diminishing. "Doctor, is there still hope?" trembled the lips of a family member, tears glistening in their eyes, as if they were on the brink of witnessing their loved one's demise. In an era when medicine was not yet advanced, it was all too common for even a minor injury to claim a life. Fu Junyao felt a surge of anxiety, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. He swiftly removed the silver needles from the patient's body, reassessing the acupoints, once again targeting those 8 crucial ones. He inserted the needles 3 feet deep, yet still saw no improvement. The patient was on the verge of death. "This is dire. The injury is too deep, and the heat too intense. Stopping the bleeding seems impossible." "Old Li, you must not perish hearing this." The family broke down in tears, while those around them wore expressions of deep sorrow. Fu Junyao removed the needles once more and checked the pulse again, his hands slick with perspiration, nearly unable to discern a definitive pulse. "Water is here." Suddenly, someone shouted. An idea sparked in Fu Junyao's mind. He swiftly inserted a needle to seal the vital acupoint over the patient's heart and then seized a basin of cold water, splashing it all over the injured man. "What are you doing?" gasped a family member, drenched to the bone. "Who is this person? Does he even know medicine?" Doubts echoed among the onlookers, but Fu Junyao remained undeterred. He inserted the needles again, targeting those 8 critical acupoints, this time to a depth of 2.5 feet, and at last, the bleeding began to subside. Fu Junyao exhaled deeply. "Dr. Fu," someone called out. As the 2 physicians arrived, a look of confusion washed over the crowd. "Ahem. Fu Junyao cleared his throat and immediately corrected himself. Dr. Fu, you have finally arrived. I hope I have lived up to your expectations. Cheng Jingxian gently patted him on the shoulder, seizing the moment to squeeze his palm. You have done remarkably well. Your efforts are commendable. Only then did the crowd display expressions of understanding. Cheng Jingxian crouched down, opening the medicine box to retrieve a hemostatic powder, which he sprinkled over the patient's wounds. He then produced a jar of burn ointment and handed it to the patient's relatives. Change the dressing twice daily and ensure the wound remains dry. This is imperative. The family member of the injured, with reddened eyes, immediately expressed their gratitude to Cheng Jingxian, tears mingling with sweat. Thank you, Dr. Fu, for saving a life. We are eternally grateful. A chorus of admiration erupted from those present. At last, Fu Junyao exhaled in relief. Are you all right? Cheng Jingxian inquired with concern. Fu Junyao chuckled and took a few steps forward, attempting to lighten the mood. What could possibly be wrong with me? My sole purpose is to save others. Cheng Jingxian noticed the uneven sound of footsteps beneath him and glanced down, his brow furrowing. Where are your shoes? Fu Junyao looked down as well, only to realize he had been running about with one foot bare. No wonder, he felt something was amiss. He sheepishly scratched his head. I must have lost them during the fire rescue. Cheng Jingxian shot him a disapproving glare. You truly are a source of constant worry. Isn't this the posture of a Princess Carrie? What do you take me for? What are you doing? Lord Fu, consumed by anger, shook his leg as if he were on the verge of toppling someone to the ground. With a swift motion, Cheng Jingxian delivered a light but firm slap on his backside. Lord Fu's face flushed crimson. Just as he was about to unleash a righteous rebuke upon this old rogue who thrived on taking advantage, he was met with a chilling threat. Fu Junyao froze, his mind conjuring grotesque images of serpents, insects, and vermin crawling forth to engage him in profound discussions about life, causing a shiver to race down his spine. Rendering him motionless, Cheng the Elder remarked, Your strength is insufficient. Such a dosage will yield little effect. Are you even a doctor, lacking this fundamental understanding? Indeed, there was merit in his words. Young Master Fu complied and exerted a bit more force. Cheng the Elder let out a pained wail. Ouch. Are you doing this on purpose? Young Master Fu nonchalantly replied, Yes, indeed. The atmosphere abruptly turned frigid. What did you just say? Panic seized Fu Junyao. He hastily recanted, No. It's merely my clumsy hands. Truly foolish of me. Humph. Cheng Jingxian, maintaining his aloof demeanor, turned away in disdain, refusing to behold his foolish face. Go fetch a towel to dry off. Fu Junyao widened his European-style double eyelids, but I just changed it. Cheng the Elder deliberately elongated his response, his eyebrows nearly reaching toward the heavens. Young Master Fu had no choice but to plead for mercy. All right. I shall change it. Cursed be the obsessive cleanliness of a Virgo. Even a simple bath fails to provide peace. After just a few wipes, I had to change the towel. Within less than a quarter of an hour, he complained about my hands being dirty, insisting that I wash not only my hands but also the crevices beneath my nails before I could continue. By the time I had nearly finished, it was necessary to change the water once again. Fortunately, I had been astute enough to prepare an ample amount of medicinal herbs beforehand. Otherwise, I would have had to reconfigure the entire concoction, which would have been quite a burden. As I muttered to myself, I went to fetch a towel and change the water, only to suddenly realize that the sun had already set. When I had started the medicinal bath for old Cheng, it was still afternoon, meaning I had been bathing for 2 whole hours. Was his skin not going to wrinkle? It's perfectly normal. A medicinal bath requires such a duration to fully unleash the properties of the herbs. A light, airy voice echoed in my mind, causing me to shudder, momentarily believing that old Cheng had somehow become a spirit. I anxiously scanned my surroundings but saw no one, my heart racing. I prodded the astrological bracelet on my wrist. Was that you speaking just now? The system replied in its usual monotonous electronic tone, yes. Goodness. Even the systems have become sentient these days. It's quite unnerving to hear them speak without cause. I grumbled in frustration as I carried the towel into the room, and from a distance, I spotted old Chung reclining comfortably in the medicinal bath, lost in enjoyment. Overcome with sorrow, tears threatened to stain my clothes. Surely, this must be a test from the party. Suddenly, old Chung, who had been indulging, opened his eyes and softly murmured, "Do you find me bothersome?" His voice, imbued with palpable loneliness, caught me off guard. Could it be that old Chung was experiencing a moment of conscience? Chung Jingxian clasped his hands together, leaning on the edge of the bathtub. From Fu Junyao's perspective, he could only see the silent silhouette of Chung, accompanied by the dark, murky medicinal bath below, and those long, well-proportioned legs that could not move like those of a normal person. Fu Junyao felt a pang in his heart, as if struck by some unseen force, leaving an unpleasant sensation. He forced a smile, striving to infuse his voice with an air of nonchalance. Not at all. In fact, you are doing remarkably well. I once knew a Virgo who had an obsession with cleanliness. He was utterly exasperating. He wouldn't allow anyone to dine with him unless they washed their hands 3 times before the meal. Ironically, he was strict with others but lenient with himself, caring little about his own mess while insisting on others' pristine standards. Coupled with a touch of obsessive-compulsive behavior and a relentless pursuit of perfection, he could drive anyone to madness in mere moments. Chung Jingxian paused, somewhat bewildered by the jumbled words, yet the essence of Fu Junyao's intent was unmistakably clear. He was offering self-comfort. With this thought, Chung Jingxian suddenly shook his head, a smile that he could not contain gracing his lips. Well then, perhaps I shall not restrain it. As he mused this, it felt as though he had unlocked the meridians of his body, allowing himself to relax entirely. No longer critical, he yielded to Fu Junyao's whims without protest, ultimately concluding the medicinal bath earlier than usual. Nevertheless, the hour was late after their soak. Fu Junyao lit a new candle, utilizing the last remnants of the sunset's glow to administer acupuncture to Chung Jingxian. As for Fu Junyao himself, a golden customer service representative reliant on his voice, it was indeed a far-fetched notion that he possessed any medical expertise. The hope of healing Chung Jingxuan's lamed leg would undoubtedly rest upon the system. Fortunately, the technical department, with its eccentricity, developed a constellation system rather than a medical one, as treating a leg was not the primary focus of their testing. Thus, the system did not pose significant challenges in conveying the treatment methods to Fu Junyao. The cause of Chung Jingxuan's leg impairment was revealed to be bone spurs on his knee. This condition is quite common in modern orthopedics, with 3 primary causes: aging leading to bone hyperplasia, occupational ailments resulting from poor posture in sitting, standing, or walking, which over time can exacerbate into bone spurs, or congenital factors. Chung Jingxuan's situation was somewhat more intricate, involving both bone hyperplasia and excessive walking combined with improper posture, leading to the development of bone spurs unbeknownst to him. A subsequent heavy fall exacerbated his condition, resulting in a pronounced limp. However, acupuncture still offered a remedy, albeit through an excruciating process. The silver needles had to be meticulously inserted into rare, painful, and itchy points, rendering the experience akin to being cast into a pit of scorpions or enduring the torment of 1,000 snakes. Such a procedure lasted over an hour, followed by the application of a pungent and unpleasant medicinal ointment, which required an additional half-hour to set. By the end of this entire ordeal, it was feared that his lower body would be devoid of sensation. The harrowing nature of this treatment left Fu Junyao stunned, yet Chung Jingxian was already accustomed to it. He took a clean cloth and bit down on it, gripping the wooden edge of the bed tightly, nodding in silent encouragement to Fu Junyao. Reluctantly, Fu Junyao proceeded, heating the silver needles over a candle, only to notice a slight tremor in his fingers as he tentatively sought Chung Jingxuan's consent, Shall we begin?
Yes.
Cheng Jingxian rolled his eyes, silently expressing his disdain towards his overly sentimental companion. Fu Junyao took a deep breath, pinpointing the pressure point on Cheng's leg, and deftly inserted the silver needle, penetrating 3 inches deep into the flesh. Cheng Jingxuan's legs trembled, his entire body tensed rigidly, releasing a long, drawn-out gasp, clearly indicating that the pain had reached his very marrow, yet he refrained from uttering a single cry. Fu Junyao felt a pang of inexplicable sorrow in his heart, nearly losing his grip on the silver needle. He vaguely sensed something was amiss with himself, but this was a matter of healing. How could he afford to be distracted? Thus, he forced himself to take deep breaths, striving to ignore Cheng Jingxuan's reactions, accurately locating the acupoints on his leg, and swiftly inserting the needle deeper, 5 inches. Then 7. After completing the entire acupuncture session, Fu Junyao was drenched in sweat, nearly unable to stand upright. He staggered back a few steps, mustering his fatigued body to fetch the ointment, applying it methodically to Cheng Jingxian until he was fully bandaged, before daring to steal a glance at him. Cheng Jingxian had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his hair and pillow soaked with sweat, his handsome visage contorted in agony. His body so rigid it resembled a breathing corpse described in Tales of Mao Shan. Despite the excruciating pain, this fellow stubbornly withheld any sound, embodying the essence of an arrogant lord to the utmost. What a pity! Fu Junyao wished to tease him with a smile, but that inexplicable heartache surged once more, leaving him breathless, the pain radiating through his chest, constricting his breath, even extending to his limbs and veins. The world before Fu Junyao blurred, and as he rubbed his eyes, he found his hands wet with tears. Was this truly the feeling of heartache? How peculiar! The inexplicable sense of strangeness enveloped Fu Junyao, intensifying his doubts and anxieties to an unprecedented level. Without even bothering to tidy up his medical kit, he dashed out in a frenzy, furiously tapping on the constellation bracelet adorning his wrist, while shouting incessantly, "System, come forth! System, reveal yourself! Ding dong! The premier constellation testing system of Xinjiang is at your service. How may I assist you, host? My emotions have been utterly awry from the outset. Why did I find that insufferable Virgo so utterly charming? Why did I feel something when I saw him unclothed? Why did the sight of his anguish bring me to the brink of tears, making me wish to suffer in his stead? These feelings are utterly foreign to me."
Ah.
An astute host, discerning the truth so swiftly. The system seemed momentarily flustered, before finally responding in its monotonous and frosty electronic tone. "Perhaps you have inadvertently developed feelings for the Virgo? Spare me your nonsense. I am not a Taurus," Fu Junyao exclaimed, yanking the constellation bracelet off his wrist. "Speak the truth immediately, or I shall terminate this test right now and cast you into the furnace. We shall perish together, if need be." Wait, please." The system, fully aware of Fu Junyao's capability to follow through on such threats, hastily conceded. "Very well, I shall divulge the information, but this is a commercial secret of Xinjiang. You must keep it confidential." Fu Junyao rolled his eyes. "I am in a virtual world. Who could I possibly disclose this to?" The system, upon reflection, decided to convey the truth. This particular astrological test was not only based on the global framework provided by the technical department, but also incorporated an innovative mechanism from the research and development department known as the empathy system. Your peculiar reactions are a result of the empathy system's influence, a phenomenon that is entirely normal and should not cause concern for the host. Empathy system? What on earth is that? Fu Junyao's mind was in turmoil. The monotonous prompt echoed in his consciousness. As the name suggests, it involves transplanting the emotions of the original host onto the new host, enabling the latter to transcend the role of a mere observer of the original memories and truly experience them. This system is still undergoing testing, and thus far, no adverse effects have been detected. Once the host completes their mission and departs from this world, the empathy system will automatically become inactive. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The system muttered softly. You didn't inquire about it earlier either. Chapter 44. The Third Mercury Retrograde of 2060. August 30th to September 22nd. Retrograde in Virgo, a time of misfortune. Caution is advised regarding the Virgo zodiac sign. Junyao rolled his eyes, contemplating. With Mercury retrograde thrice this year, he has yet to encounter any significant misfortunes. While astrology may not be deemed superstitious, it certainly does not hold the same weight as conventional science. Perhaps it is simply a matter of belief. As he pondered, Junyao, with a toothbrush clenched between his teeth, applied a touch of hair gel to shape his locks, admiring his reflection in the mirror. His long eyebrows arched elegantly into his temples, and his exquisite Euro-style double eyelids conveyed a semblance of a smile without the need for any expression. He seemed to have gained a few more handsome points since yesterday. Content. He wiped his mouth and pressed the lock screen on his phone, exclaiming, "Oh, it's nearly 8 o'clock." He swiftly grabbed his bag and hurried out the door. General Liu from Xinjiang was down to earth, straightforward, and fond of speaking the truth, lacking any semblance of a corporate facade. Thus, he enjoyed considerable popularity in Xinjiang, ranking third among the administrators and affectionately referred to as Third Uncle in the community. While Third Uncle was commendable in many respects, he had a slight tendency to be frugal. Suddenly, Junyao felt a tap on his shoulder.
Junyao.
He looked up to discover an old acquaintance, Wan Xiangwen, the head of the Research and Development Department at Xinjiang. Xiangwen, what brings you here so close to work? If memory serves, your home is quite distant from mine. Junyao raised his hand, the accessories jingling softly, and said, "Come with me." Junyao was indeed a seasoned driver. He had begun riding electric scooters at the age of 12 and had driven without a license since 15. Accustomed to speed, any experienced friend who rode with him would invariably fasten their seatbelt first. Wan Xiangwen, perhaps wary from past experiences, secured his seatbelt while gripping the overhead handle tightly. Isn't that a bit excessive? Junyao shrugged helplessly and started the vehicle. Wan Xiangwen, with one hand, discreetly touched his nose to mask his embarrassment. Seizing the moment, Junyao executed a graceful drift, swiftly maneuvering around an intersection, causing Wan Xiangwen to grasp the handrail in alarm, chuckling, "Safety first, safety first."
Junyao,
with a deft turn of the steering wheel, replied, "With a decade of driving experience, I assure you, it's perfectly safe." Perhaps it was the misfortune of retrograde planets that led them to encounter the third red light on their tedious journey to work. With a sigh of frustration, Junyao halted the vehicle, exchanging glances with the traffic signal. Wan Xiangwen, rummaging through his pocket, produced a glimmering silver bracelet and tossed it to him, saying, "Wear this Zodiac bracelet. It will bring you good fortune." Junyao, out of courtesy, cast a fleeting glance at the bracelet, which was adorned with intricate engravings representing the 12 zodiac signs: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, all slightly elevated, forming a circle as if greeting the sun. However, Wan Xiangwen's gesture garnered only a mere glance, as Junyao raised an eyebrow, stating, "You know I'm not a believer in such things. Installing that useless Zodiac app was already pushing it. Consider it a token of friendship. You've been having a rough time lately. I hope it proves beneficial," Wan Xiangwen insisted, unceremoniously fastening the Zodiac bracelet onto Junyao's right wrist. Just then, the red light turned green, and engrossed in the thrill of speeding, Junyao paid no heed to the Zodiac bracelet, leaving it untouched. Upon arriving at the company at 8:15, Junyao, as expected, found himself late. He accepted the inevitable deduction from his salary with equanimity, striding into the office with a swagger reminiscent of an overconfident youth. Before he could pour himself a glass of water, The internal phone rang. Fu Junyao hoped for a soft, endearing voice on the other end, perhaps even a fan. He adjusted his tone to a suitably pleasant pitch. Hello? Unfortunately, the response was a youthful male voice. While not grating to the ears, it was certainly disappointing for Fu Junyao, the aesthetically sensitive head of customer service. Fu Department. This is Xiao from the technical department. Could you please come to the technical department office? Our manager discovered some discrepancies in the constellation system data on your phone. He recognized Xiao, a fresh recruit with a timid disposition. Ordinarily, he would not dare to call unless it was a matter of great urgency. Nevertheless, he thought it unfair to burden the young man for the missteps of others, so he waved dismissively. I'll be right there. Xiao, trembling with apprehension, hung up and glanced at their manager, Xinyu, who was expressionlessly coding at his desk, feeling the weight of fate's unfairness. Despite being fellow programmers, Xinyu exuded an air of aloof elegance. His striking features were captivating, further accentuated by a pair of metal-framed glasses that lent him an aura of seriousness and detachment. The slight upward tilt at the corners of his eyes added an intriguing allure, creating an almost palpable sense of restraint that was undeniably compelling. Such a taciturn individual found himself embroiled in an unexpected altercation with a bass-voiced customer service representative, renowned for attracting a legion of admirers. Before Xiao could formulate any coherent thoughts, the representative burst through the door, brandishing 2 disposable cups. Extending his right hand, he thrust one of the cups toward Xiao, proclaiming, "The technical department has been quite taxing. I thought I'd bring you some coffee to invigorate your spirits." Xiao, taken aback by the gesture, expressed his gratitude profusely. He then noticed that the representative also held a cup of water, leading him to ponder whether their relationship was perhaps not as strained as rumored. Did the representative truly understand that Shen, their mutual acquaintance, had little fondness for coffee? Just as this thought flitted through his mind, Xiao observed the representative take a sip from his water, his long legs crossed casually as he leaned against the desk. Exuding an air of nonchalance as he addressed Xinyu, "Why did you summon me?" Xinyu slowly lifted his gaze, the metallic frame of his glasses reflecting the light in a blinding manner. Habitually squinting, the representative caught a glimpse of Shen's previously unapproachable demeanor as he removed his glasses, transforming his stern visage into one that was unexpectedly vibrant and striking. Xinyu shot a sidelong glance at him, gesturing towards the chair opposite him, dressed like a rogue. One might think that the Jinjiang customer service department had been overrun by a gang of delinquents. Momentarily taken aback, Xinyu silently noted this affront, resolving to address it later during the autumn season. There seems to be an anomaly in the astrological test data on your phone, indicating frequent retrogrades. Has anything particularly unusual occurred recently? Fu Junyao supported his head with one hand, recalling that the personnel from the technology department had sought him out quite frequently in recent days. He lightly tapped his meticulously styled hair with his index finger and pondered. Does being frequently summoned by the director of education count? Xinyu's pupils suddenly constricted as he abruptly seized Fu Junyao's wrist, both of them exclaiming in unison. What's the joke? Why the sudden hostility? Where did you get that Zodiac bracelet? Fu Junyao was taken aback, his hand instinctively retracting. Yet, he could not free himself from Xinyu's grip. What's the fuss? It's just a worthless bracelet. Could it possibly be a token of affection from your girlfriend? Xinyu's expression darkened, and he spoke with a sharp tone. Take it off. Fu Junyao, who had never believed in astrology, would have returned the bracelet to Wan Xiangwen without Xinyu's insistence. However, Fu Junyao had always been more susceptible to gentle persuasion than forceful demands. Thus, instead of complying, he defiantly raised his chin, the jingling of his accessories echoing his resolve. I refuse. Xinyu frowned, maneuvering around to directly seize the bracelet. Naturally, Fu Junyao would not acquiesce, bending down to slip beneath Xinyu's arm. Xinyu, with his long legs, blocked Fu Junyao's path. Fu Junyao attempted the same trick again. But this time Xinyu was prepared, firmly gripping Fu Junyao's arm in an effort to forcibly remove the bracelet. Unable to overpower him, Fu Junyao resorted to his usual tactic of evasion. He leaned forward, his entire weight threatening to topple him over. According to the logic of their tumultuous relationship, Xinyu would undoubtedly let go, allowing him to fall in a chaotic manner. To his surprise, however, this fellow managed to support him under his armpits, intending to lift him up. Yet, as Fu Yi persistently resisted, the inevitable outcome was that the two of them crashed heavily into the office desk. "Computer!" Xiao exclaimed. The two combatants, finally aware of their surroundings, glanced up to see water dripping from the desk. The paper cup that had been precariously placed there had tipped over, the remnants of water mingling with a tangled mess of wires, completely soaking Xinyu's work computer and keyboard. Fu Junyao, with great difficulty, swallowed hard, feeling a pang of guilt as he scrambled to retrieve a handkerchief from his pocket, intending to salvage the nearly ruined computer. Just then, Xinyu bellowed, "Don't move." A tremor in Fu Junyao's hand caused the charms dangling from his constellation bracelet to swing down and land in the puddle, generating an immense magnetic force. Unprepared, Fu Junyao's palm was firmly ensnared by the wires, an overwhelming current coursing through every inch of his body, leading to violent spasms and loss of consciousness. Whether by intention or coincidence, the tip of his knife was ominously directed towards Fu Junyao's vital points. Cheng Jingxuan's expression darkened as he quickly regained his composure. Approaching with a smile, "Brother Zhu, it's truly a pleasure to see you here. The bandits pursued us, and I had no choice but to lead the owner to the mountains. What about my adoptive father?" Zhu Chengzong inquired anxiously. "Rest assured," came the reassuring reply. Cheng Jingxian gently patted his shoulder, subtly distancing himself from Fu Junyao, the blade's tip hovering perilously close to his abdomen, approximately 2 inches away. "The master has been secured in a safe location. I am in search of herbs and fortuitously encountered you. Come, I shall take you to see the master." Zhu Chengzong sheathed his knife. "Let us proceed." Cheng Jingxian and Fu Junyao exchanged a glance and guided Zhu Chengzong to the edge of the mountain stream. At that moment, Zhu Yong remained in the same position as when he had departed, unconscious and unresponsive. "What has happened to my adoptive father?" Zhu Chengzong inquired. "He has sustained grave injuries and lies in a deep coma. The herbs on the mountain are scarce. We must descend to procure proper treatment," Cheng Jingxian explained. "But the bandits are still pursuing us in the mountains." "Does Brother Fu think I ascended the mountain alone on horseback?" Zhu Chengzong retorted. "Our reinforcements from Qingchao Manor have already arrived. Those brigands shall not fare well. We must ascend and rescue my adoptive father." "Well, that is acceptable." In the midst of their conversation, Zhu Chengzong eagerly began his descent, prompting Cheng Jingxian to follow suit, while Fu Junyao hesitated, feeling an instinctive sense of unease. Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of his disquietude at that moment. "Xiao Cheng, let us go," Cheng Jingxian called out cheerfully. "Oh, very well." Fu Junyao dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and hastened to catch up. "Brother Fu, my adoptive father will be all right, won't he?" Cheng Jingxian, shaking his head while carefully wrapping the silver needles in cloth, replied, "At present, it remains uncertain. I shall exert every effort." As he spoke, he lifted the medicine box, preparing to make his way outside. Zhu Chengzong called after him, "Brother Fu, where are you going?" "To prepare the medicine, of course," Cheng Jingxian responded, puzzled. "Oh, no need. No need." Zhu Chengzong stepped forward, smiling. "Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I shall go prepare the medicine. You stay here to look after our benefactor. If it becomes too much, you may rest a while. This bumpy journey has indeed been exhausting." Cheng Jingxian paused in silence before responding with a smile. "Thank you for your understanding, Brother Zhu. However, the task of preparing the medicine is not to be taken lightly. Take this prescription as an example. 5 taels of Huanglian, 3 taels of chia and 2.5 liang of banksia simmered for an hour, complemented by 2 taels of dingxiang and 1 tael of rugi, boiled vigorously until 5 bowls of water reduced to 1. The process is intricate, and a single misstep could turn medicine into poison. I truly cannot entrust this to anyone else. Zhu Chengzong hesitated. Cheng Jingxian took a step back and patted his shoulder. During times of plague, we physicians have gone without sleep for 5 or 6 days. This little exertion is nothing. If you still feel uneasy, just have a few brothers outside gather some firewood for us. Brother Shu is being overly polite. Let us proceed with the medicine preparation.
All right.
Fu Junyao replied, following suit, truly resembling a genuine little apothecary. The two made their way to the medicine hut, where the ever-burning stove was unexpectedly cold. Soon, however, 2 servants from Qingqiao village arrived with firewood, gradually coaxing the flames back to life. Typically, at this hour, it was Fu Junyao who would prepare the medicine. But Cheng Jingxian was unfamiliar with these tasks. Unfortunately, with outsiders present in the medicine hut, he had no choice but to hastily scribble a prescription to hand to Fu Junyao, feigning authority as he said, "Xiao Cheng, prepare the medicine according to this prescription." Fu Junyao took the prescription, only to feel an urge to cover his face. This prescription was for treating women's menstrual pain. The barefoot doctor was bound to cause harm. Master Fu comprehended the situation and discreetly tucked the barefoot prescription into his pocket, preparing the medicine according to his own formula.
Now,
all that remained was to kindle the fire in the stove. The 2 young men dispatched to assist him were evidently skilled, quickly igniting the flames. As Master Fu placed the medicine on the stove, he noticed that the 2 stood there like statues, and he cleared his throat. "Gentlemen, do you have any other matters to attend to?" One of them replied with a smile, "The young master sent us to assist, so we shall remain here. Please feel free to summon us for any tasks." Fu Junyao waved his hand dismissively. Brewing medicine is not a labor-intensive task. Why do we need so many people?
Besides,
there is no room to stand.
You 2 should take a rest.
Yet the young men merely smiled politely, showing no inclination to move. Fu Junyao's eyes shifted subtly as he cast a discreet glance at Cheng Jingxian, lowering his gaze to sort the medicinal materials, creating a considerable clatter with a ceramic pot. Cheng Jingxian immediately retorted, "Look at you. After following me for so long, you still don't understand. Brewing medicine cannot be done in a ceramic pot. We require a purple clay pot. Gentlemen, could you fetch me one, along with some fruit wood? The efficacy of the medicine will be maximized." A purple clay pot is typically used for tea, and fruitwood charcoal for roasting duck. What connection do these have with brewing medicine? Fu Junyao once again covered his face, utterly amazed by Cheng Jingxuan's audacity. The 2 men appeared somewhat hesitant. Fruitwood can be found at the entrance, and the purple clay pot is just in the back room. We would appreciate your assistance. Saying this, Cheng Jingxian slipped a small piece of silver into their hands.
Indeed, they were well-mannered.
The 2 exchanged knowing smiles and hurried off. "You have quite the knack for spinning tales, don't you?" Before Fu Junyao could finish his jest, he was abruptly silenced by Cheng Jingxian, who pressed a finger against his lips, swiftly inscribing a few characters in the palm of his half-closed hand. Fu Junyao discreetly handed over the secret wound ointment from the Fu family to Cheng Jingxian, instructing him to distribute it among the others and to teach them how to cleanse the wounds with realgar wine before applying the salve and bandaging them up. As for whether it would indeed counteract the poison, he was uncertain, merely relying on fortune. Fortunately, fate favored him. Or perhaps it was the system that looked upon him kindly. Before long, the wounds on everyone's bodies began to heal gradually, their complexions improving, thereby solidifying the esteemed reputation of the renowned Dr. Fu. Words spread rapidly, and the entire Qingqiao manor was filled with admiration for him. On this particular day, Fu Junyao had brewed a large pot of medicine, which he brought to the infirmary. Most of the patients were asleep, while Cheng Jingxian crouched in a corner. tending to the wounds of a middle-aged man injured the previous day. He poured the realgar wine over the wounds, and the mixture of pus and blood flowed down, finally revealing the natural color of the skin. Cheng Jingxian used a clean white cloth to wipe away the filth, then poured the wine over it once more before meticulously applying the ointment. A thought stirred in Fu Junyao's heart from afar. Virgos often encase themselves in a tough exterior, rendering them seemingly invulnerable, yet beneath lies a tenderness and sensitivity. Take Cheng Jingxian, for instance. Despite his heart being as soft as a snail, he must present a thick and hard shell akin to a tortoise. As he pondered this, a muffled groan of pain suddenly echoed from within. "I'm so sorry. I accidentally touched your wound," Cheng Jingxian said apologetically. The patient shook his head, enduring the pain in silence, though his entire face contorted in agony. His trembling hands clenched into fists, as if he were suppressing his suffering. His once limp legs, which had rested helplessly on the ground, curled up. His emaciated body resembled that of an incompletely grown child, rather than a middle-aged man of 40. The wound, recently aggravated, began to ooze blood once more, compelling Cheng Jingxian to retrieve alcohol to cleanse the injury anew, then reapply the medicine, ultimately wrapping the wound meticulously with bandages, tying them off with a delicate, intricate knot at the end. His movements, though slow, were imbued with a sense of meticulous precision. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and fetch the medicine," he called, without lifting his gaze. Fu Junyao was momentarily taken aback before realizing Cheng was addressing him. He couldn't help but mutter, as expected, "He never speaks kindly to me." He then sluggishly poured a bowl of medicine and handed it over. "Thank you, young sir," the patient said, offering a sincere smile that warmed Fu's heart. "You feed this gentleman the medicine. I shall attend to the others," Cheng Jingxian instructed. Fu Junyao nodded, scooping a spoonful of the herbal concoction, cooling it before bringing it to the lips of the middle-aged man. The man, with great trepidation, drank the medicine, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young sir. There is no need for such courtesy, uncle. This is merely the duty of a physician," Fu Junyao replied, again offering another spoonful of the concoction. Once the man finished the medicine, he lay down to rest. Understanding the exhaustion Cheng Jingxian faced, Fu Junyao prepared to assist him further, only to discover that the main subject had vanished. Puzzled, he stepped outside in search, and just as he reached the entrance, he heard a familiar voice.
"Brother Fu,
I am immensely grateful for your gallant assistance. Not only have you saved my humble life, but you have also spared many brothers from Qingzhou Manor. I truly find myself at a loss for how to repay you. It is Brother Zhu." Fu Junyao cautiously stepped back, retreating into the shadows of the passageway. "Brother Zhu, you speak too highly of me. After our numerous encounters with death, we are already as close as brothers. Such a trifling matter hardly merits concern." A voice, nonchalant yet firm, emerged from Cheng Jingxian. Good brother. I, Zhu Chengzhong, a simple man, feel that having a brother like you, Brother Fu, makes my life worthwhile. With a brother like you, I feel richer than gold. Well, brother, I shall not beat around the bush. Yesterday, you aided us in repelling that band of ruffians. Rest assured, they will not let you off easily. Our Qingzhou Manor may not be grand, yet we have thousands of brothers here. As a disciple of the manor, I consider myself a half-master. If you are willing to join us at Qingzhou Manor, you may stand equal with me, a mere rustic. This. Cheng Jingxian hesitated, his words trailing off to convey uncertainty. Fu Junyao felt a tightening in his heart, only to hear Zhu Qingzong continue. Brother, the battle has been fought. Lives have been saved. If you still refuse to join us at Qingzhou Manor, do you look down upon our humble establishment? Not at all. Qingzhou Manor is indeed renowned and resonates far and wide. Cheng Jingxian hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth as he said, "Since Brother Zhu's intentions are so sincere, I shall. However, Before he could utter the words of polite refusal, Fu Juanyao's mind exploded with urgency. Rational thought had yet to form a coherent sequence, yet his lips moved with alacrity, exclaiming no. Fu Junyao thought to himself that he was being reckless, but having already committed, he swallowed hard and continued. What I mean is that Dr. Fu is currently unavailable because the medicine inside has run out. Dr. Fu must urgently prepare more, for many lives depend on his expertise. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingzhang's expression immediately shifted to one of concern as he repeatedly exclaimed, "It's my fault, my fault. Such a trivial matter should not be brought up at this time. Brother Fu, please go and prepare the medicine. Saving lives is of utmost importance." Cheng Jingxian raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a penetrating glance at Fu Junyao. Indeed, saving lives is paramount. Xiao Cheng, accompany me to the apothecary to prepare the medicine.
Ah.
Fu Junyao responded, anxiously clutching the medicine box as he departed. As he pondered, Fu Junyao simultaneously held a toothbrush in his mouth while applying a bit of hair gel to set his style, admiring his reflection in the mirror. His long brows arched elegantly into his temples, and his exquisitely crafted European-style double eyelids brought a hint of a smile to his visage, without requiring a single expression. It seemed he appeared even more handsome than yesterday. Satisfied, he wiped his mouth and pressed his phone's lock screen, only to realize, oh, it's nearly 8 o'clock. He hastily grabbed his bag and rushed out the door. General Liu from Xinjiang is remarkably down-to-earth, known for his straightforward demeanor and penchant for speaking the truth, devoid of any airs typical of a CEO. As a result, he enjoys considerable popularity in Xinjiang, ranking third among the administrators, and is affectionately referred to as Third Uncle in the community. Uncle San is generally admirable, except for one minor flaw, his frugality. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder.
It was Junyao.
Upon looking up, Fu Junyao was pleasantly surprised to see an old acquaintance, Wan Xiangwen, the head of the research department at Xinjiang. Xiangwen, it's nearly time for work. What brings you here? If memory serves correctly, his home was quite the opposite direction from Fu Junyao's. Fu Junyao raised his hand, the accessories jingling softly. Come with me. Fu Junyao is indeed a seasoned driver. Having started riding electric scooters at the age of 12 and driving without a license by 15, he was accustomed to high-speed driving. His experienced friends always ensured to fasten their seatbelts as the first order of business. Perhaps Wan Xiangwen, having been caught off guard before, tightened his seatbelt while firmly grasping the overhead handle. Isn't that a bit excessive? Fu Junyao shrugged helplessly, igniting the engine. Wan Xiangwen, attempting to mask his embarrassment, touched his nose with one hand, while Fu Junyao seized the moment to execute a sharp drift, swiftly maneuvering around an intersection, causing Wan Xiangwen to cling to the handle, chuckling nervously, safety first, safety first. Fu Junyao replied, turning the steering wheel, I've been driving for 10 years. It's perfectly safe. Perhaps due to a streak of bad luck, they encountered the third red light on their lengthy commute, forcing Fu Junyao to stop in frustration. Exchanging glances with a traffic signal, Wan Xiangwen then retrieved a shimmering silver bracelet from his pocket and tossed it to him. Wear this Zodiac bracelet. It will bring you good fortune. Fu Junyao cast a fleeting glance, the silver bracelet delicately engraved with intricate patterns representing the 12 zodiac signs: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, all subtly raised, forming a circle as if to greet the sun. However, the regard he afforded Wan Xiangwen was scarcely enough for more than a mere glance. Fu Junyao lifted his eyelids slightly and remarked, You know I am skeptical of such things. Installing that wretched astrology app was already a stretch for me. Let it be a gesture of friendship. You've been experiencing a rough patch recently. I hope it proves beneficial. With that, Wan Xiangwen unceremoniously slipped the Zodiac bracelet onto Fu Junyao's right wrist. At that moment, the traffic light turned green, and Fu Junyao, engrossed in speeding, paid little heed to the bracelet and did not remove it. Upon arriving at the office at 8:15, he was, as expected, late. Fu Junyao resignedly accepted the impending salary deduction from his uncle, striding into the office with the swagger of a youthful rebel. He had barely enough time to pour himself a glass of water before the internal phone rang. Fu Junyao hoped to find a gentle and charming voice on the other end, perhaps even from an admirer. He carefully modulated his tone. "Hello?" Unfortunately, the voice that responded was that of an inexperienced young man. While not gratingly unpleasant, it certainly left Fu Junyao, the audio-sensitive head of customer service, feeling rather disheartened. "Director Fu, this is Xiao from the technical department. Could you please come to the technical office? Our manager has discovered some discrepancies in the Zodiac system data on your phone." As for the young Xiao from the technical department, he left quite an impression. Recently promoted, he is an honest and timid individual who would likely refrain from calling himself unless faced with a significant crisis. Nonetheless, one must separate matters. Although Shunyu can be quite a rogue, he should not impose undue pressure on the young lad. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, "I shall come."
Xiao,
Trembling with trepidation, hung up the phone, casting a glance at the stoic minister engrossed in his coding, feeling a deep sense of injustice. Both being programmers in the technical department, yet Shunyu exudes an air of aloof elegance. His striking features are captivating, and the metal-framed glasses that grace his nose while he works lend him an aura of seriousness and detachment. His naturally upturned eyes, however, hint at an inexplicable charm, exuding an intense aura of restraint that is palpable from afar. This taciturn individual somehow found himself in a dispute with the bass voice member of the customer service department, who effortlessly draws legions of admirers. Before Xiao could unravel the situation, the customer service representative barged in, carrying 2 disposable cups. Extending his right hand, he pointed a cup directly at Xiao, saying, "The technical department is taxing. I brought you some coffee to perk you up." Xiao was taken aback, expressing his gratitude profusely. Noticing that the representative also held a cup of water, he mused that perhaps the relationship between the two was not as dire as rumored. After all, the representative seemed to know that their Shungo had little fondness for coffee. As soon as the thought flickered across his mind, Xiao caught sight of Fu Bu sipping water from a cup, his long legs crossed casually as he leaned against the desk, exuding an air of nonchalance. He looked up at Shunyu and asked, "Why did you call me here?" Shunyu slowly raised his head, the metallic frame of his glasses reflecting light in a blinding manner. Fu Junyao instinctively squinted, only to witness that unappealing fellow push his glasses down, transforming his previously stern demeanor, reminiscent of a headmaster, into one that was unexpectedly lively, almost charming enough to provoke annoyance. Shunyu cast a sidelong glance at him and pointed to the chair opposite, dressed like a petty hoodlum. One might think the Jinjiang customer service department has been invaded by a gang of ruffians. Shunyu felt a pang of irritation and mentally noted it down for later. "Your phone's horoscope testing system data shows anomalies, exhibiting frequent retrogrades. Has anything significant occurred recently?" Fu Junyao propped his head up with one hand, recalling that the technical department had been seeking him out rather frequently these days. He gently tapped his meticulously styled hair with his index finger. "Well, does being frequently summoned by the headmaster count?" Shunyu's pupils constricted sharply as he suddenly grasped Fu Junyao's wrist, both of them exclaiming simultaneously, "What's the joke? Why the sudden hostility? Where did this horoscope bracelet come from?" Fu Junyao was taken aback, his hand retracting slightly, but unable to break free from Shunyu's grip. "What's the big deal? It's just a worthless bracelet. Can't it be a token of affection from your girlfriend?" Shunyu's face turned ashen as he retorted sharply, "Take it off." Fu Junyao had never been a believer in astrology. If Shunyu hadn't said anything, he would undoubtedly have returned the item to Wan Xianwen. However, Fu Yi had always been one to shy away from coercion. After such a barrage of shouts, He lost the desire to relinquish it, raising his chin defiantly. The jingling of the bells on his accessories echoing his resolute stance. I refuse. Junyao furrowed his brows, maneuvering around to seize the object directly. Of course. Junyao was unwilling to comply and swiftly ducked beneath his arm. Junyao, with his long legs, blocked his path. Junyao attempted the same trick again. But this time Junyao was prepared, seizing Junyao's arm to forcibly remove the bracelet. When faced with overpowering odds, Junyao resorted to his usual antics. He leaned forward, seemingly about to tumble, banking on the notion that Junyao would release him to avoid a fall. Unexpectedly, Junyao caught him under his arms, intending to lift him, but Fuye's resistance thwarted any such attempt, resulting in both of them crashing heavily against the office desk. Not the computer, Xiao exclaimed in dismay. The two combatants, belatedly aware of their surroundings, glanced up to find water dripping from the desk. The paper cup that had been precariously perched there was now askew, spilling its contents across a tangle of cables, completely soaking Junyau's work computer and keyboard. Damn that infuriating transference system. What foolishness have I committed? He lamented. Junyao, lifting the bracelet, jabbed it forcefully. What do you mean? Nothing? Are you aware of the embarrassment I face today? I resembled a lascivious wolf, pouncing upon beauty as if I had never encountered a handsome man in my life. All the dignity I had accumulated over the past 20 years was utterly squandered this afternoon. Yet it matters little, for only the three of us are privy to this incident. What is unknown to others is as if it never transpired. This line of thought is rather avant-garde. I assent to it. Junyao pondered for a moment before tapping his wristband again. By the way, do you consider yourself human? The system paused briefly, then promptly retracted its playful tone, adopting its usual monotone electronic voice. I do not qualify as such. I am merely a construct composed of countless lines of code. Junyao stretched his limbs, positioning himself in the most comfortable spread-eagle manner. One cannot deny the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence. I dare say your rudimentary system will become sentient one day. A mechanical chuckle escaped the system, echoing through the inky darkness of the night. Unbeknownst to him, the once pitch-black exterior of the house was suddenly illuminated by flames. A panicked shout pierced the stillness of the night. Fire! Junyao jolted upright, the remnants of sleep vanishing in the wake of the cacophony outside. He hastily donned a coat and rushed to the window, only to witness the mountainside ablaze with roaring flames. Frantic individuals scurried about with buckets in hand, but their efforts were merely a drop in the bucket. This is dire. The inferno is consuming the granary. Chengjingshian's south residence is perilously close to that location. Junyao was jolted into action, hastily slipping on his shoes that had yet to be properly fastened, and burst through the door. To his surprise, he collided headfirst with a robust figure exuding a pungent odor of sweat. Dazed and seeing stars, he stumbled back a few steps, only to find himself face to face with Zhu Qingzhang, who was brandishing a large machete. Brother Zhu, what brings you here? Fu inquired. Zhu Qingzhang's face lit up with joy. Ah, young Cheng, it is truly a relief to see you unharmed. Quickly, retreat to the back of the house and hide. That band of ruffians has colluded with the authorities and is launching another attack. But where is Dr. Fu? He is in the front, assisting the wounded. He specifically instructed me to ensure your safety. You have no time to waste. It is perilous here. Come, allow me to escort you to safety. Brother, you're heading the wrong way. That leads to the granary. Before Zhu could finish his sentence, Junyao had already dashed away, his feet moving as if propelled by the winds, heading straight towards the heart of the flames. He swiftly vanished into the night, leaving Zhu Qingzhang staring at a flattened shoe, unable to suppress a mutter. Even if one is rushing to the afterlife, one should at least wear their shoes. Junyao arrived at the scene of the conflagration, which was utter chaos. In this era, there were neither fire hoses nor trained firefighting brigades. only a horde of unskilled laborers clumsily hauling their small buckets from distant wells to douse the flames. Such inefficiency was unlikely to quell the raging inferno. The granary, nestled against the forest, was surrounded by highly flammable trees, yet also abundant in earth. The principles of extinguishing a fire were fundamentally twofold: to lower the temperature and to isolate the oxygen. After pondering for a moment, Junyao picked up a water basin discarded on the ground, filled it with a generous amount of soil, and hurled it towards the scene of the fire, shouting, "Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. Everyone, throw mud onto the flames. It will extinguish them." Gradually, the blaze began to subside, though it seemed that the contents within had already been largely consumed by the flames. Those uninjured rushed inside to carry out the wounded, and the area was soon enveloped by anguished cries of pain. "Bring some cold water," Junyao bellowed, seizing a basin of the remaining water meant for extinguishing the fire, and immersing the wounded areas of those with lighter burns. His departure had been hasty, and he had not brought any medicinal supplies. Fortunately, the silver needles, an inseparable tool of a healer, remained in his possession. Without delay, Junyao opened his needle pouch, crouching beside the nearest injured person to locate their acupoints.
Hey,
"Do you even know how to treat injuries? You can't just stab the needles randomly," someone shouted. Junyao swiftly pinpointed the acupoint and deftly inserted the needle, not even lifting his gaze. "If I don't know how to heal, do you?" he retorted. "Hey, you. Just wait and see if I don't take action against you." The outspoken individual rolled up their sleeves, clearly ready to confront him. The injured person gasped, "It seems to hurt less now." "Humph." The individual could only huff in frustration and call for help. "Doctor, come quickly. Someone here has been struck by a burning beam and is on the verge of death," cried out another. Junyao immediately withdrew the silver needles from his hands and rushed over, only to find the injured person weakly leaning against a relative, their thigh mangled and bloodied, soaking the surrounding grass with crimson. Junyao extended his hand to take the pulse, discovering a rapid heartbeat, indicating a perilous situation. He proceeded to pierce the patient at 8 critical acupuncture points, inserting the silver needles 2 feet deep. To his dismay, the bleeding did not cease. The patient gasped in agony, their breaths gradually diminishing in volume. "Doctor, is there still hope?" The patient's kin trembled as they spoke, tears glistening in their eyes, as if they were on the brink of witnessing their beloved relative's demise. In an era when medicine was not yet advanced, the grim reality that even minor injuries could claim a life was all too common. Junyao felt a surge of anxiety, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Swiftly, he removed the needles and reevaluated the acupuncture points, once more inserting them into the same 8 critical locations, this time 3 feet deep, yet still no improvement. The patient was fading fast. "This is dire. The injury from the burning beam is too severe, and the temperature too high. It's impossible to stem the blood. Old Lee, you must not die." The relatives erupted into uncontrollable sobs, and the surrounding crowd wore expressions of despair. Junyao removed the needles again and took the pulse, his hands slick with sweat, rendering it difficult to ascertain a definitive pulse. "Water is coming." Suddenly, someone shouted. Junyao's mind sparked with a solution. He immediately inserted a needle to seal the vital acupuncture point at the patient's heart area, then seized a basin of cold water and splashed it over the injured individual. "What are you doing?" The drenched relatives gasped in shock. "Who is this person? Does he even know how to heal?" Doubts echoed from the onlookers. But Junyao remained undeterred. He inserted the needles once more, targeting the same 8 critical bleeding points, this time 2.5 feet deep. Gradually, the bleeding began to subside. Junyao let out a long sigh of relief. "Dr. Fu," someone called out. The crowd gazed at the 2 arriving doctors, their faces revealing a look of bewilderment. "Ahem." Fu Junyao coughed lightly and promptly altered his tone, saying, "Dr. Fu, you have finally arrived. I believe I have fulfilled my duty." Cheng Jingxian offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder, seizing the moment to gently squeeze his palm. "You have performed admirably. Your efforts are commendable." Only then did the crowd display expressions of enlightenment. Cheng Jingxian crouched down, opened the medical box, and sprinkled the hemostatic powder on the patient's wounds. He then retrieved a bottle of burn ointment and handed it to the patient's family member, instructing, "Change the dressing twice daily. Avoid contact with water. This is imperative." The relative of the injured individual felt a surge of emotion, their eyes reddening as they immediately expressed their gratitude to Cheng Jingxian, tears mingling with sweat cascading down their face. "Thank you, Dr. Fu, for saving a life. Thank you, Dr. Fu, for your life-saving grace." A chorus of admiration arose from those surrounding them. At this moment, Fu Junyao truly exhaled in relief. "Are you all right?" Cheng Jingxian inquired with concern. Fu Junyao chuckled softly, taking a few steps forward, and remarked playfully, "What could possibly be wrong with me? I am merely here to save others." Cheng Jingxian noticed the uneven sound of his footsteps and looked down, furrowing his brow. "Where are your shoes?" Fu Junyao glanced down as well, only to realize he was running about with one bare foot, which explained the peculiar sensation he had been feeling. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. "I must have lost them while extinguishing the fire earlier." Cheng Jingxian shot him an exasperated glare. "You truly are a source of constant worry. Isn't this the posture of a princess, Carrie? What do you take me for? What on earth are you doing?" Mr. Fu, filled with a tempestuous fury, shook his leg as if poised to topple someone to the ground. Cheng Jingxian, with a sweeping gesture, delivered a light yet firm pat upon his rear.
Mr.
Fu's countenance flushed crimson, and just as he was about to unleash a righteous rebuke upon this audacious rogue who took advantage of the moment, he was met with a chilling threat. Fu Junyao's body went rigid as his mind conjured grotesque images of serpents, insects, and vermin crawling forth to engage him in discussions about life's tribulations, sending a shiver down his spine and rendering him motionless. Contemplating this, Fu Junyao, toothbrush in mouth, applied a touch of hair gel to sculpt his hairstyle, admiring his reflection in the mirror. With his long brows elegantly arching into his temples and his refined European double eyelids, he exuded a natural charm, evoking a smile without the need for expression.
Ah.
It seemed he had grown even more handsome than yesterday. Satisfied, he wiped his mouth and, upon unlocking his phone, realized with a start that it was nearly 8 o'clock. He hastily grabbed his bag and rushed out the door. General Liu from Xinjiang was remarkably down-to-earth, characterized by his straightforwardness and penchant for truth-telling, devoid of any airs of a CEO. Consequently, he enjoyed considerable popularity in Xinjiang, ranking third among the administrators, earning him the moniker Third Uncle. While Third Uncle had many admirable qualities, he was somewhat frugal. Suddenly, Fu Junyao felt a hand clap upon his shoulder. Junyao. Looking up, he was pleasantly surprised to see an old acquaintance, Wan Xiangwen, the head of the RD department in Xinjiang. "Xiangwen, it's almost time for work. What brings you here? If memory serves, your home is quite the opposite direction from mine." Fu Junyao raised his hand, the accessories jingling softly. "Come with me." Fu Junyao is indeed a seasoned driver, having embarked on his journey with electric bicycles at the tender age of 12 and later driving without a license at 15. Accustomed to speed, his experienced friends invariably fasten their seatbelts upon entering his vehicle. Perhaps due to past misadventures, Wan Xiangwen, while securing his seatbelt, clutches the overhead handle tightly. Is such an exaggeration truly necessary? With a resigned shrug, Fu Junyao starts the engine. Wan Xiangwen, attempting to mask his embarrassment, discreetly touches his nose, only for Fu Junyao to seize the moment and execute a deft drift, swiftly maneuvering around an intersection, which prompts Wan Xiangwen to grasp the handrail in alarm. chuckling nervously. Safety first, safety first. Fu Junyao, turning the steering wheel, boasts, with 10 years of driving experience, I assure you it's perfectly safe. Yet, perhaps cursed by the misfortunes of Mercury retrograde, Fu Junyao encounters the third red light on this protracted commute, leaving him to sulk as he sits idly, staring at the traffic signal. Wan Xiangwen retrieves a shimmering silver bracelet from his pocket and tosses it to him, saying, Wear this Zodiac bracelet. It may bring you good fortune. Fu Junyao, showing courtesy, glances at the bracelet, which is adorned with intricate engravings representing the 12 zodiac signs: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, slightly raised and encircling one another as if basking in the sun. However, the gesture only merits a fleeting glance from Fu Junyao, who raises an eyebrow, stating, You know I do not believe in such things. Installing that ridiculous Zodiac app was my limit. Consider it a token of friendship, then. Given your recent string of misfortunes, I hope it proves beneficial, Wan Xiangwen replies. As she spoke, Wan Xiangwen unceremoniously slipped the Zodiac bracelet onto Fu Junyao's right wrist. Just then, the red light turned green, and Fu Junyao, preoccupied with his reckless driving, paid no heed to the bracelet and chose not to remove it. Upon arriving at the office at 15 minutes past 8, he was, as expected, late, accepting the inevitable deduction from his salary by his uncle with equanimity. He strode into the office with the swagger of a youthful rebel. Before he could pour himself a glass of water, the internal phone rang. Fu Junyao anticipated a gentle and charming voice on the other end, perhaps even that of an admiring fan. He prepared a tone that struck a perfect balance. Hello? Unfortunately, the voice that responded was that of an inexperienced young man. Though not unpleasant to the ear, it was certainly a far cry from what the voice-obsessed head of the customer service department had hoped for. Fu, this is Xiao from the technical department. Could you please come to our office? Our director has noticed some discrepancies in the Zodiac system data on your phone.
Fu Junyao recalled Xiao,
A newly confirmed young man who was honest yet timid. It was unlikely that he would muster the courage to call him unless a serious issue had arisen. Nevertheless, separating personal feelings from duty, Fu Junyao decided against placing undue stress on the young man. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he replied, I'll be right there.
Xiao,
Trembling with apprehension, hung up the phone and cast a glance at their director, who was expressionless as he typed away at his computer, feeling a deep sense of injustice in the face of fate. Among the programmers in the technical department, Xinyu possesses an air of cold elegance that sets him apart. His handsome visage is captivating enough, but it is the pair of metallic-framed glasses that only appear during work hours, which lend him an aura of stern aloofness. The slight upward tilt of his eyes adds an inexplicable allure, and a mere glance from afar reveals a profound sense of restraint. This taciturn individual found himself in a verbal altercation with a deep-voiced customer service representative, renowned for his casual charm and throngs of admirers. Before Xiao could formulate a coherent response, the customer service representative strode in, wielding 2 disposable cups with a flourish. He extended his right hand, thrusting a cup directly toward Xiao. The technical department is taxing. Here's a coffee to perk you up. Xiao, taken aback by the unexpected gesture, expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Noticing that the representative also held a cup of water, he mused that their relationship might not be as strained as rumored. After all, the representative seemed aware that Xinyu preferred not to indulge in coffee. Just as this thought flickered through his mind, Xiao observed the representative take a sip of water. His long legs crossed nonchalantly, leaning against the desk with an air of authority as he addressed Xinyu. What did you call me for? Xinyu slowly lifted his gaze, the reflective metal of his glasses momentarily dazzling. Fu Junyao instinctively squinted, only to witness Xinyu remove his glasses, transforming his previously stern demeanor into one of surprising vivacity, a visage strikingly beautiful and infuriatingly compelling. Shunyu cast a fleeting glance at him and gestured toward the chair opposite, dressed like a lowly ruffian. One might mistakenly believe that the customer service department of Jinjiang has been taken over by some petty gang. Shunyu felt a pang of irritation, silently noting this down for future reckoning in autumn. Your mobile phone's astrological testing system data exhibits anomalies, displaying frequent retrogrades. Has anything particularly unusual occurred recently? Fu Junyao propped his head up with one hand, recalling that the technical department had been seeking him out with increasing frequency over the past few days. He lightly tapped his meticulously styled hair with his index finger. Does being frequently summoned by the disciplinary director count? Shunyu's pupils constricted suddenly as he seized Fu Junyao's wrist, both of them exclaiming almost in unison.
What ist?
Why the hostility? Where did this astrological bracelet come from? Fu Junyao was momentarily taken aback, his hand instinctively retracting, yet he could not break free. What's the fuss? It's just a worthless bracelet. Could it possibly be a token of affection from your girlfriend? Shunyu's complexion turned ashen, his tone sharp and urgent. Take it off. Fu Junyao, who had never believed in astrology, would have removed it to return it to Wan Xiangwen had Shunyu not intervened.
Yet,
being one who yielded to soft persuasion rather than hard demands, Fu Junyao's resolve to remove it faltered under Shunyu's vehement outburst. He defiantly raised his chin, the jingling of his adornments ringing out, proclaiming 3 resolute words. I refuse. Shunyu frowned deeply and moved around to directly snatch it away. But Fu Junyao was unwilling to comply, swiftly bending down to slip through under his arm. Shunyu extended his long leg, blocking the path before him. Fu Junyao resorted to his old trick, attempting to slip beneath Shunyu's arm once more. However, this time, Shunyu was prepared. He swiftly seized Fu Junyao's arm, intent on forcibly removing the wristband. When faced with adversity, Fu Junyao often resorted to underhanded tactics. He leaned his entire weight forward, seemingly about to fall, under the assumption that Shunyu would let go, relishing the sight of him tumbling in a chaotic manner. To his surprise, however, Shunyu caught him under the arms, intending to lift him up. Yet, Fu Junyao's persistent resistance thwarted any such effort, resulting in both of them crashing heavily against the desk. Computer! Xiao exclaimed in alarm. The two combatants, belatedly aware of their surroundings, glanced up to find water dripping messily from the desk. The paper cup that had been precariously perched there had toppled, its unconsumed contents now soaking the tangle of wires below. Shunyu's work computer and keyboard were thoroughly drenched. Fu Junyao swallowed nervously, begrudgingly rising to retrieve a handkerchief from his pocket, planning to salvage the imperiled computer when he heard Shunyu bellow, "Don't move." In a moment of distraction, his hand trembled, and the accessories dangling from the Zodiac wristband fell into the puddle, generating a formidable magnetic force. Fu Junyao, caught unawares, felt his palm firmly ensnared by the wires. A violent surge of electricity coursed through his body, causing every muscle to convulse violently, and he quickly lost consciousness. Would you like to initiate the first Zodiac mission? A cold and monotonous alert echoed in his mind, leaving Fu Junyao utterly bewildered. He felt an urge to leap up and exclaim, "What the hell?" only to find himself engulfed in darkness, completely immobilized. With a hint of irony, Fu Junyao attempted to raise an eyebrow and flash a charmingly mischievous smile, yet he realized he couldn't even lift his eyelids. What a profound frustration! What if I choose not to engage? Should he fail to complete the task, the host would remain trapped within the system indefinitely. How outrageous! The constellation testing system from Jinjiang must surely be the handiwork of those tech lunatics, perhaps even the deliberate ploy by that scoundrel Shunyu. How infuriating! If they had the audacity to keep him locked away for life, his first act upon escape would undoubtedly be to smash Shun's head. Would the host like to initiate the first Zodiac mission? The system inquired once more. Fu Junyao rolled his eyes internally. Yes.
Ding.
The Virgo astral chart is now activated. Please assist the representative of Virgo in restoring their family honor and become their beloved. It was a dual system that balanced both romantic and plot lines. Fu Junyao silently mocked this predicament, and just then, a flash of white light enveloped him. He blinked in confusion and found himself in a quaint, ancient-style room. He stood before an old wooden cabinet, its surface laden with drawers adorned with small red papers inscribed in traditional characters, mentioning herbs like tianma, baizhu, and dangue. It seemed he had entered a medicinal chamber. Glancing down at his attire, he noticed he was clad in a coarse gray short robe, likely made of burlap. It was evident that he had traversed into the life of a destitute family. In stark contrast to his simple attire, he adorned his wrist with a glimmering constellation bracelet, representing the 12 zodiac signs: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, encircling him as though they were basking in the sun. Fu Junyao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this trinket could accompany him through time. Could it perhaps be the system? As he was lost in a reverie of punching the technical department while treading through a celestial system, a series of bubbling sounds interrupted him, filling the room with a rich aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. Dr. Fu, what are you daydreaming about? The medicine is burning. The urgent voice of the young servant jolted him back to reality. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the pot was simmering on the fire, the concoction boiling vigorously. Almost forcing the lid off, the once earthen-colored ceramic vessel had turned pitch black from the flames. He hurried over, taking 3 steps at once, but as soon as he touched the pot, he was met with a searing burn. My goodness, I've burnt myself. Fu Junyao quickly withdrew his hand, blowing on his reddened fingers, relieved that it wasn't too severe. Oh dear, Dr. Fu, why are you so flustered today? The young master is still waiting. With that, the servant took matters into his own hands, wrapping a cloth around the pot and lifting it with some hesitation. Dr. Fu, how much should he take at once?
Ah.
Fu Junyao was momentarily taken aback, the voice of the system echoing in his mind. 5 bowls of water simmered down to 1 bowl. Take 2/3 at a time. He hastily echoed the system's instructions, personally pouring 2/3 of the dark, viscous herbal concoction into a bowl. The murky liquid was crowned with a few white bubbles, and the pungent bitterness of traditional Chinese medicine assaulted his senses. A pang of doubt gripped Fu Junyao's heart. Could this charred medicine truly save a life? Dr. Fu, we must hurry. The young master cannot wait any longer, urged the young servant, almost pulling Fu Junyao along.
Reluctantly, Fu Junyao followed,
frantically attempting to restart his bewildered mind and absorb the memories of this body. It turned out that the owner of this body shared his name, Fu Junyao. His family had been in the medical profession for 3 generations, a veritable clan of healing. However, during his father's generation, the family's fortunes waned, and both of his parents had passed away. The governor of Shuizhou, Cheng Jian, was an old family friend who, out of compassion for the young boy's plight, took him in as a humble medicine boy in his household. Fortunately, this Fu Junyao, though unfortunate, possessed a good conscience. He never sought to ingratiate himself with the Cheng family during their prosperous days, nor did he revel in their misfortunes when they fell from grace. Instead, he offered assistance in their time of need, becoming the family's dedicated physician. When young Master Cheng later broke his leg, Fu Junyao not only provided medicine free of charge, but also took it upon himself to care for him closely, all in gratitude for the kindness shown by Governor Cheng years prior. This Fu Junyao's character indeed aligned with his own principles, and he pondered whether the target of his current endeavor might be that very young master of the Cheng family. Well, one step at a time, he mused. As Fu Junyao was lost in thought, an irate voice suddenly erupted nearby. Get out. He jolted, realizing he had arrived at Cheng Jingshuan's door. The young servant had entered with the medicine, but before he could even knock, the young master had bellowed for him to leave. The young servant, seemingly accustomed to the situation, kindly advised, "Young master, this is a new prescription. After taking the medicine, your leg will surely heal." As the noises from within the room gradually subsided, the servant assumed that the master had calmed his anger and quietly pushed open the door. Junyao followed him inside, only to be greeted by a cup of lukewarm tea.
Get out.
The seasoned servant, well-versed in handling such encounters, swiftly dodged aside, only to hear a loud clatter as the tea lid struck Junyao's head, causing an immediate swelling. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The target, Virgo, has appeared. Dr. Fu. The servant exclaimed in shock. Cheng Jingxian likely did not anticipate the servant would be followed by another individual. He peeked outside, an expression of astonishment mixed with guilt crossing his face before he awkwardly turned away. Junyao, dazed from the blow, faintly discerned a familiar white silhouette, a sight that tugged at his memory. However, before he could clearly identify the figure, the servant had swiftly closed the door. Who could it be? It was only his first day in this ancient setting, and naturally, he had not encountered anyone familiar here. This recognizable figure must have been someone from his previous life, likely connected to the bizarre circumstances that had thrust him into the constellation testing system.
Who was it?
Junyao furrowed his brow, his mind racing to recall the familiar silhouette, but to no avail. His serious demeanor startled the nearby servant, who hurriedly offered his apologies. "Dr. Fu, I beg your pardon. I truly apologize. Our young master is not usually like this. It is only after his leg injury that his temperament has changed dramatically. Please bear with us."
Junyao,
interrupted in his thoughts, waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing." The young servant, still shaken, patted his chest and looked despairingly at the spilled medicinal concoction, lamenting. "The medicine is completely spilled, Dr. Fu. What on earth? I would never demean myself to accompany that arrogant young master again. Could you kindly prepare another dose for him? His leg cannot be without medication." The servant gazed at Junyao with tear-filled eyes. "But he is a man." Junyao sensed something was amiss. "Cursed transference system. What foolishness have I been driven to commit?" he lamented. Junyao picked up the wristband and jabbed at it vigorously once more. "What do you mean? It's nothing? Do you have any idea how humiliating today has been for me? I felt like a lecherous fiend, leaping forward as if I had never encountered a handsome man in my entire life. All the dignity I have built over 20 years has been utterly squandered this afternoon. That may not matter, for only the three of us are privy to it. What is unknown to others is as if it never occurred. Your reasoning is rather outdated," Junyao pondered, jabbing the wristband again. "By the way, do you even qualify as human?" The system paused momentarily, then swiftly suppressed its teasing tone, adopting its usual monotonic electronic voice. "I do not. I am merely a compilation of innumerable codes." Junyao stretched his limbs, arranging himself into the most comfortable position resembling a great character. "One cannot deny the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence. I foresee this antiquated system eventually becoming sentient." A monotone chuckle emanated from the system, concealed within the inky darkness of the night. Before long, the originally pitch-black exterior was illuminated by flames, and a panicked wail pierced the tranquil night. "Fire!" Startled, Junyao bolted upright, the remnants of sleep obliterated by the cacophony of commotion outside. He hastily donned a jacket and leapt from his bed. Upon flinging open the window, he beheld the mountainside ablaze with towering flames. Frantic individuals scurried about, clutching buckets, but their efforts proved futile against the inferno. This was dire. The fire raged in the granary. Cheng Jingshuan's residence was perilously close. A shiver coursed through Junyao as he hastily donned his shoes, which he had not fully fastened, and dashed out the door. To his surprise, he collided with a broad figure reeking of sweat, momentarily dazed and staggering back, only to find himself face to face with Zhu Qingzhong, wielding a large machete. "Brother Zhu, what brings you here?" Fu Junyao inquired. Zhu Qingzhong's face brightened. "Ah, little Qing, it is a relief to see you unharmed. Quickly, retreat to the back of the house. That gang of brigands has colluded with the authorities and is launching another assault." "Where is Jing? I mean Dr. Fu?" "He is at the front, assisting with the injured. He specifically entrusted me with your protection." "You have no time. It is perilous here."
Come.
"Let me lead you to safety." "Oh no, brother, you are heading the wrong way. That is toward the granary." As Zhu Qingzhong's words faded, Fu Junyao had already sprinted far ahead, his feet moving as though propelled by the wheels of the wind, heading straight towards the heart of the blazing fire. He soon vanished into the night, leaving Zhu Qingzhong staring at a flattened shoe, unable to suppress a mutter. "Even if you're rushing to the afterlife, at least put on your shoes." Upon arriving at the scene of the conflagration, chaos reigned supreme. In this era, there were neither fire hoses nor trained firefighting brigades, only a motley crew of unskilled laborers, haphazardly carrying their small buckets to the distant well to fetch water. Such inefficiency was hardly adequate to quell the inferno. The grain supplies were nestled against the forest, surrounded by flammable trees, yet there was ample earth. The principles of extinguishing fire were simple: either lower the temperature or deprive it of oxygen. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Junyao seized a water basin abandoned on the ground, filled it to the brim with dirt, and hurled it towards the flames, shouting, "Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. Everyone, throw mud at the flames. It will extinguish them." Gradually, the fire began to subside, though much of the contents had likely been reduced to ash. Those uninjured rushed in to carry out the wounded, the air thick with anguished cries. "Fetch some cold water," Fu Junyao bellowed, seizing what remained of the water used for extinguishing the flames, submerging the injuries of several lightly burned individuals. He had rushed out in such haste that he had brought no medical supplies, but fortunately, the silver needles of a healer never left his side. Fu Junyao promptly unwrapped his needle case, crouching beside the nearest injured person to assess their acupoints.
Hey,
"Do you know how to treat this? You can't just stab the needles randomly," a voice called out. Fu Junyao accurately located the acupoints and swiftly inserted the needles. Without lifting his gaze, "I am not a physician. Do you presume to be one?" "Hey, you," the man retorted, rolling up his sleeves, clearly ready to strike. The injured party exclaimed, "Ah, it seems to hurt less now." "Humph." The man could only huff in frustration and summon others. "Doctor, hurry over. Someone has been struck by a burning beam and is on the brink of death." Someone shouted at Fu Junyao. He promptly withdrew his silver needles and rushed over, only to find the victim weakly leaning against a loved one, the injured thigh a gruesome sight, blood saturating the surrounding grass. Fu Junyao reached out to take the pulse, discovering a rapid and perilous rhythm. He then punctured the 8 vital acupoints, inserting the needles 2 inches deep, yet to his dismay, the bleeding did not cease. The man gasped painfully a few times, his voice gradually fading. "Doctor, is there still hope?" The patient's relative trembled, tears glistening in their eyes, as if they were on the verge of witnessing their loved one's demise. In an era where medical knowledge was rudimentary, even a minor injury could prove fatal. Fu Junyao felt a surge of anxiety, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. He swiftly removed the needles from the patient and reassessed the acupoints, once again targeting those 8 hemostatic points, inserting the needles 3 inches deep, yet still, there was no improvement. The injured man was now barely clinging to life. "This is dire. The wound from the burning beam is too deep, and the heat is excessive. The bleeding cannot be halted. Oldly, you cannot die." Upon hearing this, the relatives immediately broke into wails, and the onlookers displayed expressions of profound sorrow. Fu Junyao once again removed the silver needle and resumed taking the pulse. His hands, dampened by anxiety, struggling to discern a clear pulse. "Water is coming." Suddenly, a voice cried out. An idea struck Junyao, and he swiftly inserted a needle to seal the vital acupoint at the wounded man's heart, then seized a basin of cold water and splashed it all over the patient's body. "What are you doing?" exclaimed a drenched relative, shocked. "Who is this person? Does he even know how to heal?" Doubts echoed from the crowd, but Junyao remained unfazed, continuing to insert the silver needles, targeting the 8 major bleeding points, penetrating 2.5 inches into the flesh. Gradually, the blood began to staunch. Junyao let out a long sigh of relief. "Dr. Fu," someone called out. The crowd turned to see 2 doctors arriving, their expressions a mix of confusion. "Ahem." Junyao cleared his throat and quickly said, "Dr. Fu, you have finally arrived. I hope I have not let you down." Cheng Jingxian reassuringly patted his shoulder, discreetly squeezing his palm. "You did exceptionally well. It was arduous." Only then did the crowd appear to comprehend. Cheng Jingxian knelt down, opened the medicine chest, and sprinkled the hemostatic powder onto the patient's wounds. He then retrieved a bottle of ointment for burns and handed it to the relative, saying, "Change the dressing twice daily, keep the wound dry, and remember. The relative's eyes glistened with tears, immediately expressing gratitude to Cheng Jingxian, tears mingling with sweat. "Thank you, Dr. Fu, for saving my life." "Thank you, Dr. Fu, for saving my life." A chorus of admiration arose from the surrounding onlookers. Only then did Junyao truly breathe a sigh of relief. "Are you all right?" Cheng Jingxian inquired with concern. Junyao chuckled softly, taking a few steps forward, contemplating, "What could possibly concern me? My sole purpose is to aid others." Cheng Jingxian noticed the disparity in the sound of his footsteps and lowered his gaze, frowning. "Where are your shoes?" Junyao followed suit, realizing he was running about with one bare foot, which explained the odd sensation he had been feeling. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. "I must have lost them while extinguishing the fire earlier." Cheng Jingxian shot him a disdainful glare. "You truly are a source of worry. Isn't this the posture of a Princess Carrie? What do you take me for? What are you doing?" Junyao exclaimed in indignation, shaking his leg as if ready to topple someone over. Cheng Jingxian waved his hand dismissively, landing a light smack on Junyao's behind. Junyao's face flushed crimson, preparing to chastise the old rogue who seized every opportunity to take advantage, when he was met with a chilling threat from Cheng Jingxian. Junyao stiffened, his mind conjuring images of grotesque serpents and insects crawling forth to discuss the complexities of life with him, sending a shiver down his spine, rendering him motionless. Meanwhile, as he held a toothbrush in his mouth, he applied some hair gel to shape his hairstyle, admiring his reflection in the mirror. His long brows arched elegantly into the corners of his forehead, and his refined European-style double eyelids effortlessly conveyed a hint of a smile, suggesting he looked even more dashing than the day before. Satisfied, he wiped his mouth, pressed his phone's lock screen, and exclaimed, "Wow, it's almost 8." Hastily grabbing his bag and rushing out the door. Liu, the general manager of Xinjiang, is remarkably down-to-earth, known for his straightforwardness and penchant for speaking the truth, devoid of any pretentiousness typically associated with executives. As a result, he enjoys considerable popularity in Xinjiang, ranking third among the administrators and affectionately referred to as Uncle San by the community. While he possesses many admirable qualities, he is somewhat frugal. Suddenly, he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. It was Junyao. Upon glancing up, he was surprised to see a familiar face, Wan Xianwen, the head of the RD department at Xinjiang. "Xianwen, it's nearly time for work. What brings you here? If memory serves, your place is quite far from mine," he remarked. Waving his hand, adorned with jingling accessories, he said, "Come with me." Junyao is indeed a seasoned driver. He began riding electric scooters at the age of 12 and took to driving without a license at 15. Accustomed to speed, his friends always fasten their seat belts the moment they enter his vehicle. Wan Xiangwen, perhaps wary from past experiences, not only secured his seatbelt but also clung tightly to the overhead handle. Isn't that a bit excessive? Fu Junyao shrugged helplessly as he started the car. Wan Xiangwen, attempting to mask his embarrassment, touched his nose with one hand while the other grasped the handle. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Junyao executed a stylish drift, swiftly maneuvering around an intersection, which caused Wan Xiangwen to cling to the handle even tighter, chuckling nervously, "Safety first, safety first." Fu Junyao confidently replied, "With 10 years of driving experience, I assure you we are safe." However, perhaps due to some cosmic misalignment, as they approached another intersection, they encountered the third red light on their commute, forcing Fu Junyao to stop, staring in frustration at the traffic signal beside them. Wan Xiangwen extracted a glimmering string of silver bracelets from his pocket and tossed them to him, remarking, "Wearing this constellation bracelet will bring you good fortune." Fu Junyao cast a fleeting glance at the silver bracelet, which was intricately engraved with the 12 zodiac signs: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, elegantly arranged in a circle, as if they were reaching towards the sun. However, Wan Xiangwen's appeal was only sufficient for Fu Junyao to spare it a mere glance. With a slight lift of his eyelid, he replied, "You know I don't believe in such things. Downloading that ridiculous Zodiac app was already pushing it. Consider it a token of friendship. You've been experiencing some misfortune lately. I hope it proves beneficial," Wan Xiangwen insisted, unceremoniously slipping the Zodiac bracelet onto Fu Junyao's right wrist. At that moment, the traffic light turned green and Fu Junyao, focused on speeding, paid no heed to the bracelet and chose not to remove it. Upon arriving at the office at 8:15, he inevitably faced the consequences of his tardiness. Accepting the reality of his impending salary deduction from his uncle with nonchalance, he strode into the office with an air of youthful bravado, reminiscent of an exuberant teenager. Before he could pour himself a glass of water, the internal phone rang. Fu Junyao anticipated a gentle, charming voice on the other end, perhaps even a fan, and prepared his tone accordingly. "Hello?" Unfortunately, the voice that greeted him was that of an inexperienced young man. While not gratingly unpleasant, it was certainly a letdown for Fu Junyao, whose discerning ear was accustomed to more harmonious tones. "Fu, this is Xiao from the IT department. Could you please come to the IT office? During our minister's analysis of the data, it became apparent that the astrological system data on your mobile device was somewhat amiss. As for the young man from the technical department, Xiao, he is somewhat familiar with the situation. Recently promoted, he is an earnest and timid individual who would scarcely dare to call himself unless under dire circumstances. Nonetheless, one must separate matters. While Xinyu may be a bit of a scoundrel, it would be unjust to trouble the lad." With a sweeping gesture, he declared, "I shall take care of it." Thus, Xiao hung up the phone with trepidation, casting a glance at the minister, who was expressionlessly immersed in coding at his desk, feeling a profound sense of life's unfairness. Both being coders in the technical department, it was perplexing how Xinyu could exude an air of aloof elegance. His striking features were captivating, and the metal-framed glasses perched on his nose during work hours rendered him stern and indifferent. Yet, the natural upward tilt of his eyes hinted at an enigmatic charm, creating an aura of irresistible restraint that was palpable from afar. This taciturn individual found himself at odds with the customer service department's charismatic bass-voiced member, who seemed to effortlessly attract throngs of admirers. Before Xiao could fathom the unfolding events, the customer service representative strode in, holding 2 disposable cups. Extending his right hand, he presented a cup directly before Xiao, announcing, "The technical department can be quite taxing. I brought you coffee to perk you up." Xiao was taken aback, expressing his gratitude profusely. He noticed that the other hand held a cup of water, leading him to ponder whether the relationship between the two was perhaps not as strained as rumored. After all, The customer service had seemed to understand that their Shinji preferred not to indulge in coffee. The thought had scarcely flitted through Zhao's mind when he saw Fu, casually sipping water from a cup, his long legs crossed nonchalantly, leaning against the desk with an air of arrogance as he addressed Xinyu. "What do you need me for?" Xinyu gradually lifted his gaze, the metallic frame of his glasses reflecting light in a somewhat blinding manner. Fu Junyao instinctively squinted, only to witness the unwelcoming expression of Xinyu as he removed his glasses, transforming his previously stern demeanor into one that was surprisingly vibrant and undeniably attractive, yet exuding an air of mischief. Xinyu cast a sidelong glance at him, gesturing towards the chair across from him, dressed like a petty thug. One might think the Jinjiang customer service department has been overtaken by a band of ruffians. Xinyu felt a twinge of annoyance, silently taking note for future reckoning. There seems to be an anomaly in the data from the astrological testing system on your phone, indicating frequent Mercury retrogrades. Has anything particularly unusual occurred lately? Fu Junyao propped his head up with one hand, recalling the recent frequent summons from the technical department. He lightly tapped his meticulously styled hair with his index finger. Does being called out by the principal count? Xunyu's pupils constricted sharply as he suddenly seized Fu Junyao's wrist, both of them exclaiming almost in unison. Just joking, why such a drastic change in demeanor? Where did this astrological bracelet come from? Fu Junyao was momentarily taken aback, his hand recoiling slightly. Yet he couldn't free himself from Xunyu's grip. What is the fuss? It's just a trivial bracelet. It's not like it's a token of love from your girlfriend. Xunyu's expression darkened, his tone sharp and commanding. Take it off. Fu Junyao had never been a believer in astrology. However, if Xinyu had not mentioned it, he would have certainly returned the item to Wan Xiangwen. Yet, the truth was that Fu had always been more susceptible to gentle persuasion than to forceful demands. After being subjected to such a barrage of shouts, he lost all desire to remove it. Instead, he defiantly lifted his chin, the jingling of the bells adorning his attire echoing his resolve. I refuse. Xinyu frowned, circumvented him, and directly attempted to seize the item. Naturally, Fu Junyao was unwilling to comply and swiftly ducked under his arm. Xinyu, with his long legs, blocked his path, prompting Fu to attempt the same maneuver once more. This time, however, Xinyu was prepared, firmly grasping Fu Junyao's arm and attempting to forcibly remove the bracelet. When brute strength failed, Fu resorted to trickery, leaning forward as if to tumble. According to their usual love-hate dynamic, Xinyu would surely let go, allowing him to fall in a disheveled heap. To Fu's surprise, Xinyu caught him under the armpits, intending to hoist him up. However, Fu's resistance led to an unexpected outcome. Both of them collided heavily with the office desk. Watch out for the computer, Xiao shouted. The two combatants, belatedly aware of their surroundings, looked up to see water dripping from the desk. The paper cup that had been precariously perched there now lay askew, its contents spilling across a labyrinth of tangled wires. Xinyu's work computer and keyboard were utterly drenched. Fu Junyao swallowed hard, feeling a pang of guilt as he clambered to his feet, fumbling in his pocket for a handkerchief, intent on rescuing the nearly doomed computer. Just then, he heard Xinyu shout, "Don't move." With a sudden tremor in his hand, the accessory dangling from his Zodiac bracelet inadvertently swung down, landing upon a water stain and generating an immense magnetic force. Unprepared, Fu Junyao found his palm firmly ensnared by a wire, the overwhelming current compressing every inch of his body. He convulsed violently, muscles twitching, and swiftly lost consciousness. Should the inaugural Zodiac mission be initiated? A cold and monotonous prompt echoed in his mind. Fu Junyao, bewildered, wished to spring up and exclaim, "What the hell is going on?" Yet discovered only darkness before him, rendering him immobile. Amused by his predicament, Fu Junyao attempted to raise an eyebrow and flash a charming, roguish smile, only to realize he could not even lift his eyelids. A true embodiment of frustration. What if I choose not to engage in the mission? If the task remains unaccomplished, the host shall remain ensnared within the system indefinitely.
Damn.
This is a forced transaction. The Zodiac testing system of Junyao must surely be the work of that lunatic technical department. Perhaps even a ploy by that scoundrel Shinyu to deliberately trap him. He cursed under his breath, contemplating that if he were to ever escape, his first act would be to smash Shin's head. Should the inaugural Zodiac mission be initiated? The system inquired once more. Fu Junyao rolled his eyes inwardly and replied, yes.
Ding.
Virgo star chart activated. Please assist the representative of Virgo in revitalizing their family and become their beloved. It was a dual system that balanced both emotional and narrative arcs. Fu Junyao silently scoffed, and just then, a flash of white light enveloped him. As he opened his eyes in a daze, he found himself in a room adorned with antique charm. He stood before an ancient wooden cabinet, its surface adorned with layers of drawers, each plastered with small red papers inscribed with traditional characters, Tianma, Baizhu, Dangui. This was undoubtedly a medicinal chamber. As Fu Junyao lowered his gaze, he noticed he was clad in a rough, gray short robe, likely made of coarse linen. An unmistakable indication that he had traversed into the life of a destitute family. In stark contrast to this humble attire, his wrist was adorned with a shimmering constellation bracelet, featuring the symbols of the 12 zodiac signs: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, encircling his wrist as if to greet the sun. Fu Junyao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this trinket would accompany him through the realms of time. Could it be the system? As he entertained fanciful thoughts of delivering blows to the technical department while treading upon the Zodiac system, a series of loud bubbling sounds interrupted him, filling the air with a rich aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. Dr. Fu, what are you dawdling for? The medicine is burning, came the urgent voice of a young servant, jolting him from his reverie. Fu Junyao focused his attention, realizing that a pot was simmering over the fire, the concoction boiling and emitting steam, nearly forcing the lid off. The once earthen-colored ceramic pot had turned black from the heat. He hastily rushed over, but as he reached out to touch the pot, he was met with a scalding burn. Oh my goodness, I'm burnt. Fu Junyao quickly withdrew his hand, blowing on his reddened fingers, relieved that the injury was not severe. Goodness, Dr. Fu, why are you so flustered today? The young master is still waiting. As he spoke, the young servant took the initiative, wrapping a piece of cloth around the medicine and hesitatingly inquired, Dr. Fu, how much should one take at a time? Fu Junyao was momentarily taken aback, and the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Boil 5 bowls of water down to 1, and take 2/3 at once. He swiftly repeated the system's instructions, pouring 2/3 of the dark, viscous concoction into a bowl where a few white bubbles surfaced, and the pungent bitterness of traditional Chinese medicine wafted through the air. A sense of unease gripped Fu Junyao. Could this burnt potion truly save a life? Dr. Fu, we must hurry. The young master cannot wait any longer, the servant urged, nearly pulling Fu Junyao out the door. Reluctantly, he followed, hastily rebooting his muddled mind to absorb the memories of this body. It turned out that the original owner of this body was also named Fu Junyao, hailing from a lineage of physicians spanning 3 generations, a veritable family of the medical arts. However, the fortunes of his family had waned by the time of his father, with both parents having passed away. The prefect of Shuizhou, Cheng Jian, an old friend of the family, could not bear to see the young boy adrift and took him in as a small apprentice in his household. Fortunately, this Fu Junyao, despite his misfortunes, possessed a good conscience. He neither fawned upon the Cheng family during their days of glory nor took pleasure in their misfortunes when they fell from grace. Instead, he provided them with timely assistance, becoming their dedicated physician. When young Master Cheng broke his leg, Fu Junyao not only supplied medicine free of charge, but also tended to him closely, all to repay the kindness shown by Prefect Chung in his youth. This Fu Junyao indeed aligns with his own principles. It remains uncertain whether this time's target of pursuit is indeed young Master Chung. Nevertheless, one step at a time shall suffice. Fu Junyao was lost in thought when a furious voice suddenly pierced the air. Get out. He jolted, realizing he had arrived at Chung Jingshuan's door. The servant, bearing medicine, had been met with the master's indignant shout before he could even knock. The servant, accustomed to such treatment, gently urged, "Young master, this is a new prescription. If you take the medicine, your leg will surely heal." As silence enveloped the room, the servant presumed the young master's anger had subsided and cautiously opened the door. Fu Junyao followed him inside, only to be greeted by a half-cold cup of tea. "Get out." The servant, seasoned and wise, swiftly dodged, but in the ensuing chaos, the tea lid struck Fu Junyao's head, leaving a painful bump that swelled immediately. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The target for the strategy, a Virgo, has appeared. Dr. Fu, the servant exclaimed. Chung Jingxian seemed taken aback, perhaps feeling both surprise and guilt as he peered outside, awkwardly turning his head away. Fu Junyao, dazed from the impact, caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar white figure, a sight that ignited a deep sense of recognition. Unfortunately, before he could discern more, the servant swiftly shut the door. Who is it? It was only his first day in this ancient world, and he had no acquaintances here. This familiar silhouette must be someone from the real world, potentially linked to the bizarre circumstances that had drawn him into the constellation testing system. Who could it possibly be? Fu Junyao furrowed his brows, his mind incessantly contemplating that familiar silhouette, yet he could not recall it no matter how hard he tried. His serious demeanor startled the attendant beside him, who repeatedly apologized. My apologies, Dr. Fu. Truly, my young master is not usually like this. It was after his leg injury that his temperament changed drastically. Please bear with us. Irritated by the interruption, Fu Junyao waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. The attendant, still shaken, patted his chest and looked helplessly at the spilled medicinal concoction, his face a portrait of despair. The medicine is all spilled, Dr. Fu. What on earth? I will not deign to serve that insufferably arrogant young master again. Could you possibly brew another dose for him? He cannot be without his medicine. The attendant gazed at Fu Junyao with tearful eyes. But he is a man. Fu Junyao vaguely sensed something was amiss. Damn that transference system. What foolishness have I been led to commit? He lamented. Fu Junyao picked up his wristband and jabbed at it furiously. It's nothing of the sort. Do you have any idea how embarrassing today has been for me? I approached him like a ravenous wolf, as if I had never encountered a handsome man in my life. All the face I had built over the past 20 years was completely lost this afternoon. It is of little consequence, for only the three of us are privy to this knowledge. Matters unknown to others are as though they have never transpired. Your thoughts are rather avant-garde, mused Fu Junyao, who, after a moment of contemplation, prodded the wristband once more. Tell me, do you consider yourself human? The system paused momentarily before retracting its playful tone, adopting its customary monotonous electronic voice. I do not. I am merely a collection of countless lines of code. Fu Junyao stretched his limbs, positioning himself in the most comfortable manner possible. It's undeniable how swiftly artificial intelligence is advancing. I dare say your outdated system will inevitably evolve. A mechanical chuckle escaped the system, blending into the inky darkness of the night. Unbeknownst to him, the once pitch-black surroundings outside had suddenly ignited with flames. The serene night was abruptly pierced by a panic cry, "Fire!" Fu Junyao sprang upright, the remnants of slumber swiftly vanishing in the cacophony of commotion outside his door. He hastily donned a jacket and leaped out of bed, flinging open the window to witness the mountainside ablaze with towering flames. Frantic individuals scurried about, buckets in hand, yet their efforts were but a drop in the ocean. This is dire. The inferno is ravaging the granary. Cheng Jingxian's south residence is alarmingly close. A shiver of dread coursed through Fu Junyao as he slipped into his shoes, which he had not even secured properly, and burst through the door. To his surprise, he collided with a robust figure emanating a foul odor of sweat, causing him to stagger back, momentarily dazed. Before him stood Zhu Qingzhong, wielding a large machete. "Brother Zhu, what brings you here?" Zhu Qingzhong's face lit up with relief. "Ah, little Cheng, it's such a comfort to see you unharmed. Quickly, retreat to the back of the house and hide. That gang of ruffians has colluded with the authorities and is launching another assault. Where is Dr. Fu?" "He is up front, aiding in the rescue of the injured. He specifically instructed me to ensure your safety. You have no time to spare, and it is perilous here. Come, allow me to guide you to a safer location." "Brother, you are heading the wrong way. That is the granary." Before Zhu Qingzhong could finish speaking, Fu Junyao had already dashed away, his feet moving with the swiftness of the wind, heading directly towards the heart of the conflagration. In an instant, he vanished into the night, leaving Zhu Qingzhong staring at a flattened shoe sole, unable to suppress a murmur, even if racing towards the afterlife. One ought to at least wear shoes. Upon reaching the scene of the fire, chaos reigned. In this era, there were neither water cannons nor well-trained fire brigades. Just a horde of unskilled individuals hastily carrying their small buckets to distant wells to fetch water. Such inefficiency would hardly extinguish a raging inferno. The granary, nestled against the forest, was surrounded by highly flammable trees, yet the presence of soil offered some hope. The principles of extinguishing a fire are fundamentally twofold: lowering the temperature and cutting off the oxygen supply. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Junyao seized a water basin abandoned on the ground, filled it to the brim with earth, and hurled it towards the flames, shouting, "Distant water cannot quench nearby fires. Everyone, throw mud at the flames, and the fire can be extinguished." Gradually, the inferno began to subside, though the contents within were likely reduced to ashes. Those uninjured rushed in to carry out the wounded, and the surroundings were soon engulfed by anguished cries of suffering. "Fetch several basins of cold water," Fu Junyao bellowed. Seizing a basin of water that remained from extinguishing the fire, and immersed the wounds of those with lighter burns. He had rushed out in haste, forgetting to bring any medicinal supplies, but fortunately, the silver needles, which a healer never parts with, were still at his disposal. Fu Junyao promptly unwrapped the needle pouch and knelt beside the nearest victim to locate the acupoints. "Hey, do you know how to treat injuries? You can't just stab the needles randomly," someone shouted. Fu Junyao precisely identified the acupoints and swiftly inserted the needles without raising his gaze. "If I don't know how to treat them, do you?" "Hey you, just wait until I teach you a lesson." The loquacious individual rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. The wounded cried out, "Ah, it seems to hurt a little less now." Humph. The man had no choice but to angrily summon others. "Doctor, come quickly. There's someone crushed by the burning beam, and they're on the brink of death." Someone shouted towards Fu Junyao. He immediately ceased his work with the silver needles and rushed over, only to find the injured person weakly leaning against their relatives, their mangled thighs soaked in blood, staining the surrounding grassland. Fu Junyao reached out to take the pulse, discovering it to be rapid and perilous. Without hesitation, he inserted needles into 8 major acupoints of the patient, the silver needles piercing 2 inches into the flesh, yet to his dismay, the bleeding did not cease. The patient gasped in agony, their breaths gradually softening. "Doctor, is there still hope?" The relative of the patient trembled, their lips quivering, eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if they were about to witness their loved one depart from this world. In an era where medicine was not advanced, the reality that even a minor injury could claim a life was all too common. Fu Junyao felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, beads of perspiration cascading down his brow. He swiftly removed the silver needles from the patient's body and re-evaluated the acupoints, once again targeting the 8 crucial points for staunching blood flow. The needles pierced the flesh deeply, yet there was no sign of improvement. The injured party was already on the brink of death. This was dire. The victim had been struck by a flaming beam, the wound was grievously deep, and the heat was insurmountable. Blood could not be contained. "Oldly, you cannot perish." The anguished cries of relatives erupted around him, their faces etched with sorrow. Fu Junyao removed the needles once more and checked the pulse again. His hands, slick with sweat from trepidation, struggled to discern a definitive rhythm. "Water is here." Suddenly, a voice rang out. An idea sparked within Fu Junyao. He immediately inserted a needle to seal the vital point at the patient's heart, then seized a basin of cold water and doused the injured individual entirely. "What are you doing?" exclaimed a relative, equally drenched and bewildered. "Who is this person? Does he even know how to treat injuries?" Doubts and murmurs echoed around him. But Fu Junyao paid them no heed. He continued with the silver needles, puncturing the 8 critical points once again, this time penetrating 2.5 inches into the flesh. Gradually, the bleeding began to subside. Fu Junyao exhaled deeply. "Dr. Fu," someone called out. The crowd turned to see 2 arriving physicians, their expressions a mixture of confusion and concern. Cough, cough. Fu Junyao cleared his throat, quickly adjusting his words. "Dr. Fu, you have finally arrived. I have not failed in my task." Cheng Jingxian offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder, discreetly squeezing his palm. "You performed admirably. You have worked hard." Only then did the crowd display looks of realization. Cheng Jingxian crouched down, opened the medicine box, and sprinkled hemostatic powder over the patient's wound. He then retrieved a bottle of burn ointment and handed it to the patient's family, instructing, "Change the dressing twice a day. And keep the wound dry. Remember." The family member of the injured, with tears welling in their eyes, immediately expressed their gratitude to Cheng Jingxian, their tears mingling with sweat as they exclaimed, "Thank you, Dr. Fu, for saving my life. Thank you, Dr. Fu, for your life-saving grace." Surrounding them, a chorus of admiration arose. At that moment, Fu Junyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you all right?" Cheng Jingxian inquired with concern. Fu Junyao chuckled, took a few steps closer, and confidently replied, "What could possibly be wrong with me? My only duty is to save others." Cheng Jingxian noticed that the sound of his footsteps was uneven and looked down, frowning. "Where are your shoes?" Fu Junyao followed his gaze and discovered that he was running around barefoot, realizing why he felt so peculiar. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, "I must have lost them while putting out the fire." Cheng Jingxian shot him a disapproving glare, exclaiming, "You really are a source of worry." Just then, Fu Junyao noticed a posture reminiscent of a Princess Carrie, indignantly questioning, "What do you take me for? What are you doing?" Fu Junyao, filled with indignation, shook his leg as if ready to toss someone to the ground. Cheng Jingxian waved his hand and lightly slapped him on the backside. Fu Junyao's face flushed with embarrassment, ready to admonish this old rogue who took advantage of the situation with benevolence and skill, only to be met with a chilling threat. Fu Junyao's body stiffened as his mind conjured vivid images of grotesque snakes, insects, and vermin crawling towards him to ponder the enigmas of existence. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine, rendering him motionless. Contemplating this, he held a toothbrush between his teeth while applying a touch of hair gel atop his head, admiring his reflection in the mirror. His long brows arched elegantly into his temples, and his exquisite European-style double eyelids bore an innate charm that required no expression to convey a hint of mirth. It seemed he appeared even more handsome than the day before. Satisfied, he wiped his mouth and glanced at his phone, exclaiming, "Ah, it's nearly 8. Hastily, He grabbed his bag and rushed out the door. General Liu from Xinjiang was notably down-to-earth, straightforward, and candid, lacking any pretentious airs typical of executives. This authenticity endeared him to many, earning him considerable popularity in Xinjiang, where he was affectionately known as Third Uncle due to his position as the third-ranking administrator. While Third Uncle was admirable in many respects, he possessed a somewhat frugal nature. Suddenly, Fu Junyao felt a tap on his shoulder.
Junyao.
He looked up to find an old acquaintance, Wan Xiangwen, the head of the development department at Xinjiang. Xiangwen, it's almost time for work. What are you doing here? If memory served him right, Ruan's home was quite far from his own. Fu Junyao raised his hand, the accessories on his person jingling. Come with me. Fu Junyao was indeed a seasoned driver. He had been riding electric scooters since the age of 12 and began driving unlicensed at 15. Accustomed to speed, his experienced friends would invariably fasten their seatbelts upon entering his vehicle. Wan Xiangwen, perhaps having been spooked by past experiences, secured his seatbelt while gripping the overhead handle with great intensity. Isn't this a bit excessive? Fu Junyao shrugged helplessly as he started the car. Wan Xiangwen, with one hand, discreetly touched his nose to mask his embarrassment. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Junyao executed a deft maneuver, swiftly navigating around an intersection, startling Wan Xiangwen, who hastily grasped the handrail and chuckled, "Safety first, safety first." Fu Junyao, with a flick of the steering wheel, retorted, with 10 years of driving experience, "I am perfectly safe." Perhaps due to a stroke of bad luck, they encountered the third red light on their lengthy commute, forcing Fu Junyao to come to a halt. Exchanging glances with the roadside signal in frustration, Wan Xiangwen retrieved a shimmering silver bracelet from his pocket and tossed it to him, saying, "Wear this Zodiac bracelet. It will bring you good fortune." Fu Junyao, out of courtesy, glanced at it. The silver bracelet was adorned with intricate engravings, representing the 12 zodiac signs: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, delicately arranged in a circle as if basking in the sun. However, Wan Xiangwen's appeal only warranted Fu Junyao a fleeting glance. He raised an eyebrow, stating, "You know I don't believe in such things." Installing that ridiculous Zodiac app was already a stretch. Consider it a token of friendship. I hope it proves useful, especially since you've been having a rough time lately. Wan Xiangwen insisted, unceremoniously slipping the Zodiac bracelet onto Fu Junyao's right wrist. At that moment, the red light turned green, and engrossed in the thrill of speeding, Fu Junyao paid no heed to the bracelet and did not remove it. Upon arriving at the office at 8:15, Fu Junyao, as expected, faced the reality of being late and calmly accepted the impending deduction from his salary by his uncle. Striding into the office with an air reminiscent of an overconfident youth, he had yet to pour himself a glass of water when the internal phone began to ring. Fu Junyao hoped the voice on the other end would belong to a gentle and charming young lady, perhaps even a fan of his. With a carefully measured tone, he answered, "Hello?" Unfortunately, the reply came from a youthful male voice. Though not entirely grating, it was certainly disappointing for Fu Junyao, the voice-sensitive head of the customer service department. "Fu department, this is Xiao from the technical department. Could I trouble you to come to the technical office? Our manager has discovered some discrepancies in the constellation system data on your phone." As for Xiao, he was a recent hire, known for his timid and earnest demeanor. He would hardly have dared to call Fu Junyao unless it was a matter of great importance. Setting aside personal grievances, Fu Junyao decided not to burden the young man further. "I'll be right there," he replied with a wave of his hand. Xiao, trembling slightly, hung up the phone and cast a glance at his manager, Xinyu, who was immersed in coding, his expression as impassive as ever. Life seemed unfair. Both were coders in the technical department, yet Xinyu possessed an aura of aloof elegance, with striking features that naturally drew attention. He exuded an air of seriousness and detachment enhanced by the metal-framed glasses perched on his nose. His slightly upturned eyes added an inexplicable allure, creating a palpable sense of restrained charisma that could be felt even from a distance. In such a taciturn individual, an unexpected quarrel erupted with the nonchalant bass voice member of the customer service department, who seemingly attracted countless admirers. Before Xiao Xiao could formulate a coherent response, the customer service representative had already entered, brandishing 2 disposable cups. Extending his right hand, he thrust a cup directly before Xiao Xiao, declaring, "The technical department is quite taxing. I brought you some coffee to invigorate you." Xiao Xiao, taken aback by this unexpected kindness, hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He noticed that Fu still held a cup of plain water, leading him to ponder whether their relationship was not as fraught as rumors suggested. Did Fu truly recognize that Xinge had no fondness for coffee? Just as this thought flickered through his mind, Xiao Xiao witnessed Fu take a sip from his cup. His long legs casually crossed, leaning against the desk with an air of authority, addressing Xinyu with a nonchalant, "Why did you call for me?" Xinyu slowly lifted his gaze, the metallic frame of his glasses reflecting the light in a blinding manner. Fu Junyao instinctively squinted, only to observe the unappealing figure remove his glasses, transforming his previously stern expression into one that was unexpectedly vibrant, exuding an allure that was almost infuriating. Xinyu cast him a sidelong glance and gestured toward the chair opposite him, remarking, "Dressed like a ruffian." One might assume that the Jinjiang customer service department has been overtaken by a gang of delinquents. Xinyu felt momentarily stifled, mentally noting this down for future reckoning. He prepared to address the matter at hand. "There seems to be an anomaly in the astrological testing system data on your phone, exhibiting frequent retrograde patterns. Has anything particularly unusual occurred recently?" Fu Junyao rested his head on one hand, recalling the recent incessant inquiries from the technical department. His finger gently tapped on his meticulously styled hair. Does being frequently summoned by the director of education count? Xinyu's pupils abruptly constricted as he seized Fu Junyao's wrist, both speaking in unison. "What's the joke? Why the sudden change in mood? Where did this Zodiac bracelet come from?" Fu Junyao was taken aback, instinctively retracting his hand but unable to free himself. "What's the matter?" "It's just a worthless bracelet. Could it possibly be a token of affection from your girlfriend?" Xinyu's complexion turned ashen as he sternly commanded, "Take it off." Though Fu Junyao had always dismissed the significance of zodiac signs, he intended to remove it and return it to Wan Xiangwen anyway. However, Fu, who had always preferred gentler methods over force, found his resolve wavering under Xinyu's fierce reprimand. With a defiant tilt of his head, the jingling of his accessories resonated, proclaiming 3 unyielding words. "I refuse." Xinyu furrowed his brow, maneuvering around to snatch it from him. Naturally, Fu Junyao resisted, bending low to slip past his armpit. Xinyu, with his long legs, blocked Fu Junyao's path. Undeterred, Fu Junyao attempted the same maneuver again, only to find Xinyu prepared this time, firmly twisting Fu Junyao's arm in an effort to forcibly remove the bracelet. When faced with a challenge, Fu Junyao resorted to his usual strategy of cunning. He leaned forward, his entire weight threatening to topple him over. According to the logic of their tumultuous relationship, Xinyu would undoubtedly let go, relishing the sight of him crashing to the ground in a chaotic sprawl. To his surprise, however, this fellow unexpectedly supported him under his armpits, intending to lift him up. Yet, unable to cooperate with Fu Ye's stubbornness, they both ended up colliding heavily with the office desk. "The computer!" Xiao exclaimed. The 2 combatants, caught off guard, looked up to see water dripping onto the desk. The paper cup that had been precariously perched there was now askew, its unfinished contents soaking the labyrinth of tangled wires. Xinyu's work computer and keyboard were thoroughly drenched. Fu Junyao swallowed hard, feeling a pang of guilt as he rose, rummaging through his pocket for a handkerchief, intending to rescue the ailing computer. Just then, Xinyu bellowed, "Don't move." Startled, Fu Junyao hand trembled, causing the accessories hanging from his constellation bracelet to dangle perilously over the water. A powerful magnetic force ensued, catching him off guard as the wires ensnared his palm. A fierce current surged through him, electrifying every inch of his body. He convulsed, muscles twitching, and soon lost consciousness. Would you like to initiate the first constellation mission? A cold, monotonous prompt echoed in his mind. Fu Junyao felt utterly bewildered, wanting to spring up and exclaim, "What on earth?" but found himself engulfed in darkness. Unable to move, he attempted to raise an eyebrow in a stylish manner, followed by a captivating, roguish smile, only to realize he couldn't even lift his eyelids. It was a profound sense of frustration. What if I choose not to pursue the mission? Should the task remain unaccomplished, the host shall be perpetually ensnared within the confines of the system. How outrageous! This constellation testing system from Xinjiang must surely be the handiwork of those lunatics in the tech department, perhaps even a deliberate scheme by that scoundrel, Shenyu. Truly, it is infuriating. If they possess the audacity to keep me trapped indefinitely, my very first act upon liberation will be to shatter Shen's head. Will the host initiate the first constellation task? The system inquired once more. Fu Junyao rolled his eyes internally and replied affirmatively. Yes.
Ding.
The Virgo star chart is now activated. The host is tasked with aiding the representative of Virgo in revitalizing his family legacy and becoming his beloved. A dual system intertwining emotional and narrative threads, Fu Junyao could not help but silently critique this setup. In the next instant, a blinding light enveloped him, and as he opened his eyes in a daze, he discovered himself within an ancient and quaint chamber. He stood before an old wooden cabinet, adorned with a multitude of drawers, each plastered with small red papers inscribed in traditional characters, bearing labels such as Tianma, Baizhu, and Danggui. This must be an apothecary. Upon glancing down, he noticed he was clad in a coarse, grayish-brown garment, likely fashioned from rough linen, indicating he had traversed into the life of a destitute household. In stark contrast to this humble attire, however, was a shimmering silver bracelet encircling his wrist. Adorned with the symbols of the 12 zodiac signs, Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, forming a radiant circle as if basking in the sun. Fu Junyao was taken aback. Not only had this item accompanied him through the transference, but could it possibly be the system itself? As he indulged in dreams of mastering the art of boxing and navigating the constellation system, a sudden cacophony of sounds jolted him back to reality, accompanied by a pungent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine wafting through the air. "Dr. Fu, what are you daydreaming about? The medicine has burned." The anxious voice of the servant pierced through his reverie. Upon focusing his gaze, Fu Junyao discovered that a pot was simmering on the fire, the medicinal concoction bubbling furiously and nearly displacing its lid, the once earthy-hued ceramic vessel now charred black. He hurriedly approached, but the moment he touched the pot, he was met with a searing burn. "Oh my goodness, it's scalding." Fu Junyao quickly withdrew his hand, blowing on his reddened fingers, relieved that the injury was not severe. "Oh, dear Dr. Fu, why are you so flustered today? The young master is waiting," the servant exclaimed, taking it upon himself to wrap a cloth around the pot and lift it away, hesitating as he asked, "Dr. Fu, how much should be taken at once?"
Huh?
Fu Junyao was momentarily taken aback, but the system's voice echoed in his mind. 5 bowls of water boiled down to 1 bowl. Take 2/3 at once. He promptly repeated the system's instructions, pouring 2/3 of the dark, viscous medicinal liquid into a bowl, white bubbles frothing atop the bitter brew. The strong scent of traditional medicine overwhelming his senses. A sense of dread gripped Fu Junyao. Could this burnt concoction still offer salvation? "Dr. Fu, let's hurry. The young master can hardly wait," the servant urged, nearly tugging Fu Junyao out the door. With no choice but to follow in a fluster, Fu Junyao endeavored to restart his muddled thoughts, beginning to assimilate the memories of this body. The original owner of this body is also named Fu Junyao, hailing from a lineage of physicians spanning 3 generations, thus considered a family of the medical profession. However, during his father's generation, the family fortunes declined, and both of his parents passed away in succession. The governor of Suizhou, Cheng Jian, was a family friend and, unable to bear the thought of the young boy wandering alone, took him in as a young apprentice in his household. Fortunately, this Fu Junyao, though unfortunate, possessed a good conscience. He did not seek to ingratiate himself when the Cheng family was at the height of their glory, nor did he take advantage of their misfortunes when they fell from grace. Instead, he offered timely assistance, becoming the family's dedicated physician. Later, when young Master Cheng suffered a broken leg, Fu Junyao not only provided medicine free of charge, but also tended to him personally, all to repay the kindness shown to him by Governor Cheng. This Fu Junyao indeed aligns with his usual demeanor. It remains uncertain whether this time the target of his affection is that young Master Cheng. Nonetheless, one must take each step as it comes. While Fu Junyao was lost in thought, a sudden roar pierced the air. "Get out!" Startled, he realized he had arrived at Cheng Jingshuan's door, where a servant had entered with medicine, only to be met with the young master's furious command to leave without knocking. The servant, seemingly accustomed to such outbursts, gently urged, "Young master, this is a new prescription. Drinking the medicine will surely aid in your recovery." As silence fell within, the servant assumed the young master had calmed down and quietly pushed the door open, with Fu Junyao following suit. What greeted them was a cup of lukewarm tea and a sharp command, "Get out." The young servant, seasoned by countless battles and brimming with experience, swiftly dodged aside, only to hear a resounding thud as a teapot lid struck Fu Junyao's head, leaving a sizable bump that immediately turned red and swollen. Concurrently, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The target of your strategy, Virgo, has appeared."
Dr. Fu.
The young servant exclaimed in alarm. Cheng Jingxian, taken aback by the unexpected presence trailing behind the servant, peered out with a mix of astonishment and guilt before awkwardly turning away. Fu Junyao, momentarily dazed from the impact, caught a fleeting glimpse of a flustered figure clad in white, a sight that stirred a profound familiarity within him. Regrettably, before he could discern it clearly, the servant swiftly closed the door. Who could it be? It was only his first day in this ancient realm, and he had yet to establish any acquaintances. This familiar silhouette must surely belong to someone from the real world, possibly linked to his inexplicable entrapment in the Zodiac testing system. Who could it be? Furrowing his brow, Fu Junyao relentlessly pondered the identity of that familiar figure, but to no avail. His serious expression startled the young servant, who hastily offered apologies. "Dr. Fu, I sincerely apologize. Our young master is not usually like this. It was his leg injury that altered his temperament. Please bear with us." Fu Junyao, his train of thought interrupted, waved dismissively. "It's nothing." The young servant, still shaken, patted his chest in relief, but then glanced despairingly at the spilled medicinal concoction that lay strewn across the floor, lamenting. "All the medicine is spilled, Dr. Fu. What on earth? I shall no longer demean myself by attending to that arrogant young master. Might I trouble you to prepare another serving for him? His legs cannot be deprived of medication." The young servant gazed at Fu Junyao with tear-filled eyes. "But he is a man." Fu Junyao vaguely sensed something amiss. Chapter 48. Following the recent upheaval, the estate was now burdened with numerous injured individuals. Initially, Zhu Qingzong intended to show 2 guests around the Qingchao Manor and find an opportune moment to meet the estate's master. However, given the urgency of saving lives, he could only lead them directly to the makeshift infirmary, a large room converted to alleviate suffering. Yet, out of humanitarian concern, he felt compelled to offer a friendly caution about the grim situation within. "Brother Fu, Inside are my brothers who've been injured and poisoned. The sight may be somewhat distressing, so prepare yourself. Cheng Jingxian, unfazed, gestured invitingly. It matters not. Brother Zhu, please lead the way. Zhu Qingzhang complied, pushing open the door, which creaked loudly as it swung open, unsteady on its newly painted hinges, having been damaged by the influx of patients in recent days. The entrance revealed a narrow corridor measuring merely 3 to 5 meters. Upon stepping inside, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses, prompting both Fu and Cheng to instinctively hold their breath. At the end of the corridor lay a room the size of a modern living room, crammed with approximately 70 to 80 individuals. There were no tables or chairs. Only a layer of woolen carpet covered the floor. The occupants were sprawled in various positions, some lying down, others standing, all inhaling the foul air exhaled by one another. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, festering and oozing pus, while even the bloodstains on their faces remained unwashed. Without the groans of agony or the cries of despair, they resembled a group of insensate scarecrows, numbly observing the horrific likeness of those around them, all awaiting the decree of death. Fu Junyao inhaled sharply, nearly choking on the foul odor that permeated the air. Why are they not given treatment for their wounds or allowed fresh air? Is this how Qingchao village treats its own? Cheng Jingxian spoke with barely contained fury. Upon hearing this, Cheng Jingxian found himself momentarily breathless, the air lodged firmly in his chest. Brother Fu, I implore you, he thought, casting a glance at Fu Junyao, his expression imbued with an unprecedented gravity and resolve. I, Fu, shall exert every effort. Zhu Qingzhang then rose, taking a few steps inside, discreetly wiping his eyes with his thumb, and proclaimed in a booming voice, Brothers, the divine physician has arrived. This declaration seemed to descend from the heavens, igniting a flicker of hope within everyone present. The room full of individuals turned in unison towards the entrance, their faces bearing the pallor of prolonged battles against illness. Yet their eyes shimmered with a glimmer of light, akin to the fervent flame concealed beneath an iceberg, igniting the last vestiges of their will to survive. Zhu Qingzhang, however, was adamant. No. Even in my low estate, I can assist Brother Fu with menial tasks. What reason do I have to leave you all to toil while I indulge in slumber? Cheng Jingxian waved his hand dismissively. Brother Zhu, you worry unnecessarily. Minor matters can be managed by me, and besides, this space is quite cramped. Your presence here would be of little utility. After a moment's hesitation, Fu Junyao spoke. If Brother Zhu truly wishes to assist, please fetch some wine mixed with realgar. The more, the better. Ah, splendid. I shall leave this matter in your capable hands, Zhu Cheng declared, striding purposefully towards the exit. Cheng Jingxian exhaled a sigh of relief, surveying the anxious gazes of those around him. He approached a middle-aged man gravely injured. Please extend your hand. Doctor, do take a look, Fu Junyao murmured. He is poisoned. Cheng Jingxian accepted the silk thread and, with practiced precision, took the man's pulse. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow. Indeed, he is poisoned. The middle-aged man, filled with trepidation, trembled uncontrollably, his gaunt figure resembling a withered branch, precariously swaying in the wind as if it might snap at any moment. Unconsciously, he took a few steps forward, drawn to Cheng Jingxian as if seeking the last flicker of life. Doctor, is there still hope? He implored, extending a hand adorned with unkempt, darkened nails. Fu Junyao instinctively stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Cheng Jingxian. Yet, the patient gently brushed aside this gesture of goodwill, seizing the doctor's frail hands with his own. In that instant, Fu Junyao's fastidiousness seemed to dissipate entirely. A look of astonishment crossed his face. The patient's visage was marred by dried blood, his body soiled, with several wounds festering and oozing pus, presenting a most gruesome sight. Yet, Cheng Jingxian appeared to suffer from selective blindness, as he grasped the man's hand and gently guided him to a seated position, solemnly asserting, "There must be a way." Such gentle whispers possess a magical power to soothe the heart. After a while, Cheng Jingxian quietly pulled Fu Junyao aside and asked in a hushed tone, "Is there still hope for them?" Fu Junyao let out a deep sigh, feeling utterly exhausted in both body and spirit. "It is troublesome, but there should be a chance." Cheng Jingxuan's expression softened slightly, his body, which had been rigid since entering, finally relaxed. A peculiar thought emerged in Fu Junyao's mind. Was this sigh of relief for the lives of those inside, or for his opportunity to exact revenge at Qingqiao Manor? The favorability of his target had increased by a fraction yesterday. Now standing at 96 points, victory was within reach. He implored himself not to give up at such a critical moment. Irritated by his incessant musings, Fu Junyao shoved the wristband deep into the thick folds of his sleeve and jabbed it fiercely. "If you don't stop nagging, I'll melt you down." The system promptly fell silent. Were this to happen to someone else, 9.5 out of 10 would heed the system's directive to continue the mission. Yet Fu Junyao was precisely that half who diverged from the norm. He presented himself as carefree and seemingly indifferent, treating life-threatening tasks with a casual attitude. Yet within, he adhered steadfastly to his own principles and boundaries, impervious to the influences of others and unmoved by the prevalent values of society. Essentially, he was a modern individual who revered life as much as he revered freedom and dignity. To remain amidst a band of ruthless killers was simply untenable for him, despite a lingering attachment to a certain person. Nevertheless, he resolved to embody the demeanor of a cool, composed adult. At this hour, he would typically be present. Perhaps this is what one might call a fateful, yet unfulfilled connection. However, he never anticipated that even bidding farewell would become a luxury. Fu Junyao shook his head, slung his burden over one shoulder, and was about to leave the world with an air of charismatic, domineering so-like allure when suddenly a trembling hand grasped the hem of his garment. "Young man." The elderly woman struggled to raise her hand and pointed at his burden, her voice quaking with anxiety. "Are you leaving?" Fu Junyao, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and chuckled lightly. "Indeed, dear lady." The old woman's eyes twitched, and 2 streams of tears flowed from her murky gaze, mingling with the discharge from her eyes. Is it because I am beyond saving that you intend to depart?" Fu Junyao, feeling overwhelmed, hastily waved his hands. No. "Dear lady, you are recovering well. Your wounds are healing, and soon you shall be just fine. Please do not dwell on such thoughts." The elderly woman, clearly unconvinced, began to weep uncontrollably. "You deceive me. Young man, if I truly were to recover, why would you flee?" In a flurry, Fu Junyao used his sleeve to wipe her tears, explaining, "I am not fleeing. I am departing with the utmost integrity. Listen, young man, if the problems remain unresolved, they will always follow you like shadows. Matters that cannot find resolution here will elude you even at the ends of the earth. You cannot tend to only half of my needs and then abandon me." Fu Junyao spread his hands in exasperation, feeling as though tears might spill from him as well. "What on earth are you rambling about, my venerable ancestor? Rest assured, my dear mother-in-law, your illness is no longer severe." The familiar voice resonated, causing Fu Junyao to shiver involuntarily. He lifted his gaze to see Cheng Jingxian approaching, with an air of elegance. The elderly woman immediately released Fu Junyao's hand, trembling as she grasped the hem of Cheng Jingxian's garment. "Dr. Fu, you wouldn't deceive this old woman, would you?" Cheng Jingxian nodded, his eyes reflecting an indescribable tenderness. "Now I can breathe easy," the old lady exclaimed, patting her chest in relief, before pointing quizzically at the bundle Fu Junyao carried. "And this young man?" Cheng Jingxian cast a swift glance at him and softly elucidated, "The contents of his bundle are all medicines. Since your ailment has improved, He must carry them to assist others in need. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, yes, Dr. Fu is absolutely right. The elderly woman beamed with delight and waved at Fu Junyao. Then off you go. Safe travels. Wait, mother-in-law, your change of heart is rather swift. I am the true Dr. Fu here. Cheng Jingxian had already risen, extending his hand towards him. I need no assistance from you. Fu Yi, displaying a haughty demeanor, turned away, propping himself up from the ground, dusting off his clothes, and defiantly gestured with his chin. Let us be off. Do not extend such kindness to others in the future, Cheng Jingxian said nonsensically. What? He sighed softly. In this lifetime, both time and energy are finite. Extending too much kindness to others can lead one to neglect oneself. Perhaps there are many things you truly do not care about, yet in this world, there exist others who are deeply concerned, hoping for your well-being. Fu Junyao paused in disbelief, pointing at himself incredulously and saying, How can you even criticize me when you are not faring any better? As he spoke, he suddenly halted, erupting with frustration as he berated Cheng Jingxian from head to toe. Do you have any idea how troublesome you are, how much you make others worry? You are both self-absorbed and obsessive-compulsive, constantly nagging others or tormenting yourself. You are proud and picky, and what is even more infuriating is your sporadic obsession with cleanliness. When treating others, you can be as messy as you like, but the moment you are with me, you find fault with everything, insisting I wash my hands at least 30 times a day. Do you realize how bothersome you are? As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Junyao seized Cheng Jingxian's hand and struck it. Cheng Jingxian stared blankly at the cotton cloth left on his palm, asking, What is this? Fu Junyao, clearly conflicted, took a few steps in place before waving his hand dismissively, saying, Forget it, forget it. Old things can be discarded. I cannot be bothered to search for it. Let it belong to whoever finds it. I wonder if that fool will even make use of it. Cheng Jingxian was momentarily taken aback. In such a solemn farewell setting, he had intended to suppress a laugh, but despite managing to hold back the upward curve of his lips, he could not contain the joy that sparkled in his eyes. He lifted the pristine gloves from his palm and, with a half-smile, asked, Since you have so many concerns, why not simply stay? Fu Junyao took a step forward, patting his shoulder like a cool, composed adult, his face adorned with a rare seriousness. I have my own convictions, which you may not comprehend. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, tightly grasping Fu Junyao's hand. Today, I genuinely intended to see you off, but these hands have ensnared me. I do not wish to let go.
Hey.
What do you mean? Stay with me, Cheng Jingxian implored. I promise I will not act recklessly, nor will I conspire with them. I will collaborate with the authorities, utilizing the laws of our dynasty to transparently apprehend those leeches draining the lifeblood of the common folk. I will not allow you to witness any further scenes of bloodshed. Do you believe me? Will you dare to stay and join me in this gamble? In the distance, Fu Junyao felt a stir within. The Virgo often cloaked themselves in a hard exterior, rendering themselves impervious, yet concealed within was a heart brimming with tenderness and sensitivity. Take Cheng Jingxian, for instance. Even if his heart was as soft as a snail, he had to present an armor of thick, tough shell on the surface. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a muffled groan of pain. Apologies, I didn't mean to touch your wound, Cheng Jingxian expressed with regret. The patient shook his head, suppressing a cry of pain, though his entire face contorted, hands trembling as they formed fists, as if he were holding back. His once powerless legs, which had been sprawled on the ground, curled up, his emaciated body coiling into a ball, resembling not a middle-aged man of 40, but rather an incompletely grown child. The recently injured wound began to ooze blood once more, prompting Cheng Jingxian to take out some alcohol to cleanse the wound again, followed by reapplying the ointment. Finally, he retrieved a bandage, meticulously wrapping it around the injury in delicate layers, securing it with a small, exquisite knot at the end. His movements were slow, yet each step was executed with unwavering precision. "Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and bring the medicine over," he called without lifting his gaze. Junyao was momentarily taken aback before realizing Chung was addressing him. He couldn't help but mutter, as expected, "He never speaks kindly to me," and then slowly poured a bowl of medicine to deliver. "Thank you, young sir." The injured man smiled warmly at Junyao, warming his heart. "You feed this uncle the medicine. I will tend to the others," Cheng Jingxian instructed. Junyao nodded, scooping a spoonful of the herbal concoction, blowing on it to cool, and bringing it to the lips of the middle-aged man. With a sense of trepidation, the man drank the medicine, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young sir. You're too kind, uncle." "This is simply what a doctor should do," Junyao replied, scooping another spoonful to feed the uncle. After the man finished the medicine, he settled down to rest. Understanding the toll of Cheng Jingshuan's labor, Junyao was preparing to assist him further when he noticed that the main figure had vanished. Confused, he stepped outside in search of him, and just as he reached the entrance, he heard a familiar voice. "Brother Fu, thank you for your generous help. Not only did you save my life, but you also saved so many of my brothers at Qingchao Manor. I truly have no way to repay you." It was Zhu Qingzhong. Junyao carefully took a step back, retreating into the shadows of the passageway. "Brother Zhu, you flatter me. After all we've endured together, we are as close as siblings. Such trifles are of little consequence." Cheng Jingxian's voice was nonchalant. Dear brother, I, Zhu Qingzhong, a rough and unrefined man, feel truly fortunate to count Brother Fu among my companions. It is worth any sacrifice. Having a brother like you is indeed more precious than gold." "Very well, my friend. I shall not beat around the bush. Yesterday, you aided us in repelling those ruffians, and they will certainly seek retribution against you. Our Qingchao village may not be vast, but it is not insignificant, boasting thousands of brothers. As a disciple of the village, I count myself as a half-master. If you wish to join us, you shall stand alongside me as equals." This. Cheng Jingxian hesitated, deliberately prolonging his response to convey uncertainty. Junyao felt a pang of anxiety, only to hear Zhu Qingzhong continue. "Brother, we fought together, we saved lives. If you refuse to join Qingchao village, does that imply you look down upon our humble establishment? Not at all. Qingchao village is renowned, its name resounding far and wide." After a moment's hesitation, Cheng Jingxian gritted his teeth and said, "Since Brother Zhu extends such heartfelt intentions, I shall." Yet before the words of acceptance could escape his lips, Junyao's mind erupted in chaos, his rationality struggling to form coherent thoughts, while his mouth, quicker than his mind, proclaimed loudly, "Absolutely not." Junyao chastised himself for his impulsiveness, but having committed, he swallowed hard and pressed on. "What I meant to convey is that Dr. Fu is currently unavailable for 4. The medicine has run out. Dr. Fu must immediately prepare the medicine. Countless lives rest in his hands." Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingzhong's expression turned tense, and he repeatedly insisted, "It's my fault, my fault. Such trivial matters should not be raised at this critical moment. Brother Fu, please prioritize preparing the medicine. Saving lives is paramount." Cheng Jingxian raised an eyebrow, casting a penetrating glance at Junyao. "Indeed, saving lives is of utmost importance. Xiao Cheng, join me in the pharmacy to prepare the medicine." Junyao responded and, with a sense of unease, carried the medicine box away. "Cursed emotional system. What foolishness have I been driven to commit?" he lamented. Junyao picked up the wristband and began to poke it fervently. "What do you mean? Nothing? Do you have any idea how embarrassed I am today?" I resembled a lecher, lunging forward as if I had never encountered a handsome man in my life. All the dignity I accumulated over the past 20-some years vanished this afternoon. That shouldn't matter. After all, Only the three of us are aware. What others do not know is as though it never occurred, came the retort. Your reasoning is rather outdated. Fu Junyao pondered for a moment, then poked the wristband again. By the way, do you even count as a person? The system paused momentarily before suppressing its jesting tone and reverting to its usual monotonous electronic voice. I do not. I am merely a series of codes. Fu Junyao stretched his limbs, positioning himself in the most comfortable posture. One cannot deny the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence. This outdated system of yours will inevitably evolve. A mechanical chuckle echoed softly, concealed within the inky darkness of the night. Unbeknownst to him, at some unknown hour, the once pitch-black exterior of the house was suddenly illuminated by flames. A panicked cry pierced the stillness of the night. Fire! Fu Junyao sprang upright, the remnants of sleep dissipating in the face of the cacophony outside his door. He hastily donned a coat and leapt from his bed. Upon flinging open the window, he beheld the mountainside ablaze with a towering inferno. Frantic figures scurried about, clutching buckets, yet their efforts proved futile against the overwhelming blaze. This was dire. The fire raged at the granary. Cheng Jingshuan's residence was perilously close. A jolt of urgency coursed through Fu Junyao as he hastily slipped on his shoes and dashed out, only to collide headlong with a large figure exuding the scent of sweat. Stunned, he stumbled back a few steps, and to his bewilderment, he found himself face to face with Zhu Qingzhang, who bore a hefty machete. Brother Zhu, what brings you here? Zhu Qingzhang's face lit up with relief. Ah, little Cheng, it is such a relief to see you unharmed. Quickly, retreat to the back of the house. Those ruffians from the bandit gang have colluded with the authorities and are launching another attack. Where is Dr. Fu? He is at the front assisting the injured, and it was he who specifically instructed me to ensure your safety. You mustn't linger here. It is perilous.
Come.
Let me guide you to safety at the back. Brother, you are heading the wrong way. That is the granary. Before Zhu Qingzhang's words could fully escape his lips, Fu Junyao had already dashed off into the distance, his feet moving as if propelled by the very wheels of the wind, heading straight for the heart of the brightest flames. In no time, he vanished into the night, leaving Zhu Qingzhang to stare at a flattened shoe. Unable to suppress a murmur, even if one is hurrying to the afterlife, one might as well put on their shoes. Upon reaching the scene of the fire, Fu Junyao was met with utter chaos. In an era devoid of fire hoses and well-trained firefighting squads, only a group of uninformed individuals scrambled about, awkwardly carrying their meager buckets in a desperate attempt to fetch water from a distant well to extinguish the flames. Such inefficiency seemed unlikely to quell the raging inferno. With the grain stores nestled against the forest, the abundance of flammable trees was matched only by the rich earth beneath. The principles of extinguishing fire were simple: either reduce the temperature or cut off the oxygen supply. Contemplating his options, Fu Junyao seized a water basin abandoned on the ground, filled it to the brim with soil, and hurled it towards the fire, shouting, "Distant water cannot quench a nearby blaze. Everyone, throw mud at the flames. It can extinguish the fire just the same." Gradually, the flames began to subside, though the contents within had likely been reduced to ashes. Those unscathed rushed in to carry the injured out, the surroundings engulfed by anguished cries. "Fetch some cold water," Fu Junyao bellowed, seizing a basin of the remaining water used for firefighting, plunging the less severely burned individual's wounds into it. He had rushed out without any medicinal supplies, but fortunately, the silver needles he always carried were still at hand. Fu Junyao swiftly unwrapped the needle case, crouching beside the nearest victim to identify the acupoints. "Hey, do you know how to treat wounds? You can't just stab the needles carelessly," a voice cried out. Fu Junyao accurately located the acupoints and swiftly inserted the needles without raising his eyelids. "I am not a physician. Can you do any better?"
Hey you.
The loquacious individual rolled up his sleeves, clearly ready to strike. The injured party exclaimed, "Ah, It seems to be hurting less. Humph. The man had no choice but to angrily summon help. Doctor, hurry over. Someone has been struck by a burning beam and is on the brink of death. Someone shouted at Junyao. He immediately withdrew the silver needles from his hands and rushed over, only to find the victim weakly leaning against a relative. The injured thigh a gruesome sight, blood soaking into the surrounding grass. Junyao extended his hand to take the pulse, discovering a rapid and perilous pulse. He proceeded to needle the patient at 8 critical acupoints, inserting the silver needles 2 feet deep, yet to his dismay, the bleeding did not cease. The man gasped in agony, his breaths gradually becoming shallower. Doctor, is there any hope? The relative's lips trembled, tears glistening in their eyes, as if they were on the verge of witnessing their loved one depart from this world. In an era where medicine was not well developed, it was all too common for a minor injury to claim a life. Junyao felt a surge of anxiety, beads of sweat pouring from him. He swiftly removed the needles from the patient, reassessing the acupoints, once again targeting those 8 hemostatic points, this time inserting the needles 3 feet deep. Yet there was still no improvement. The patient was now barely clinging to life. This is dire. The wound from the burning beam is too deep, the temperature too high. The bleeding cannot be stopped. Oldly, you must not die. Upon hearing this, the relatives immediately broke into sobs, and those around them wore expressions of profound sorrow. Junyao once again removed the silver needle and resumed taking the pulse. His hands, dampened by anxiety, struggled to discern a definitive pulse. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Water is here." A spark of inspiration ignited within Junyao. He swiftly inserted the needle to seal the vital acupuncture point on the patient's chest, then seized the basin of cold water, pouring it all over the injured individual. "What are you doing?" exclaimed a drenched relative, startled by the abrupt chill. "Who is this person? Does he even know how to heal?" Doubts echoed around them, but Junyao remained impervious to the skepticism. He continued his task, inserting the needle to stem the flow of blood at the 8 critical points, penetrating 2.5 inches into the flesh, until at last the bleeding gradually subsided. Junyao let out a long sigh of relief. "Dr. Fu," someone called out. As 2 doctors arrived, confusion washed over the faces of the onlookers. Clearing his throat, Junyao quickly amended his words, saying, "Dr. Fu, you have finally arrived. I believe I have fulfilled my duty." Jingxian patted his shoulder reassuringly, discreetly squeezing his palm. "You did exceptionally well. Thank you for your hard work." The crowd then exhibited expressions of sudden clarity. Jingxian crouched down, opened the medicine box, and sprinkled hemostatic powder on the patient's wounds. He then retrieved a bottle of ointment for burns, handing it to the relative. "Change the dressing twice daily. Avoid contact with water. Remember. The relative's eyes welled with tears, gratitude pouring from their lips. "Thank you, Dr. Fu, for saving a life. Thank you, Dr. Fu, for your mercy." A chorus of admiration arose from the surrounding crowd. Only then did Junyao truly relax. "Are you all right?" Jingxian inquired with concern. Junyao chuckled softly and took a few steps closer, reflecting inwardly. "What troubles could I possibly have? My sole purpose is to rescue others." Jingxian noticed that the sound of his footsteps was uneven, and upon looking down, he furrowed his brow. "Where are your shoes?" Junyao also glanced down and realized that he was running around barefoot on one foot. No wonder it felt peculiar. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. "I must have lost them while putting out the fire earlier." Jingxian shot him an exasperated glare. "You truly are a source of concern. Is that not the posture of a Princess Carrie? What do you take me for? What on earth are you doing?" Junyao, filled with indignation, shook his leg as if ready to topple someone over. Jingxian waved his hand and playfully smacked him on the backside. Junyao's face flushed crimson, and just as he was about to unleash a tirade against this opportunistic rogue, he heard a chilling threat. Junyao stiffened. his mind conjuring images of various grotesque insects crawling forth to engage him in existential discourse, sending a shiver down his spine, and he dared not move again. Brother Fu.
Little Cheng.
A sudden call interrupted their farewell. Cheng Jingxian stepped forward. Brother Zhu, what brings you here? Zhu Qingzhong seized his hand and pulled him outward. Good news. Our master wishes to see you both. Fu Junyao was taken aback. You mean you all? Indeed. Zhu Qingzhong grasped Fu Junyao with his other hand, unceremoniously pulling him along, only to realize after a few steps that something was amiss. Brother Cheng, why are you carrying a burden? Fu Junyao, momentarily at a loss for words, silently turned his head away. Zhu Qingzhong then cast a puzzled glance at Cheng Jingxian, only to find him similarly averting his gaze, leading to a sudden epiphany. Ah, they had quarreled. In the eyes of Zhu Qingzhong, a straightforward and unrefined man of the martial world, arguments were incomprehensible. What issues could not be resolved with a good fight? However, observing the frail physiques of these two brothers, it was clear they would hardly withstand a couple of his punches, and there was truly nothing worth fighting over, so it was better to mediate peace. Chapter 49. Following the recent upheaval, the estate was now home to an increased number of injured. Zhu Qingzhong had originally intended to show the two men around Qingqiao Manor and find an opportune moment to pay respects to the master of the estate. Yet, with the urgent need to tend to the wounded, he could only lead them directly to the makeshift, oversized infirmary for the gravely ill. Nevertheless, as a gesture of humanitarian concern, he offered a friendly warning about the dire conditions within. Brother Fu, inside are our injured and poisoned comrades. It may be quite a sight, so be prepared. Cheng Jingxian nonchalantly gestured for him to proceed. No worries, Brother Zhu, lead the way. Zhu Qingzhong complied and pushed open the door, which creaked ominously as it swung wide. It was a newly painted door, recently marred by the influx of patients. Inside was a narrow corridor, only 3 to 5 meters long, and upon entering, a foul stench assaulted their senses, prompting both Fu and Cheng to instinctively hold their breaths. At the other end of the corridor lay a room the size of a modern living room, crowded with approximately 70 to 80 individuals. There were no tables or chairs. Only a layer of woolen carpet adorned the floor. The occupants were sprawled and standing, their bodies overlapping, inhaling each other's exhaled stale air. Their bodies were marred by various wounds, festering and oozing, and even the bloodstains on their faces had gone unwashed. There were no groans of pain nor desperate cries. They resembled a group of insensate scarecrows, numbly observing the grotesque reflections of their own suffering in one another, awaiting the decree of death. Fu Junyao inhaled sharply, nearly choking on the unbearable stench. Why were they not given treatment for their wounds or allowed fresh air? Was this how Qingqiao village treated its own? Cheng Jingxian, filled with indignation, spoke out. Upon hearing this, Cheng Jingxian found himself momentarily breathless, a lump caught in his throat. Brother Fu, I implore you. His heart ached as he glanced at Fu Junyao, his expression imbued with an unprecedented solemnity and determination. Fu, shall spare no effort. Only then did Zhu Qingzhong rise and take a few steps inside, discreetly wiping his eye with his thumb before calling out, Brothers, the divine healer has arrived. This proclamation resonated like a message from the heavens, igniting hope within all present. The entire room turned towards the entrance, their faces worn by prolonged battles with illness. Yet their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light, akin to the fervent flames hidden beneath an iceberg, igniting the last flicker of their will to survive. Zhu Qingzhong was naturally unwilling, exclaiming, No. Even at my worst, I can assist Brother Fu with some trivial tasks. How could I possibly leave you all here to toil while I indulge in slumber? Cheng Jingxian waved his hand dismissively, saying, Brother Zhu, you are overthinking it. The trivial matters will be handled by Xiao Cheng. Moreover, this place is inherently cramped. Your presence here would be futile. After a moment's hesitation, Fu Junyao spoke. If Brother Zhu truly wishes to assist, please fetch some wine mixed with realgar. The more, the better.
Ah,
Very well. I entrust this matter to you.
with that.
Zhu Qingzhong strode purposefully towards the exit. Cheng Jingxian exhaled in relief, surveying the surroundings where everyone cast eager glances in his direction. He approached a middle-aged man who appeared to be gravely injured and requested, "Please extend your hand." "Doctor, please take a look," Fu Junyao murmured. "He is poisoned." Cheng Jingxian accepted the silk thread and adeptly took the man's pulse. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and declared, "Indeed, he is poisoned." The middle-aged man, suddenly alarmed, trembled uncontrollably, his gaunt form resembling a withered branch, swaying precariously in the wind, as if ready to fall at any moment. He instinctively took a few steps forward, seeking the warmth of life that Cheng Jingxian seemed to embody. "Doctor, is there any hope for recovery?" he asked, extending his hand, the long, untrimmed nails a deep shade of black, indistinguishable in color. Fu Junyao instinctively stepped forward to shield Cheng Jingxian, yet to his surprise, the doctor gently pushed aside this overture of protection and grasped the emaciated hands of the patient. In that instant, his usual fastidiousness and meticulous nature seemed to vanish entirely. Fu Junyao looked on in astonishment. The patient's face was smeared with dried blood, and his body was filthy, with several wounds that had festered, oozing pus and blood, presenting a truly grotesque sight. Yet, Cheng Jingxian appeared to be selectively blind to the horror, gently grasping the patient's hand and assisting him to sit up, solemnly assuring him, "There must be a way." Such soft murmurs possessed a miraculous power to soothe the soul. After a moment, Cheng Jingxian quietly pulled Fu Junyao aside and asked in hushed tones, "Is there still hope for them?" Fu Junyao sighed deeply, feeling utterly drained. "It's quite troublesome.
But there should be a chance.
Cheng Jingxian's expression softened slightly, the stiffness that had gripped him since entering the room finally beginning to ease. A curious thought flickered in Fu Junyao's mind. Was this sigh of relief for the lives of those inside, or for his own pursuit of vengeance at Qingzhou Manor? The approval rating for the target mission had increased slightly, now standing at 96 points. Victory was within reach, and the host must not falter at this crucial moment. Growing weary of the incessant reminders, Fu Junyao shoved the wristband deep into his thick sleeve and gave it a hard poke, muttering, "If you keep nagging, I'll dissolve you right now." The system fell silent as expected. If this situation had befallen someone else, 9.5 out of 10 would heed the system's guidance and continue with the mission, but Fuyu was precisely that half who defied the norm. He appeared nonchalant and indifferent, as if he cared little for anything, even tasks that involved life and death. Yet within him lay a steadfast commitment to his own principles and boundaries, unperturbed by the actions of others or the prevailing values of society. Because he is, in essence, a modern individual, he holds life in the same reverence as he does freedom and dignity. To confine him within a band of ruthless brigands, who treat murder as a commonplace affair, is beyond his capacity. Although he is indeed reluctant to part with a certain someone, he must embrace the demeanor of a resolute adult. Usually, at this hour, that person would be present. Perhaps this is what one might call a fated yet unfulfilled connection. Yet, he never anticipated that even a farewell would become a luxury. Fu Junyao shook his head, slinging a burden over his shoulder, intending to leave the world with an alluringly domineering silhouette. Suddenly, a trembling hand seized the hem of his garment. Sir, the elderly woman struggled to lift her hand, pointing at his burden, and asked with palpable trepidation, "Are you leaving, young man?" Fu Junyao, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and responded with a sheepish grin, "Yes, Grandma." The corners of the old woman's eyes twitched, and tears streamed down her withered cheeks, mingling with the discharge from her eyes. Is it because I am beyond saving that you choose to leave?" Fu Junyao felt overwhelmed and hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no. Grandma, you're getting better. Your wounds are healing, and soon you'll be just fine. Please do not think too much into it. The elderly woman, clearly unconvinced, began to weep inconsolably. You are deceiving this old woman. If you truly believed I would recover, why would you run away? In a flurry, Junyao used his sleeve to wipe her tears, insisting, I am not running away. I am leaving openly and honestly. Young man, let me tell you, if a problem remains unresolved, it will persistently shadow you like a ghost. The answers you cannot find here will elude you even if you wander to the ends of the earth. You cannot merely attend to half of my plight and then abandon me. Woe is me. Junyao threw up his hands, feeling an overwhelming urge to weep. What on earth are you rambling about, my esteemed ancestor? Rest assured, dear lady, your ailment is no longer severe. A familiar voice resonated, causing Junyao to shiver. He looked up to see Qingjingxian, dressed impeccably, striding towards him. The old woman immediately released Junyao's hand and, trembling, grasped the hem of Qingjingxian's garment.
Doctor.
You haven't deceived this old woman, have you? Qingjingxian nodded, his eyes filled with an indescribable tenderness. Now I can breathe easy. The elderly lady, her panic subsiding, patted her chest and then, with a puzzled expression, pointed at the bundle on Junyao's back. And this young man? Qingjingxian cast a quick glance at him and softly explained, the bundle he carries is filled with medicine. Now that your condition has improved, he must take it to treat others, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Dr. Fu speaks nothing but the truth. The old woman beamed with joy, waving farewell to Junyao. Go on now, safe travels, safe travels. Goodness, dear lady, your change of heart is quite astonishing. I am the true Dr. Fu. Qingjingxian stood up and extended his hand towards him. Allow me to escort you out. I don't need your assistance. Yi turned his head away with a hint of arrogance, propping himself up from the ground. He casually dusted off his clothes and defiantly gestured with his chin, saying, Let us go. You should refrain from being so kind to others in the future. Qingjingxian, somewhat bewildered, replied, What? With a soft sigh, he continued, In this lifetime, both time and energy are finite. Being overly generous to others can easily lead one to neglect oneself. Perhaps there are many things you genuinely do not care about, yet there are others in this world who are concerned about their hopes for your well-being. Junyao was momentarily taken aback, incredulously pointing at himself.
How can you even say that? How much better are you?
Suddenly halting his steps, he erupted, chastising Qingjingxian from head to toe. Do you have any idea how troublesome and worrisome you are? So self-absorbed and obsessive-compulsive, constantly nagging others or yourself. You're both aloof and picky. What's more infuriating is that intermittent cleanliness obsession. When treating others, you don't mind the mess at all. But when you're with me, you nitpick about everything. You make me wash my hands at least 30 times a day. Do you even realize how annoying you are? As soon as his words fell, Junyao seized Qingjingxian's hand and swatted it away. Qingjingxian stared blankly at the cotton fabric that remained on his hand and asked, What is this? Junyao, appearing somewhat conflicted, took a couple of steps in place and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Forget it, let the old stuff go. I can't be bothered to look for it. Let it belong to whoever found it. I wonder if that fool will even know how to use it. Qingjingxian remained in a state of shock. In such a solemn farewell setting, he attempted to suppress a smile, managing to restrain the upward curve of his lips. Yet he could not conceal the joy that sparkled in his eyes. He picked up the pristine gloves resting in his palm and, with a half-smile, inquired, If you have so many lingering concerns, why not simply stay? Junyao stepped forward, embodying the demeanor of a cool adult as he patted his shoulder. His expression unusually grave. I have my own convictions. You wouldn't understand. Suddenly, a light laugh escaped him as he grasped Junyao's hand tightly. I truly intended to send you off today, but these gloves have ensnared me. I do not wish to let go.
Hey, what do you mean by that?
Stay, Cheng Jingxian urged. I promise you I won't act recklessly, nor will I collude with them. I will cooperate with the authorities, employing the laws of our dynasty to justly apprehend those leeches that drain the lifeblood of the populace. I will ensure you never witness any more scenes of bloodshed. Do you believe me? Are you brave enough to stay and gamble on this with me? In the distance, Fu Junyao felt a stirring within him. A Virgo often cloaks himself in a tough exterior, rendering him seemingly impervious, yet within lies a hidden tenderness and sensitivity. Take Cheng Jingxian, for instance. Even if his heart is as soft as a snail, he must present a thick and hard turtle shell on the outside. Lost in thought, a sudden muffled groan of pain echoed from within. I apologize, I didn't mean to touch your wound, Cheng Jingxian expressed with genuine regret. The patient shook his head, suppressing a cry of pain, yet his entire face contorted, and his hands trembled as they clenched into fists, as if he were enduring great agony. The originally powerless legs curled upon the ground, the emaciated body coiling into a ball, bearing little resemblance to a middle-aged man of 40. Rather, it appeared akin to an underdeveloped child. The recently wounded injury began to seep blood once more, compelling Cheng Jingxian to retrieve alcohol to cleanse the wound anew, followed by the application of medicine, and finally, he took out a bandage to meticulously wrap the injury, culminating in a small, exquisite knot at the end. His movements were slow, yet imbued with an unwavering precision at each step. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and fetch the medicine, he called without lifting his head. Fu Junyao, momentarily taken aback, realized he was being addressed and could not help but mutter, as expected, he never speaks kindly to me. He then leisurely poured a bowl of medicine and brought it over. Thank you, young sir. The patient offered Fu Junyao a simple smile, warming his heart. You feed this gentleman his medicine. I will tend to others, Cheng Jingxian instructed. Fu Junyao nodded, scooping a spoonful of the medicinal broth, cooling it before bringing it to the middle-aged man's lips. The man, filled with trepidation, drank the broth and expressed, Many thanks, young sir. No need for such courtesy, sir. It is the duty of a physician, Fu Junyao replied, offering another spoonful of broth for the gentleman to consume. After he finished the medicine, the man lay down to rest. Understanding the fatigue Cheng Jingxian endured, Fu Junyao was about to lend a hand when he realized the principal figure had vanished. Puzzled, he stepped outside in search, and upon reaching the entrance, he heard a familiar voice. Brother Fu, I am immensely grateful for your noble assistance. Not only have you saved my worthless life, but you have also spared the lives of many brothers at Qingqiao Manor. I truly have no way to repay you. It is Zhu Chengzhong. Fu Junyao cautiously stepped back, retreating into the shadows of the corridor. Brother Zhu, you exaggerate. After enduring life and death together, we are as close as brothers. Such trivial matters are of little consequence. The voice of Cheng Jingxian came lightly. Good brother. Zhu Qingzhong, a rough man, am truly honored to have a brother like Brother Fu. It makes death worthwhile. With a brother like you, I feel wealthier than gold. Very well. Brother, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Yesterday, you assisted us in repelling those rascals from the bandit gang. They will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. Our Qingtsong Manor may not be vast, yet we have several thousand brothers here. As a disciple of the manor, I am considered a half-master. If you are willing to join us at Qingtsong Manor, you shall stand with me, a simple man, as equals. What say you? Cheng Jingxian paused slightly, deliberately elongating his tone to convey hesitation. Fu Junyao felt a tightening in his chest and then heard Zhu Qingzong continue. Brother, we have fought together and saved lives. If you refuse to join our Qingtsong Manor, do you look down upon our humble establishment? Not at all, not at all. Qingtsong Manor has a long-standing reputation, renowned far and wide, Cheng Jingxian replied after a moment's contemplation, gritting his teeth as he said, "Since Brother Zhu expresses such heartfelt sincerity, then I shall." However, before he could finish the phrase "not refuse," Fu Junyao's mind exploded with thoughts, and before he could fully process the situation, his mouth spoke ahead of his reason. Exclaiming loudly, "No!" Fu Junyao thought to himself that it was reckless, yet he found himself in a predicament, unable to retreat. He swallowed hard and mustered the courage to say, "What I mean is that Dr. Fu is currently unavailable because the medicinal supplies inside have been exhausted. Dr. Fu must urgently procure more medicine. Countless lives depend on him." Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingzhang's expression immediately turned tense, and he exclaimed repeatedly, "It's my fault. It's my fault." Such a trivial matter should not be brought up at this moment. "Brother Fu, please prioritize gathering the medicine. Saving lives is of utmost importance." Cheng Jingxian raised an eyebrow slightly and cast a profound gaze at Fu Junyao. Indeed, saving lives is paramount. "Xiao Cheng, come with me to the pharmacy to fetch the medicine."
Ah.
Fu Junyao responded, anxiety gripping him as he picked up the medicine box and departed. "Curse this emotional transference system, making me commit such foolish acts," he lamented. Fu Junyao jabbed at the wrist device in frustration. "What do you mean? Nothing? Do you have any idea how embarrassing today has been for me? I acted like a lecherous fiend, pouncing forward as if starved for beauty, like a famished ghost who has never encountered a handsome man. All the dignity I've built over the past 20-odd years has vanished this afternoon. That may not be of concern, as only the three of us are aware of it. What others do not know is as if it never happened," the device countered. "Such a thought is rather shallow," Fu Junyao contemplated, pondering deeply before jabbing the wrist device once more. "By the way, do you even qualify as a sentient being?" The system paused momentarily before retracting its playful tone, reverting to its usual monotonous electronic voice. "I do not qualify. I am merely a compilation of countless lines of code." Fu Junyao stretched his limbs, positioning himself in the most comfortable posture, resembling a grand character. One cannot help but remark on the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence. "I dare say this flawed system shall inevitably attain sentience." A monotonous chuckle emanated from the system, concealed within the inky darkness of the night. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of flame illuminated the previously pitch-black exterior, and suddenly, the serene night was shattered by a panicked cry, "Fire!" Startled, Fu Junyao sprang upright. The remnants of sleep swiftly vanished by the cacophony of voices outside. He hastily donned a jacket and leaped from his bed. Upon flinging open the window, he beheld a towering inferno engulfing the rear mountain, with frantic individuals scurrying about, buckets in hand, yet their efforts were but a drop in the ocean. This was dire. The conflagration threatened the granary. Cheng Jingshuan's residence lay perilously close to the flames. A jolt of urgency coursed through Fu Junyao as he hastily slipped on his shoes, which remained unfastened, and dashed out the door. To his dismay, he collided headlong with a burly figure reeking of sweat, causing him to stagger back, momentarily dazed. As he regained his bearings, he was met by the sight of Zhu Qingzhang, wielding a hefty machete. "Brother Zhu, what brings you here?" Fu Junyao inquired. Zhu Qingzhang's expression brightened. "Ah, little Cheng, it is a relief to see you unharmed. Quickly, retreat to the back of the house. Those bandits have conspired with the authorities and are launching an assault." "Where is?" "No, I mean where is Dr. Fu?" "He's up front, aiding the injured. It was he who specifically instructed me to ensure your safety. You mustn't linger here. It is perilous. Come, let me escort you to safety." "Oh, brother, you are heading the wrong way. That is the granary." As Zhu Qingzhang's words hung in the air, Fu Junyao had already sprinted far ahead, his feet moving as if propelled by fire wheels, heading straight for the heart of the flames, swiftly vanishing into the night. Only Zhu Qingzhang remained, staring at a flattened shoe. Unable to suppress a murmur, Even if one is rushing to the afterlife, one ought to at least wear their shoes. Upon reaching the scene of the conflagration, chaos reigned. In this era, there were neither fire hoses nor trained firefighters, only a horde of ill-equipped individuals, clumsily hauling their small buckets and basins to the distant well to fetch water. Such inefficiency could hardly quell a raging inferno. The granaries were nestled against the mountains, surrounded by flammable trees, yet the earth was abundant as well. The principles of extinguishing fire were simple: either reduce the temperature or isolate it from oxygen. Junyao pondered for a moment, then seized a basin abandoned on the ground, filling it with soil and hurling it towards the flames, shouting, "Distant water cannot quench nearby fire. Everyone, throw mud onto the flames. It will extinguish them." Gradually, the fire was brought under control, though the belongings within had likely been reduced to ashes. Those unscathed rushed into the inferno, carrying the injured out one by one, the air filled with anguished cries. "Fetch some cold water," Junyao bellowed, seizing a basin of remaining water from the firefighting efforts and submerging the wounds of several lightly burned individuals. He had come in haste, without any medicinal supplies. Fortunately, the silver needles, which a healer never parts with, remained at his side. Junyao immediately unwrapped the needle pack, squatting beside the nearest injured person to identify the acupoints. "Hey, do you know how to treat injuries? Needles must not be recklessly inserted," a voice cried out. Junyao accurately located the acupoints and swiftly inserted the needles, not even lifting his eyelids. "I am not a physician. Do you believe you possess such abilities?" "Hey you, just watch as I strike you," retorted the loquacious individual, rolling up his sleeves, ready to take action. The injured party exclaimed, "Ah, it seems to hurt a bit less now." Humph. The man could only grumble in frustration as he called for assistance. "Doctor, hurry over. Someone has been struck by a burning beam and is on the verge of death." A voice rang out, directing attention to Junyao. He promptly withdrew the silver needles from his hands and rushed over, only to find the injured person weakly leaning against a relative, their wounded thigh a gruesome sight, blood soaking the surrounding grass. Junyao extended his hand to take the pulse, discovering a rapid and perilous rhythm. He proceeded to puncture 8 significant acupoints, inserting the silver needles deep into the flesh. Yet to his dismay, the bleeding did not cease. The individual gasped in agony, their breaths gradually diminishing. "Doctor, is there any hope for recovery?" The patient's relative trembled, tears glistening in their eyes, as if they were about to witness their loved one depart from this world. In an era when medical knowledge was rudimentary, even minor injuries could prove fatal. Junyao felt a surge of anxiety, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. He swiftly removed the needles from the patient, reassessing the acupoints, once more targeting those 8 critical sites. The needles penetrated 3 inches into the flesh. Yet there was still no sign of improvement. The injured individual was now on the brink of death. "This is dire. The wound from the burning beam is too deep, and the heat is insurmountable. There is no way to halt the bleeding. Oldly, you must not perish." Upon hearing this, the relative broke into a fit of sobs, and those around them displayed expressions of profound sorrow. Junyao once again removed the silver needle and resumed his examination of the pulse. His hands, drenched in sweat from anxiety, struggled to ascertain a definitive pulse pattern. "Water is here." Suddenly, a voice cried out. An idea struck Junyao. He swiftly inserted the needle to seal the major acupoint at the patient's heart, then seized the basin of cold water and doused it over the injured individual. "What are you doing?" exclaimed a relative, equally soaked to the bone. "Who is this person? Does he even know medicine?" The surrounding doubts echoed incessantly, but Junyao remained oblivious, continuing to insert the silver needles, applying them to the 8 major bleeding points, penetrating 2.5 inches into the flesh until the blood finally began to subside. Junyao exhaled deeply. "Dr. Fu," someone called out. The crowd gazed at the two approaching doctors with expressions of bewilderment. Clearing his throat, Fu Junyao immediately changed his tone. Dr. Fu, you have finally arrived. I hope I have not failed in my duty. Cheng Jingxian comfortingly patted his shoulder, seizing the moment to squeeze his palm. You did exceptionally well. It was arduous. Only then did the crowd exhibit a look of sudden realization. Cheng Jingxian knelt down, opened the medicine box, and sprinkled the hemostatic powder on the patient's wounds. He then retrieved a bottle of burn ointment and handed it to the relative, saying, change the dressing twice daily and ensure the wound remains dry. Remember this, remember. Tears mingled with sweat. The injured person's relatives' eyes reddened as they expressed their gratitude to Cheng Jingxian, exclaiming, thank you, Dr. Fu, for saving a life. Thank you, Dr. Fu, for saving a life. A chorus of admiration arose from the onlookers. At last, Fu Junyao truly felt a sense of relief. Are you all right? Cheng Jingxian inquired with concern. Fu Junyao chuckled softly and took a few steps forward, pondering to himself, what could possibly concern me? My only duty is to rescue others. Cheng Jingxian, noticing the disparity in the sounds of his footsteps, glanced down and frowned. Where are your shoes? Fu Junyao followed his gaze and realized that he was running about with one foot bare, which explained the peculiar sensation he had felt. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. I must have lost them while extinguishing the fire earlier. Cheng Jingxian shot him a disapproving look. You truly are a source of constant worry. Isn't this the posture of a princess, Carrie? What do you take me for? What are you doing? Fu Yi, filled with indignation, shook his leg as if he were on the verge of toppling someone to the ground. Cheng Jingxian waved his hand, delivering a light smack on his backside. Fu Yi's face flushed with embarrassment, ready to reprimand this opportunistic old rogue with his benevolence, when he heard a cold threat. Fu Junyao stiffened, his mind conjuring images of various grotesque serpents, insects, and vermin approaching him with existential inquiries, causing a chill to run down his spine, and he dared not move again. Fu Ge, Shao Cheng. The sudden call interrupted this farewell. Cheng Jingxian stepped forward a few paces. Brother Zhu, what brings you here? Zhu Qingzhong seized the opportunity to grasp his hand and began pulling him outside. Good news. Our leader wishes to see you both. Fu Junyao was taken aback. You all? Indeed. Zhu Qingzhong grasped Fu Junyao with one hand and, without further ado, pulled him outside. After taking a few steps, he noticed something amiss. Shao Cheng, why are you carrying a burden? Fu Junyao was momentarily at a loss for words, silently turning his head away. Zhu Qingzhong then cast a puzzled glance at Cheng Jingxian, only to find him likewise averting his gaze. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Oh, they must have quarreled. In the mind of Zhu Qingzhong, a straightforward and unrefined figure of the Jianghu, arguments were an incomprehensible phenomenon. What issue could not be resolved with a good fistfight? Yet, considering the frail physiques of these two brothers, they would hardly withstand a couple of blows, and there was indeed nothing worth fighting over. It was better to encourage reconciliation. Chapter 50. General Liu from Jinjiang was quite down to earth, known for his forthrightness and penchant for speaking the truth, lacking any semblance of a CEO's arrogance. Thus, he enjoyed considerable popularity in Jinjiang, being ranked third among the administrators, earning him the moniker Third Uncle in the Jianghu. Third Uncle was admirable in many respects, though he had a tendency to be somewhat stingy. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Junyao. Fu Junyao looked up to find an old acquaintance, Wan Xiangwen, the head of the RD department at Jinjiang. Xiangwen, it's almost time for work. What brings you here? If memories served him correctly, their homes were quite far apart. Fu Junyao raised his hand, the accessories on him jingling softly. Come with me. Fu Junyao can truly be regarded as an experienced driver. He began riding electric bikes at the tender age of 12, and by 15, he was already driving without a license. Accustomed to speed, his friends, well versed in the art of driving, would invariably buckle their seatbelts upon entering his vehicle. Wan Xiangwen, perhaps having been caught off guard in the past, secured his seatbelt while firmly gripping the overhead handle. Was such exaggeration truly necessary? Fu Junyao shrugged helplessly and started the engine. Wan Xiangwen, attempting to mask his embarrassment, discreetly touched his nose with one hand. Seizing the moment, Fu Junyao executed a deft drift, swiftly maneuvering around an intersection, causing Wan Xiangwen to cling to the handle in alarm, chuckling nervously, safety first, safety first. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, Fu Junyao confidently declared, I have a decade of driving experience. I'm perfectly safe. However, as fate would have it, they encountered the third red light on their lengthy commute, forcing Fu Junyao to stop in frustration and exchange glances with a traffic signal. Wan Xiangwen retrieved a glimmering silver bracelet from his pocket and tossed it to him, saying, Wear this Zodiac bracelet. It will bring you good fortune. Fu Junyao cast a cursory glance at the bracelet, which was adorned with intricate patterns representing the 12 zodiac signs: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, all seemingly rising in a circle as if greeting the sun. Yet, Wan Xiangwen's gesture warranted no more than a fleeting glance. Fu Junyao lifted an eyebrow and replied, You know I don't believe in such things. Installing that ridiculous Zodiac app was already pushing it. Wan Xiangwen insisted, Just consider it a token of friendship. I hope it proves beneficial for you during this troublesome period. As she spoke, Wan Xiangwen unceremoniously adorned Fu Junyao's right hand with the Zodiac bracelet. At that moment, the red light had just turned green, and Fu Junyao, engrossed in speeding, had no time to concern himself with the bracelet, thus neglecting to remove it. Upon arriving at the office at precisely 8:15, he was unsurprisingly late. Fu Junyao accepted the impending deduction from his salary by his uncle with nonchalance. Striding into the office with the swagger of an overly confident youth, he had yet to pour himself a cup of water when the internal phone rang. Fu Junyao anticipated a sweet, gentle voice on the other end, perhaps even a fan of his, and adjusted his tone to a perfectly measured pitch. Hello? Unfortunately, the voice that greeted him was that of a young man, not unpleasant, but certainly lacking the charm he had hoped for, leaving Fu Junyao, the voice-sensitive head of customer service, thoroughly disappointed. Director Fu, this is Xiao from the technical department. Could you please come to our office? Xiao, a newly confirmed young man, was somewhat familiar to Fu Junyao. Known for his timid and honest demeanor, he would typically shy away from making calls unless under dire circumstances. Nevertheless, separating personal feelings from professional duty, Fu Junyao decided not to hold it against the lad. With a wave of his hand, he replied, I shall come.
Xiao,
Relieved yet anxious, promptly hung up, casting a glance at their expressionless supervisor engrossed in coding, feeling a profound sense of unfairness in his fate. Among the ranks of the technical department, Xinyu stands out, exuding an aura of cold elegance and nobility. His strikingly handsome visage captures attention effortlessly, while a pair of metallic-framed glasses resting on his nose during work hours adds an air of seriousness and aloofness. Notably, the slight upward tilt at the corners of his eyes bestows upon him an inexplicable charm. A mere glance from afar reveals an intense aura of restraint. This taciturn individual, however, found himself embroiled in a quarrel with a deep-voiced customer service representative who casually commanded a legion of admirers. Before Xiao could piece together the sequence of events, the customer service representative barged in, wielding 2 disposable cups. With a swift motion, he thrust one cup directly in front of Xiao, declaring, The technical department is taxing. Here is some coffee to perk you up. Xiao, taken aback, expressed his gratitude profusely, noticing that the representative also held a cup of water. This led him to ponder that perhaps their relationship wasn't as dire as rumored. After all, the representative seemed aware that Xin preferred not to indulge in coffee. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Xiao observed the representative take a sip of water, nonchalantly crossing his long legs and leaning against the desk with an air of authority, addressing Xunyu with a casual, "What do you need me for?" Xunyu slowly lifted his gaze, the metallic frames of his glasses reflecting the light in a dazzling manner. The representative instinctively narrowed his eyes, only to witness Shen removing his glasses, transforming his once stern demeanor into one that was strikingly animated and undeniably captivating. Xunyu cast him a glance and gestured towards the chair opposite him, remarking on his appearance, which bore the semblance of a rogue. One might mistakenly believe that the customer service department of Jinjiang had been overrun by a gang of delinquents. Xunyu felt a pang of indignation, silently noting it down for future reckoning. Your mobile device's astrological testing system is exhibiting anomalies, manifesting frequent retrograde occurrences. Has anything particularly unusual transpired recently? Fu Junyao rested his head on one hand, recalling only that the technical department had been seeking his attention more frequently these past few days. He lightly tapped his meticulously styled hair with his index finger and mused, "Well, does being summoned repeatedly by the director of education count?" Xunyu's pupils dilated in alarm as he swiftly seized Fu Junyao's wrist, both of them exclaiming in unison, "Why the sudden hostility over a jest? Where did that astrological bracelet come from?" Fu Junyao was taken aback, his hand instinctively retracting, yet he could not free himself from Xunyu's grasp. "What's the fuss? It's merely a trinket. Could it possibly be a token of affection from your girlfriend?" Xunyu's countenance darkened, his voice sharp and commanding. "Take it off." Though Fu Junyao had never been a believer in astrology, he had intended to return the bracelet to Wan Xiangwen, especially since Xunyu had not mentioned it. However, Fu Junyao had always been more susceptible to gentler persuasion than to forceful commands, and Xunyu's vehement outburst only steeled his resolve. With a defiant tilt of his head, the jingling of his accessories echoed in the air, proclaiming his stubbornness. "I simply want tea." Xunyu furrowed his brow, maneuvering around to directly snatch the bracelet. But Fu Junyao was unwilling to relent and skillfully ducked under his arm. With a swift extension of his long legs, Xunyu obstructed his path. Fu Junyao, employing the same trick once more, attempted to slip beneath his arm. However, this time Xunyu was well prepared, firmly grasping Fu Junyao's arm in a bid to forcibly remove the bracelet. Resorting to underhanded tactics in the face of adversity was Fu Junyao's usual strategy. He leaned forward, threatening to topple over, banking on Xunyu's instinct to let go in order to witness his fall. Unexpectedly, this fellow managed to support him under his armpits, intending to hoist him up. But Fu Junyao's relentless resistance resulted in both of them colliding heavily with the office desk. "Computer!" Xiao shouted in alarm. The two combatants, belatedly aware of their surroundings, looked up to see water dripping from the desk, and the paper cup that had been precariously placed there toppled over, spilling its contents and soaking the tangle of wires beneath. Xunyu's work computer and keyboard were thoroughly drenched. Fu Junyao, swallowing hard with a sense of guilt, struggled to rise and fished a handkerchief from his pocket, intending to rescue the nearly lifeless computer. At that moment, Xunyu bellowed, "Don't move." Startled, Fu Junyao's hand trembled, causing the accessories hanging from his constellation bracelet to dangle precariously above the water stains, generating an immense magnetic pull. Caught off guard, Fu Junyao's palm was ensnared by the wires, as a potent current surged through every inch of his body, causing him to convulse and quickly lose consciousness. He took a bewildered step back, picking up the small piece of drug residue that had caused the commotion, sending a chill from the tips of his hair to the soles of his feet. The stove, still retaining the warmth of the recently brewed medicine, resembled the solitary glimmer of light amidst the darkness, igniting a fervor within Fu Junyao's heart. Suddenly awakened, he dashed frantically toward Zhu Yang's room. Chapter 51. A shiver coursed through Fu Junyao as an icy chill enveloped him from head to toe. The stove's residual heat served as a beacon in the shadowy abyss, fueling his inner fire, Yet he remained oblivious to the pulsating vibrations of the constellation bracelet on his wrist, echoing incessantly in his mind. Host, please pay attention. Host, please pay attention. Should Zhu Yong perish, the target of revenge would be fulfilled, and the narrative arc would conclude. Nevertheless, Fu Junyao pressed on undeterred. The door was ajar. He kicked it open and rushed inside, only to find Qing Jingxian calmly seated by Zhu Yong's bedside, holding a bowl of medicine. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Junyao seized the bowl, his heart sinking as he realized it was nearly empty. You, what are you doing here? They both exclaimed simultaneously.
Fu Junyao,
seething with rage, demanded, You fed him the medicine? Qing Jingxian, bewildered, nodded in response. Fu Junyao lunged forward, gripping his collar tightly. You are insane. How could you do this? Junyao, please calm down. Fu Junyao forcefully interrupted his feeble explanation, gripping his collar once more. I have no pity for that scoundrel Zhu Yong, who plunders the people's resources and frames the loyal. My only concern is for you. You were born into a family of literary distinction, a product of the esteemed Jin Ke, achieving the honor of being a scholar through the imperial examinations, a veritable scion of nobility. How could you resort to poisoning others, staining your hands with blood?
Junyao,
you misunderstand, His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a sorrow so profound it was terrifying. Do you have any idea why I have remained by your side all these years? During that tumultuous period for the Qing family, he had been abruptly transformed from a pampered young master into the son of a disgraced criminal. The sharp blade of reality, piercing his heart. Before he could allow these wounds to become the strongest parts of himself, he faced a blow so devastating that it shattered his will and crippled him. His temperament was unbearable. In the face of the family's decline, he mercilessly lashed out at the servants who, despite having nothing, remained to repay their loyalty until they could no longer endure and departed. In the end, only Fu Junyao, who possessed a modicum of medical skill to sustain himself, and the homeless Xiao Li remained. One stormy night, rain lashed against the windows, forcing them open, and the downpour drenched his face and the quilt covering him. He struggled to rise and close the window, momentarily forgetting that he was a newly minted cripple. Half of his body was already hanging off the bed, yet his legs remained numb and paralyzed. Falling was the only outcome. At that time, he was still lost in his delusions, unable to accept the reality of his disability, frantically crawling toward the window. Fortunately, his frequent exercise had endowed him with a reasonably robust constitution, and with great effort, he managed to reach the base of the window. Yet, what good was it? He could not stand, and was unable to reach the window. The torrential downpour descended upon him, transforming his meticulously styled hair into a wild tangle, dancing like willow catkins in the wind. It awakened the harsh reality of his existence. He was merely a burden in motion, an encumbrance even when lying still. If this was the case, what purpose did his life serve? To die. But where to meet his end? The Qing family had long been known for their loyalty and integrity. Their descendants bore the blood of righteousness and could not allow others to tarnish their name. He resolved to crawl to his father's grave and end his life there, to prove his innocence. Thus, like a determined snail, he persevered in his arduous ascent, enduring the sharp stones that grazed his skin, the mud that sullied his spirit, and the relentless rain that bowed his spine. Yet it mattered not. Liberation was imminent. Death would bring an end to all suffering. Suddenly, an individual seized him, hoisting him onto their back, trembling as they descended the mountain, bearing his battered, yet cumbersome body. He pushed and shoved desperately against this person, but to no avail, resorting to striking them with all his might. The stranger's steps grew increasingly unstable, even stumbling twice. In this lifetime, I will devote myself entirely to healing your legs. Even if I fail to achieve this in this life, it matters not. I shall protect you, as I would your own legs. Fu Junyao refused to meet his gaze, remaining silent. Then, Fu Junyao suddenly lifted his head, locking his eyes onto him with an unprecedented resolve. I do not wish for you to join Qingchao Manor and accompany me. You. Fu Junyao gritted his teeth. I can say it, and I can do it. With that, he resolutely grasped the medicine box and turned to leave, only for Qing Jingxian to swiftly step in front of the door. Fu Junyao, unwilling to meet his eyes, silently turned away. Hee hee. Qing Jingxian suddenly let out a derisive laugh. In the most challenging times for the Qing family, you provided timely assistance. When I became crippled and lost all hope, you did not abandon me. I believed that aside from my father, you were my only kin in this world. Yet you. He extended his hand, pointing directly at Fu Junyao's chest. At the moment when I was on the verge of success, it was you who held me back, preventing my advancement. Fu Junyao's anger surged from within as he questioned loudly, what do you consider success? Infiltrating the internal affairs of Qingchao Manor, joining them in murder, and washing away your hatred with the blood of others? I did not kill anyone. Qing Jingxian retorted vehemently. I know you would not. Fu Junyao replied with a faint smile, but are you aware of what I witnessed? He took a step forward, slowly closing the distance between them. That day, I hid behind a tree while two factions clashed not far from me. All I could see were their bloodied lips moving, but I dared not listen. The pungent scent of blood hung heavily in the air, and even inhaling felt tainted. Junyao. Qing Jingxian reached out, attempting to soothe him, but Fu Junyao swatted his hand away. Qing Jingxian firmly grasped his shoulders. Junyao, please remain calm. In their eyes, what is a life? It is worse than that of a pig or a dog. It is as inconsequential as grass. A single knife can end it, a mere kick can topple it, and it is even less significant than a tree before your door or a brick in your wall. Do you understand?
Jingxian. Junyao.
Qing Jingshuan's eyes blazed with fury as he tightly embraced him. Once again enveloped by this familiar warmth, Fu Junyao painfully closed his eyes, his hands tightly clutching his garments. At that time, I was drenched in blood, my mind a blank canvas. Do you know what I was thinking, Jingxian? He inhaled deeply. I was thinking of you, Jingxian. I pondered that if one day the past were to repeat itself, one person would be bound tightly by ropes, tethered like a beast to a saddle, while another would ride triumphantly, flaunting their victory. The steed would gallop away, leaving the bound individual to bleed out and perish. Jingxian, would you be the one riding the horse or the one who bleeds to death? As night descended, silence enveloped all. The luminous moon cast its gentle glow upon the earth, its silver light caressing every inch of the landscape, regardless of whether that land once held laughter and joy or the remnants of blood and bones. Who first beheld the moon by the riverside? And in what year did the river moon first illuminate a person? Life's generations are endless, and the river moon appears year after year, ever similar. Such is the nature of the world. Junyao. I cannot leave, Qing Jingxian said. Fu Junyao's body stiffened. Do you remember what my father said to us before his passing? Fu Junyao remained silent. After a long pause, he finally responded with a muffled sound, thick with emotion. The scenes of that year seemed to resurface before him. No longer would we endure the hardships of wandering. This is the essence of home. Yet now, the home is lost, and the people are incomplete. Years of camaraderie betrayed by old friends, slandered by corrupt and greedy individuals. 3 conspired to turn my father into a scapegoat. Yet my father, he remains unyielding. I understand that both my father and you have my best interests at heart. Neither of you wishes for me to seek vengeance or to become embroiled in conflict. However, have you ever considered that as a child, if I am unable to honor my father in his presence or exonerate him from wrongful accusations, allowing him to carry the unjust burden of a tarnished legacy even unto death, then what is the worth of my enduring humiliation for the sake of survival? Junyao. I cannot depart. Even if it leads to my demise, I must perish in the pursuit of restoring my father's honor. Fu Junyao stirred, nearly unable to part his lips. I understand. Then I shall walk alone. Fu Junyao grasped the wristband and began to jab at it vigorously. What nonsense! Do you have any idea how embarrassing today has been for me? I resembled a lecherous man, pouncing upon you as though I were a starving ghost who had never encountered beauty in this lifetime. All the dignity I have accumulated over the past 20 years was utterly squandered this afternoon. Yet it matters not, for only the three of us are privy to this incident. What remains unknown to others is as though it never transpired. Your reasoning is rather peculiar. Fu Junyao contemplated, then jabbed the wristband once more. By the way, are you even human? The system paused momentarily, promptly suppressing its playful tone and reverting to its customary monotonous electronic voice. I am not. I am merely a compilation of countless lines of code. Fu Junyao stretched his limbs, settling into a comfortable position. One cannot help but marvel at the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence. I foresee your outdated system becoming sentient in due time. Hee. The system emitted a mechanical chuckle, concealed within the inky darkness of the night. Unbeknownst to anyone, the originally pitch-black night outside was suddenly illuminated by flames, and a panicked shout pierced the silence. Fire! Fu Junyao sprang up in alarm, the remnants of sleep swiftly dissipating in the face of the cacophony erupting from outside. He hastily threw on a coat and rushed to the window, only to behold the mountainside ablaze with towering flames. Frantic figures scurried about with water buckets, but their efforts were merely a drop in the ocean. This was dire. The fire was at the granary. Cheng Jingshuan's residence was perilously close. A jolt of urgency coursed through Fu Junyao as he dashed out, his shoes hastily donned. Unexpectedly, he collided with a robust figure reeking of sweat, causing him to stagger back, momentarily dazed, until he recognized the burly Zhu Qingzong wielding a large machete. Brother Zhu, is that you? Fu Junyao exclaimed. Zhu Qingzong's face lit up with relief. Little Cheng, I'm so glad to see you unharmed. Quickly, retreat to the back of the house. That band of ruffians has colluded with the authorities and is here to ambush us. Jing. No, I mean, where is Dr. Fu? He is at the front, aiding the wounded. It was he who specifically instructed me to ensure your safety. You have no time to lose. It's perilous here. Come, let me lead you to safety at the back. Brother, you're heading the wrong way. That's toward the granary. Before Zhu Qingzhong's words faded, Fu Junyao had already dashed far away, his feet moving as if propelled by the very wheels of the wind, heading straight towards the most fervent flames. He soon vanished into the night, leaving Zhu Qingzhong staring at a flattened shoe sole, unable to restrain himself from muttering, even if one is rushing to the afterlife, one might as well wear their shoes. Upon reaching the scene of the fire, chaos reigned. In this era, there were neither water hoses nor well-trained fire brigades. Only a group of unskilled laborers, awkwardly hauling their small buckets from distant wells to douse the flames. Such inefficiency made it a wonder if they could save anything from the inferno. The granaries were built against the backdrop of the forest, with abundant flammable trees and soil. The principles of extinguishing a fire are simple: either reduce the temperature or isolate the oxygen. Fu Junyao pondered for a moment, picked up a water basin discarded on the ground, and filled it with a generous amount of dirt, shouting, "Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. Everyone, throw mud at the flames. It can extinguish them just the same." Gradually, the fire began to subside, but the contents within were likely already consumed by the flames. The uninjured rushed in to carry out the wounded, and the air was soon filled with anguished cries. "Bring some cold water," Fu Junyao shouted, seizing a basin of the remaining water from the firefighting efforts, plunging it onto the wounds of several less severely burned individuals. Having rushed out in haste, he had brought no medicinal supplies, yet fortunately, the silver needles, ever present with the healer, remained. Fu Junyao promptly opened his needle pouch, crouching beside the nearest injured person to identify the acupoints. Hey, do you even know how to treat injuries? Needles must not be recklessly inserted. A voice called out. Fu Junyao accurately located the acupuncture point and swiftly inserted the needle without even lifting his eyelids. I am not a doctor. Do you think you are? Chapter 52. Mr. Liu from Xinjiang is remarkably down-to-earth, characterized by his straightforward nature and penchant for honesty, devoid of any airs typically associated with a corporate president. Consequently, he enjoys considerable popularity in Xinjiang, holding the third position among administrators, affectionately referred to as third uncle in the community. While third uncle possesses many admirable qualities, he is somewhat frugal. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Junyao. Fu Junyao looked up and was surprised to see an old acquaintance, Wan Xiangwen, the head of the RD department in Xinjiang. Xiangwen, it's almost time for work. What brings you here? If memory serves me right, your home is quite far from mine. Fu Junyao raised his hand, the accessories on his person jingling. Come with me. Fu Junyao is indeed an experienced driver, having started riding electric scooters at the age of 12 and driving without a license at 15. Accustomed to high speeds, his friends always ensure to fasten their seatbelts as their first action upon entering his vehicle. Perhaps due to past experiences, Wan Xiangwen, while fastening his seatbelt, tightly gripped the overhead handle. Isn't that a bit excessive? Fu Junyao shrugged helplessly as he started the car. Wan Xiangwen used one hand to touch his nose, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Junyao executed a deft drift, swiftly navigating around an intersection, causing Wan Xiangwen to cling tightly to the handle in alarm. Safety first, he chuckled nervously. Fu Junyao turned the steering wheel confidently. I've been driving for 10 years. It's all safe. Perhaps it was the misfortune of retrograde planets at play, as Fu Junyao encountered the third red light on his lengthy commute, forcing him to halt in frustration and engage in a silent standoff with the traffic signal. Wan Xiangwen retrieved a shimmering silver bracelet from his pocket and tossed it to him, proclaiming, "Wearing this Zodiac bracelet will bring you good fortune."
Fu Junyao,
in a gesture of courtesy, cast a fleeting glance at the bracelet, which was adorned with intricate engravings representing the 12 zodiac signs: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, all delicately raised and forming a circle as if basking in the sun's rays. However, Wan Xiangwen's influence extended only to that brief glance. Fu Junyao raised an eyebrow and replied, "You know I don't believe in such things. Installing that ridiculous Zodiac app was already pushing it. Consider it a token of friendship. I hope it proves beneficial, especially since you've been experiencing a streak of bad luck lately," Wan Xiangwen insisted, firmly sliding the Zodiac bracelet onto Fu Junyao's right wrist. Just then, the light turned green, and Fu Junyao, preoccupied with speeding, neglected to remove the bracelet. Upon arriving at the office at 8:15, he was unsurprisingly late. Accepting the inevitable deduction from his salary with nonchalance, he strode into the office with the swagger of a youthful rebel. Before he could pour himself a glass of water, the internal phone rang. Fu Junyao hoped for a gentle, endearing voice on the other end, perhaps even a fan, and thus adopted a tone that struck the perfect balance. "Hello?" Regrettably, the voice that came through the phone was that of an inexperienced young man. While it was not unbearably grating, it certainly left Fu Junyao, the head of the customer service department, sorely disappointed. "Fu, this is Xiao from the technical department. May I trouble you to come to our office?" The young man continued, while our manager was analyzing some data. He discovered discrepancies in the astrological system data on your phone. As for Xiao from the technical department, he was somewhat familiar. A timid and honest young man who had recently been confirmed in his position. Under normal circumstances, he would hardly dare to make such a call unless a significant issue arose. Nevertheless, putting aside the transgressions of Xinyu, Fu decided not to make things difficult for the young man and responded with a wave of his hand. I shall come. Xiao hung up the phone with trepidation. Casting a glance at the expressionless Xinyu, who was engrossed in coding at his desk, feeling a profound sense of injustice. Although both were programmers in the same department, Xinyu exuded an air of aloof elegance that was hard to overlook. His handsome visage attracted attention, but it was the pair of metal-framed glasses perched on his nose during work that lent him an aura of stern detachment, further enhanced by the natural upward tilt at the corners of his eyes, which imparted an inexplicable allure. Just a distant glance would reveal a potent sense of restraint emanating from him. How such a taciturn individual managed to engage in a dispute with a deep-voiced customer service representative who effortlessly garnered countless admirers remained a mystery. Before Xiao could ponder the matter further, the customer service representative burst through the door, holding 2 disposable cups. Extending his right hand, he placed a cup directly in front of Xiao. The technical department can be quite taxing, so I brought you some coffee to invigorate you. Xiao, taken aback, repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Noticing that the department head, Fu, still held a glass of water, he mused that perhaps the relationship between these two wasn't as strained as the rumors suggested. Did Fu actually know that their brother Shin was not fond of coffee? This fleeting thought was interrupted when Xiao witnessed Fu taking a sip of water, his long legs crossed casually, reclining against the desk with an air of nonchalance. Addressing Xinyu with a casual, almost dismissive, tone. Why did you call me here? Xinyu slowly lifted his gaze, the metallic frame of his glasses reflecting the light, causing Fu Junyao to instinctively squint. In that moment, he saw the unpleasant expression on Xinyu's face as he pushed his glasses down, transforming his previously stern demeanor into one that was strikingly animated, almost infuriatingly attractive. Xinyu shot him a sidelong glance and gestured towards the chair opposite him, remarking, "Dressed like a lowlife. One might think the Jinjiang customer service department has been overrun by a gang of ruffians." Xinyu felt a pang of annoyance, mentally noting this for future reference to be addressed later. There's an anomaly in the astrological testing system on your phone, exhibiting frequent retrograde motions. Has anything particularly unusual occurred recently? Fu Junyao propped his head up with one hand, recalling that the technical department had been unusually persistent in seeking him out these past few days. He gently tapped his meticulously styled hair with his index finger and pondered, does being frequently summoned by the disciplinary director count? Xunyu's pupils constricted suddenly, and he swiftly grasped Fu Junyao's wrist, both of them speaking almost in unison. Just kidding, why the sudden hostility? Where did this astrological bracelet come from? Fu Junyao was momentarily taken aback, feeling the grip on his wrist tighten, yet he could not free himself. What is the matter? It is merely a trivial wristband. Could it truly be a token of affection bestowed upon you by your girlfriend? Shan Yu's countenance darkened, and he spoke with a fierce tone. Take it off. Fu Junyao, who had never subscribed to the belief in astrology, would have certainly returned the wristband to Ruan Xianwen had Shen Yu not intervened. However, Fu, who had always been susceptible to gentle persuasion rather than forceful demands, found himself stubbornly resistant to Shen Yu's outburst, raising his chin defiantly and adorned with jingling accessories. He declared, I shall not. Shen Yu furrowed his brow, maneuvering to seize the wristband, but Fu Junyao was unwilling to comply. He bent low and attempted to slip beneath Shen Yu's arm. Shen Yu swiftly extended his long leg to block Fu Junyao's path, prompting Fu to employ the same tactic once more. This time, however, Shen Yu was prepared, seizing Fu Junyao's arm in an attempt to forcibly remove the wristband. When faced with an inability to overpower Shen Yu, Fu Junyao resorted to his usual trickery, leaning forward until he nearly fell. According to the logic of their tumultuous affection, Shen Yu would undoubtedly release him to witness his tumble. To their surprise, Fu Junyao managed to prop himself up by clutching Shen Yu's underarm. His intention was to lift him, yet Fu's lack of cooperation led them both to collide with the office desk. Computer! Xiao exclaimed in alarm, The two combatants, now aware of their surroundings, glanced upward to see water dripping from the desk. The paper cup that had been precariously positioned atop it was now askew, spilling its contents and saturating a tangle of wires below. Xunyu's work computer and keyboard were thoroughly drenched. Junyao swallowed hard, a sense of unease washing over him as he rose, fumbling in his pocket for a handkerchief, intending to rescue the ailing computer once more. Suddenly, he heard Xunyu's booming voice, "Don't move." As he flinched, the decorative accessory dangling from his Zodiac bracelet fell onto the water-stained surface, generating a powerful magnetic force. Caught off guard, Junyao felt his palm firmly grasped by the electric wires, an overwhelming current coursing through every inch of his body. He convulsed violently, his muscles spasming, and soon lost consciousness. Confused, he took a step back and picked up the culprit that had tripped him, a small piece of medicinal residue. A chill enveloped him, from the tips of his hair down to the soles of his feet. The stove where the medicine had been brewed still radiated a faint warmth, like a solitary beacon of light amidst the darkness, igniting the fire within his heart. Junyao abruptly awakened, frantically rushing towards Zhiyang's room. He fervently prayed, "Heaven help me, I must make it in time." The Zodiac bracelet on his wrist began to vibrate violently, and a persistent alert echoed in his mind. "Host, please be cautious. Host, please be cautious." If Zhu Yong were to perish, the target of vengeance would be avenged, and the narrative would reach its conclusion. Yet, Junyao paid no heed, consumed solely by the urgency to advance. The door was ajar, and he kicked it open, rushing inside, only to find Cheng Jingxian calmly seated beside Zhiyang's bed, a bowl of medicine in hand. Without further ado, he seized the medicine bowl, and his heart sank upon discovering its contents nearly depleted. What are you doing here?" They both spoke almost in unison. Junyao, consumed by rage, exclaimed, "You actually fed him the medicine?" Cheng Jingxian, bewildered, nodded in response. In a sudden motion, Junyao stepped forward and grasped his collar fiercely. "Have you lost your mind? How could you do such a thing?" Junyao, please don't be so agitated." Junyao interrupted his pale and feeble explanation with a harsh grip on his collar. "Zhu Yong, that scoundrel who plundered the common people's resources and framed the loyal, is dead, and I do not mourn his passing in the slightest. My only sorrow lies with you. You hail from a prestigious family, a two-time successful candidate in the imperial examinations, a veritable scion of nobility. How could you resort to poisoning and stain your hands with blood? Junyao, you misunderstand me. His eyes were reddened, filled with a despair that was haunting. "Do you have any idea why I have remained by your side all these years?" When the Chung family faced calamity, he had transformed from a pampered young master into the son of a condemned traitor, the sharp blade of reality piercing his heart. Before he could allow these wounds to evolve into his greatest strength, he encountered a blow that shattered his will and left him crippled. No one could tolerate his temper. When the family fell from grace, he lashed out at the loyal servants who remained despite their poverty until they could bear it no longer and departed. In the end, only Junyao, possessing some medical knowledge to sustain himself, and the homeless Xiao Li were left. One stormy night, torrential rain battered against the windows, forcing them open and allowing the deluge to cascade in, drenching both his face and the quilt draped over him. He struggled to rise and close the window, yet he had forgotten that he was a newly minted cripple, half of his body hanging precariously over the edge of the bed, his legs devoid of sensation, leaving him paralyzed. The only outcome was a fall. At that moment, caught in the throes of youthful delusion, he was unable to accept the grim reality of his condition, and he frantically crawled toward the window. Fortunately, his regular exercise had bestowed upon him a decent constitution, and he managed to drag his partially paralyzed form to the base of the window. But what use was it? He could not rise to reach the window. The rain poured in relentlessly, transforming his meticulously styled hair into a wild tangle, while simultaneously awakening him to the harsh truth. He was a burden in motion and an inconvenience at rest.
Given such circumstances, what was the point of living? To die.
But where could he find death? The Chung family had long been loyal and virtuous, their descendants stained only by the purity of their blood, and he could not allow anyone to tarnish their name. He resolved to crawl to his father's grave and end his life there, to prove his innocence. Thus, like a desperate snail, he clawed his way forward, wounded by sharp stones, his spirit muddied by the earth, and his spine bowed beneath the weight of the rain. But it mattered not, for liberation was imminent. Once he was dead, everything would conclude. Suddenly, a figure seized him, hoisting him onto their back, trembling under the weight of his broken yet burdensome body as they descended the mountain. He pushed against this person with all his might, unable to dislodge them, and resorted to striking them in a futile attempt to break free. The stranger's steps grew increasingly unsteady, and they stumbled twice along the way. In this lifetime, I will devote all that I have and strive with all my might to heal your legs. Even if I am unable to achieve this in my entire life, it matters not. I will protect you just as I would your legs. Fu Junyao averted his gaze and remained silent. Suddenly, he lifted his head and fixed a steadfast gaze upon him, his eyes radiating an unprecedented determination. I do not wish for you to join Qingchao Manor and walk alongside me. You. Fu Junyao gritted his teeth. I speak with conviction and will act upon it. With that, he resolutely picked up the medicine box and turned to leave. But Cheng Jingxian swiftly stepped forward to block the doorway. Fu Junyao, unwilling to meet his gaze, silently turned his head away.
Ha!
Cheng Jingxian suddenly let out a scornful laugh. In the most challenging times for the Chung family, you provided timely assistance. When I was left with shattered legs and devoid of hope, you did not abandon me. I believed that, aside from my father, you were my only kin. Yet you, he extended his hand, pointing directly at Fu Junyao's chest. At the moment of my imminent success, it was you who hindered my progress. Fueled by anger, Fu Junyao questioned aloud, what do you deem as success? Infiltrating Qingchao Manor, collaborating with them to commit murder, and bathing your hatred in the blood of others? I did not kill anyone, Cheng Jingxian retorted fiercely. I know you would not resort to murder, Fu Junyao replied with a faint smile. But do you comprehend what I witnessed? He stepped forward, slowly closing the distance to Cheng Jingxian. That day, I hid behind a tree as two factions clashed not far from me. All I could see was their blood-stained mouths moving. Yet I dare not listen to a single word. The pungent scent of blood permeated the air, making even the act of breathing feel tainted. Junyao. Cheng Jingxian reached out in an attempt to soothe him, only to be forcefully rebuffed by Fu Junyao. Cheng Jingxian firmly grasped his shoulders. Junyao, please remain calm. In their eyes, what is a life worth? It is less than that of a pig or a dog. It is as worthless as grass. One knife can end it. One kick can topple it. It is even lesser than a tree outside or a brick within the wall. Do you understand? Jingxian. Junyao. Cheng Jingxuan's eyes were bloodshot as he pulled him tightly into an embrace. Enveloped once more by this familiar warmth, Fu Junyao painfully closed his eyes. Gripping his clothing tightly, I was drenched in blood, my mind blank. Do you know what I was thinking, Jingxian? He took a deep breath. I was thinking of you.
Jingxian.
I was contemplating what would happen if the past were to repeat itself. One person bound tightly with ropes, treated worse than a dog, tethered to a saddle. Another person riding proudly on horseback, flaunting their triumph. The horse gallops away, and the bound individual bleeds out and dies. Jingxian, will you be the one riding the horse or the one bleeding to death? As night fell, silence enveloped the world. The gentle moonlight cascaded softly upon the earth, its silvery glow caressing every inch of the landscape, regardless of whether that land once bore laughter or the remnants of blood and bones. Who first beheld the moon by the riverbank, and in what year did the river moon first illuminate humanity? The cycles of life are infinite, yet each year, the river moon appears strikingly similar. The laws of the world are indeed as such. Junyao. I cannot leave, Cheng Jingxian declared. Fu Junyao's body stiffened. Do you still remember the words my father uttered to us shortly before his departure? Fu Junyao remained silent. After a long pause, he finally responded with a nasal hum. The scenes from years past seemed to materialize once more. No longer would we be tossed about. This is the essence of home. Yet now, the home is lost, and the people are not whole. Betrayed by an old friend of over a decade, falsely accused by corrupt and greedy individuals, they conspired against my father, their voices joining together to crush his spirit. But my father, he is resolute and unyielding. I understand that father acts in my best interest, and so do you. Neither of you wishes for me to seek revenge or to become embroiled in further disputes. However, have you considered that as a child, if I cannot honor my father at his side, nor exonerate him from false accusations, leaving him to bear an everlasting, unfounded disgrace even in death, then what meaning does my enduring humiliation and survival hold? Junyao, I cannot walk away. Even in death, I shall perish in the pursuit of clearing my father's name. Fu Junyao stirred, realizing he nearly found himself at a loss for words. I understand. Then I shall go on my own. Fu Junyao grasped the handcuff and began to jab at it again. What do you mean by nothing? Do you have any idea how humiliating today has been for me? I appeared like a lecher, lunging forward as if I had never encountered a handsome man before, like a famished ghost. All the face I had painstakingly preserved over the past 2 decades was lost this afternoon. It matters not, for only the 3 of us are privy to this matter. If others are unaware, then it is as though it never transpired. Your thoughts are quite avant-garde, mused Fu Junyao, reflecting deeply before tapping the wristband once more. Pray tell, do you consider yourself human? The system paused momentarily, swiftly suppressing its playful tone, reverting to its customary monotone. I do not. I am merely a compilation of countless lines of code. Fu Junyao stretched his limbs, adopting a comfortable sprawl. Indeed, the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence is remarkable. I dare say your rudimentary system will eventually attain sentience. A mechanical chuckle echoed from the system, blending into the inky darkness of the night. Unbeknownst to them, the once pitch-black exterior was suddenly illuminated by flickering flames, shattering the stillness of the night with a panicked cry, "Fire! Fire!" Startled, Fu Junyao sprang upright, the remnants of drowsiness swiftly dispelled by the cacophony outside his door. He hastily donned a coat and rushed to the window, only to behold a towering inferno engulfing the hillside, while frantic individuals scurried about with buckets, their efforts but a mere drop in the ocean. This is dire. The flames threaten the granary. Cheng Jingshuan's residence lies perilously close. A shiver coursed through Fu Junyao's body as he dashed out, his shoelaces untied. To his dismay, he collided headlong with a robust figure emanating an unpleasant odor of sweat, causing him to stagger back, momentarily disoriented, only to find himself face to face with Zhu Qingzhong, wielding a large machete. "Brother Zhu, what brings you here?" Fu Junyao exclaimed, a flicker of relief crossing Zhu Qingzhong's face. "Ah, little Cheng, it is a great relief to see you unharmed. Quickly retreat to the back of the house. Those rascals from the bandit gang have colluded with the authorities and are launching another attack. Where is Dr. Fu? He is at the front, assisting in the rescue of the injured. He specifically instructed me to ensure your safety. You have no time to waste. It is dangerous here.
Come.
Let me lead you to a safer location. Brother, you have gone the wrong way. That is the granary." Before Zhu Qingzhong could finish speaking, Fu Junyao had already sprinted far ahead, his feet moving with the swiftness of a whirlwind, heading straight for the heart of the inferno. He swiftly vanished into the night, leaving Zhu Qingzhong staring at a crushed shoe sole, unable to suppress a mutter. Even if one is hastening to the afterlife, one might as well wear shoes. Fu Junyao arrived at the scene of the fire, which was utter chaos. In this era, there were neither fire hoses nor well-trained firefighting teams. Only a crowd of unskilled individuals frantically hauling their small buckets and basins from distant wells to douse the flames. Such inefficiency would scarcely quell a raging inferno. The granary was situated against the backdrop of a forest, abundant with flammable trees, yet also rich in soil. The principles of extinguishing a fire are fundamentally twofold: to lower the temperature or to deprive it of oxygen. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Junyao seized a basin abandoned on the ground, filled it to the brim with soil, and hurled it toward the conflagration, shouting, "Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. Everyone, throw mud on the flames." Gradually, the fire began to be subdued, though the contents within had likely been reduced to ashes. Those uninjured rushed in to carry out the wounded, and the air was soon filled with anguished cries of suffering. "Bring me some cold water," Fu Junyao bellowed. Swiftly seizing a basin of water meant for extinguishing flames and immersing the wounds of several individuals with lighter burns, he had rushed out in haste, without any medicinal supplies. Fortunately, the silver needles he always carried as a healer remained at his disposal. Fu Junyao promptly unwrapped his needle pouch, crouching beside the nearest injured person to locate their acupoints. "Hey, do you even know how to treat injuries? You can't just stab the needles anywhere," someone shouted. Fu Junyao, pinpointing the acupoints with precision, swiftly inserted the needles without lifting his gaze. "If I don't know how, do you?" Chapter 54. Liu, the manager of Jinjiang, was remarkably down-to-earth, known for his straightforwardness and candidness, lacking any semblance of an aloof CEO demeanor. Consequently, he enjoyed considerable popularity in Jinjiang, ranking third among the administrators. Affectionately referred to as Third Uncle in the community, Third Uncle was admirable in many respects, except for his somewhat frugal nature. Suddenly, he felt a pat on his shoulder. "Junyao." Fu Junyao looked up to find a familiar face, Wan Xiangwen, the head of the RD department at Jinjiang. "Xiangwen, it's almost time for work. What are you doing here? If I recall correctly, your home is quite far from mine," Fu Junyao remarked, raising his hand, the accessories on him jingling. "Come with me." Fu Junyao could be aptly described as an experienced driver. He had begun riding electric scooters at the age of 12 and driving without a license by 15. Accustomed to high-speed driving, his friends would invariably fasten their seatbelts as the first order of business upon entering his vehicle. Wan Xiangwen, perhaps wary from past experiences, secured his seatbelt while gripping the overhead handle tightly. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Fu Junyao shrugged helplessly as he started the engine. Wan Xiangwen, with one hand, discreetly touched his nose to mask his embarrassment. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Junyao executed a deft maneuver, swiftly navigating around an intersection, startling Wan Xiangwen, who promptly grasped the handrail. Chuckling, safety first, safety first. Fu Junyao, turning the steering wheel, remarked, "With a decade of driving experience, I'm perfectly safe." However, perhaps due to a stroke of misfortune, they encountered a third red light on the prolonged journey to work, forcing Fu Junyao to halt and engage in a silent stare-off with the traffic signal. Wan Xiangwen retrieved a glimmering silver bracelet from his pocket and tossed it to him, saying, "Wear this Zodiac bracelet. It will bring you good luck." Fu Junyao glanced at it out of courtesy. The silver bracelet was adorned with intricate engravings, each representing the 12 zodiac signs: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn, slightly raised and encircling one another as if greeting the sun. Yet, Wan Xiangwen's goodwill was sufficient only for a fleeting glance. Fu Junyao lifted an eyebrow. "You know I don't believe in such things. Installing that ridiculous Zodiac app was already pushing my limits. Just consider it a gesture of friendship. You've been having a rough time lately. I hope it proves beneficial, Wan Xianguan insisted, unceremoniously slipping the Zodiac bracelet onto Fu Junyao right wrist. Just then, the red light changed, and Fu Junyao, preoccupied with speeding, paid no heed to the bracelet and left it on. Upon arriving at the office at 8:15, Fu Junyao nonchalantly accepted the inevitable consequence of his tardiness. His uncle would undoubtedly deduct his salary. With long strides, he entered the office with an air reminiscent of an overzealous youth, barely taking a moment to pour himself a glass of water before the internal phone rang. Fu Junyao anticipated a sweet and charming voice on the other end, perhaps even a fan of his, and adjusted his tone to a perfectly measured greeting. Hello? Unfortunately, what greeted him was the youthful voice of a boy, not unpleasant, but certainly disappointing for someone like Fu Junyao, who had an affinity for charming voices. Fu, this is Xiao from the technical department. Could you please come to our office? Our manager has noticed some discrepancies in the constellation system data on your phone. As for Xiao, Fu Junyao had a vague recollection of him, a timid young man who had just become a full-time employee. It was evident that he would only muster the courage to call if something significant had occurred. Setting aside his grievances, Fu Junyao decided not to make the situation difficult for the lad. With a casual wave of his hand, he replied, I'll be right there.
Xiao,
feeling a mix of trepidation and relief, hung up and cast a glance at their manager, Xinyu, who sat expressionless at his desk, immersed in lines of code. It struck Xiao as profoundly unfair. Both were programmers in the technical department, yet Xin exuded an air of aloof elegance. His handsome features were attention-grabbing enough, but it was the pair of metal-framed glasses perched on his nose during work that lent him an aura of seriousness and detachment. The slight upward tilt at the corners of his eyes added an irresistible charm, and a palpable sense of restraint emanated from him, leaving anyone who caught a glimpse of him with a profound impression. Such a taciturn individual, unexpectedly engaged in a quarrel with the casually nonchalant bass voice from the customer service department, whose charm had garnered countless admirers. Before Xiao could formulate a coherent thought, the representative from customer service burst through the door, 2 disposable cups in hand. Extending his right arm, the cup was thrust before Xiao. The tech department has been taxing, so I brought you some coffee to invigorate your spirits. Xiao, taken aback by the unexpected gesture, expressed his gratitude profusely, noticing that the other held a cup of clear water as well. Perhaps their relationship was not as fraught as the rumors suggested. After all, the representative seemed aware that Xin did not particularly enjoy coffee. This thought flickered through Zhao's mind just as he observed the representative take a sip of water. His long legs crossed with an air of nonchalance, leaning casually against the desk as if he owned the place. Directing a question at Xin. What did you summon me for? Xin slowly raised his gaze, the metallic frame of his glasses reflecting the light rather glaringly. Junyao, accustomed to squinting, found the sight of Xin's previously stern demeanor, akin to that of a strict headmaster, now animated and strikingly handsome, almost infuriatingly so. Xin cast a sidelong glance at him, gesturing toward the chair opposite, dressed like a ne'er-do-well. One might think the Jinjiang customer service department had been overrun by a gang of ruffians. Xin felt a pang of irritation, silently noting a score to settle later. Your phone's astrological testing system has exhibited anomalies, indicating frequent retrograde occurrences. Has anything peculiar transpired recently? Fu Junyao rested his head on one hand, recalling that the personnel from the technical department had sought him out quite frequently in recent days. He lightly tapped his meticulously styled hair with his index finger, pondering, Does being frequently summoned by the director of education count? Xinyu's pupils constricted suddenly as he grasped Fu Junyao's wrist with fervor, both of them speaking in unison. What is the joke? Why the sudden hostility? Where did this Zodiac bracelet come from? Fu Junyao was taken aback, his hand instinctively retracting, yet he could not free himself from Xinyu's grip. What's the fuss? It's just a worthless bracelet. Could it possibly be a token of love from your girlfriend? Junyao countenance darkened, his voice sharp and commanding. Take it off. Junyao, who had never been a believer in astrology, would have willingly returned the bracelet to Wan Xiangwen had Junyao not insisted. However, Junyao had always been more susceptible to gentle persuasion than forceful commands. The sudden outburst only fueled his defiance, and with a toss of his head, the jingling of his accessories echoed his resolve. I refuse. Junyao furrowed his brow, swiftly maneuvering to snatch the bracelet away. Junyao, naturally unwilling, bent down and slipped beneath Junyao arm. Yet, Junyao anticipated this move, extending his long leg to block Junyao's path. Undeterred, Junyao attempted to evade once more, but this time Junyao was prepared, gripping Junyao's arm firmly in an effort to forcibly remove the bracelet. When faced with a challenge he could not overcome, Junyao resorted to his usual tactic of cunning. He leaned forward, shifting his entire weight, as if about to tumble down. According to the logic of love and conflict, Junyao would undoubtedly let go, relishing the sight of him sprawled awkwardly. To his surprise, however, this fellow supported him under the armpits, intending to lift him up. Yet, unable to cooperate, Junyao's efforts resulted in both of them crashing heavily against the office desk. Computer! Xiao exclaimed in alarm. The two combatants, finally aware of their surroundings, looked up to find water dripping from the desk, a paper cup that had once been upright now askew, its contents spilling over a tangle of cables. Junyao's work computer and keyboard were thoroughly drenched. Junyao swallowed hard, feeling guilty as he scrambled to retrieve a handkerchief from his pocket, intending to rescue the nearly doomed computer. Just then, Junyao bellowed, "Don't move." Startled, Junyao's hand trembled, and the charms hanging from his Zodiac bracelet swung down, inadvertently touching the water stains. A powerful magnetic force ensnared his palm with the cables, an intense current coursing through every inch of his body, causing him to convulse and lose consciousness. He took a bewildered step back, picking up the culprit that had tripped him, which turned out to be a small piece of herbal residue. A shiver ran through Junyao, as if an icy grip had seized him from head to toe. The stove, having recently simmered the herbs, still retained a faint warmth, like a solitary beacon in the darkness, igniting a fire within his heart. Suddenly awakened, Junyao dashed frantically towards Zhiyang's room.